Chapter 2. First Taste of High Society. An absurd and touching memory, the first drawing-room in which one appeared at 18, alone and with no support. A woman's gaze was enough to intimidate me. The harder I tried to please, the clumsier I became. The notions I formed about everything couldn't have been farther from the mark. Either I confided in a person for no reason whatsoever, or I thought a man my enemy because he had given me a solemn look. But then, amid all the frightful anguish my shyness caused me, how fine a fine day was. Cant. Julien stopped, dumbfounded in the middle of the courtyard. "Try to look more intelligent," said the Abbé Pirard. "Horrible thoughts occur to you, and then you act like a child. Where is Horace's nil admirari? Never show enthusiasm. Remember that this crowd of lackeys, seeing you installed here, will try to make a fool of you. They will look upon you as an equal set above them unfairly. Behind a show of good-naturedness, of good advice, of a desire to be helpful, they will try to lead you into committing some gross blunder." "I defy them to do it," said Julien, biting his lips, all of his old mistrust returning. The drawing-rooms on the second floor, through which these gentlemen passed before reaching the Marquis's study, would have seemed to you, O reader, as dreary as they were magnificent. If they were given to you just as they were, you would refuse to live in them. This is the fatherland of the yawn and of gloomy reasoning. They increased Julien's enchantment twofold. How could anyone be unhappy, he thought, living in such a splendid residence? Eventually those gentlemen came to the ugliest room in this superb apartment. It was barely light enough to see. There they found a thin little man with a quick eye who was wearing a blonde wig. The Abbé turned to Julien and introduced him. It was the Marquis. Julien had a hard time recognizing him. He was so courteous. This was not the great lord of such lofty mien at the Abbey of Bray-le-Haut. It seemed to Julien that his wig had far too much hair on it. Thanks to this observation, he did not feel at all intimidated. It struck him that the descendant of Henri III's friend cut a rather sorry figure. He was very thin and fidgeted a good deal. But Julien soon noted that the Marquis's manners were even more agreeable to the interlocutor than those of the Bishop of Besançon himself. The audience lasted less than 3 minutes. As they were leaving, the Abbé said to Julien, "You looked at the Marquis as you might have a portrait. I am no expert in what people here call politeness. Soon you will know more about it than I, but still, the boldness of your look seemed hardly polite to me." They had got back into the cab. The cabman stopped in a street near the boulevard. The Abbé led Julien into a suite of large drawing-rooms. Julien observed that there was no furniture. He was looking at a magnificent gilded clock, depicting a subject that to his notion was most indecent, when an extremely elegant gentleman approached them cheerfully. Julien made a half-bow. The gentleman smiled and put his hand on Julien's shoulder. Julien shuddered and jumped back. He blushed with anger. The Abbé Pirard, despite his gravity, laughed till he cried. The gentleman was a tailor. "I am giving you your freedom for 2 days," the Abbé said to him as they left. "You cannot be presented to Madame de la Mole before then. Anyone else would watch over you like a girl during these first few days of your stay in this modern Babylon. Ruin yourself right off if you must go to ruin, and I will be freed of the weakness I have of worrying about you. The day after tomorrow, in the morning, that tailor will bring you 2 suits. Give 5 francs to the man who tries them on you. Another thing, don't let these Parisians hear the sound of your voice. If you say a word, they will find a way to make fun of you. They have a talent for that. The day after tomorrow, be at my house at noon. Go, ruin yourself. I almost forgot. Order some boots, shirts, and a hat from the addresses you see here." Julien looked at the writing of the addresses. "It is the Marquis's hand," said the Abbé. "He is an active man who anticipates everything, and who would rather do a thing himself than give orders. He is taking you into his service so you may spare him that kind of trouble. Will you have the wit to execute creditably all the business that hasty man will no more than hint at? The future will tell. Keep your eyes open." Julien went into all the shops indicated on the list without saying a word. He noticed that he was treated with respect, and the bootmaker, writing his name in the ledger, put down Monsieur Julien de Sorel. At the cemetery of Père Lachaise, a most obliging gentleman, who was even more liberal in his speech, volunteered to show Julien Marshal Ney's grave, which a government's shrewd policy denies the honour of an epitaph. But on parting company with this liberal, who with tears in his eyes all but folded him in his arms, Julien no longer had a watch. It was rich with this experience that 2 days later he presented himself at noon to the Abbé Pirard, who looked him over carefully. "Perhaps you will turn into a fop," said the Abbé sternly. Julien looked like a very young man in deep mourning. To tell the truth, he looked fine, but the good Abbé was too provincial himself to see that Julien still had that sway of the shoulders which in the provinces implies both elegance and importance. On seeing Julien, the Marquis judged his graces so differently from the good Abbé that he asked the latter, "Would you have any objection to Monsieur Sorel's taking dancing lessons?" The Abbé was petrified. "No," he answered after a while. "Julien is not a priest." Climbing a narrow, concealed staircase, 2 steps at a time, the Marquis himself showed our hero to a pretty attic room that looked down on the mansion's vast garden. He asked him how many shirts he had brought back from the seamstress. "2," replied Julien, intimidated to see so great a lord stoop to such details. "Very good," the Marquis replied with a serious air, and in a somewhat curt and imperative tone that set Julien to thinking, "Very good. Order 22 more. Here is the first quarter of your salary." On his way down from the attic, the Marquis called an elderly man to him. "Arsène," he said, "you will look after Monsieur Sorel." A few minutes later, Julien found himself alone in a magnificent library. It was a delightful moment. So as not to be observed in his excited state, he went and hid himself in a gloomy little corner. From there he gazed rapturously at the shining backs of the books. "I will be able to read all of them," he told himself. "How could I help but like it here? Monsieur de Rênal would consider himself disgraced forever if he had done 100th of what the Marquis had done for me. But first, let's have a look at those letters to be copied." This job out of the way, Julien ventured over to the books. He almost went mad with joy on finding an edition of Voltaire. He ran and opened the library door so as not to be caught in the act. Next, he gave himself the pleasure of opening each of the 80 volumes. They were magnificently bound, the masterpiece of the best binder in London. This was more than enough to carry Julien's admiration to its peak. An hour later, the Marquis came in, looked at the copies, and noted to his astonishment that Julien had written "Cela" with 2 L's, "Celle-là." "Could everything the Abbé told me about his learning be nothing but a yarn?" Very discouraged, the Marquis said to him gently, "You're not very sure of your spelling, are you?" "That's true," said Julien, giving no thought to the harm he was doing himself. He was touched by the Marquis's kindness, which reminded him, by contrast, of Monsieur de Rênal's offensive manner. "It's a waste of time trying out this little Abbé from Franche-Comté," reflected the Marquis, "but I needed a man I could count on so badly." "Cela is written with 1 L," the Marquis told him. "When your copies are finished, look in the dictionary for the spelling of words you are not sure of." At 6 o'clock, the Marquis sent for him. He looked at Julien's boots with obvious distress. "It's my fault I neglected to tell you that you are to dress every day at 5:30. Julien looked at him uncomprehendingly. "I mean put on stockings. Arsène will remind you. Today I will make excuses for you." As he concluded these remarks, Monsieur de la Mole showed Julien into a drawing-room resplendent with gilding. On like occasions, Monsieur de Rênal had never failed to quicken his pace in order to have the advantage of passing through the door first. The thought of his former employer's petty vanity caused Julien to step on the Marquis's feet and inflict great pain on him because of his gout. "Ah, he's a clumsy oaf into the bargain," the Marquis said to himself. He introduced him to a woman who had a tall figure and an imposing air. It was the Marquise. Julien thought she looked impertinent, a little like Madame de Maugiron, the wife of the sub-prefect of the borough of Verrières, when she attended the St. Charles Day dinner. Somewhat flustered by the extreme magnificence of the drawing-room, Julien did not hear what M. de la Mole was saying. The Marquise scarcely bothered to look at him. There were several men in the room, among whom Julien recognized, with ineffable pleasure, the young Bishop of Agde, who had deigned to speak to him some months before at the ceremony in Braille-le-Haut. This young prelate was, no doubt, alarmed by the tender gaze Julien had fixed on him out of shyness, and was not at all eager to recognize this provincial. To Julien, the men assembled in the drawing-room seemed somewhat gloomy and constrained. In Paris one speaks in a low voice, and one does not make too much of little things. A good-looking young man with a moustache, very pale and slim, came in around 6:30. He had a small head. "You always keep people waiting," said the Marquise, whose hand he was kissing. Julien gathered that it was the Count de la Mole. He thought him charming from the very first. "Is it possible," he said to himself, "that this is the man whose offensive bantering is supposed to drive me out of the house?" By dint of scrutinizing Count Norbert, Julien noticed that he was in boots and spurs. "As for me, I must wear shoes, obviously as an inferior." They sat down to dinner. Julien heard the Marquise speak sternly and raise her voice a little. At almost the same instant he caught sight of a young woman, extremely blonde and very shapely, who sat down opposite him. She didn't appeal to him at all, yet, after looking at her attentively, he thought he had never seen such beautiful eyes, but they betokened a great coldness of heart. Later on, Julien concluded that they wore the expression of one who is bored and who constantly examines others, yet never forgets her own obligation to be imposing. "Madame de Rênal had very beautiful eyes, too," he said to himself. "Everyone complimented her on them, yet they had nothing in common with these." Julien was too inexperienced to perceive that it was the flash of wit that caused Mademoiselle Mathilde's eyes to sparkle from time to time. It was thus he heard her named. When Madame de Rênal's eyes grew animated, it was from the fire of passion, or the effect of a generous indignation at the account of some wicked deed. Towards the end of the meal, Julien found a word to define the beauty of Mademoiselle de la Mole's eyes. "They are scintillating," he told himself. Otherwise, she bore an awful resemblance to her mother, whom he was beginning to like less and less, and he stopped looking at her. On the other hand, Count Norbert seemed admirable in every way. Julien was so taken with him that he had no idea of being jealous or of hating him because he was wealthier and better born. Julien thought the Marquis looked bored. During the second course, he said to his son, "Norbert, would you be so kind as to look out for Monsieur Julien Sorel, whom I have just added to my staff, and whom I hope to keep on it, if cela is possible?" "He is my secretary," explained the Marquis to his neighbour, "and he writes cela with 2 L's. Everyone looked at Julien, who bowed his head a bit too emphatically in Norbert's direction, but generally speaking, everyone was satisfied with his appearance. The Marquis must have talked about the kind of education Julien had received, for one of the guests grilled him about Horace. "It was precisely by talking about Horace that I brought it off at the bishop's house," Julien said to himself. "Evidently that's the only author they know." From then on he was master of himself. This change of mood was facilitated by his having just decided that Mademoiselle de la Mole could never be a woman in his eyes. Since his seminary days he had expected men to do their worst, and was not intimidated easily. He would have enjoyed total self-possession if the dining-room had been furnished less sumptuously. It was, in fact, 2 mirrors 8 feet tall, in which from time to time he caught sight of his interlocutor as he spoke of Horace, that still awed him. His sentences were not too long for a provincial. He had handsome eyes, which a trembling shyness, or happiness when he answered well, made twice as bright. The company thought him agreeable. This kind of examination injected a bit of interest into a solemn dinner. By a sign, the Marquis urged Julien's examiner to push him hard. "Can it be that he knows something?" he thought. Julien discovered his ideas as he answered, and he lost enough of his shyness to show, if not wit, a thing impossible for anyone who does not know the language they speak in Paris, at least fresh insights, though presented neither gracefully nor with good timing, and one could see that he knew his Latin perfectly. Julien's adversary was an academician from the inscriptions who by chance knew Latin. He found in Julien a very good humanist, and, no longer dreading to see him blush, was making a serious effort to trip him up. In the heat of battle, Julien finally forgot the magnificent furnishings of the dining-room, and reached a point where he was setting forth ideas about the Latin poets that his interlocutor had not read anywhere. As an honest man, he paid the young secretary the honour due him. Happily, someone broached the question as to whether Horace had been rich or poor. A likeable, sensual, happy-go-lucky man, writing verses to amuse himself, like Chapelle, Molière's and La Fontaine's friend, or a poor devil of a poet laureate following the court and composing odes for the king's birthday, like Southey, Lord Byron's accuser. There was talk about social conditions under Augustus and under George IV. During both periods, the aristocracy was all-powerful. But in Rome it saw its power snatched away by Maecenas, who was nothing but a knight, and in England the aristocracy had reduced George IV almost to the status of a Venetian doge. This discussion seemed to draw the Marquis out of the torporous state into which boredom had plunged him at the beginning of the dinner. Julien knew nothing about all those modern names, such as Southey, Lord Byron, George IV, which he heard mentioned for the first time. But it escaped no one's attention that whenever a question came up about an event that had occurred in Rome, and knowledge about it could be inferred from the works of Horace, or Martial, or Tacitus, etc., he had an undeniable superiority. Julien lay hands boldly on several ideas he had learned from the Bishop of Besançon in the famous discussion he had had with that prelate. They were by no means the least relished. When the company grew weary of talking about poets, the Marquise, who made it a law unto herself to admire anything that entertained her husband, deigned to look at Julien. "The awkward manners of this young abbé may well hide a learned man," said the academician seated next to the Marquise, and Julien heard some of this. Stock phrases suited the mistress of the house's turn of mind very well. She adopted this one about Julien, and congratulated herself on having invited the academician to dine. "Monsieur de la Mole finds him amusing," she thought. Chapter 3. First Steps. That immense valley, filled with flashing lights and with so many thousands of men, dazzles my sight. Not one knows me, all are superior to me. My head is spinning. Poemi de Lave, Raina. Early the next morning, Julien was copying letters in the library when Mademoiselle Mathilde came in through a small private door, cleverly concealed by the backs of books. While Julien was admiring this device, Mademoiselle Mathilde appeared to be most astonished, and quite put out to run into him there. Julien decided that in curl papers she looked hard, arrogant, and almost masculine. Mademoiselle de la Mole had found a way to steal books from her father's library without its showing. Julien's presence made her errand useless that morning, which annoyed her all the more, since she had come to get the second volume of Voltaire's The Princess of Babylon, a worthy compliment to her eminently royalist and religious education, masterpiece of the Sacred Heart. Already at 19, this poor girl required the spice of wit if she was to find a novel interesting. Count Norbert appeared in the library around 3 o'clock. He had come to study a newspaper so he could talk politics in the evening, and was glad to see Julien, whose existence he had forgotten. He was courtesy itself. He offered to take Julien horseback riding. "My father has given us leave until dinner-time." Julien appreciated the us and thought it charming. "By God, Monsieur le Comte, if it were a matter of cutting down a tree 80 feet tall, squaring it and sawing it into planks, I'd come off pretty well, I dare say. But ride a horse, that hasn't happened to me more than 6 times in my whole life." Well, this will be the 7th, said Norbert. Julien had the King of Blank's entrance into Verrières at the back of his mind, and really believed he could ride a horse exceptionally well. But coming back from the Bois de Boulogne, right in the middle of the Rue du Bac, he fell as he tried suddenly to avoid a cabriolet and was covered with mud. He was lucky to have 2 suits. At dinner, the Marquis, wishing to converse with him, asked for news about his ride. Norbert hastened to answer for him in general terms. Monsieur le Comte is too good to me. I thank him and am deeply appreciative. He was kind enough to give me the gentlest and the best-looking horse. But after all, he couldn't fasten me to it, and for lack of that precaution, I had a fall in the middle of that long street near the bridge. Mademoiselle Mathilde tried in vain to smother a burst of laughter. Then, tactlessly, she asked for details. Julien acquitted himself with a good deal of naturalness. He had style, without knowing it. "I augur well of this little priest," said the Marquis to the academician. "A provincial who knows how to behave naturally in such circumstances. That's never been seen before, and never will be again. And he had to tell his sad story in front of ladies." Julien set his auditors so much at ease about his mishap that by the end of the dinner, when the general conversation had taken another turn, Mademoiselle Mathilde was questioning her brother about details of the unlucky incident. Since she persisted in asking questions, and Julien had met her gaze several times, he made so bold as to answer her directly, though he had not been consulted, and all 3 ended up laughing, like 3 young people living in a village in the depths of a forest. The next day, Julien attended 2 courses in divinity, and afterward returned to transcribe some 20 letters. In the library he found a young man working close to his own desk. He was dressed with great care, but he cut a mean figure, and his countenance was that of envy. The Marquis came in. "What are you doing here, Monsieur Tombeau?" he asked the newcomer sternly. "I thought," replied the young man, smiling basely. "No, sir, you thought nothing. This is a trial, but an ill-fated one." Furious, young Tombeau rose and disappeared. He was the nephew of Madame de la Mole's friend, the academician. He wanted to become a writer. The academician had prevailed upon the Marquis to take him on as a secretary. Tombeau, who was working in a remote room, having learned of the favorable treatment enjoyed by Julien, intended to share it, and had come that morning to set up his desk in the library. At 4 o'clock, after hesitating a little, Julien made so bold as to appear in Count Norbert's apartment. The latter was about to go riding, and was embarrassed, but he was perfectly polite. "I think," he said to Julien, "that you will soon be going to the riding school, and in a few weeks I will be delighted to ride with you. I wish to have the honor of thanking you for the kindnesses you have shown me. Believe me, sir," Julien added very seriously, "that I am fully aware how much I am obliged to you. If your horse was not hurt yesterday by my clumsiness, and if it is free, I should like to mount it today." "By George, my dear Sorel, it's your neck. Let us assume that I've raised all the objections that prudence demands. The fact is that it's 4 o'clock. We have no time to waste." Once on horseback, "What should I do to keep from falling?" Julien asked the young count. "A lot of things," answered Norbert as he burst out laughing. "For instance, lean back in your saddle." Julien broke into a fast trot. They were on the Place Louis XVI. "Ah, rash young man," said Norbert. "There are too many carriages here, and driven by reckless drivers at that. Once you're on the ground, their tilburys will run right over you. They won't risk spoiling their horses' mouths by pulling up short." 20 times Norbert saw Julien on the point of falling, but the ride came to an end at last, without accident. When they returned, the Count said to his sister, "I want you to meet a daredevil." At dinner, addressing his father from one end of the table to the other, he did full justice to Julien's daring. It was the only thing about Julien's style of riding that could be commended. The young Count had overheard the men who were grooming the horses in the courtyard that morning take Julien's fall as grounds for making the most outrageous fun of him. Despite so much kindness, Julien soon felt completely out of things in the midst of this family. All of their ways seemed strange to him, and he was always doing the wrong thing. His blunders were the delight of the footmen. The Abbé Pirard had left for his parish. "If Julien is a weakling, may he perish. If he is a man of heart, let him manage by himself," he thought. Chapter 4. The Hôtel de la Mole. What is he doing here? Does he like it here? Does he think he will be liked here? Ronsard. If everything about the Hôtel de la Mole's noble drawing-room seemed strange to Julien, the pale young man in black likewise struck everyone who bothered to notice him as very odd. Madame de la Mole proposed to her husband that he send him off on errands those days when they had certain men of note to dinner. "I mean to push my experiment to the limit," the Marquis answered. "The Abbé Pirard maintains that we do wrong to break the pride of people we take into our service. You can't lean on something unless it resists, etc. There's nothing wrong with this fellow except that he's an unfamiliar face. Otherwise, he is as good as deaf and dumb." "In order to get my bearings," Julien told himself, "I'd better write down the names and a few words about the personalities of the people I see coming into this drawing-room." On the first line he entered 5 or 6 friends of the house who curried his favour on the off chance that he was protected by one of the Marquis's whims. They were poor devils, more or less obsequious, but it must be said to the credit of this class of men, such as one finds them today in the aristocracy's drawing-rooms, that they were not equally servile with everyone. So-and-so among them might allow himself to be browbeaten by the Marquis, yet would have rebelled against a hard word addressed to him by Madame de la Mole. There was too much pride, too much boredom, in the make-up of the mistress and the master of the house. They were too used to insulting, in order to relieve their ennui, to hope for true friends. Yet, except on rainy days, and in moments of ferocious boredom, which were rare, they were always perfectly civil. If the 5 or 6 flatterers who evinced such a paternal affection for Julien had deserted the Hôtel de la Mole, the Marquise would have been exposed to long moments of solitude, and for women of her rank, solitude is a frightful thing. It is the mark of disgrace. The Marquis was perfect for his wife. He always saw to it that her drawing-room was adequately stocked. Not with peers, for he considered that his new colleagues were not noble enough to visit his house as friends, not entertaining enough to be admitted as inferiors. Not until very much later did Julien fathom these secrets. Current politics, which are the main subject of conversation in bourgeois households, are not touched on in homes of the Marquis's class, except in times of crisis. Even in this bored century, the need for amusement is still so imperative that even on dinner days the Marquis would no more than leave the drawing-room when everyone took to his heels, provided one did not trifle about God, or about priests, or about the king, or about men in high places, or about artists patronized by the court, or about the establishment in general, provided one spoke well neither of Béranger, nor of the opposition newspapers, nor of Voltaire, nor of Rousseau, nor of anyone who indulged in a bit of plain speaking. Provided, especially, one never talked politics, one might discuss any subject freely. There is no annuity of 100,000 écus, no blue sash that can stand up to such a drawing-room charter. Any idea with the least bit of life in it seemed an indecency, despite the good tone, perfect politeness, a desire to please. Boredom was stamped on every forehead. The young people who came out of a sense of duty, fearful lest they say something that might cause them to be suspected of an idea, or betray their knowledge of some prohibited book, kept silence after a few elegant remarks about Rossini and the weather. Julien observed that the conversation was usually kept alive by 2 viscounts and 5 barons, whom M. de la Mole had known during the emigration. These gentlemen enjoyed incomes of from 6,000 to 8,000 pounds. 4 were partisans of the Daily, and 3 of the Gazette of France. Every day, one in particular had an anecdote about the chateau to tell, in which the word wonderful was not spared. Julien noted that this man had 5 crosses, Most of the others had but 3. By way of compensation, there were 10 liveried footmen in the anteroom, and all evening ices or tea was served every quarter of an hour, and at midnight a kind of supper with champagne. This is what sometimes prompted Julien to stay on until the end. As a matter of fact, he could scarcely understand how anyone could take the usual conversation of this magnificently gilded drawing-room seriously. Sometimes he would look at people conversing to see whether they themselves were not laughing at what they said. "My Monsieur de Maistre, whose work I know by heart, has said the same thing 100 times better," he thought. "Still, he's boring enough." Julien was not the only one to be aware of this moral asphyxiation. Some consoled themselves by taking many an ice, others with the pleasure of saying for the rest of the evening, "I've just come from the Hôtel de la Mole, where I heard that Russia," etc. Julien learnt from one of the flatterers that less than 6 months ago Madame de la Mole had rewarded poor Baron le Bourguignon, sub-prefect since the Restoration, for his more than 20 years of constant attendance, by making him prefect. This great event had tempered anew the zeal of all those gentlemen. It took very little to make them angry before this. Now nothing could make them angry. The host's lack of respect was really overt, but at table Julien had already overheard 2 or 3 short dialogues between the Marquis and his wife that were merciless to those seated near them. These aristocrats did not hide their sincere contempt for all who were not descendants of those privileged to ride in the king's coach. Julien observed that only the word crusade could impart to their faces an expression of profound seriousness, mingled with respect. Their usual respect always had a shade of self-satisfaction about it. Amidst all that splendour and all that boredom, Julien took no interest in anything but Monsieur de la Mole. With pleasure, he heard him protest one day that he had had nothing to do with the promotion of poor le Bourguignon. This was out of consideration for the Marquise. Julien had the truth from the Abbé Pirard. One morning, while the Abbé was working with Julien in the Marquis's library on the interminable de Frilair suit, Julien asked, all of a sudden, "Sir, is it my duty to dine with Madame la Marquise every day, or have I been shown a special kindness?" "It is a signal honour," replied the Abbé, scandalized. "Monsieur N. the academician who has paid assiduous court for 15 years, has never been able to obtain it for his nephew, Monsieur Tambeau." "For me, sir, it is the most irksome part of my job. I was less bored in the seminary. Sometimes I see even Mademoiselle de la Mole yawn, yet she ought to be used to polite attentions from the family friends. I'm afraid of falling asleep. Please get me permission to go and dine for 40 sous at some out-of-the-way inn." The Abbé, a true parvenu, was highly appreciative of the honour of dining with a great lord. While he was doing his best to make Julien understand this sentiment, a slight noise caused them to turn their heads. Julien saw Mademoiselle de la Mole, who had been listening. He blushed. She had come to look for a book, and had heard everything. She thought somewhat better of Julien. "That one wasn't born on his knees," she said to herself, "like that old Abbé. God, how ugly he is." At dinner, Julien dared not look at Mademoiselle de la Mole, but she was kind enough to speak to him. A great many people were expected that evening. She urged him to stay on. Parisian girls don't care much for men of a certain age, especially when they are carelessly dressed. Julien didn't need any great store of wisdom to perceive that Monsieur le Bourguignon's colleagues, who lingered in the drawing-room, had the honour of being the usual butt of Mademoiselle de la Mole's jokes. That evening, whether it was an affectation on her part or not, she was cruel to the bores. Mademoiselle de la Mole was the centre of a little group that gathered almost nightly behind the Marquise's huge armchair. In it were to be found the Marquis de Croisenois, the Count de Caylus, the Vicomte de Lutz, and 2 or 3 other young officers, Norbert's friends or his sisters. These gentlemen were sitting on a large blue sofa. Julien was placed quietly on a small, rather low, straw-bottomed chair at the end of the sofa, opposite the one occupied by the brilliant Mathilde. This modest post was coveted by all the flatterers. Norbert would maintain his father's secretary in it decently by speaking to him occasionally, or by referring to him once or twice each evening. That particular evening, Mademoiselle de la Mole asked him what might be the height of the mountain on which the citadel of Besançon is situated. For the life of him, Julien couldn't say whether that mountain was higher or lower than Montmartre. Often he laughed heartily over some of the things said in this little group, but he felt incapable of thinking up anything of the sort. It was as if they spoke a foreign tongue, which he understood and admired, but couldn't speak. That day Mathilde's friends were in a state of continuous hostility against the guests who kept arriving in this magnificent drawing-room. At first, the friends of the family were the preferred target, being better known. One may judge whether Julien was attentive. Everything interested him, both the victim's background and the manner of poking fun at him. "Ah, here's Monsieur Descoulis," said Mathilde. "He's not wearing his wig. Does he expect to get a prefecture for his genius? He's showing off that bald forehead, which he claims is filled with lofty thoughts." "There's a man who knows everyone," said the Marquis de Croisenois. "He visits my uncle the Cardinal, too. He can keep a different lie going with each of his friends for years on end, and he has 200 or 300 friends. He knows how to keep a friendship alive. That is his talent. Just as you see him now, covered with mud. He's already at some friend's door by 7 o'clock of a winter morning. He has a falling out from time to time, and he writes 7 or 8 letters for the tiff. Then he makes up, and he has 7 or 8 letters for the raptures of friendship. But it is in the frank and sincere outpourings of the honest man who bears no grudge that he shines. This manoeuvre comes into play when he has some favour to ask. One of my uncle's vicar-generals is marvellous when he tells Monsieur Descoulis' life story since the Restoration. I will bring him to see you." "Ah, I don't believe all that talk. It comes of professional jealousy among grubs," said the Count de Caylus. "Monsieur Descoulis' name will go down in history," replied the Marquis. "He brought about the Restoration, along with the Abbé de Prat and Messieurs de Talleyrand and Pozzo di Borgio." "That man has handled millions," said Norbert, "and I can't understand why he comes here to pocket my father's epigrams, often nasty. How many times have you done in your friends, my dear Descoulis?" he shouted to him the other day, from one end of the table to the other. "But is it true? Has he betrayed his friends?" asked Mademoiselle de la Mole. "But then who hasn't?" "What?" said the Count de Caylus. "Monsieur St. Clair in your house, the famous Liberal? And what the devil is he doing here? I must go over and talk to him, make him talk. They say he is so witty." "But what kind of reception will your mother give him?" asked Monsieur de Croisenois. "He has such wild ideas, so generous, so independent." "Look," said Mademoiselle de la Mole, "there's your independent man bowing to the ground before Monsieur Descoulis and grabbing his hand. For a minute I thought he would raise it to his lips." "Descoulis must be closer to the throne than we think," replied Monsieur de Croisenois. "St. Clair comes here because he wants to get into the academy," said Norbert. "Croisenois, see how he's bowing to Baron L." "He couldn't be lower if he went down on his knees," replied Monsieur de Lutz. "My dear Sorel," said Norbert, "you, a man of wit who has just come down from the mountains, try never to bow the way that great poet does, not even to God the Father." "Ah, here is the very paragon of wit, Monsieur le Baron Bâton," said Mademoiselle de la Mole, faintly imitating the voice of the footman who had just announced him. "I think even your servants laugh at him. What a name, Baron Bâton. Stick," said Monsieur de Caylus. "What's in a name?" he was saying to us the other day, Mathilde went on. "Imagine the Duc de Bouillon, beef tea, being announced for the first time. All the public needs, in my case, is to get a bit used to it." Julien left the vicinity of the sofa, not yet alive to the charming subtleties of light mockery. He required that a witticism be founded on reason if he was to laugh at it. He could see nothing in these young people's remarks but the tone of wholesale denigration, and was shocked. His provincial or English prudery led him so far as to think it was prompted by envy, wherein he was certainly mistaken. Count Norbert, he said to himself, whom I have seen write 3 rough drafts for a letter of 20 lines to his colonel, would be happy indeed to have written 1 page in his life like those of Monsieur St. Clair. Passing unnoticed because of his insignificance, Julien went up to several groups in succession. He had been following Baron Bâton from a distance, and wanted to hear him. That great mind looked uneasy, and Julien saw him recover his spirits a little, only after having hit upon 3 or 4 barbed observations. It struck Julien that his kind of wit required a good deal of room. The Baron could not speak in epigrams. He needed at least 4 sentences of 6 lines each in order to shine. "This man doesn't talk, he expatiates," said someone behind Julien. He turned around and blushed with pleasure when he heard someone mention the Count Chalvet. He was the shrewdest man of the day. Julien had come across his name often in the Mémorial de Sainte-Hélène and in the scraps of history dictated by Napoleon. Count Chalvet was terse in his expression. His sallies were bolts of lightning, just, keen, and sometimes profound. If he entered a discussion, it immediately took a step forward. He brought facts to bear. It was a pleasure to hear him. Moreover, in politics, he was a shameless cynic. "I am an independent myself," he was saying to a gentleman who wore 3 decorations and whose leg he was obviously pulling. "Why does everyone expect me to hold the same opinion today as I had 6 weeks ago? If that were the case, my opinion would be a tyrant." 4 grave young men who were standing around him pulled long faces. Those gentlemen did not like flippancy. The Count saw that he had gone too far. Fortunately, he caught sight of honest Monsieur Ballon, a Tartuffe of respectability. The Count began talking to him. People gathered around. Everyone sensed that poor Ballon was about to be sacrificed. By dint of righteousness and uprightness, though horribly ugly and after an early career that is better left untold, Monsieur Ballon had married a very rich woman, who died. After that, another very wealthy woman, who was never seen in society. In all humility, he enjoyed an income of £60,000 and had his own flatterers. Count Chalvet alluded to all of this mercilessly. Soon there was a circle of 30 persons around them. Everyone was smiling, even the solemn young men, the hope of the age. Why does he come to Monsieur de la Mole's house, where he is obviously the butt? Julien wondered. He went over to the Abbé Pirard to ask him. Monsieur Ballon sneaked away. "Good," said Norbert. "There's one less to spy on my father. That leaves only the little cripple Napier." Could that be the key to the riddle? Julien asked himself. But in that case, why does the Marquis open his door to Monsieur Ballon? The stern Abbé Pirard, standing in a corner of the drawing-room, would make a face every time the footman announced a guest. "Why, this is a den," he said, like Basilio. "I see nothing but shady characters coming here." Which is to say that the strict abbé had no idea of what makes up high society. But thanks to his Jansenist friends, he had very precise notions about men who gain admission to drawing-rooms only by means of their extraordinary wealth. For several minutes that evening he answered Julien's eager questions from a full heart, then stopped short, grieved always to be speaking ill of everyone, and putting it down to his own sinful nature. Bilious, Jansenist, and believing in the obligation of Christian charity, his life in society was a conflict. "What a face that Abbé Pirard has," Mademoiselle de la Mole was saying as Julien came back to the sofa. Julien felt irritated, and yet she was right. Monsieur Pirard was unquestionably the most honest man in the drawing-room, but his blotchy face, twitching with pangs of conscience, looked hideous at the moment. "How can you put any stock in physiognomy after that?" thought Julien. "It is at those times when the Abbé Pirard's scrupulousness is blaming him for some small slip that he looks utterly wicked, whereas on Napier's face, that of a spy known to everyone, you read nothing but pure and peaceful happiness." The Abbé Pirard had nevertheless made great concessions to this party. He had hired a servant. He was very well dressed. Julien noted something peculiar going on in the drawing-room. All eyes were turned toward the door, and there was a sudden hush. The footman was announcing the famous Baron de Tolly, on whom the recent elections had focused everyone's attention. Julien stepped forward and had a good look at him. The Baron presided over an electoral college. He had had the bright idea of filching the slips of paper marked with one of the party's votes. But by way of compensation, he replaced them with an equal number of small pieces of paper bearing a name that was to his liking. This decisive maneuver had been detected by some of the electors, who had lost no time in paying their respects to Baron de Tolly. The old fellow was still pale from the commotion. A few warped minds had used the word galleys. Monsieur de la Mole greeted him coldly. The poor Baron stole away. "If he's in such a hurry to leave us, it's because he is going to see Monsieur Comte," said Count Chalvet, and everyone laughed. Amidst a few mute great lords and a number of intriguers, most of them corrupt, but all witty men, who kept coming that evening, one after the other, to Monsieur de la Mole's drawing-room, there was talk of a ministry for him. Little Tombeau had his first taste of battle. If he did not yet have subtlety of insight, he made up for it, as we shall see, with the energy of his speech. "Why not sentence that man to 10 years in prison?" he was saying when Julien drew near his group. "Snakes should be shut up in the deepest dungeon. They should be left to die in darkness. Otherwise their venom rises and becomes more dangerous. What good will it do to fine him 1,000 écus? He's poor, granted, and so much the better. But his party will pay for him. He should have had a 500-franc fine and 10 years in a dungeon." "Good Lord, what monster can they be talking about?" thought Julien, who was admiring his colleague's vehement tone and violent gestures. The small, thin, drawn face of the academician's favourite nephew was hideous at the moment. Julien soon learned that the subject under discussion was the greatest poet of the age. "Ah, monster!" cried Julien half aloud, as generous tears welled in his eyes. "Ah, you little beggar!" he thought. "I'll make you pay for those words." And yet, he thought, such men are the vanguard of the party of which the Marquis is a leader. As for that illustrious man he is slandering, how many crosses, how many sinecures he might have accumulated had he sold himself, I don't say to that servile minister, Monsieur de Nerval, but to one of those passably honest ministers whom we have watched follow one another. The Abbé Pirard motioned to Julien from afar. Monsieur de la Mole had just spoken a word to him. But when Julien, who at that moment was listening with lowered eyes to a bishop's groaning, was free at last to go over to his friend, he found him saddled with that loathsome little Tombeau. The little monster detested him as the cause of the preferential treatment Julien enjoyed, and so had come to court his favour. "When will death deliver us from that old corruption?" In such terms, and with biblical vehemence, the little man of letters was holding forth at the moment about the Honourable Lord Holland. Tombeau's chief asset was a thorough knowledge of the biographies of living men, and he had just made a quick review of all those who might aspire to influential positions under the new King of England. The Abbé Pirard passed into the next drawing-room. Julien followed. "The Marquis doesn't like scribblers, I'm warning you. That is his pet aversion. Master Latin, Greek, if you can, the history of the Egyptians, of the Persians, etc. He will honour and protect you as a scholar, but don't write a single page in French, especially about weighty matters that are above your station in life, or he will call you scribbler and hold it against you. How is it that, living in a great lord's mansion, you do not know the Duc de Castries' remark about d'Alembert and Rousseau? Their kind insist on discussing everything, and they haven't 1,000 écus a year." "They find out everything," thought Julien, "here as well as in the seminary." He had written 8 or 10 rather bombastic pages, a sort of historical eulogy of the old Surgeon Major, who he said had made a man of him. "And that little notebook," Julien remarked to himself, "has always been locked up." He went to his quarters, burned the manuscript, and returned to the drawing-room. The brilliant rascals had gone, only the men with decorations were left. Around a table, which the servants had carried in already set, were gathered 7 or 8 very noble, very devout, very affected women between the ages of 30 and 35. The Field Marshal de Fervac's dazzling widow entered, apologizing for the lateness of the hour. It was after midnight. She went and took a place beside the Marquise. Julien was deeply moved. She had Madame de Renal's eyes and her glance. The group around Mademoiselle de la Mole was still numerous. She was busy with her friends making fun of poor Count de Thalet. He was the only son of a renowned Jew, notorious for the wealth he had acquired by lending money to kings to make war on their peoples. The Jew had just died, leaving his son an income of 600,000 francs a month, and a name, alas, but too well known. This singular position called for unpretentiousness or a vigorous will. Unfortunately, the Count was nothing more than a good fellow stuffed with all sorts of pretensions that were roused one after the other by the voices of his flatterers. Monsieur de Caylus maintained that someone had given him the will to ask for Mademoiselle de la Mole's hand in marriage. She, whom the Marquis de Croissenard, about to become a duke with an income of 100,000 crowns, was courting. "Ah, don't accuse him of having a will," said Norbert piteously. What this poor Count de Thalet most wanted, perhaps, was the faculty of volition. With regard to this side of his nature, he would have made a good king. Though he sought counsel from every quarter, he hadn't the courage to follow any piece of advice to the end. "His face alone would be enough to inspire me with everlasting joy," Mademoiselle de la Mole was saying. It showed an odd mixture of uneasiness and disappointment, but from time to time one might clearly discern a swell of self-importance in him, and the peremptory tone in his voice that the richest man in France ought to assume, especially when he is quite good-looking and not yet 36. "He is timidly insolent," said Monsieur de Croisenois. The Count de Caylus, Norbert, and 2 or 3 young men with moustaches made sport of him, all unawares, to their heart's content, and finally sent him away as 1 o'clock was striking. "Are those your famous Arabs waiting in this weather at the door?" Norbert asked. "No, it's a new team, and much cheaper," answered Monsieur de Thalet. "The horse on the left cost me 5,000 francs, and the one on the right isn't worth more than 100 louis, but believe me, he is hitched up only at night. The fact is that his trot matches the other one's perfectly." Norbert's question reminded the Count that it was becoming in a man like himself to have a passion for horses, and that he shouldn't let his own get wet. He drove off, and those gentlemen took their leave a few minutes later, joking at his expense. "So," thought Julien, as he listened to them laughing on the staircase, "I have been given a chance to see the opposite extreme of my own situation. I don't make 20 louis a year, and I was rubbing elbows with a man who has an income of 20 louis an hour, and everyone pokes fun at him. A sight like that is a cure for envy." Chapter 5. Sensibility and a great pious lady. Any idea with a bit of life to it has the effect of an impropriety here, so used to these people to colourless remarks. Woe to him who invents as he speaks. Faublas. After several months' trial, here is how Julien stood on the day the chief steward of the house handed him his salary for the 3rd quarter. Monsieur de la Mole had entrusted him with supervising the management of his estates in Brittany and in Normandy. Julien made frequent trips to these parts. He was also put in charge of the correspondence relative to that famous lawsuit against the Abbé de Frilair. Monsieur Pirard had briefed him. From the short notes the Marquis scrawled in the margins of papers of all kinds that were addressed to him, Julien composed letters, most of which were signed. In the divinity school his professors complained about his irregular attendance, but considered him nonetheless one of their brightest students. These various labours, into which he threw himself with all the ardour of frustrated ambition, soon took away the healthy colour he had brought with him from the provinces. His pallor did him credit in the eyes of his companions, the young seminarists, He found them far less spiteful, less inclined to bow down to money than those in Besançon. They thought he was consumptive. The Marquis had given him a horse. Fearing he might meet them during his rides, he had told them that this exercise was prescribed by his doctor. The Abbé Pirard had taken him to several Jansenist houses. Julien was astonished. In his mind, the idea of religion was invincibly linked with that of hypocrisy and the hope of making money. He admired these stern, pious men who gave no thought to the state budget. A number of Jansenists had taken a liking to him and would give him advice. A new world was opening up before him. Among the Jansenists, he made the acquaintance of a Count Altamira, who was almost 6 feet tall, a liberal condemned to death in his own country, and a religious man. This strange contrast between piety and a love of liberty impressed Julien. In the morning he would go riding. In the evening he went to the Jansenist houses. But while he was making himself known in several very commendable drawing-rooms, his position at the Hôtel de la Mole deteriorated. There was coolness between him and the young Count. Norbert considered that he had replied too sharply to some of his friends' bantering. Julien, furious over having committed a breach of etiquette once or twice, forbade himself ever to speak to Mademoiselle de la Mole first. Everyone in the Hôtel de la Mole was still perfectly polite, but he felt that he had fallen out of favour. His provincial good sense found an explanation for this state of affairs in the common proverb, "Familiarity breeds contempt." Perhaps he was a bit more clear-sighted now than when he first arrived, or else his first enchantment with Parisian urbanity had worn off. As soon as he stopped working, he was a prey to the deadliest boredom. This was the withering effect of the courtesy, so admirable, yet so measured, so carefully graduated according to social rank, that distinguishes high society. A heart the least bit sensitive must see how artificial it is. One is no doubt justified in criticizing provincials for commonness or lack of polish, but they do show some warmth when they speak to you. Never at the Hôtel de la Mole was there any attempt to wound Julien's pride, and yet at the end of the day, when he picked up his candle in the anteroom, he felt like weeping. In the provinces, a waiter will take an interest in you if you are the victim of some mishap as you enter his café. But if this accident is in any way damaging to your self-esteem, as he commiserates with you, he will repeat 10 times over the remark that makes you squirm. In Paris, everyone takes care to laugh behind your back, but you are always the outsider. We will pass over in silence the numerous small incidents that might have made Julien look ridiculous if he were not, so to speak, beneath ridicule. A crazy sensibility led him to commit 1,000 blunders. All his pastimes were precautionary measures. He practiced firing a pistol every day. He was one of the good students of the most famous fencing masters. Whenever he had a moment to spare, instead of using it to read, as heretofore, he would rush off to the riding school and ask for the most vicious horses. On his outings with the riding master, he was almost invariably thrown to the ground. The Marquis thought of him as handy because of his dogged labour, his silence, his intelligence, and little by little entrusted him with all his business matters that were rather difficult to clear up. In those moments when his lofty ambition left him some respite, the Marquis conducted his affairs wisely. Having the means to find out the latest news, he had good luck at the stock exchange. He bought houses and woods. But he was quick to take umbrage. He gave away hundreds of louis, but would go to court over a few hundred francs. Rich men who are high-spirited look for amusement in business affairs, not results. The Marquis needed a chief of staff who could put his finances in order and make them clear and easy to grasp. Madame de la Mole, though very reserved by nature, would sometimes make fun of Julien. The unexpected, arising from sensibility, is the aversion of great ladies. It is the antipode of good breeding. 2 or 3 times the Marquis stood up for him. "If he is ridiculous in your drawing-room, he excels in my office." Julien, on the other hand, thought he had grasped the Marquise's secret. She would condescend to take an interest in everything the minute the Baron de Jumat was announced. He was a cold fellow, with an impassive expression. He was small, thin, ugly, Very well dressed, spent all of his time at the chateau, and usually had nothing to say about anything. That was how his mind worked. Madame de la Mole would have been passionately happy for the first time in her life if she could have married him to her daughter. Chapter 6. A Manner of Speaking. Their great mission is to judge calmly the minor events in the daily life of nations. Their wisdom is supposed to forestall great anger over small causes, or over events that the voice of rumor transfigures as it carries them abroad. Gratius. For a raw provincial who out of arrogance never asked questions, Julien didn't make too big a fool of himself. One morning, after he had been driven into a café on the Rue Saint-Honoré by a sudden shower, a tall man in a beaver frock coat, astonished at his gloomy look, stared back at him in exactly the same way Mademoiselle Amanda's lover had done some time ago in Besançon. Julien had reproached himself too often with having let that first insult go by to tolerate this look. He demanded an explanation. The man in the frock coat forthwith heaped him with the filthiest abuse. Everyone in the café gathered around. Passers-by stopped at the doorway. Out of provincial wariness, Julien always carried a brace of small pistols. His hands squeezed them convulsively in his pockets. Yet he behaved reasonably and contented himself with repeating to this man from 1 minute to the next, "Sir, your address. I despise you." The persistence with which he stuck to these 6 words eventually made an impression on the crowd. Why, the one who is doing all the talking is going to have to give him his address. After hearing this decision repeated several times, the man in the frock coat threw 5 or 6 calling cards at Julien's face. Luckily, none hit the mark. He had promised himself to use his pistols only if he was touched. The man went away, but not without turning around from time to time to threaten him with his fist and call him names. Julien found that he was bathed in sweat. "So it is in the power of the lowest of men to rouse me to that point," he told himself in a rage. "How am I to kill such a humiliating sensibility?" He wished he could fight at once, but one thing stopped him. Where in all of vast Paris was he to find a second? He hadn't one friend. He had had several acquaintances, but all unfailingly at the end of 6 weeks of his company had kept their distance. "I am unsociable, and now I am being harshly punished for it," he thought. Finally, he had the idea of hunting up a former lieutenant of the 96th named Liévin, a poor devil with whom he used often to fence. Julien was frank with him. "I'm willing to be your second," said Liévin, "but on one condition. If you don't wound your man, you will have a bout with me on the spot." "Agreed," said Julien, shaking his hand enthusiastically, and they went to look up M.C. de Beauvoisis at the address shown on his card in the heart of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. It was 7 in the morning. Only after he had sent in his name did it occur to Julien that this might well be Madame de Rênal's young relative, once employed in the embassy at Rome or Naples, who had given the singer Geronimo a letter of introduction. Julien had handed a tall valet one of the cards flung at him the day before, and one of his own. He was made to wait, with his second, 3 long quarters of an hour. Finally they were shown into a wonderfully elegant suite. They found a tall young man dressed like a doll. His features displayed the perfection and the insignificance of the Greek ideal. His remarkably narrow head bore a pyramid of the most beautiful blonde hair. It was curled with great care. Not a single hair was out of place. "It was to have his hair curled like that," thought the lieutenant from the 96th, "that this damned fop made us wait." The striped dressing gown, the morning trousers, everything down to the embroidered slippers, was correct and marvellously tailored. Noble and empty, his countenance bespoke ideas that were both proper and few, the very type of well-bred man, with his horror of the unexpected and of a joke, and with a good deal of gravity. Julien, to whom his lieutenant of the 96th had explained that to keep a man waiting so long, after having rudely flung his card at his face, was one insult the more, burst into Monsieur de Beauvoisis's apartment. He meant to be insolent, but at the same time he wanted very much to show good form. He was so impressed by Monsieur de Beauvoisis's gentle manner, by his air at once studied, important, and self-satisfied, by the wonderful elegance of his surroundings, that in a twinkling of an eye he forgot all about being insolent. This was not his man of the day before. His astonishment was such upon meeting so distinguished a person instead of the coarse creature he had run into at the café that he could find nothing to say. He presented one of the cards that had been thrown at him. "That is my name," said the man of fashion, in whom Julien's black outfit at 7 in the morning inspired little respect. "But I don't understand. To what do I owe the honor?" His way of pronouncing these last words revived some of Julien's anger. "I have come to fight with you, sir," and he explained the whole business in one breath. Monsieur Charles de Beauvoisis, after careful consideration, rather approved the cut of Julien's black suit. "It's from Staub, obviously," he said to himself as he listened to him. "That vest is in good taste. Those boots are fine. But then, a black suit at this hour of the morning. It's probably to avoid being hit," thought the Chevalier de Beauvoisis. As soon as he had reached this conclusion, he resumed his tone of perfect politeness and treated Julien almost as an equal. The colloquy was rather long. It was a ticklish business. But in the end Julien could not deny the evidence. The very well-bred young man standing before him had nothing in common with the crude individual who had insulted him the day before. Julien felt an insuperable reluctance to leave. He dragged out his explanation. He noted the Chevalier de Beauvoisis's self-conceit, that is the name he had used in referring to himself, shocked because Julien had addressed him simply as Monsieur. Julien admired his gravity, compounded with a certain modest fatuousness, which never forsook him for an instant. He was astonished at his odd way of working his tongue as he pronounced his words. But still, in all this there wasn't the slightest ground for starting a quarrel with him. The young diplomat very graciously offered to do battle with him, but the ex-lieutenant of the 96th, who had been sitting for an hour, legs apart, hands on thighs, and arms akimbo, decided that his friend was not the sort to pick a trumped-up quarrel with a man because someone had stolen that man's calling cards. Julien left in a foul temper. The Chevalier de Beauvoisis's carriage was waiting for him in the courtyard, in front of the steps. By chance Julien looked up and recognized the driver as his man of the day before. To see him, grab him by his great jacket, tumble him from his seat, work him over with his riding crop, was only a matter of seconds. 2 lackeys came to their comrade's defense. Julien received several punches. At the same instant he cocked one of his small pistols and fired on them. They ran. It was all over in a minute. The Chevalier de Beauvoisis came down the flight of stairs with the most amusing gravity, repeating in his pronunciation of a great lord, "What have we here? What have we here?" He was obviously very curious, but his diplomat's sense of his own importance would not allow him to show any greater interest. After he had learned what the trouble was, haughtiness still contended in his features with the slightly playful coolness that a diplomat's face should never be without. The lieutenant of the 96th realized that Monsieur de Beauvoisis wished to fight. The former also wished, diplomatically, to leave the advantage of the initiative to his friend. "This time," shouted the lieutenant, "there are grounds for a duel." "I rather think so," replied the diplomat. "I've fired that rascal," he said to his footmen. "Someone else get up there." The carriage door was opened. The Chevalier insisted that Julien and his second get in first. They went to pick up a friend of Monsieur de Beauvoisis, who told them of a quiet spot. The conversation on the way was truly fine. There was nothing unusual about this ride except the diplomat in his dressing gown. "Though very noble, these gentlemen," thought Julien, "are not boring like the people who come to dine at Monsieur de la Mole's house. And I can see why," he added an instant later. "It's because they allow themselves to be indecent." There was talk about dancers to whom the public had given an ovation for a ballet performed the evening before. These gentlemen kept alluding to spicy anecdotes, about which Julien and his second, the lieutenant from the 96th, were totally ignorant. Julien was not so foolish as to pretend to be in the know. He admitted readily to his ignorance. The Chevalier's friend liked his frankness. He told him the stories in the greatest detail, and very well. One thing astonished Julien no end. A temporary altar, being built in the middle of the street for a Corpus Christi procession, held up the carriage for a short time. The gentlemen indulged themselves in witticisms. The parish priest, according to them, was the son of an archbishop. Never in the house of the Marquis de la Mole, who aspired to be a duke, would anyone have dared to make such a remark. The duel was over in a minute. Julien had a bullet in his arm. It was bound with handkerchiefs drenched with brandy, and the Chevalier de Beauvoisis very politely urged Julien to allow him to drive him home in the carriage that had brought him. When Julien mentioned the Hôtel de la Mole, there was an exchange of glances between the young diplomat and his friend. Julien's cab was still there, but he found the gentleman's conversation infinitely more entertaining than that of the good lieutenant from the 96th. "My God, a duel! Is that all there is to it?" thought Julien. "How lucky I was to find that coachman again! How miserable I would have been if I had to put up with still another insult in a café." The amusing conversation had gone on almost uninterrupted. Julien realized then that diplomatic affectation is good for something. "So boredom is not necessarily inherent," he told himself, "in a conversation between persons of high birth. These men joked about the Corpus Christi procession. They dare tell risque stories, and in graphic detail. They lack absolutely nothing except sound arguments about politics, and that lack is more than compensated by their graceful tone and the perfect aptness of their expressions." Julien felt very much drawn to them. How happy I should be to see them often! They had barely parted when the Chevalier de Beauvoisis rushed to gather information. It was not reassuring. He was most curious to know his man. Could he decently pay him a visit? The little he did find out about him was not encouraging. "It's perfectly awful," he said to his second. "It's impossible for me to admit that I fought a duel with one of Monsieur de la Mole's secretaries, and that because my coachman filched my calling cards. To be sure, the whole business may well leave you open to ridicule." The same evening, the Chevalier de Beauvoisis and his friends spread the word that Monsieur Sorel, an impeccable young man otherwise, was the natural son of a close friend of the Marquis de la Mole. This item was readily accepted. Once it was established, the young diplomat and his friend condescended to pay Julien a number of visits during the 2 weeks he was confined to his bedroom. Julien confessed that he had been to the opera only once in his life. "Why, that's dreadful," they told him. "It's the only place to go. For your first outing, you must go to see Cantorie." At the opera, the Chevalier de Beauvoisis introduced him to the famous singer Geronimo, who was enjoying an immense success at the time. Julien all but courted the Chevalier. That mixture of self-respect, mysterious importance, and a young man's fatuousness delighted him. For example, the Chevalier stuttered a little, because he had the honor of seeing a great lord frequently who had this defect. Never had Julien found united in a single being a ridiculous side that is entertaining, and a perfection of manner that a poor provincial ought to try to imitate. He was seen at the opera with the Chevalier de Beauvoisis. This connection set people talking about him. "Well, well," Monsieur de la Mole said to him one day, "so you are the natural son of a rich nobleman in Franche-Comté, a close friend of mine." The Marquis cut Julien short when he tried to protest that he had not helped in any way to give credence to that rumor. "Monsieur de Beauvoisis doesn't like the idea of having fought with a carpenter's son." I know," said Monsieur de la Mole. "Now it is up to me to give substance to that story, which I fancy, but I have a favor to ask you, one that will cost you but a small half-hour of your time. Whenever there is a performance at the opera, go to the lobby at 11:30 and watch the exit of the fashionable world. I have observed from time to time that you still have some of your provincial ways. You must get rid of them. Besides, it's not a bad idea to know, at least by sight, the important persons to whom I may one day send you on a mission. Drop in at the box office and make yourself known. You have been given the run of the house. Chapter 7. An Attack of Gout. And I was promoted, not because I deserved to be, but because my master had the gout. Bertolotti. The reader is perhaps surprised at the Marquis's free and almost friendly tone. We forgot to say that he had been confined to his house for the past 6 weeks by an attack of gout. Mademoiselle de la Mole and her mother were at Hyères, visiting the Marquis's mother. Count Norbert saw his father only for brief moments. They were on the best of terms, but had nothing to say to one another. Reduced to Julien, Monsieur de la Mole was astonished to find that he had ideas. He had him read the newspapers aloud. Before long, the young secretary was capable of singling out the interesting passages. There was a new paper that the Marquis abominated. He had sworn never to read it, but talked about it every day. Julien would laugh and marvel at the shabbiness of this duel between power and an idea. Such pettiness on the Marquis's part restored all of Julien's self-possession, which he was near to losing as a result of spending his evenings tete-à-tete with so great a lord. The Marquis, out of patience with the times, had him read Livy. The translation he improvised on the Latin text amused him. One day the Marquis said, in that tone of excessive politeness which often put Julien out of patience, "Allow me, my dear Sorel, to make you a present of a blue suit. When it pleases you to put it on and visit me, in my eyes you will be the Count de Retz's younger brother. That is to say, my friend, the old Duke's son." Julien didn't quite understand what it was all about. That same evening he tried a visit in the blue suit. The Marquis treated him as an equal. Julien had the heart to recognize true courtesy, but he had no conception of nuances. He would have sworn before the Marquis's whim that it was impossible to be received more considerately by him. "What a marvelous talent," Julien said to himself. When he rose to leave, the Marquis excused himself for not being able to see him to the door because of his gout. One thought troubled Julien. Could he be making fun of me? He went to consult the Abbé Pirard, who, less polite than the Marquis, answered him only by whistling and by talking about something else. Next morning, Julien presented himself to the Marquis in his black suit, with his portfolio and some letters to be signed. He was received in the old manner. That night in the blue suit, he found the tone altogether different and absolutely as polite as on the previous evening. "Since you are not too bored by the visits you are kind enough to pay a poor, sick old man," the Marquis said to him, "you ought to tell him about all the little incidents in your life, but do it frankly, with no aim in mind but to tell your story clearly and entertainingly. For man must have amusement. That is the only real thing in life. No man can save my life every day in battle or make me a daily gift of 1,000,000. But if I had Rivarol here beside my chaise longue, he would relieve me of an hour's suffering and boredom every day. I saw a good deal of him in Hamburg during the emigration." The Marquis told Julien Rivarol's anecdotes about the men of Hamburg, who always go about in fours so as to catch the meaning of a joke. Reduced to the society of this little abbé, Monsieur de la Mole was determined to liven him up. He put Julien's pride on its mettle. Since he had been asked for the truth, Julien resolved to tell all, keeping silence about 2 things only: his fanatic admiration for a name that always provoked the Marquis's wrath, and his total skepticism, which was not very suitable in a future clergyman. His little duel with the Chevalier de Beauvoisis came in handy at this point. The Marquis laughed till he cried over the scene in the café on the Rue Saint-Honoré, and the coachman's heaping him with filthy abuse. This was the stage of perfect frankness in the relation between master and protégé. Monsieur de la Mole took an interest in this strange character. In the beginning, he had played on the absurd side of Julien's nature for his own amusement. Before long, he took a greater interest in very gently correcting the young man's false views. "Most provincials who come to Paris admire everything," thought the Marquis. "This one detests everything. They are too full of affectation. He hasn't enough. And fools take him for a fool." The attack of gout was prolonged by the extreme cold and lasted several months. "One grows quite fond of a fine spaniel," the Marquis said to himself. "Why am I so ashamed of becoming attached to this little abbé? He is original. I treat him like a son. Well, what is wrong with that? This whim, if it lasts, will cost me a diamond worth 500 louis in my will." Once the Marquis had realized the steadfastness of his protégé's character, he entrusted him with some new piece of business every day. It sometimes happened, Julien observed to his terror, that this great lord would give him two contradictory decisions about the same matter. This could get him into serious trouble. From then on, Julien never set to work with the Marquis without bringing in a register, in which he would record all the decisions, and the Marquis would initial them. Julien hired a clerk to transcribe the decision relative to each transaction into another and private register. This register contained copies of all the letters as well. At first, this idea seemed the height of the ridiculous and of the tedious, but in less than 2 months the Marquis saw its advantage. Julien proposed that he take on a clerk who had worked for a banker to keep a double-entry account of all the receipts from and expenses of the estates that Julien supervised. These measures so enlightened the Marquis as to the state of his own affairs that he could afford the pleasure of embarking on 2 or 3 new speculations without the help of his broker, who cheated him regularly. "Take 3,000 francs for yourself," he said one day to his young agent. "Sir, my doing so could be misrepresented." "What is it you want, then?" replied the Marquis testily. "Be so kind as to make out an authorization, if you please, and write it down in your own hand on the register. This authorization will give me a sum of 3,000 francs. As a matter of fact, all this bookkeeping is the Abbé Pirard's idea." With the bored look of the Marquis de Montcalm when he is listening to the accounts of his intendant, Monsieur Poisson, the Marquis wrote out the authorization. At night, when Julien appeared in the blue suit, business was never mentioned. The Marquis's kindness was so flattering to our hero's ever-suffering ego that before long, in spite of himself, he felt a sort of fondness for the likable old man. Not that Julien was tender-hearted, as that word is understood in Paris, but neither was he a monster, and no one since the death of the old surgeon-major had spoken to him so kindly. He remarked, to his astonishment, that the Marquis had ways of sparing his pride by the most tactful courtesy, the like of which he had never met within the old surgeon. He realized, finally, that the surgeon set greater store by his cross than the Marquis did by his blue ribbon. The Marquis's father had been a great lord. One day, at the end of a morning session and dressed in his black outfit for business, Julien happened to amuse the Marquis, who kept him for 2 hours, and insisted on giving him some banknotes that his broker had just brought him from the stock exchange. "I hope, my lord, that I will not be wanting in the profound respect I owe you, if I beg your permission to say a word." "Speak, my friend." "Will your lordship please allow me to refuse this gift? It is not to the man in the black suit that it is addressed, and it would altogether spoil the manner you have been kind enough to tolerate in the man in blue." He bowed very respectfully and went out, not looking back. This gesture diverted the Marquis. He told the Abbé Pirard about it that evening. "There is something I must confess to you at last, my dear Abbé. I know all about Julien's birth, and I authorize you not to keep this confidence a secret." "His conduct this morning was noble," thought the Marquis, "and I am going to ennoble him." Some time later, the Marquis was at last able to go out. "Go and spend 2 months in London," he said to Julien. "Special couriers and other messengers will bring you the letters I receive with my notations on them. You are to write out the replies and return the letters, each enclosed with its answer. According to my calculations, there will be no more than a 5 days' delay." Flying post-haste over the road to Calais, Julien marveled at the futility of the so-called business on which he was being sent. We will not say with what feeling of hatred and almost of horror he landed on English soil. The reader is acquainted with his wild passion for Bonaparte. In every officer he saw a Sir Hudson Lowe, in every nobleman a Lord Bathurst, ordering the infamous measures taken at Sainte-Hélène, and for that being rewarded with 10 years in a ministry. In London, he was eventually introduced to high-class foppery. He made friends with some young Russian lords who initiated him. "You are predestined, my dear Sorel," they told him. "That cold look of being 1,000 leagues away from the present stir, which we try so hard to assume ourselves, comes naturally to you." "You haven't understood the age," Prince Karasov would tell him. "Always do the contrary of what is expected of you. That, on my honor, is the only religion of our times. Be neither mad nor affected, otherwise people will expect either madness or affectation from you, and you will not have lived up to the precept." One day Julien covered himself with glory in the drawing-room of the Duke of Fitzfulk, who had invited him to dinner as well as Prince Karasov. They had to wait an hour. The way Julien conducted himself in the midst of 20 persons who were also waiting is still cited by the young secretaries at the embassy in London. His expression was priceless. He insisted, despite his friends the dandies' raillery, on visiting the renowned Philip Vane, the only philosopher England has had since Locke. He was finishing his 7th year in prison. "The aristocracy is not to be trifled with in this country," thought Julien. "On top of that, Vane has been disgraced, run down, etc." Julien found him perky. The aristocracy's wrath amused him. "There," Julien told himself as he left the prison, "is the only cheerful man I've met in England." "For tyrants, the most useful idea is that of God," Vane told him. We will dismiss the rest of his philosophy as being cynical. Upon his return, Monsieur de la Mole said to him, "What amusing idea do you bring me from England?" He remained silent. "What idea have you brought back, amusing or not? That reveals character," the Marquis went on sharply. "Primo," said Julien, "the soundest Englishman is mad 1 hour a day. He is visited by the demon of suicide, who is the god of the country. 2, wit and genius lose 25% of their value upon disembarking in England. 3, nothing on earth is so lovely, wonderful, moving as the English landscapes." "Now it is my turn," said the Marquis. "Primo, why did you go and say at the Russian ambassador's ball that in France there are 300,000 young men of 25 who desire war passionately? Do you suppose that kings are pleased to hear such talk?" "It is hard to know what to say when you are talking to our great diplomats," said Julien. "They have a mania for starting serious discussions. If you stick to the commonplaces of the newspapers, you pass for a fool. If you make so bold as to say something true and original, they are astonished, at a loss for an answer, and they let you know by the next morning at 7, through the first secretary of the embassy, that you have been improper." "Not bad," said the Marquis, laughing. "Apart from that, Mr. Deep Thinker, I'll wager that you haven't guessed why you went to England." "I beg your pardon," replied Julien. "I went there to dine once a week with the King's ambassador, who is the politest of men." "You went to get the cross you see here," the Marquis told him. "I don't want to make you put off your black outfit, and I've grown used to the more amusing tone I take with the man in blue. Until further orders, mark this well. When I see this cross, you will be my friend the Duke de Retz's youngest son, who, unawares, has been in the employ of the diplomatic service for the past 6 months. Observe," added the Marquis with a very serious air, and cutting short all of Julien's thanksgiving, "that I have no intention of changing your station in life. That is always a mistake, for the patron as for the protégé. When my lawsuits begin to bore you, or you no longer suit me, I will solicit a good parish for you, like the one our friend the Abbé Pirard has, and nothing more," added the Marquis very coldly. The cross set Julien's pride at ease. He talked a great deal more. He considered himself offended less often by, and less often the target of, remarks susceptible of an unflattering interpretation, which, in a lively conversation, might slip from anyone's tongue. Julien was indebted to this cross for an unusual visit, one from the Baron de Valenod, who had come to Paris to thank the minister for his baronage and reach an understanding with him. He was to be appointed mayor of Verrières, as a replacement for Monsieur de Rênal after the latter's dismissal. Julien had a good laugh to himself when Monsieur Valenod informed him that it had just been discovered that Monsieur de Rênal was a Jacobin. The truth of the matter was that in the general election coming up for the Chamber of Deputies, the newly made Baron was the minister's candidate, and in the department's electoral college, extremely ultra, as a matter of fact, it was Monsieur de Rênal who was being put forward by the Liberals. Julien tried in vain to get news about Madame de Rênal. The Baron seemed to recall their old rivalry and was impenetrable. He ended by asking Julien for his father's vote in the forthcoming elections. Julien promised to write. "You ought, Monsieur le Chevalier, to introduce me to the Marquis de la Mole." "As a matter of fact, I should," thought Julien, "but such a rascal." "To tell the truth," he answered, "I don't carry enough weight in the Hôtel de la Mole to take it upon myself to make introductions." Julien related all of this to the Marquis. That evening he told him about Valenod's aspirations, as well as his sayings and doings since 1814. "Not only," replied Monsieur de la Mole in all seriousness, "will you introduce me to the new Baron tomorrow, but I am also inviting him for dinner the day after. He will be one of our new prefects." "In that case," Julien answered coolly, "I request the office of director of the workhouse for my father." "Fair enough," said the Marquis, resuming his gay manner. "Granted. I was expecting you to moralize. You are learning." Monsieur de Valenod informed Julien that the holder of the lottery office in Verrières had just died. Julien thought it would be a good joke to give this office to Monsieur de Cholin, that old imbecile whose petition he had picked up a long time ago in Monsieur de la Mole's bedroom. The Marquis laughed heartily over the petition, which Julien recited as he gave him a letter to sign, asking the Minister of Finance for that position. No sooner had Monsieur de Cholin been appointed when Julien learned that this position had been requested by the delegation of the department in the name of Monsieur Gros, the well-known geometrician. That generous man's income amounted to no more than 1,400 francs, and every year he had loaned 600 to the incumbent, who had just died, to help him raise his family. Julien was dismayed at what he had done. How will the dead man's family get along now? The thought wrung his heart. This is nothing, he told himself. I will have to commit far worse injustices if I mean to get ahead, and what's more, learn to cover them up with fine, sentimental speeches. Poor Monsieur Gros, it is he who deserves the cross. It is I who have it, and it is my duty to act in conformity with the government that gave it to me. Chapter 8. Which decoration confers true distinction? Your water does not refresh me, said the thirsting genie, and yet this is the coolest well in all Diyarbakir. Helico. One day Julien was just returning from the lovely estate of Villequier on the banks of the Seine, in which Monsieur de la Mole took a special interest because, of all his properties, it alone had belonged to the renowned Boniface de la Mole. In the house he found the Marquise and her daughter just back from Hyères. Julien was a dandy now, and understood the art of living in Paris. His coolness toward Mademoiselle de la Mole was perfect. He appeared not to have any recollection of the time when she had asked him so gaily for details about his way of falling gracefully off a horse. Mademoiselle de la Mole found him taller and paler. His bearing, his dress, had nothing provincial about them now. The same did not hold for his conversation. People remarked that it was still too serious, too positive. But in spite of its reasonableness, thanks to his pride, there was nothing subservient about it. People felt simply that he still regarded too many things as important. But they could see that he was a man to stand back of what he said. He wants levity, but not wit, said Mademoiselle de la Mole to her father, while chaffing him about the cross he had given Julien. My brother has been asking for one for the last 18 months, and he is a la Mole. Yes, but Julien offers the unexpected. This has never been the case of the la Mole in question. The Duc de Retz was announced. Mathilde felt an irresistible urge to yawn. The sight of him reminded her of the old-fashioned gilding and the old habitués of the paternal drawing-room. She pictured to herself the absolutely boring life she was about to take up again in Paris, and yet, at Hyères, she longed for Paris. "Here I am, 19 years old," she thought. "That is supposed to be the age of happiness, according to all those boobies in their gilt-edged tomes." She looked over the 8 or 10 volumes of new poetry that had piled up on the drawing-room console during her visit in Provence. It was her misfortune to be more intelligent than Messieurs de Croisenois, de Caylus, de Ludes, and her other gentlemen friends. She could imagine everything they would say to her about the beauty of Provençal skies, poetry, the South, etc. Those beautiful eyes, in which the most profound boredom was visible, and worse yet, despair of finding pleasure anywhere, came to rest on Julien. He at least was not exactly like all the others. "Monsieur Sorel?" she asked in a sharp, curt voice that had nothing feminine about it, and which is affected by young women of the upper class. "Monsieur Sorel, are you going to Monsieur de Retz's ball tonight?" "Mademoiselle, I have not had the honor of being introduced to the Duke." One might have thought those words and that title stuck in the arrogant provincial's throat. "He has enjoined my brother to bring you to his house, and if you go, you can tell me something about the estate at Villequier. There is some talk of going there in the spring. I should like to know if the chateau is habitable, and if the countryside is as pretty as they say. There are so many usurped reputations." Julien did not answer. "Come to the ball with my brother," she snapped out. Julien bowed respectfully. "So even in the midst of a ball I have to account to every member of the family," he thought. "But aren't they paying me to be a businessman?" His bad humour added, "God only knows if what I tell the daughter won't run counter to the father's plans, or the brother's, or the mother's. It's a regular sovereign prince's court. You're expected to conduct yourself like a perfect nonentity, yet never give anyone cause for complaint. How I dislike that tall girl," he thought as he watched Mademoiselle de la Mole walk away. Her mother had called her over to introduce her to several women friends. "She overdoes all the fashions. Her dress is falling off her shoulders. She is even paler than she was before her trip. Her hair is so blonde it's colourless. You might say the light shined through it. Such a haughty way of greeting people, of looking at them. Such queenly airs." Mademoiselle de la Mole had called to her brother just as he was leaving the drawing-room. Count Norbert came over to Julien. "My dear Sorel," he said to him, "where would you like me to pick you up at midnight for Monsieur de Retz's ball? He gave me strict orders to bring you along." "I know very well to whom I am obliged for so much kindness," answered Julien, bowing to the ground. His bad humour, unable to find any fault in the tone of politeness, even interest, with which Norbert had addressed him, set to mulling over the answer he, Julien, had made to this civil speech. He detected a shade of servility in it. That night, when he arrived for the ball, he was impressed by the magnificence of the Hôtel de Retz. The front courtyard was covered by a huge awning made of crimson twill spangled with gold stars. Nothing could be more elegant. Beneath this awning, the courtyard had been transformed into a grove of orange trees and oleanders in flower. Since care had been taken to bury the tub sufficiently, the oleanders and orange trees looked as if they were growing in the ground. The drive over which the carriages rolled had been gravelled. To our provincial, the general effect seemed extraordinary. He had no conception of such magnificence. In an instant, his excited imagination carried him 1,000 leagues away from his bad mood. In the carriage, on the way to the ball, Norbert had been happy and could see that Julien was in the dumps. They were barely in the courtyard when their roles changed. Norbert was not interested in anything but a few details which, in the midst of so much magnificence, had been somewhat neglected. He estimated the cost of each item, and as he worked toward a high figure, Julien observed that he seemed to grow annoyed and almost jealous. As for Julien, he came fascinated, admiring, and almost shy with excitement to the first of the drawing-rooms, where there was dancing. They pressed on toward the door of the second, but the crowd was so big that it was impossible to advance. This second drawing-room was decorated to represent the Alhambra at Granada. "She is queen of the ball, you must agree," said a young man wearing moustaches, whose shoulder was thrust into Julien's chest. "Mademoiselle Formand, who was the prettiest girl all winter," his neighbour replied, He's aware that she has dropped to second place. See that odd look on her face. Really, she's setting all sails to make herself attractive. Look at that gracious smile she puts on the minute she's dancing by herself in the quadrille. On my honor, it's priceless. Mademoiselle de la Mole looks as if she were mistress of the pleasure she takes in her triumph, of which she is well aware. You'd say she's afraid that any man who speaks to her might find her appealing. Excellent, there's the art of seduction for you. Julien tried in vain to catch sight of that alluring woman. 7 or 8 taller men blocked his view. There is a good deal of coquetry in that noble reserve, said the young man wearing the moustaches. And those big blue eyes that look down ever so slowly the moment you think they're on the point of giving themselves away, his neighbour added. My faith, that's as clever as can be. See how common the beautiful Formant looks beside her, said a third. That air of reserve seems to say, what great kindness I would show you if you were the man worthy of me. And who could be worthy of the sublime Mathilde, said the first man. Some ruling prince, handsome, witty, well-built, a war hero, and 20 years old at the most. The Emperor of Russia's natural son, for whom a sovereign state would be created in honor of this marriage, or simply the Count de Talay with his look of a dressed-up peasant. The doorway was clear now. Julien was free to go through it. Since all these stuffed dolls think she is so remarkable, it is worth my while to study her, he thought. I will find out what those people mean by perfection. As he stood looking around the room for her, he met Mathilde's gaze. Duty calls, Julien told himself. But all his irritation was gone, except from his expression. Curiosity urged him forward with a pleasure that Mathilde's dress, cut very low on the shoulders, very quickly heightened in a manner that was not, to tell the truth, flattering to his ego. Her beauty is young and fresh, he thought. 5 or 6 young men, among whom Julien recognized those he had overheard in the doorway, stood between her and him. You, sir, who have been here all winter, she said to him, isn't it true that this is the prettiest ball of the season? He made no answer. That quadrille by Coulon strikes me as admirable, and those ladies dance it to perfection. The young man turned around to see who was the lucky fellow from whom she insisted upon having an answer. It was not an encouraging one. I am no judge of that, mademoiselle. I spend all my time writing. This is the first time I have ever seen such a magnificent ball. The young men with moustaches were scandalized. You are a sage, Monsieur Sorel, she replied with a more pointed interest. You view all of these balls, these entertainments, philosophically, like J. Rousseau. Such follies astonish without delighting you. One word had just dampened Julien's imaginings and driven every illusion from his heart. His mouth assumed an expression of disdain, a bit exaggerated, perhaps. In my opinion, he answered, J. Rousseau is a fool when he takes it upon himself to judge high society. He didn't understand it, and he brought to it the heart of an upstart lackey. He wrote the Contrat Social, said Mathilde in a tone of veneration. And though he preached a republican form of government and the overthrow of the monarchy, that upstart was drunk with happiness when a duke changed the direction of his after-dinner stroll to accompany one of his friends. Ah, yes, the Duc de Luxembourg at Montmorency accompanied a Monsieur Coindet in the direction of Paris, replied Mademoiselle de la Mole, with the pleasure and abandon of a first delight in pedantry. She was intoxicated with her learning, much like the academician who discovered the existence of King Peretrius. Julien's gaze remained piercing and stern. Mathilde had had a moment of enthusiasm. Her partner's coldness disconcerted her profoundly. She was all the more surprised, since it was she who was used to producing this effect in others. At that instant, the Marquis de Croissenoir was making his way eagerly towards Mademoiselle de la Mole. He halted for a moment 10 feet away, unable to reach her because of the crowd. Smiling about the obstacle, he stood gazing at her. The young Marquise de Rouvray was standing beside him. She was Mathilde's cousin. She gave her arm to her husband of 2 weeks. The Marquis de Rouvray, likewise very young, was full of the foolish kind of love that overtakes a man who, having made a marriage of convenience arranged exclusively by notaries, discovers that his wife is perfectly beautiful. Monsieur de Rouvray was to become duke upon the death of a very old uncle. While the Marquis de Croisenois, unable to penetrate the crowd, stood gazing at Mathilde with a smile on his face, her big sky-blue eyes came to bear on him and his neighbours. "What could be duller," she remarked to herself, "than that whole bunch? There's Croisenois, who's hoping to marry me. He is kind, elegant, and has perfect manners, like Monsieur de Rouvray. If they weren't such bores, those gentlemen would be quite likeable. He, too, will follow me to the ball with the same fatuous look. A year after our marriage, my coach, my horses, my wardrobe, my chateau 20 leagues from Paris will all be the best possible. Precisely what it takes to make a parvenue like the Comtesse de Roiville, for example, turn green with envy. And afterward—" Mathilde was boring herself in advance. The Marquis de Croisenois had managed to reach her and was talking, but she went on musing without listening to him. The sound of his words mingled in her ear with the hum of the ball. Unconsciously, she was following Julien with her eyes. He, respectfully, but with a proud and malcontent air, had moved away. In a corner, far from the circulating crowd, she caught sight of Count Altamira, a man condemned to death in his own country, and with whom the reader is already acquainted. Under Louis XIV, one of his family had married a Prince de Conti. That historical association gave him some protection from the Congregation's police. "I see that the death sentence alone confers distinction on a man. It's the only thing that can't be bought. Ah, I've just made an epigram. Pity it didn't come when I could have got some credit for it." Mathilde had too much taste to bring a ready-made witticism into the conversation, but she was also too vain not to be delighted with herself. An air of happiness replaced her bored expression. The Marquis de Croisenois, who was still talking to her, thought he had glimpsed success and waxed twice as elegant. "What is there about my epigram that any ill-disposed person might object to?" Mathilde asked herself. "I should answer the critic. The title of Baron, of Viscount, can be bought. A cross, it can be had for the asking. My brother just got one. What has he done? A commission is easily come by. 10 years in a garrison, or a minister of war in the family, and you're a major, like Norbert. A great fortune. It is still the hardest thing to achieve, and consequently the most commendable. Funny, that is the opposite of everything the books say. Very well, as for a fortune, you may marry Monsieur Rothschild's daughter. Really, my observation has depth to it. A death sentence is still the only thing no one has thought of soliciting." "Do you know Count Altamira?" she asked Monsieur de Croisenois. She had a look of returning from so far away, and her question bore so little relevance to anything the poor Marquis had been saying to her for the past 5 minutes, that this affable man was disconcerted. Yet he had great presence of mind, and was in fact noted for it. "Mathilde is odd," he thought. "That is a nuisance, but she could give her husband such a fine social position. I don't know how that Marquis de la Mole does it. He has close friends among the best men in all the parties of every persuasion. He's a man who can't fail. And besides, his oddness in Mathilde could be taken for genius. When high birth and a huge fortune go with it, genius is not at all ridiculous. It is, in fact, a great distinction. What's more, she knows so well, when she pleases, how to show that mixture of wit, character, and aptness that adds up to perfect civility." Since it is difficult to do two things well at the same time, to think and to reply, the Marquis answered Mathilde with a blank look, and as though reciting a lesson. "Who doesn't know poor Altamira?" And he told her the ridiculous, the absurd story of his botched conspiracy. "Absurd indeed," said Mathilde, as though talking to herself. "Yet he acted. I want to see a man. Bring him to me," she said to the deeply shocked Marquis. Count Altamira was one of the most outspoken admirers of the haughty and almost impertinent Mademoiselle de la Mole. She was, according to him, one of the most beautiful women in Paris. "How lovely she would be on a throne," he said to Monsieur de Croisenois, and he let himself be led away without any further ado. The world is not wanting in people who would like to establish the idea that nothing is in worse taste than a conspiracy. It smells of Jacobinism, and what is more unseemly than an unsuccessful Jacobin? The glances Mathilde exchanged with Monsieur de Croisenois mocked at Altamira's liberalism, but she enjoyed listening to the man. A conspirator at the ball. What a pretty contrast, she thought. In her opinion, this one, with his black moustache, had the air of a lion in repose, but she soon found out that he had but one attitude of mind, the utilitarian, an admiration for the useful. Except whoever might help to give his country a bicameral government, the young Count considered that no one was worthy of his attention. He left Mathilde, the most fascinating woman at the ball, with pleasure, because he had seen a Peruvian general come in. Despairing of Europe, poor Altamira had been reduced to the hope that when the nations of South America became strong and powerful, they might restore to Europe the liberty Mirabeau had sent them. A whirlwind of moustached young men had advanced on Mathilde. She saw clearly enough that Altamira had not been charmed, and was piqued over his departure. She saw his black eyes shining as he spoke to the Peruvian general. Mademoiselle de la Mole surveyed the young Frenchmen with that deep seriousness which none of her rivals could imitate. Who among them, she was thinking, is capable of getting himself condemned to death, even supposing that all the odds are in his favor? Her peculiar look flattered those who were not very bright, but made the others uneasy. They dreaded the explosion of some sharp remark that would be hard to answer. High birth bestows 100 qualities, the absence of which is offensive to me. Julien is a case in point, she thought. But it atrophies those qualities of the heart which cause a man to be condemned to death. At the same time, someone nearby was saying, that Count Altamira is the second son of the Prince of San Nazaro Pimentel. It was a Pimentel who tried to save Conradin, beheaded in 1268. Theirs is one of the noblest families in Naples. There, said Mathilde to herself, that proves my maxim very nicely. High birth robs a man of that strength of character, without which he can never get himself condemned to death. So I am fated to talk nonsense tonight. Since I'm only a woman, like any other, well, I'd better dance. She gave in to the entreaties of the Marquis de Croisenois, who for the last hour had been begging for a galopade. To take her mind off her unlucky venture into philosophy, Mathilde chose to be perfectly charming. Monsieur de Croisenois was entranced. But neither the dance, nor the desire to please one of the handsomest men at court, nor anything else could divert Mathilde. It was impossible to be more popular. She was queen of the ball, which fact she took in coldly. What a dull life I shall lead with a fellow like Croisenois, she said to herself, as he led her back to her place an hour later. Where lies pleasure? She went on sadly. If after an absence of 6 months I cannot find it in the midst of a ball that is the envy of every woman in Paris. What is more, I am complimented on every side by a society that couldn't be better. None of the middle class is here, except a few peers, and 1 or 2 Juliens, perhaps. Then, too, she added with growing sadness, what blessings has fate not bestowed upon me? An illustrious name, wealth, youth, everything, alas, but happiness. The most dubious of my advantages are precisely those which everyone has been pointing out to me all evening. Wit. I believe them, for it is obvious that they are all afraid of me. If they dare to broach a serious subject with me, at the end of 5 minutes' conversation I see them, all out of breath, and as if making a great discovery, arrive at the conclusion I have been repeating to them for the past hour. I am beautiful. I have that advantage, for which Madame de Staël would have sacrificed everything, and yet I'm dying of boredom. Is there any reason why I should be less bored if I changed my name for that of the Marquis de Croisenois? But my God, she added, close to tears, isn't he a perfect man? He is the masterpiece of the education of this age. You can't look at him but he finds something nice, and even witty, to say to you. He is brave. But that Sorel is different, she said to herself, and her eyes put off their sad look for an angry one. I told him I wanted to talk with him, and he hasn't even bothered to come back. Chapter 9. The Ball. The richness of the women's dress, the blaze of candlelight, the perfumes, so many pretty arms, lovely shoulders, bouquets, Rossini's arias that sweep you away, paintings by Ciceri. My senses reel. Voyage du Zeri. "You are out of sorts," the Marquise de la Mole said to her. "I warn you, that's unbecoming at a ball." "It's nothing but a headache," answered Mathilde disdainfully. "It's too warm in here." At that moment, as though to justify Mademoiselle de la Mole, the old Baron de Touilly fell down in a faint. He had to be carried out. There was talk of apoplexy. It was an unpleasant incident. Mathilde ignored it. It was a rule with her never to pay any attention to old men or anyone else known for gloomy observations. She danced to avoid conversation about the stroke, which was not one, since the Baron reappeared 2 days later. "Monsieur Sorel hasn't come back," she told herself after she had danced. She was all but hunting with her eyes when she caught sight of him in another drawing-room. An astonishing thing, he seemed to have lost that air of cold impassiveness which was so natural to him. He no longer looked English. "He's chatting with Count Altamira, my condemned man," Mathilde said to herself. "His eyes are filled with a dark fire. He has the look of a prince in disguise. His gaze is twice as arrogant." Still talking with Altamira, Julien was drawing near the spot where she stood. She was watching him intently, studying his features in search of those high virtues that make a man worthy of the honor of being condemned to death. As he was passing close by her, he said to Count Altamira, "Yes, Danton was a man." "Oh, heavens! Could he be another Danton?" Mathilde asked herself. "But he has such a noble face, and Danton was so horribly ugly. A butcher, I think." Julien was still fairly close to her. She did not hesitate to call him. She took a conscious pride in asking a question that was quite out of the ordinary for a girl. "Wasn't Danton a butcher?" she asked him. "Yes, in the opinion of some," Julien answered with an expression of the most ill-disguised contempt, and an eye still ablaze from his conversation with Altamira. "But unfortunately for the well-born, he was a lawyer in Mary-sur-Seine. That is to say, mademoiselle," he added with a wicked look, "he began like several of the peers I see here. It is true that Danton had one enormous drawback in the eyes of beautiful women. He was extremely ugly." These last words were spoken rapidly, with an extraordinary and assuredly far from polite air. Julien waited an instant, his torso slightly inclined, his air proudly humble. He seemed to be saying, "I am paid to answer you, and I live on my pay." He did not bother to look at Mathilde directly. She, with her beautiful eyes opened extraordinarily wide and fixed on him, seemed his slave. Eventually, since the silence persisted, he looked up at her as a valet looks to his master, ready to take orders. Although his eyes fully met Mathilde's gaze, still fixed on him in a strange way, he retired with marked eagerness. "To think that he, who is so genuinely handsome," Mathilde said to herself, coming at length out of her reverie, "would make such a eulogy of ugliness. He's not always thinking of what he's going to say. He is not like Caylus or Croissanois. Sorel has something of that air my father imitates so well when he goes to a ball dressed as Napoleon." She seized her brother's arm, and to his great annoyance forced him to make a tour of the ball. The idea had crossed her mind of following the condemned man's conversation with Julien. The crowd was huge. She managed, nevertheless, to rejoin them at the moment when, 6 feet in front of her, Altamira was going over to a tray for an ice. He was speaking to Julien, his body half-turned. He saw an embroidered coat sleeve beside his own also taking an ice. The embroidery seemed to attract his attention. He turned around completely to see the notable to whom the arm belonged. "See that man," he said to Julien in a low voice. "That's Prince d'Aracelli, the ambassador of blank. This morning he asked your Minister of Foreign Affairs, Monsieur de Nerval, for my extradition. Look, there he is over there playing whist. Monsieur de Nerval is inclined to give me up, since we turned 2 or 3 conspirators over to you in 1816. If they send me back to my king, I will be hanged in 24 hours, and it will be one of those fine gentlemen with moustaches who will make the pinch." "Infamous!" cried Julien, half aloud. Mathilde didn't miss a syllable of their conversation. Her boredom had vanished. "Not so infamous," replied Count Altamira. "I told you about myself simply to give you a living example. Watch Prince Aracelli. Every 5 minutes he takes a look at his golden fleece. He can't get over the pleasure of seeing that trinket on his chest. Poor man, he's nothing but an anachronism. 100 years ago the fleece was a signal honor, but then it would have been far out of his reach. Today, among the high-born, you have to be an Aracelli to delight in it. He would have hanged a whole town to get it." "Is that the price he paid?" said Julien anxiously. "Not exactly," Altamira answered coldly. "He probably had some 30 of the rich landowners in his district, thought to be liberals, thrown into the river." "What a monster!" said Julien. Mademoiselle de la Mole, leaning toward him out of the most vivid interest, was so close that her beautiful hair almost touched his shoulder. "You are very young," replied Altamira. "I was telling you that I have a married sister in Provence. She is still pretty, kind, and gentle. She is an excellent mother, faithful to all her duties, pious, yet not sanctimonious." "What is he driving at?" thought Mademoiselle de la Mole. "She is happy now," Count Altamira went on. "She was in 1815. At that time I was hiding in her house on her estate near Antibes. Well, the moment she heard about the execution of Marshal Ney, she started dancing." "Is it possible?" said Julien, bowled over. "That's party spirit for you," replied Altamira. "There are no genuine passions left in the 19th century. That is why everyone is so bored in France. People commit the greatest cruelties without cruelty." "So much the worse," said Julien. "When they commit a crime, they should at least enjoy doing it. That's the only good in crime, and they can't justify themselves even on those grounds." Forgetting entirely who she was, Mademoiselle de la Mole was now standing almost directly between Altamira and Julien. Accustomed to obeying her, her brother, upon whose arm she was leaning, was looking elsewhere in the room, and to keep himself in countenance, pretended to have been stopped by the crowd. "You are right," said Altamira. "Every act is performed without pleasure and without recollection, even crimes. I can show you 10 men, perhaps at this ball, who will be damned as murderers. They have forgotten what they are, and so has everyone else. Some of them are moved to tears if their dog breaks a paw at Père Lachaise when their tombs are flowered, as you Parisians put it so quaintly. We are informed that they embodied all the virtues of the valiant knights, and we are told about the great deeds of their ancestors who lived under Henry IV. If, despite the good offices of Prince Aracelli, I am not hanged, and if ever I am permitted to enjoy my fortune in Paris, I mean to have you to dinner with 8 or 10 honored and remorseless murderers. At this dinner, you and I alone will be innocent of bloodshed, yet I will be looked down upon and well-nigh hated as a Jacobin and a bloody monster, whereas you will simply be scorned as a man of the people intruding on well-bred company." "Nothing could be truer," said Mademoiselle de la Mole. Altamira stared at her in astonishment. Julien didn't bother to look. "Note that the revolution at the head of which I happen to be," Count Altamira went on, "did not succeed solely because I was unwilling to have 3 heads cut off, or distribute to our partisans the 7 or 8 millions kept in a chest to which I had the key. My king, who today is burning to have me hanged, and who before the rebellion was on intimate terms with me, would have given me the great sash of his order, had I cut off those 3 heads and distributed the money in that chest. For then I should have won a partial victory at least, and my country would have had some sort of charter. So goes the world. It's a game of chess." "At that time," replied Julien, his eyes ablaze, "you didn't know the rules. Now—" "I would cut off the heads, you mean, and I would not be a Girondist? as you explained that word to me the other day? I will answer you, said Altamira sadly. When you have killed a man in a duel, which is not nearly so vile a thing as having him executed by a headsman. My faith, said Julien, the end implies the means. If, instead of being an atom, I had some power, I would have 3 men hanged to save the lives of 4. His eyes were blazing with a sense of outrage and a contempt for the vain judgments of men. They met Mademoiselle de la Mole's gaze. She was standing very close to him, yet his contempt, far from changing into a gracious and civil look, seemed to increase. He was deeply offended, but it was no longer in her power to forget Julien. She walked away resentfully, with her brother in tow. I must drink some punch and dance a lot, she told herself. I mean to pick out the best man to be had here, and attract attention at any price. Good. There's that Count de Fervaques, famous for his cheek. She accepted his invitation. They danced. It's a question of seeing who can be the more impertinent, but if I'm to make a complete fool of him, I will have to make him talk. Soon the other couples in the quadrille were making a mere show of dancing. Nobody wanted to miss any of Mathilde's stinging repartees. Monsieur de Fervaques was getting flustered, and finding nothing to hand but elegant remarks instead of ideas, began to simper. Mathilde, in a bad mood, was cruel and made an enemy of him. She danced until dawn and went home at last horribly tired, but in the carriage she used the little strength she had left to make herself even more miserable. She had been scorned by Julien and could not scorn him in return. Julien was at the peak of happiness. Unawares, he had been enchanted by the music, the flowers, the beautiful women, the general elegance, and more than anything by his own imagination, which was filled with dreams of glory for himself and liberty for all. "What a fine ball," he said to the Count. "Nothing is lacking." "Thought was lacking," replied Altamira. And his countenance betrayed a contempt that was all the more stinging, since it was plain that courtesy had imposed the obligation of hiding it. "You are here, Count. Doesn't that make thought present, and conspiring as well?" "I am here because of my name, but thought is abhorred in your drawing-rooms. It must never rise above the level of a vaudeville couplet. Then it is rewarded. As for the man who thinks, if there's energy and novelty in his sallies, you call him a cynic." "Isn't that the name one of your judges gave Courier? You put him in prison just as you did Béranger. If any man among you shows his superiority by virtue of wit, the congregation drags him off to the police court, and well-bred society applauds. That is because your antiquated society prizes conformity above everything else. It can never rise above military courage. You will have your Murats, but never a Washington. I see nothing in France but vanity. The man who finds his ideas as he is speaking may very well happen to make an ill-advised remark, but if he does, the master of the house considers himself disgraced." At these words, the Count's carriage, taking Julien home, stopped before the Hôtel de la Mole. Julien was in love with his conspirator. Altamira had paid him this fine compliment, which obviously sprang from a deep conviction. "You do not have the Frenchman's levity, and you do understand the principle of utility." Now it so happened that just 2 days before, Julien had seen Marino Faliero, the tragedy by Casimir de la Vigne. "Hasn't Israel Bertuccio, an ordinary carpenter in a dockyard, more character than all those Venetian nobles?" our plebeian rebel asked himself. "And yet they are men whose proven lineage dates from the year 700, a century before Charlemagne, whereas the very best titles at Monsieur de Retz's ball tonight go back no further than the 13th century, and not in a straight line by any means. Very well, in the midst of those noble Venetians, so mighty in name but so effete in character, it is Israel Bertuccio whom one remembers. A conspiracy wipes out all the titles conferred by a society's whim. At the very outset of one, a man takes the rank assigned to him by his way of facing death. Intelligence itself loses some of its authority. What would Danton be today in the age of Valenods and Renals? Not even deputy to the king's prosecutor. What am I saying? He would have sold himself to the congregation. He would be a minister, for after all, the great Danton was a thief. Mirabeau sold himself too. Napoleon stole millions in Italy, and if he hadn't, he would have been cut down by poverty like Pichegru. Lafayette alone never stole. Must a man steal? Must he sell himself? Julien wondered. This question stopped him short. He spent the rest of the night reading the history of the Revolution. The next day, while he was copying letters in the library, he still could think of nothing but his conversation with Count Altamira. It's a fact, he told himself after a long reverie. If those liberal Spaniards really had compromised the people with a few crimes, they could not have been swept out so easily. They were arrogant, prattling children. Like me, Julien cried all of a sudden, as if wakening with a start. What difficult thing have I ever done that gives me a right to judge those poor devils? After all, for once in their lives, they dared, they began to act. I am like the man who, as he leaves the table, declares, "Tomorrow I will not dine, but that will not stop me in the least from feeling just as strong and cheerful as I do today." Who knows what a man feels when he has gone half the way toward a great deed, for after all, such things are not done in quite the same way you fire a pistol. These lofty thoughts were troubled by the unexpected arrival of Mademoiselle de la Mole, who entered the library. He was so stirred by his admiration for the great virtues of Danton, Mirabeau, Carnot, men who knew how to avoid defeat, that he stared at Mademoiselle de la Mole without reacting to her, without greeting her, almost without seeing her. When his big eyes opened so wide, finally registered her presence, his look grew dull. Mademoiselle de la Mole noted this bitterly. To no avail, she asked him for a volume of Velly's Histoire de France, perched on the highest shelf, which obliged Julien to go and fetch the taller of two ladders. After Julien had brought the ladder, found the volume, and handed it to her, he was still incapable of paying her any attention. While putting the ladder back, absorbed as he was, he poked one of the glass doors in front of the shelves with his elbow. Splinters crashing to the floor finally roused him. He hastened to apologize to Mademoiselle de la Mole. He tried to be polite, but was no more than that. It was obvious to Mathilde that she had disturbed him, and that he would rather go on thinking about whatever had been on his mind before she came in than talk to her. After having looked at him intently, she went slowly away. Julien watched her walk. He enjoyed the contrast between the simplicity of her present dress and the magnificent elegance of the one she had been wearing the night before. The difference in her expression was almost as striking. Though haughty at the Duc de Retz's ball, this girl wore, at the moment, an almost supplicating look. "Really," Julien remarked to himself, "that black gown shows off her beautiful figure even better. She carries herself like a queen, but why is she in mourning? If I ask someone the reason for it, I may well commit another blunder." By now Julien had emerged completely from the depths of his enthusiasm. "I will have to reread all the letters I wrote this morning. God knows how many skipped words and stupid mistakes I will find in them." While he was rereading the first of these letters with forced attention, he heard the rustle of a silk dress close by him. He turned around quickly. Mademoiselle de la Mole was 2 feet from his table. She was laughing. This second interruption angered Julien. As for Mathilde, she had just become keenly aware that she meant nothing to this young man. The laugh was an attempt to hide her embarrassment. She succeeded. "Evidently you have something very interesting on your mind, Monsieur Sorel. Could it be some curious anecdote about the conspiracy that brought Count Altamira to us in Paris? Tell me what it's all about. I'm dying to know. I won't repeat it, I swear." He was astonished at this remark on hearing herself utter it. What? She was pleading with an inferior? Her embarrassment increased. She added in a trifling tone, "What could have turned you, ordinarily so cold, into an inspired individual, into a sort of prophet a la Michelangelo?" This sharp and prying question, offending Julien deeply, roused all of the wildness in his nature. "Was Danton right to steal?" he asked abruptly, with a look that grew more and more savage. "Ought the revolutionaries of Piedmont, of Spain, to have compromised the people by crimes? Have given all the commissions in the army, all the crosses, to undeserving men? Wouldn't the men wearing those crosses have dreaded the king's return? should the treasury of Turin have been looted. In a word, mademoiselle, he said, advancing toward her with a terrible look in his eye, oughtn't the man who would drive ignorance and crime from the earth, oughtn't he to move like the whirlwind and do evil as if by chance? Mathilde was frightened, could not bear his gaze, and shrank back a little. She looked at him for an instant, then, ashamed of her fear, walked out of the library with a light step. Chapter 10. Queen Marguerite. Love, in what madness do you not contrive to make us find pleasure? Letters of a Portuguese nun. Julien reread his letters. When the bell rang for dinner, he told himself, "How ridiculous I must have looked to that Parisian doll. How crazy I was to tell her what I was really thinking. But maybe not so crazy after all. The truth on that occasion was worthy of me. But why come and question me about personal matters? It was tactless of her. She showed a lack of breeding. My ideas about Danton are not part of the service for which her father is paying me." Upon entering the dining room, Julien was distracted from his bad mood by Mademoiselle de la Mole's deep mourning, which struck him all the more forcibly since no one else in the family was dressed in black. After dinner, he found that he was completely rid of the fit of enthusiasm which had obsessed him all day. Luckily, the academician who knew Latin was at this dinner. "There's the man who will make the least fun of me," Julien said to himself, "if, as I suppose, my question about Mademoiselle de la Mole's mourning is a faux pas." Mathilde kept watching him with a peculiar look on her face. "That's the way women in these parts flirt, just as Madame de Renal described it to me," Julien told himself. "I wasn't nice to her this morning. I wouldn't give in to her whim to chat. She likes me all the better for it. The devil will have his due, no doubt. Later on, her scornful pride will find a way to avenge itself. I'm pushing her to do her worst. How different from the woman I've lost. What a charming disposition she had. How natural she was. I knew her thoughts before she did. I could see them being born. My only rival in her heart was the fear of her children's death, but that was a natural and reasonable affection, attractive even to me who suffered from it. I've been a fool. My notions about Paris kept me from appreciating that sublime woman. What a difference, great God! And what do I find here? Cold and arrogant vanity, every shade of conceit, and nothing more." They were getting up from the table. "Mustn't let our academician get away," Julien told himself. He stepped up to him as the guests were moving out into the garden, put on a gentle and submissive air, and chimed in with his fury at the success of Hernani. "If we still lived in the days of the lettres de cachet," he said. "Then he wouldn't have dared," cried the academician with a gesture à la Talma. Apropos of a flower, Julien cited a few lines from Virgil's Georgics, and declared that nothing could touch the Abbé Delille's poetry. In a word, he flattered the academician in every way he could, after which, in the most indifferent tone, "I suppose," he said to him, "that Mademoiselle de la Mole has had a legacy from some uncle for whom she is in mourning." "What? You live in the house?" said the academician, stopping short. "And you don't know about her mania? To tell the truth, it's strange that her mother allows her to carry on so. But between you and me, it is not exactly by strength of character that they shine in this house. Mademoiselle Mathilde has enough for the whole family, and leads them by the nose. Today is the 30th of April. The academician paused and gave Julien a knowing look. Julien smiled as intelligently as he could. What might be the connection between bossing a whole house wearing a black dress and the 30th of April? He wondered. I must be even slower than I thought. "I must confess," he said to the academician, and his eyes went on questioning. "Let's take a turn in the garden," said the academician, delighted at the prospect of making a long, elegant narration. "What, you really don't know what happened on the 30th of April, 1574? "Where?" asked Julien, astonished. "On the Place de Grève." Astonished as he was, this phrase gave Julien no inkling. His curiosity, his anticipation of a tragic tale, so congenial to his temperament, gave him those shining eyes a storyteller loves to see in his listener. Delighted to find a virgin ear, the academician recounted to Julien at great length how, on the 30th of April, 1574, the best-looking boy of his day, Boniface de la Mole, and his friend Annibal de Coconasso, a Piedmontese gentleman, had their heads cut off on the Place de Grève. La Mole was the adored lover of Queen Marguerite de Navarre. Note, added the academician, Mademoiselle de la Mole is named Mathilde Marguerite. La Mole was, at the same time, the Duc d'Alençon's favourite and the intimate friend of the King of Navarre, afterwards Henry IV, his mistress's husband. On Mardi Gras of that year, 1574, the court was at Saint-Germain with poor King Charles IX, who was dying. La Mole tried to carry off the princes, his friends, whom the Queen Catherine de' Medici had detained at court as prisoners. He brought up 200 horsemen beneath the walls of Saint-Germain. The Duc d'Alençon lost his nerve, and La Mole was thrown to the headsman. But the thing that touches Mademoiselle Mathilde, she told me so herself some 7 or 8 years ago, when she was 12, for she has a head. And the academician rolled his eyes heavenward. The thing that struck her most in this political catastrophe is that Queen Marguerite de Navarre, hidden in a house on the Place de Grève, dared to send someone to ask the executioner for her lover's head. And the following night at midnight, she took that head in her carriage and went and buried it herself in a chapel situated at the foot of the hill of Montmartre. "Is it possible?" cried Julien, deeply touched. Mademoiselle de la Mole despises her brother because, as you can see, he doesn't give a rap for all that ancient history, and never wears mourning on April the 30th. It is since that famous execution, and to commemorate the close friendship of La Mole for Coconasso, who, like the Italian he was, had the name of Annibal, that all the men in this family bear that name. And, added the academician, lowering his voice, according to Charles IX himself, this Coconasso was one of the bloodiest of the murderers on August the 24th, 1572. But how is it possible, my dear Sorel, that you, a commensal in this house, know nothing of these matters?" "So that is why Mademoiselle de la Mole called her brother Annibal twice during dinner? I thought I hadn't heard right." "That was a reproach. It's odd that the Marquise stands for such goings-on. That tall girl's husband will have his hands full." This remark was followed by 5 or 6 satirical observations. The joy and malice that shone in the academician's eyes vexed Julien. "Here we are like 2 servants busy running down our masters," he thought. "But nothing should surprise me on the part of that man from the academy." One day Julien had caught him on his knees before the Marquise de la Mole. He was begging her for a tobacco concession for a nephew in the country. That night, a little chambermaid in Mademoiselle de la Mole's service, who kept making advances to Julien as Elisa had once done, made it clear to him that her mistress's mourning had not been put on to attract attention at all. This bizarre notion derived from the very depths of her character. She genuinely loved that La Mole, the adored lover of the most intelligent queen of his time, and a man who perished for having tried to liberate his friends. And what friends! The first prince of the blood, and Henry IV. Accustomed to the perfect naturalness that shone through Madame de Rênal's every action, Julien could see nothing but affectation in all the women of Paris, and whenever he was the least bit disposed to sadness, he could find nothing to say to them. Mademoiselle de la Mole was the exception. He was beginning not to take that kind of beauty which is accompanied by a noble bearing for coldness of heart. He had long conversations with Mademoiselle de la Mole, who, during the fine days of spring, would sometimes stroll with him after dinner in the garden, alongside the open windows of the drawing-room. One day she told him that she was reading Daubigny's History and Brantôme. Strange reading, thought Julien, and the Marquise doesn't allow her to read Walter Scott's novels. One day she related to him, her eyes aglow with pleasure, which proved the sincerity of her admiration, the deed of a young woman who lived during the reign of Henry III, about which she had just read in L'Étoile's Memoirs. Discovering that her husband was unfaithful, she stabbed him. Julien's ego was flattered. A person surrounded by so much respect and who, according to the academician, bossed the whole house, was condescending to speak to him in a manner that might almost be taken as friendly. "I was mistaken," he thought a while later. "It isn't familiarity. I'm nothing but the confidant in a play. It's her need to talk. I am considered learned in this family." I'm going off to read Brantôme, d'Aubigné, L'Étoile. I will be able to dispute the truth of a few of these anecdotes Mademoiselle de la Mole is talking about. I mean to shake off this role of passive confidant." By degrees, his conversation with this girl, whose bearing was so imposing, and at the same time so at ease, became more interesting. He forgot his dreary role of plebeian in revolt. He found her well-informed, and even reasonable. Her opinions in the garden varied a good deal from those she endorsed in the drawing-room. With him she sometimes revealed an enthusiasm and frankness that made a perfect contrast with her usual manner, so proud, lofty, and cold. "The wars of the League were the heroic times of France," she said to him one day, her eyes sparkling with intelligence and enthusiasm. "In those days, every man fought for a definite cause, to make his party triumph, and not contemptibly to earn a cross, as in the time of your emperor. You must agree that there was less selfishness and pettiness then. I love that period." "And Boniface de la Mole was its hero," he said to her. "At least he was loved, as it is perhaps sweet to be loved. What woman today would not be horrified to touch her lover's severed head?" Madame de la Mole called her daughter. "That's the immense advantage they have over us," thought Julien, now alone in the garden. "The history of their ancestors raises them above vulgar sentiments, and they haven't always to be thinking about their keep. What a miserable position I'm in," he added bitterly. "It is not my place to argue about such momentous questions. I probably see everything in the wrong light. My life is nothing but a series of shams because I don't have an income of 1,000 francs to buy my bread." "What are you dreaming about, sir?" asked Mathilde, who had come back at a run. There was a note of intimacy in this question, and she had come back running and out of breath to be with him. Julien was weary of despising himself. Out of pride, he told her frankly what he had been thinking. He blushed a great deal as he spoke of his poverty to one so rich. He tried to convey through his proud manner that he asked nothing. Never had he seemed so good-looking to Mathilde. She discovered in him a sensitivity and frankness that he often lacked. Less than a month later, Julien was strolling thoughtfully in the Hôtel de la Mole's garden, but his face no longer wore that hard look of intellectual arrogance, stamped on it by a constant feeling of inferiority. He had just left Mademoiselle de la Mole after escorting her back to the drawing-room door. She claimed to have hurt her foot while running with her brother. "She leaned on my arm in a very peculiar way," Julien observed. "Am I a conceited ass, or is it true that she has taken a fancy to me? She listens to me with such a gentle air, even when I tell her how much I suffer because of my pride. She, who is so high-handed with everyone else. People in the drawing-room would surely be surprised if they could see that expression on her face. She certainly doesn't show that kind and gentle look to anyone else." Julien tried not to make too much of this odd friendship. He himself compared it with an armed truce. Each time they came together, before resuming the nearly intimate tone of the day before, they would all but ask themselves, "Will we be friends or enemies today?" In the first words exchanged, the substance counted for nothing. On either side, they were attentive to form only. Julien had realized that to let himself be offended once with impunity by this very haughty girl was to lose everything. "If I am to have a falling out, isn't it better to have it right away, defending the just claims of my pride, rather than later while repulsing the show of contempt that must follow the least neglect of what I owe to my own sense of self-respect?" Several times on her bad days, Mathilde tried using the tone of the great lady. She brought a rare cunning to bear on these attempts, but Julien repulsed them rudely. One day he cut her short. "Does Mademoiselle de la Mole have some order to give her father's secretary?" he asked her. "It is his duty to listen to her orders and to carry them out respectfully. Apart from that, he has nothing to say to her. He is not being paid to communicate his thoughts." This kind of behavior and the peculiar doubts Julien entertained soon dissipated the boredom he had experienced regularly during his first months in that magnificent drawing-room, where everyone was afraid of everything, and where it was improper to treat any subject lightly. "It would be funny if she were in love with me, but whether she loves me or not," continued Julien, "I have a bright girl for my intimate confidant, one before whom the whole house trembles, the Marquis de Croissenoir more than all the rest. That young man who is so polished, kind, brave, who enjoys all the advantages of birth and of fortune, just one of which would set my heart so much at ease. He is madly in love with her, that is to say, as much in love as a Parisian can be. He is supposed to marry her. How many letters Monsieur de la Mole had me write to both lawyers to settle the contract. And I, who see myself as a flunkey, pen in hand in the morning, triumph 2 hours later, here in the garden, over that very attractive young man. For after all, her preference is striking, undeniable. Perhaps, too, she hates the future husband in him. She is arrogant enough for that. In which case I enjoy whatever kindness she shows me by virtue of being a trusted inferior. No, either I am crazy, or she is making up to me. The more I treat her coldly and respectfully, the more she seeks me out. This could be deliberate on her part, an affectation, but I see her eyes light up whenever I appear unexpectedly. Do Parisian women know how to sham to that extent? What do I care? Appearances are for me. Let's enjoy the appearances. My God, she's beautiful. How I love those big blue eyes from close up and looking at me as they often do. What a difference between this and last spring, when I was so miserable living among those 300 filthy, spiteful hypocrites and kept myself going by strength of character alone. I was almost as nasty as they. On his suspicious days, Julien would think, "That girl is laughing at me. She is in cahoots with her brother to keep me guessing. But she seems so contemptuous of that brother's lack of energy. He's brave, but then that's all," she tells me. And brave only when he's facing Spanish swords. In Paris, everything frightens him. He sees the danger of ridicule lurking everywhere. He hasn't one thought that dares to deviate from the fashion. It is always I who am obliged to take his defense. A girl of 19? Is it possible at that age to be consistent every minute of the day with the rule of hypocrisy one has prescribed for oneself? On the other hand, whenever Mademoiselle de la Mole fixes her big blue eyes on me with a certain strange expression, Count Norbert always goes off somewhere. To my mind, that's suspect. Shouldn't he be indignant to see his sister lavish attention on a servant of their house? For I heard the Duc de Chaulnes call me that. At the memory of this, all his other feelings give way to anger. Did it come from that fussy duke's love of old-fashioned language? In any case, she's pretty, Julien went on, with a tigerish look in his eye. I will have her. I'll run away afterwards, and woe to him who tries to stop me. This project became Julien's only concern. He could think of nothing else. Days went by like hours. Every time he tried to concentrate on some serious business, his mind would go off into a deep reverie, and he would wake up a quarter of an hour later, his heart throbbing with ambition, his thoughts confused and mulling over this question, "Does she love me?" Chapter 11. A Girl's Power. I admire her beauty, but I fear her wit. Mérimée. If Julien had used the time he spent overrating Mathilde's beauty or working himself into a fury over her family's natural haughtiness, which she was forgetting for his sake, to analyze what went on in the drawing-room, he might have understood wherein lay her power over everyone around her. When anyone offended Mademoiselle de la Mole, she knew how to punish him with a witticism so calculated, so well chosen, so proper in appearance, so timely launched, that the wound kept growing by the minute, the more one thought about it. Little by little it would become agonizing for the offended ego, since she set little store by many things that were seriously desired by the rest of the family. To them she always seemed cold-blooded. It is pleasant to refer to the drawing-rooms of the aristocracy once one has left them, but that is all. The utterly meaningless conversation, the small talk especially, because it goes beyond the demands even of hypocrisy, ends by exhausting the guest's patience with its nauseous sweetness. Civility means nothing in itself except during the first few visits. So Julien was finding out, after the first enchantment, the first astonishment. Civility, he said to himself, is nothing more than the absence of anger which bad manners might produce. Mathilde was often bored. Perhaps she would have been bored anywhere. At such times it was a distraction and a true pleasure to sharpen an epigram. Perhaps it was in order to have somewhat more amusing victims than her illustrious kin, or the academician and the 5 or 6 other minor officials who curried their favour, that she had raised the hopes of the Marquis de Croisenois, the Count de Caylus, and 2 or 3 other young men of the first eminence. For her they were merely fresh subjects for epigrams. It pains us to confess, for we are fond of Mathilde, that she had received letters from several of them, and had sometimes answered. We hasten to add that this character's behaviour is an exception to the rule of the day. In general, it is not a lack of prudence that one might reproach in the pupils of the noble convent of the Sacred Heart. One day the Marquis de Croisenois returned to Mathilde a rather compromising letter she had written the day before. He trusted that by this token of the utmost discretion he would further his suit a good deal. But it was indiscretion that Mathilde liked in her correspondence. Her greatest pleasure was to gamble with her fate. She wouldn't speak to him for 6 weeks. She amused herself with those young gentlemen's letters, but according to her they were all alike. It was always the same most melancholy, most profound passion. "They're all one and the same perfect man, ready to go off to Palestine," she told her cousin. "Can you imagine anything more insipid? And that's the kind of letter I'm going to receive all my life. Letters like that must not change more than once every 20 years, according to the profession in fashion. They must have been less drab in the time of the Empire. Then all the young men in high society had seen or taken part in some action that had real greatness to it. The Duke de N., my uncle, was at Wagram. How much wit does it take to strike a blow with a sabre, and when they did, they never stopped talking about it," said Mademoiselle de Sainte Hérédité, Mathilde's cousin. "All the same, I enjoy those stories. To be in a genuine battle, one of Napoleon's, where 10,000 soldiers were killed, is proof of courage. Exposing oneself to danger elates the soul, and saves it from the boredom in which my poor adorers seem to be steeped. And that boredom is contagious. Who among them ever thought of doing anything out of the ordinary? They are trying to win my hand, a fine thing. I am rich, and my father will see to it that his son-in-law gets on. Ah, if only he could find one who's a bit amusing." Mathilde's sharp, clear, graphic way of seeing things spoiled her speech, as one can see. Often a remark of hers would stand out like a blemish to the eyes of her very polished friends. They would almost have admitted to one another, were she less in fashion, that her language was just a bit too colourful for feminine daintiness. She, in turn, was very unjust with regard to the good-looking horsemen who people the Bois de Boulogne. She viewed the future not with terror, that would have been a vivid sensation, but with a disgust quite rare at her age. What was there to wish for? Wealth, noble birth, intelligence, and beauty, so everyone said, and so she believed. All had been lavished on her by the hand of chance. Such were the thoughts of the most envied heiress in the Faubourg Saint-Germain when she began to enjoy going for walks with Julien. She was astonished at his pride. She admired the petty bourgeois' shrewdness. "He will manage to get himself made bishop, like the Abbé Maury," she told herself. Before long, the sincere and unfeigned resistance with which our hero greeted several of her ideas preoccupied her. She kept thinking about him. She would repeat the smallest details of their conversations to her lady friend, and discovered that she could never succeed in conveying their whole character. Suddenly she was enlightened by a thought. "I have the good luck to be in love," she told herself one day in a rapture of incredible joy. I'm in love, it's as clear as can be. At my age, where can a beautiful, witty girl find excitement if not in love? It's no use. I could never love Croisenois, Caylus, and tutti quanti. They are perfect, too perfect, perhaps. In a word, they bore me." In her thoughts, she went over all the descriptions of passion she had read in Manon Lescaut, the Nouvelle Héloise, the letters of a Portuguese nun, etc., etc. There was no question of anything, of course, but the grand passion. Trifling love was unworthy of a girl of her age and birth. She reserved the name of love for that heroic sentiment alone, which was to be met with in France in the time of Henry III and Bassompierre. It was a love that never gave way basely in the face of obstacles. Far from that, it moved one to do great things. How unlucky for me that there is no real court, like that of Catherine de' Medici or Louis XIII. I feel that I am equal to the greatest and most daring enterprises. What couldn't I do with a king, a man of heart like Louis XIII, sighing at my feet. I would lead him into Vendée, as the Baron de Tolly says so often, and from there he would win back his kingdom. Then no more charter, and Julien would help me. What does he lack? A name and a fortune. He would make a name for himself. He would acquire a fortune. Croissenois lacks nothing, and all his life he will be nothing but a demi-ultra, demi-liberal duke, an irresolute fellow who talks when he ought to act, always avoiding extremes, and consequently finding himself second in command everywhere. What great action is not an extreme the moment it is undertaken? Isn't it only after it has been accomplished that it seems possible to the herd? Yes, it is love, with all his miracles, who will reign in my heart. I can tell by the fire that is stirring in me. Heaven owed me this favour. It will not have lavished every advantage on a single person in vain. My happiness will be worthy of me. Each of my days will not resemble coldly the one that went before. There is already something great and venturesome about daring to love a man so far removed from me by his social position. Will he continue to deserve me? We shall see. At the first sign of weakness, I will drop him. A girl of my birth, with the chivalrous character people so readily ascribe to me, this was her father's observation, ought not to behave like a simpleton. Isn't that the role I'd be playing if I loved the Marquis de Croissenois? I should have a new edition of the happiness enjoyed by my female cousins, whom I despise so thoroughly. I know in advance everything the poor Marquis would say to me, everything I should say to him. What good is a love that makes you yawn? Might as well turn religious. I should have a signing of the contract, like that of my younger cousin, at which the close relatives would be moved to tears, if they were not already in a bad humour because of one last condition inserted by the other side's notary the day before. Chapter 12. Could he be another Danton? A need for anxiety. Such was the disposition of the beautiful Marguerite de Valois, my aunt, who eventually married the King of Navarre, whom we now see reigning in France under the name of Henry IV. A need to gamble was the key to that lovable princess's character, whence her continually falling out and making up with her brothers from the age of 16 on. Now what does a young lady have to gamble? Her most precious possession, her reputation, her good name of a lifetime. Memoirs of the Duc d'Angoulême, natural son of Charles IX. With Julien and me, there's no question of signing a contract, no lawyer at a bourgeois ceremony. With us, everything is heroic. Everything will be the offspring of chance. Noble birth apart, which he lacks, it is the love of Marguerite de Valois for the young La Mole, the most distinguished man of his day. Is it my fault if the young men at court are such conformists and turn pale at the idea of any venture that is the least bit unusual? For them, a little voyage to Greece or Africa is the height of daring, but even then they have to go in troops. As soon as they find themselves alone, they are afraid, not of the Bedouin's spear, but of ridicule, and that fear drives them insane. My little Julien, on the contrary, prefers to do things by himself. It never enters that privileged being's mind to look to others for moral support or help. He despises other men, and for that reason I do not despise him. If, with his poverty, Julien were noble, my love would be nothing more than a shabby mistake, a vulgar misalliance. I should want none of it. It would lack that which typifies the great passion, the immensity of the obstacle to be surmounted, and the dark uncertainty of the outcome. Mademoiselle de la Mole was so preoccupied with these fine distinctions that the next day, quite unawares, she sang Julien's praises to the Marquis de Croissenois and her brother. She carried her eloquence so far as to nettle them. "Watch out for that young man who is so energetic," her brother warned. "If the revolution flares up again, he will have us all guillotined." She was careful not to answer, and hastened to twit her brother and the Marquis de Croissenois about the fear energies seemed to rouse in them. "It is really nothing but the fear of confronting the unexpected, the dread of losing one's tongue in the presence of the unforeseen. Always, always, sirs, that fear of ridicule, a monster which, unfortunately, died in 1816. "Ridicule cannot survive," Monsieur de la Mole always said, "in a country where there are two parties." His daughter had appropriated this idea. "Thus, gentlemen," she said to Julien's enemies, "you will have lived in fear all of your lives, and then you will be told, 'It wasn't a wolf, it was only his shadow.'" Mathilde soon left them. Her brother's remark had horrified her. She worried over it a great deal, but by the next day she saw the finest kind of praise in it. "In this age, when energy is dead, his frightens them. I will tell him what my brother said. I want to see how he will answer. But I will choose a moment when his eyes are shining. At such times it is not in his power to lie." "This could be another Danton," she added after a long and hazy reverie. "Very well. Suppose the revolution did break out again. What part would Croissenoir and my brother play? It is written out beforehand. Sublime resignation. They would be heroic sheep, letting their throats be cut without saying a word. Even when they were dying, their only fear would be to do something in bad taste. My little Julien would blow out the brains of any Jacobin who came to arrest him, if he had the faintest hope of saving himself. He's not afraid of being in bad taste. Not he." This last observation made her thoughtful. It roused painful memories and took away all her assurance. It made her think of the jibes of Messieurs de Caillou, de Croissenoir, de Lutz, and of her brother. Those gentlemen criticized Julien unanimously for his priestly look, meek and hypocritical. "But," she resumed suddenly, her eyes shining with joy, "the bitterness and frequency of their jibes prove, in spite of themselves, that he is the most distinguished man we have seen this winter. What do his shortcomings matter, or his ridiculous side? He has greatness, and they're offended by it, they who are otherwise so kind and indulgent. There's no denying he's poor, or that he's studied to be a priest. They are majors and had no need to study. It's easier that way. Despite the disadvantages of his eternal black outfit and of his priestly ways, which he certainly must keep up, poor boy, or risk starving to death, his ability frightens them. Nothing could be plainer. As for that priestly look, whenever we are alone together for a few minutes, it disappears. And whenever one of those gentlemen says something he considers clever and unexpected, doesn't he always look at Julien first? I've noticed that more than once. Yet they know very well that he will never speak to them except to reply. I am the only one to whom he addresses a remark. He thinks I have a lofty soul. He answers their objections only in so far as he must in order to be polite. He turns respectful immediately afterward. With me he will debate for hours on end. He's not sure of his ideas so long as I can raise the least objection to them. In short, we haven't had a falling out all winter. It's been simply a matter of attracting one another's attention with words. Well, my father, a superior man who will add greatly to the fortunes of our house, respects Julien. Everyone else hates him, but no one is contemptuous of him, except my mother's sanctimonious lady friends. Count de Caylus either had or feigned a great passion for horses. He spent all his time in his stable, often taking lunch there. This great passion, besides his habit of never laughing, earned him a great deal of respect among his friends. He was the mastermind of this little circle. As soon as it had gathered the next evening behind Madame de la Mole's easy chair, Julien not being present, Monsieur de Caillou, backed up by Croissenoir and Norbert, sharply attacked Mathilde's good opinion of Julien, for no apparent reason, and almost the instant he caught sight of Mademoiselle de la Mole. She saw through this tactic from a mile off, and was delighted with it. "There they are," she said to herself, "all in league against a man of genius whose income doesn't amount to 10 louis a year, and who can't speak to them unless he is spoken to. They're afraid of him in his black outfit. How would it be if he wore epaulettes?" Never had she been more brilliant. With her first assault she covered Caylus and his allies with droll sarcasm, when the fire of these shining officers' wit had been silenced. "Let some squireen from the mountains of Franche-Comté," she said to Monsieur Caylus, "find out tomorrow that Julien is his natural son, and give him his name and a few thousand francs. In 6 weeks he will have a moustache like you, gentlemen. In 6 months he will be an officer of the hussars like you, gentlemen. Then the greatness of his character will no longer strike you as absurd. I see you, sir, the future duke, about to fall back on that bad old argument, the superiority of court nobility over provincial nobility. But what would you have to say if I should drive you to the wall, if I were naughty enough to give Julien a Spanish duke for a father, a prisoner of war in Besançon during Napoleon's time, who, from a scruple of conscience, acknowledged him on his deathbed. All these suppositions about an illegitimate birth were judged to be in rather bad taste by Messieurs de Caylus and de Croisenois. That was all they could see in Mathilde's line of reasoning. Dominated by her though he was, his sister's language was so plain that Norbert put on a solemn look, which one must admit did not sit very well on his kind and smiling countenance. He risked a few remarks. "Are you ill, my dear?" Mathilde answered him with a serious little air. "You must be feeling quite ill to answer a joke with a sermon." "A sermon, you? Are you trying to get a prefecture, by chance?" Mathilde very soon forgot the Count de Caylus' annoyed look, Norbert's ill humour, and Monsieur de Croisenois' silent despair. She had to make up her own mind about a fateful idea that had suddenly possessed her. "Julien is sincere with me," she said to herself. "At his age, in an inferior station, he needs a woman friend. Perhaps I am that friend, but I see no love in him. Given the boldness of his character, he would have told me of it." This uncertainty, this inner debate which from that minute on filled up Mathilde's day, and for which each time Julien spoke to her she would find fresh matter, completely dispelled those moments of boredom to which she was so prone. Daughter of a man of parts who might become a minister and give back the clergy their forests, Mademoiselle de la Mole had been an object of the most excessive flattery at the convent of the Sacred Heart. The harm done this way can never be offset. She had been persuaded that with all her advantages of birth, fortune, etc., she ought to be happier than anyone else. This notion is the source of the boredom of princes and of all their follies. Mathilde had not escaped the baneful influence of this idea. However intelligent one may be, one cannot at 10 be on one's guard against the flattery, apparently so well-founded, of a whole convent. The moment she decided she was in love with Julien, she was no longer bored. Every day she congratulated herself on having made up her mind to allow herself a great passion. "This amusement has its dangers," she reflected. "So much the better. So very, very much the better. Without a great passion, I was pining away with boredom in the prime of my life, between 16 and 20. I have already wasted my best years, obliged, as I was for my only distraction, to listen to the nonsense of my mother's lady friends, who, I have heard, were not altogether so strict at Coblentz in 1792 as they make out today." It was during this time, when Mathilde was still plagued with doubts, that Julien did not know what to make of the long looks she would fasten on him. He certainly noted an increase of coldness in Count Norbert's manner, and a fresh outburst of haughtiness in Messieurs de Caylus, de Lutz, and de Croisenois. He was used to it. This misfortune sometimes overtook him in the aftermath of an evening during which he had been more brilliant than befitted his place. Without the particular welcome Mathilde reserved for him, and his curiosity about the whole lot, he would have avoided following those brilliant young men with moustaches out into the garden when they accompanied Mademoiselle de la Mole after dinner. "Yes, I can't shut my eyes to the fact," Julien told himself, "that Mademoiselle de la Mole looks at me in a strange way. But even when her fine blue eyes are fixed on me and staring with the utmost abandon, I always see an undercurrent of questioning, of cold-bloodedness, of cruelty in them. Can that be love? How different from Madame de Rênal's gaze." Once after dinner, Julien, who had followed Monsieur de la Mole to his study, hurried down to the garden. As he was walking heedlessly towards Mathilde's group, he overheard a few words pronounced in a loud voice. Mathilde was teasing her brother. Julien distinctly heard his own name pronounced twice. He appeared. Abruptly there was a deep silence, and the attempts made to break it were useless. Mademoiselle de la Mole and her brother were too riled to find another subject of conversation. Messieurs de Caylus, de Croisenois, de Lutz, and one of their friends treated Julien with icy coldness. He laughed. Chapter 13. A Plot. Random remarks, chance encounters, become the most obvious kinds of proof in the eyes of a man of imagination, if he has any fire in his heart. Schiller. The next day he caught Norbert and his sister talking about him again. At his arrival, a silence of death set in, as on the night before. His suspicions were boundless. Could these nice young people be scheming to make a fool of me? That, I must admit, is far more likely, more natural, than Mademoiselle de la Mole's feigned passion for a poor devil of a secretary. In the first place, do those people have passions? Making a fool of you is what they do best. They are jealous of my poor little superiority in words. Jealousy is another of their weaknesses. Their plan is clear enough. Mademoiselle de la Mole is trying to convince me that she is interested in me, so she can make a spectacle of me in front of her fiancé. This cruel suspicion changed Julien's whole outlook. The idea met with a budding love in his heart, but had no trouble destroying it. His was a love based on nothing more than Mathilde's rare beauty, or rather, on her queenly manner and marvellous dress. In this respect, Julien was still an upstart. A pretty woman in society, so we are told, is that which most astonishes the intelligent peasant when he comes in contact with the highest classes. It was not Mathilde's character that had set Julien to dreaming on days previous. He had enough sense to realize that he knew nothing about her character. What he could see of it might be nothing more than a show. For example, Mathilde would not have missed a mass on Sunday for anything in the world, and she accompanied her mother to one almost every day. If in the drawing-room of the Hôtel de la Mole some rash fellow forgot where he was and took the liberty of alluding, however remotely, to some anecdote at the expense of the true or supposed interests of throne or altar, Mathilde, on the instant, became icily serious. Her look, otherwise so lively, would assume all the impassive haughtiness of an old family portrait. But Julien had found out for certain that she always kept one or two of Voltaire's most philosophical works in her room. He himself would often sneak a few volumes of this fine edition, so magnificently bound. By moving each tome slightly and leaving a gap between it and the next, he was able to conceal the absence of the one he carried off, but he soon noticed that someone else was reading Voltaire. He had recourse to a trick from the seminary. He placed a few bits of horsehair on the volumes that he supposed might interest Mademoiselle de la Mole. They would disappear for weeks at a time. Impatient with his bookseller, who sent him all the fake memoirs, Monsieur de la Mole entrusted Julien to buy any new books that were the least bit controversial. But, so the venom should not spread through the house, the secretary had orders to deposit these works in a little bookcase located in the Marquis's own bedroom. Shortly afterward, he could be sure that if these new volumes were the least bit hostile to throne or altar, they would not be long in vanishing. To be sure, it was not Norbert who was reading them. Julien, making too much of this discovery, imputed to Mademoiselle de la Mole the duplicity of a Machiavelli. This alleged low cunning of hers was, in his opinion, charming, almost the only moral charm she had. Boredom with hypocrisy and talk about virtue drove him to this excess. He was being swept away by his imagination more than by his love. It was only after losing himself in reveries over the elegance of Mademoiselle de la Mole's figure, her excellent taste in dress, the whiteness of her hand, the beauty of her arm, the disinvoltura of all her movements, that he found himself in love. Then, to complete the spell, he imagined her a Catherine de Medici. Nothing was too deep or too villainous for the character he lent her. It was the ideal of the Maslons, the Frières, and the Castaneds, whom he had admired in his early youth. It was for him, in short, the ideal of Paris. Could anything be funnier than to suppose depth or villainy in the Parisian character? It's possible that this whole trio is making fun of me, thought Julien. The reader knows little about his character if he cannot already see the cold, sombre expression his eyes assumed when answering Mathilde's gaze. A bitter irony repulsed the assurances of friendship that an astonished Mademoiselle de la Mole risked giving him 2 or 3 times. Stung by this odd behavior, the girl's heart, cold by nature, bored, responsive to wit alone, became as passionate as it was in her nature to be. But there was a great deal of pride in Mathilde's make-up, too, and the birth of an emotion which made all her happiness dependent upon another was accompanied by a gloomy sadness. Julien had already profited enough since his arrival in Paris to distinguish this from the cold sadness of boredom. Instead of being avid, as in the past, for evening parties, plays, and entertainments of all sorts, she avoided them. Music sung by French singers bored her to death, and yet Julien, who made it his duty to watch the crowd coming out of the opera, noted that she had herself taken there as often as possible. He thought he detected that she had lost a little of the perfect restraint that used to shine in all her actions. Sometimes she would answer her friends with witty remarks that offended by reason of their stinging emphasis. It seemed to him that she had it in for the Marquis de Croisenois. That young man must be awfully fond of money, not to drop that girl here and now, no matter how rich she may be, thought Julien. As for himself, indignant at so many insults offered to the male ego, he was colder to her than ever. Often he went so far as to answer impolitely. However resolute he was not to be duped by Mathilde's show of interest, it was so obvious on some days, and Julien, who was beginning to open his eyes, found her so pretty, that at times he was embarrassed. The skill and abiding patience of these fashionable young people will finally win out over my lack of experience. I ought to go away and put an end to this business. The Marquis had just turned over to him the management of several small estates and houses he owned in Lower Languedoc. A trip was necessary. Monsieur de la Mole consented with reluctance. Except in matters of the highest ambition, Julien had become another self to him. After all, they haven't had me yet, Julien told himself as he prepared to leave. Whether the jokes Mademoiselle de la Mole makes at the expense of those gentlemen are genuine, or intended simply to give me confidence, I have had a good laugh. If there is no plot against the carpenter's son, then Mademoiselle de la Mole's conduct is a mystery, but at least as much so for the Marquis de Croisenois as for me. Yesterday, for example, her irritation was real enough, and I had the pleasure of seeing a young man, as noble and as rich as I am beggarly and plebeian, put down in favor of me. That's the finest of my triumphs. It will cheer me up in the post-chaise as I speed over the plains of Languedoc. He had kept his departure secret, but Mathilde knew better than he that he was leaving Paris the next day, and for a long time. She had recourse to a splitting headache, which the stuffy air of the drawing-room only made worse. She walked a great deal in the garden, and so hurried Norbert, the Marquis de Croisenois, the Cailloux, de Lutz, and other young men who had dined at the Hôtel de la Mole with her sarcasm, that she forced them to leave. She kept looking at Julien in a strange way. Her look may be an act, thought Julien, but that quick breathing, all that nervousness... Bah, he said to himself, who am I to judge such things? This has to do with one of the sublimest, one of the most cunning women in Paris. Her short breathing nearly had an effect on me. She must have learned that from Leontine Failly, of whom she is so fond. They were alone now. The conversation was obviously flagging. No, Julien doesn't feel anything for me, thought Mathilde, genuinely unhappy. As he was saying goodbye, she gripped his arm. You will receive a letter from me tonight, she said in a voice so altered that he didn't recognize it. This detail touched Julien directly. My father, she went on, thinks highly of your services, as he should. You must not leave tomorrow. Find an excuse. And she went away at a run. Her figure was lovely. It wasn't possible to have a prettier foot. She ran with a grace that bewitched Julien. But can the reader guess what his second thought was when she was out of sight? He was offended by the imperative tone with which she had pronounced the word must. Louis XV, too, on the point of dying, was sharply annoyed by the word must, used clumsily by his chief physician. But after all, Louis XV was no upstart. An hour later, a lackey handed Julien a letter. It was simply a declaration of love. The style is not too affected, Julien told himself, trying by means of literary criticism to contain his joy, which was contracting his cheeks and forcing him to laugh in spite of himself. At last, he cried out all of a sudden, his passion too strong to be contained. I, a poor peasant, have had a declaration of love from a great lady. As for my own conduct, not bad, he added, suppressing his joy as much as possible. I have managed to keep my dignity. I have never said I was in love. He fell to studying the writing. Mademoiselle de la Mole had a pretty little English hand. He had to do something to take his mind off a delight that was turning into delirium. Your departure forces me to speak. Not to see you again would be more than I could bear. A thought struck Julien with the force of a discovery, interrupted his examination of Mathilde's letter, and doubled his joy. "I've won out over the Marquis de Croisenois," he cried. "I, whose talk is always so serious, and he is so good-looking. He has a moustache, a charming uniform. He always finds something witty and subtle to say at just the right time." Julien had a delightful moment. He wandered aimlessly about the garden, mad with happiness. A while later he climbed to his office, then had himself announced to the Marquis de la Mole, who, as luck would have it, was not out. Julien had no trouble proving, by showing him a number of stamped papers just in from Normandy, that the care of his Norman lawsuits obliged him to put off his departure for Languedoc. "I am so glad you are not going," the Marquis said to him when they had finished talking business. "I enjoy seeing you." Julien went out. This remark bothered him. "And I am going to seduce his daughter, make impossible, perhaps, that marriage with the Marquis de Croisenois which is the chief delight of his future. If he were not made duke, at least his daughter would have a folding stool." Julien had a notion to leave for Languedoc despite Mathilde's letter, despite the explanation given the Marquis. This impulse to virtue was short-lived. "What a fool I am," he told himself. "I, a plebeian, to take pity on a family of that rank. I, whom the Duc de Chaulnes calls a servant. How does the Marquis increase his vast fortune? By dumping government stocks when he learns from the chateau that a rumor of a coup d'etat is to be set afloat the next day. And I, relegated to the lowest class by a shrewish providence, I, to whom she has given a noble heart and an income of less than 1,000 francs, that is to say, no bread, practically speaking, no bread. And I should refuse any pleasure that comes my way, a clear spring that is open to quench my thirst in the burning desert of mediocrity which I must cross so painfully. By Jove, I'm not that stupid. Every man for himself in this desert of egoism we call life." And he remembered some of the disdainful looks directed toward him by Madame de la Mole, and especially by her friends, the ladies. The pleasure of triumphing over the Marquis de Croisenois completed the rout of his virtuous impulse. "How I wish he would lose his temper," said Julien. "With what confidence I should run him through right now." And he made the gesture of the second thrust. "Up to this time I have been an ill-bred pedant, contemptibly abusing my little store of courage. After this letter I am his equal. Yes," he said to himself with infinite pleasure, and speaking slowly, "she has weighed our merits, the Marquis's and mine, and the poor carpenter from the Jura has come out on top. Good. Now I know how to sign my answer. Don't imagine for a minute, Mademoiselle de la Mole, that I have forgotten my place. I will make you understand and appreciate full well that it is for a carpenter's son you are betraying a descendant of the famed Guy de Croisenois, who followed St. Louis on his crusade." Julien could not contain his joy. He was obliged to go down into the garden. His room, where he had locked himself in, seemed too cramped for breathing. "I, a poor peasant from the Jura," he repeated over and over, "I condemned to wear this dreary black outfit forever. Alas, 20 years sooner, and I would have worn a uniform like them. In those days, a man like me was either killed in battle or a general at 36. The letter, which he held tightly in his hand, gave him the stature and posture of a hero. "Nowadays, it's true, with this black suit a man may have emoluments of 100,000 francs and the blue sash at 40, like Monseigneur the Bishop of Beauvais." "Very well," he said to himself, laughing like Mephistopheles. "I'm smarter than they are. I've chosen the uniform of my day." And he felt his ambition and his fondness for the ecclesiastical garb increase twofold. How many cardinals born poorer than I who still have governed? My compatriot Gonvale, for example. Julien's excitement gradually died down. Prudence came to the fore. Like his master Tartuffe, whose role he knew by heart, he said to himself, "I might well think those words a virtuous ruse, and I shall put no stock in talk so sweet until her favours, after which I sigh, assure me what I've heard is not a lie." Tartuffe was also done in by a woman, and he was as good as the next man. My answer might be shown to someone, for which event we have this remedy, he added, articulating slowly and in an accent of restrained ferocity. We will begin with the most heartfelt expressions in the sublime Mathilde's letter. Yes, but supposing 4 of Monsieur de Croisenois' lackeys jump me and snatch the original? No, for I am well armed and have a habit, as everyone knows, of firing on lackeys. Very well, but one of them is brave. He rushes at me. He has been promised 100 Napoleons. I kill him or I wound him. Fine, that's all they need. They throw me in prison, quite legally. I appear in the police court, and I am sent with all due justice and equity on the part of the judges to keep company with Messieurs Fontaine and Magalon in Poissy. Once there, I sleep with 400 beggars pell-mell, and I should have pity on those people, he shouted, rising impetuously to his feet. Do they show any to people of the Third Estate once they have them in their grip? This remark was the last gasp of his gratitude for Monsieur de la Mole, the thought of whom had tormented Julien up to now in spite of himself. Easy does it, gentlemen. I'm on to that bit of Machiavellianism. The Abbé Maslon or Monsieur Castanede at the seminary couldn't do better. Once you relieve me of the provocative note, I shall become a sequel to the story of Colonel Caron at Colmar. 1 minute, sirs. I'm going to send the fatal letter, carefully sealed in a package, to the Abbé Pirard for safekeeping. He is an honest man, a Jansenist, and as such proof against the charms of the purse. Yes, but he opens letters. It is to Fouquet that I shall send this one. One must admit that Julien's gaze was atrocious, his face hideous. It was instinct with unalloyed crime. He was the unhappy man at war with all society. To arms! Cried Julien. And in one bound he cleared the steps in front of the mansion. He went into a public scrivener's stall at the corner of the street. He frightened him. Copy this, he said, handing him Mademoiselle de la Mole's letter. While the scrivener was at work, Julien wrote to Fouquet. He begged him to keep a precious package for him. But, he said to himself, interrupting his writing, the censor at the post office will open my letter and give you the one you're looking for. No, gentlemen. He went and bought a huge Bible from a Protestant bookseller, very cunningly hid Mathilde's letter in the cover, had the whole thing wrapped, and his package went on the stagecoach, addressed to one of Fouquet's workmen whose name was unknown to anyone in Paris. That done, he returned joyous and light-hearted to the Hôtel de la Mole. Our turn now, he cried, locking himself in his room and throwing off his black coat. What, mademoiselle, he wrote to Mathilde, can it be Mademoiselle de la Mole, who, with the help of Arsène, her father's lackey, has sent a too charming letter to the carpenter from the Jura, no doubt to make sport of his naivete? And he transcribed the most explicit statements from the letter he had just received. His own would have done credit to the diplomatic caution of Monsieur le Chevalier de Beauvoisis. It was only 10 o'clock. Julien, drunk with happiness and a sense of power, so new to the poor devil he was, walked into the Italian opera. He heard his friend Geronimo sing. Never had music exalted him to such heights. He was a god. Chapter 14. A Girl's Thoughts. Such uncertainty, so many sleepless nights. Am I about to make myself contemptible? He himself will despise me. But he's leaving. He's going away. Alfred de Musset. It had cost Mathilde a struggle to write her letter. Whatever the beginning of her interest in Julien might have been, it soon dominated her pride, which, as long as she had known herself, had reigned absolute in her heart. This cold, haughty soul was swept away for the first time in her life by a passionate feeling. But if it dominated her pride, it was still faithful to the uses of pride. 2 months of conflict and of fresh sensations had renewed, so to speak, her entire moral being. Mathilde thought happiness was in sight. This vision, all-powerful in a brave heart when it is joined to a superior intellect, had to contend for a long time against her sense of dignity and all her notions about common duty. One day she went to her mother's room at 7 in the morning and begged her permission to take refuge at Villequier. The Marquise didn't bother to answer and advised her to go back to bed. This was her last effort in the direction of common modesty and deference to conventional ideas. The dread of doing the wrong thing and of running counter to ideas held sacred by the Caylus the de Lutzes, the Croissanoises, had little hold over her mind. Such fellows, so she thought, couldn't possibly understand her. She would have consulted them had it been a matter of buying a calash or an estate. Her real terror was that Julien might be annoyed with her. Perhaps, too, he has nothing but the appearance of a superior man. She loathed a want of character. That was her sole objection to the handsome young men who surrounded her. The more they bantered gracefully about everyone who was out of step with the fashion or followed it awkwardly, under the impression of keeping up with it, the lower they sank in her estimation. They were brave, and that was all. And yet, brave how? She asked herself. In a duel, but nowadays a duel is simply a ritual. Everything about it is known beforehand, even what a man ought to say when he falls. Stretched out on the grass, hand over heart, he is supposed to pardon his opponent generously, and say a few words for the fair one, who is often fictitious, or else goes to a ball on the day of his death for fear of rousing suspicion. They brave danger at the head of squadrons, all shiny with steel, but solitary, strange, unexpected, and truly ugly danger? Alas, Mathilde said to herself, at the court of Henry III one found men who were as great by character as by birth. Ah, if only Julien had served at Jarnac or at Montcontour, I should have no doubts. In those times of might and main, the French were no dolls. The day of battle was almost the least of their worries. Their lives were not bound up like an Egyptian mummy under a covering that is common to everyone and always the same. Yes, she added, it took more true courage to go home alone at 11 o'clock at night after leaving the Hôtel de Soissons, where Catherine de Medici lived, than it takes nowadays to run off to Algiers. A man's life was a game of chance. Civilization and the prefect of police have driven away chance. The unexpected has been banished. Should it appear in ideas, it is epigrammed to death. If it shows up in events, no measure is too cowardly for our own fear. No matter what piece of madness fear may lead us to commit, it is excused. Degenerate and boring age. What would Boniface de la Mole have said if, raising his severed head from the grave in 1793, he had seen 17 of his descendants let themselves be taken like sheep to be guillotined 2 days later? Death was certain, yet it would have been bad form to defend oneself and kill a Jacobin or two. Ah, in the heroic age of France, in Boniface de la Mole's day, Julien would have been the major, and my brother the young priest, with the right ideas, with caution in his eyes and reason on his tongue. A few months earlier, Mathilde had despaired of meeting anyone a bit out of the ordinary. She had found some happiness in permitting herself to write to a few young men in society. This boldness, so improper, so reckless in a young lady, might have disgraced her in the eyes of Monsieur de Croissanois, or of her grandfather, the Duc de Chaulnes, and of the entire Hôtel de Chaulnes, which, seeing the proposed marriage broken off, would want to know why. At that time, on days when she had written one of her letters, Mathilde couldn't sleep. Yet those letters were simply replies. In the present instance, she had dared to say she loved. She had been the first, a terrible word, to write to a man in the lowest rank of society. This item, in the event of discovery, ensured everlasting dishonor. Which of the women who came to visit her mother would dare to speak up for her? What phrase could they be given to repeat so as to deaden the blow of the awful scorn she would meet with in drawing-rooms? Even to speak was frightful, but to write— "There are certain things one does not write," shouted Napoleon upon learning of the surrender of Bailén. It was Julien who had told her that story, as if to teach her a lesson in advance. But all that was as nothing. There were other causes for Mathilde's distress. Forgetting the horrible effect it could have on society, the indelible stain that might result, for she was desecrating her caste, Mathilde was about to write to a man of a very different stamp from the Croissanoises, the de Lutzes, the Caylus. The depth, the unknown quantity of Julien's character might have frightened her even if she were establishing an ordinary relation with him, and she was going to make him her lover, perhaps her master. Where will his pretensions stop, if ever he has complete power over me? Very well, I will tell myself, like Medea, amid so many dangers, I still have me. He was convinced that Julien felt no veneration for blue blood. Worse, perhaps he felt no love for her. In these latest moments of awful doubt, notions about feminine pride occurred to her. "Everything about the destiny of a girl like me ought to be unusual," cried Mathilde, all out of patience. Then the pride that had been instilled in her since birth became the adversary of virtue. At this juncture, news of Julien's departure came to quicken the process. Such characters are, fortunately, very rare. The same night, very late, Julien was malicious enough to have his very heavy trunk carried down to the doorkeeper's lodge. He had called the footman who was courting Mademoiselle de la Mole's chambermaid to do the carrying. "This maneuver may come to nothing," he told himself, "but if it succeeds, she will think I have left." Very gay, he fell asleep over this prank. Mathilde didn't close her eyes. Early the next morning, Julien left the house unnoticed, but came back before 8 o'clock. He had no more than entered the library when Mademoiselle de la Mole appeared in the door. He handed her his answer. He considered it his duty to speak to her. At any rate, nothing could be easier, but Mademoiselle de la Mole would not listen to him and disappeared. Julien was delighted. He hadn't known what to say. "If this isn't a game agreed upon with Count Norbert, then it's clear that my cold looks have kindled the baroque love this very high-born girl has decided to feel for me. I should be a bit more stupid than is called for if ever I let myself be lured into fancying that tall, blonde doll." This line of reasoning left him colder and more calculating than ever before in his life. "In the battle that is preparing," he added, "pride of birth will be like a high hill, forming a tactical position between her and me. It's up there that I'll have to maneuver. I did the wrong thing by staying in Paris. Postponing my departure like this will make me look bad and expose me to ridicule, if this is nothing but a game. What did I have to lose by leaving? If they were pulling my leg, I was pulling theirs. If there is anything to her interest in me, I would have increased it 100 times. Mademoiselle de la Mole's letter had given Julien's vanity such keen pleasure that, while laughing over what had happened, he had forgotten to give serious thought to the advisability of departure. It was a flaw in his character to be extremely sensitive to his own omissions. He was sorely vexed by this one, and hardly thought about the incredible victory which had preceded this small reverse. Then, around 9 o'clock, Mademoiselle de la Mole appeared on the threshold of the library, threw a letter at him, and fled. "It seems that this is to be an epistolary novel," he said, picking up the letter. "The enemy has made a false move. As for me, I'm going to send coldness and virtue into the field." He was being asked, with a haughtiness that doubled his secret gaiety, for a decisive answer. He indulged himself for 2 pages in the pleasure of mystifying those persons who were trying to make a fool of him, and it was still as a joke that he announced, toward the end of his reply, that his departure had been set for the next morning. His letter concluded, "The garden will do for delivering it," he thought, and went there. He looked up at Mademoiselle de la Mole's bedroom window. She was on the 2nd floor, next to her mother's apartment, but there was a high mezzanine. The 2nd floor was so high up that as he walked beneath the alley of sycamores, letter in hand, Julien could not be seen from Mademoiselle de la Mole's window. The arch formed by the skilfully pruned trees blocked the view. "What?" said Julien to himself irritably. "More carelessness. If they're out to make a fool of me, showing myself with a letter in hand will help my enemies." Norbert's bedroom was directly over his sister's, and if Julien came out from under the vault formed by the clipped sycamore branches, the Count and his friends would be able to follow every move he made. Mademoiselle de la Mole appeared behind her window-pane. He half showed his letter. She bent her head. Directly Julien started up to his room at a run, and on the main staircase he happened to meet the beautiful Mathilde, who, perfectly at ease and with laughter in her eyes, seized the letter. "What passion there was in poor Madame de Renal's gaze," Julien remarked to himself, "when even after 6 months of intimacy she dared to accept a letter from me. Not once, I think, did she look at me with laughing eyes." He did not state the rest of his comparison so clearly. Was he ashamed of the futility of his motives? But, too, he thought, what a difference in the elegance of Mademoiselle de la Mole's morning gown, in the elegance of her figure. Catching sight of Mademoiselle de la Mole at a distance of 30 yards, a man of taste could guess what rank she occupies in society. That is what you might call explicit merit." Joking all the while, Julien had yet to admit all of his thoughts to himself. Madame de Rênal had had no Marquis de Croissenard to sacrifice for him. He had had no rival except that ignoble sub-prefect Charcot, who took the name de Maugiron because there were no more de Maugirons. At 5 o'clock, Julien received a third letter. It was tossed at him from the library door. Mademoiselle de la Mole fled again. "What a mania for writing," he said to himself, laughing, "when it is so easy for us to talk. The enemy wants to get hold of letters from me, that's clear, and several." He was in no hurry to pen this one. More elegant sentences, he thought, but he turned pale as he read. There were only 8 lines. "I have to speak with you. I must speak with you tonight. The moment 1 o'clock strikes, go to the garden. Take the gardener's big ladder by the well, lean it against my window, and climb up to my room. There is a full moon, no matter." Chapter 15. Is it a plot? Ah, how hard it is to bear the time between the conception of a great plan and its execution. How many vain terrors. What irresolution. Life is at stake. Much more than that is at stake. Honor. Schiller. "This is getting serious," thought Julien, "and a bit too obvious," he added after having thought it over. "Why, that beautiful young lady can speak to me in the library with, thank God, perfect freedom. Afraid I might show him the accounts, the Marquis never comes here. Why, Monsieur de la Mole and Count Norbert, the only persons who set foot in here, are gone almost all day. It's easy to spot them the moment they come back to the house, and the sublime Mathilde, for whose hand a sovereign prince would not be too noble, is asking me to take an abominable risk. It's plain that someone is out to ruin me, or, at the very least, to make a fool of me. First they tried to do me in with my letters, but they were too carefully written. Very well. What they want now is an action that is clear as day. Those pretty little gentlemen must think I am either completely stupid or perfectly conceited. The devil! Climb a ladder to a second floor 25 feet above the ground on the brightest moonlit night in the world. There would be time to see me even from the neighboring houses. Wouldn't I look fine on my ladder? Julien went to his room and, whistling the while, packed his trunk. He had made up his mind to leave and not even answer. But this wise resolution brought him no peace of mind. If by chance, he said to himself suddenly, his trunk locked, Mathilde were acting in good faith, in her opinion then I'd be playing the part of a perfect coward. Since I have no birthright, I must have great qualities, ready to show on demand, without benefit of any flattering suppositions, and thoroughly proven by deeds that speak for themselves. He spent a quarter of an hour pacing his room. "What use in denying it?" he said finally. "I will be a coward in her eyes. I will lose not only the most dazzling woman in high society, as everyone described her at the Duc de Retz's ball, but also the sublime pleasure of seeing the Marquis de Croissenard sacrificed for my sake. The son of a duke who will be a duke himself, a charming young man who has all the qualities I lack, a sense of what is fitting, birth, fortune. Remorse will haunt me all my life, not because of her, there are plenty of mistresses. But there is only one honor, says old Don Diego, and here I am clearly and unmistakably beating a retreat from the first danger that comes my way, for that duel with Monsieur de Beauvoisis was a joke. This is quite a different matter. I might be shot full of holes by a servant, but that's the least of my worries. I might be dishonored. This is getting serious, my boy, he added with a Gascon accent and gaiety. Honor is at stake. Never again will a poor devil cast down so low by chance find another such opportunity. There will be other women in my life, but none like this. He pondered for a long time. He was walking about hurriedly and stopping short from time to time. A magnificent marble bust of Cardinal Richelieu had been put in his room. In spite of himself, it kept drawing his attention. Lighted up by his lamp, this bust seemed to gaze at him sternly, as if reproaching him for his want of that audacity which ought to come naturally to the French character. In your time, great man, would I have hesitated? At the worst, Julien said to himself finally, let us suppose that this is a trap. It's quite a dirty business and highly compromising for a girl. They know I'm not the man to keep quiet. So they will have to kill me. That was all right in 1574, in the time of Boniface de la Mole, but the one today would never dare. Those people are not what they used to be. Mademoiselle de la Mole is so envied. Tomorrow 400 drawing rooms would echo her shame, and with what pleasure. The servants gossip among themselves about the marked preference she keeps showing me. I know, I've heard them. On the other hand, her letters, they might think I have them on me. Catching me in her bedroom, they would relieve me of them. I will have to deal with 2, 3, 4 men, who knows? Yet, where are they going to get these men? Where can you find close-mouthed hirelings in Paris? They're all afraid of the law. By God, Caylus, Croissenois, Delutz will do it themselves. The hour and the foolish figure I will cut in their midst must be what has tempted them. Beware of Abelard's fate, Mr. Secretary. But to be sure, gentlemen, you will carry my mark. I will aim for your faces like Caesar's soldiers at Pharsala. As for the letters, I can put them in a safe place. Julien made copies of the last 2, hid them in a volume of the library's handsome Voltaire, and took the originals to the post himself. When he returned, "Into what mad adventure am I about to throw myself?" he wondered in surprise and terror. He had gone a quarter of an hour without looking straight into the face of his deed for the following night. But if I refuse, I will despise myself forever after. My refusal will be a great source of doubt for the rest of my life, and for me such a doubt is the bitterest of misfortunes. Wasn't that how I felt in the case of Amanda's lover? I believe I could more easily forgive myself for an out-and-out crime. Once it was confessed, I'd stop thinking about it. What? An incredibly lucky fate has singled me out of the crowd to set me in rivalry against one of the best names in France, and shall I, out of sheer wantonness, declare myself his inferior? When all's said and done, it would be cowardly not to go. That remark settles it, cried Julien, rising to his feet. Besides, she's pretty as can be. If this is not a trap, what a crazy risk she is taking. If this is a hoax, by God, gentlemen, it depends on me alone to turn it into a serious matter, and so I shall. But if they pin down my arms the moment I enter the bedroom, they might have set up some ingenious contraption. It's like a duel, he told himself with a laugh. There's a parry for every thrust, as my fencing master says, but the good Lord, who wants to get it over with, sees to it that one of the 2 fencers forgets to parry. In any event, these will answer for me. He pulled out his pocket pistols, and, though the primers were in good condition, he replaced them. There was still a good many hours to wait. For something to do, Julien wrote to Fouquet. My friend, open the enclosed letter only in case of accident, should you hear that something peculiar has happened to me, in which event rub out the names in the manuscript I am sending you, and make 8 copies of it, which you are to send to the newspapers in Marseille, Bordeaux, Lyon, Brussels, etc. 10 days later, have this manuscript printed. Send the first copy to the Marquis de la Mole, and 2 weeks later, throw the other copies by night into the streets of Verrières. Julien had made this little justificatory record, drawn up in the form of a story, and which Fouquet was not to open except in case of an accident, as little compromising as possible for Mademoiselle de la Mole, yet it described his own situation very precisely. Julien was just finishing his package when the dinner bell rang. It made his heart pound. His imagination, engrossed with the account he had just composed, was full of tragic forebodings. He had seen himself seized by the servants, bound, then taken down to the cellar with a gag in his mouth. There a servant kept a close watch on him, and if the noble family's honour required a tragic end to this adventure, it was easily brought to a close with one of those poisons that leave no trace. They would say he had died of a sickness, and would carry him dead up to his room. Moved by his own story, like a playwright, Julien was really frightened when he entered the dining-room. He looked at all those footmen in full livery. He studied their faces. Which have been chosen for tonight's expedition? He asked himself. In this family, memories of Henry III's court are so real, so often recalled, that if they consider themselves insulted, they will be quicker to act than other personages of their rank. He looked at Mademoiselle de la Mole and tried to read the family's plan in her eyes. She was pale, and he thought she had an altogether medieval look. Never had he seen such an air of greatness about her. She was truly beautiful and stately. He almost fell in love with her. Pallida morte futura, he said to himself. Her pallor bespeaks her high purposes. To no avail, after dinner, he pretended for a long while to be strolling in the garden. Mademoiselle de la Mole did not appear. At that moment, talking with her would have freed his heart of a great weight. Why not admit it? He was afraid. Since he had resolved to act, he gave in to his feelings without shame. Provided that when the time comes to act, I find the courage I need, what difference does it make how I feel right now? He went to make sure of the location and weight of the ladder. It is an instrument, he said to himself, laughing, of which I have been destined to make use, here as in Verrières. But what a difference! That time, he added with a sigh, I didn't have to be wary of the person for whom I was exposing myself. What a difference, too, in the danger. Had I been killed in Monsieur de Rênal's garden, it would have been no dishonour to me. They could easily have found a way to make my death unaccountable. But here, what abominable stories won't they concoct in the drawing-rooms of the Hôtel de Chaulnes, the Hôtel de Caylus, the Hôtel de Retz, etc. In short, everywhere. Posterity will think I was a monster. For 2 or 3 years, he went on, laughing at himself. And yet this idea staggered him. On what grounds will anyone be able to vindicate me? Suppose that Fouquet prints my posthumous pamphlet. It will be but one infamy the more. Why, I was taken into a household, and in return for the hospitality shown me, for all the kindness lavished on me, I print a pamphlet telling what goes on in it. I attack the honour of its women. Ah, rather let us play the dupe 1,000 times over. It was a ghastly evening. Chapter 16. 1 in the morning. This garden was very large and had been laid out only a few years before with perfect taste. But the trees had been part of the famous Pré aux Clercs, so well known in the time of Henry III. They were more than a century old. There was something rural about the place. Massager. He was about to write and countermand his instructions to Fouquet when 11 o'clock struck. He turned the key in his bedroom door noisily, as if locking himself in. He moved throughout the house on cat's feet to observe what was going on, especially in the 5th-floor dormers where the servants lived. There was nothing out of the ordinary. One of Madame de la Mole's chambermaids was giving a party. The servants were gaily drinking punch. Men who laugh like that can't be in on tonight's expedition, thought Julien. They would be sober. Eventually he stationed himself in a dark corner of the garden. If they plan to keep everything hidden from the servants, they will have the men they hired to catch me come in over the garden wall. If Monsieur de Croissanois has his wits about him in this business, he must see that it would be less compromising for the young lady he means to marry if I were caught just before I stepped into her bedroom. He made a very precise and military reconnaissance of the grounds. My honour is at stake, he thought. If I make a slip, it won't be excuse enough in my own eyes to tell myself I didn't think of that. The weather was hopelessly fair. Around 11 the moon had risen. By 12:30 it lit up the entire side of the house that faced the garden. She's mad, Julien told himself. When the clock struck 1, there was still light in Count Norbert's windows. Never in his life had Julien been so afraid. He saw nothing but the danger of his enterprise and felt no enthusiasm whatsoever. He went to get the huge ladder, waited 5 minutes to allow time for a counter-order, and at 1:05 leaned it against Mathilde's window. He climbed softly, pistol in hand, astonished not to be attacked. As he drew near the window, it opened noiselessly. "There you are, sir," Mathilde said to him nervously. "I've been watching you for the past hour." Julien was embarrassed. He didn't know how to act. He felt no love at all. In his confusion, he thought he should be forward. He tried to kiss Mathilde. "Shame on you," she said, pushing him away. Well content to be rejected, he cast a hurried glance around him. The moon was so bright that the shadows it made in Mademoiselle de la Mole's bedroom were perfectly black. "Some men may very well be hidden in here," he thought, "without my being able to see them." "What do you have in your coat pocket?" Mathilde asked, delighted to find a subject of conversation. She was strangely ill at ease. All her feelings of reserve and shyness, so natural in a well-bred girl, had taken the upper hand again and were putting her to the rack. "I have all sorts of knives and pistols," answered Julien. no less content to have something to say.
"You will have to let down the ladder. It's huge and might break the windows of the drawing-room below or the mezzanine." "You mustn't break the windows,"
Mathilde went on, trying in vain to assume an ordinary conversational tone.
"It seems to me that you could lower it with a rope tied to the top rung. I always keep a supply of rope in my room." "And this is a woman in love?" thought Julien. "She dares to say she loves. So much self-control, so much foresight, shows me clearly enough that I have not triumphed over Monsieur de Croisenois as I so foolishly believed. I have simply taken his place. But does it really matter? Am I in love with her? I have won out over the Marquis in the sense that he will be very angry to have a successor, and angrier still because I am that successor. How haughtily he stared at me last night in Tortoni's, when he pretended not to recognize me. How ill-naturedly he greeted me later, when he could no longer avoid it."
Julien had tied the rope to the highest rung of the ladder. He let it down gently, leaning far out over the balcony to keep it from touching the windows.
"A fine time to kill me," he thought, "if someone is hiding in Mathilde's room."
But a deep silence prevailed everywhere. The ladder touched the ground. Julien managed to lay it down in the bed of exotic flowers along the wall.
"What will my mother say when she sees her beautiful plants all crushed? You must throw down the rope too," she added with great presence of mind. "If someone saw it hanging from the balcony, that item would be hard to explain."
"And me, how I go away," said Julien jokingly and affecting a Creole accent. One of the chambermaids in the house came from Santo Domingo.
You go away by door,"
said Mathilde, enchanted by the idea.
"Oh, how worthy is this man of all my love," she thought.
Julien had just let the rope drop to the ground. Mathilde clasped him in her arms. He thought he had been seized by the enemy, and turned around sharply, pulling out his dagger. She thought she heard a window opening. They stood stock still, not breathing. The moon shone fully on them. The noise was not repeated. There was nothing to worry about. Embarrassment set in again. It was great on both sides. Julien made sure the door was secured by all of its bolts. He thought seriously of looking under the bed, but didn't dare. 1 or 2 lackeys might have been posted there. Finally, dreading some future blame from his own sense of prudence, he looked. Mathilde had fallen prey to all the agonies of extreme shyness. She was horrified at her position.
"What have you done with my letters?"
she asked after a time.
"What a fine opportunity to confound those gentlemen if they are eavesdropping, and to avoid the battle," Julien thought. "The first is concealed in a big Protestant Bible that last night's stagecoach carried far away from here." He spoke very distinctly as he entered into these details, so as to be heard by any persons who might be hiding in the 2 tall mahogany wardrobes which he had not dared to inspect. "The other 2 are in the mail and following the same route as the first." "Good God! Why all these precautions?" said Mathilde in astonishment. "Why should I lie?" thought Julien, and he confessed all of his suspicions. "That's the reason, then, for the coldness of your letters," cried Mathilde with more frenzy than tenderness in her voice. Julien did not catch this nuance. Her use of the familiar address had turned his head, or at least it had laid his suspicions to rest. He had gained stature in his own eyes. He dared to clasp that very beautiful girl who inspired him with so much respect. He only half resisted. He resorted to his memory, as once before long ago in Besançon with Amanda Binet, and recited several of the most beautiful passages in the Nouvelle Héloise. "You have a man's heart," she answered, without listening very closely to his recitation. "I meant to test your courage, I admit. Your first suspicions and your determination to see me show that you are even more intrepid than I thought." Mathilde was making an effort to address him familiarly, and she was obviously more attentive to this odd manner of speech than to the sense of what she was saying. Her use of the familiar form, stripped of all tenderness, ceased to give Julien any pleasure after a few moments. He was astonished at the absence of happiness. Finally, in order to feel it, he appealed to his reason. He saw that he was highly esteemed by this proud girl, who never bestowed her praise without reservation. By this line of reasoning, he attained to a happiness based on self-esteem. True, this was not the soul's ecstasy he had sometimes known in the company of Madame de Rênal. Great God, what a difference!
There was nothing tender about his feelings in these first few moments. He felt rather the keenest happiness of crowned ambition, and Julien was above all ambitious. He spoke again about the people he had suspected and of the precautions he had devised. As he spoke, he kept searching for a way to profit from his victory. Still deeply embarrassed, and looking as if she were horror-stricken at the step she had taken, Mathilde seemed delighted to find a topic of conversation. They talked about ways of meeting again. Julien savoured delightedly the fresh proofs of intelligence and bravery which he gave during this discussion. They had to deal with very shrewd people. Little Tombeau was certainly a spy, but he and Mathilde were not exactly slow-witted either. What could be easier than to meet in the library and make plans there? "Without rousing suspicion, I can appear in any part of the house," added Julien, "and almost in Madame de la Mole's bedroom." It was absolutely necessary to go through it to reach her daughter's room. If Mathilde preferred that he always come by way of the ladder, it was with a heart drunk with joy that he would expose himself to this slight danger. As she listened to him talk, Mathilde was offended by his air of triumph. "So he is my master." She was already a prey to misgivings. Her reason was horrified at the piece of sheer madness she had just committed. Had she been able, she would have annihilated herself and Julien. When, from time to time, by sheer willpower, she was able to quiet her remorse, feelings of shyness and of pained modesty would make her perfectly wretched. She had in no way anticipated the frightful state she was in. "All the same, I must speak to him," she told herself at length. "It's only proper. One speaks to one's lover." And then, to fulfill her obligation, and with a tenderness that was more apparent in her words than in the sound of her voice, she told him about the various decisions she had reached in the past few days with regard to him. She had made up her mind that if he dared come to her room with the help of the gardener's ladder, as stipulated, she would be his. But never have such tender words been spoken in a politer and colder tone of voice. Until now the meeting had been icy. It was enough to turn love into hatred. What a fine lesson in morality for a rash young woman. Is it worth ruining one's future for such a moment? After many a doubt, which to the casual observer might seem an effect of the most decided loathing, so great the difficulty her feeling that a woman's duty is to herself had in yielding to even so staunch a will as hers, Mathilde finally became his kind mistress. To tell the truth, their raptures were a bit forced. For them, passionate love was still a model to be imitated, rather than a reality. Mademoiselle de la Mole believed that she was performing a duty to herself and to her lover. "The poor boy," she told herself, "has been consummately brave. He must be happy, or it is I who am wanting in character." But she would willingly have paid the price of eternal suffering to redeem the harsh constraint under which she found herself. Despite the terrible violence she was doing her feelings, she was absolute mistress of her words. Neither regret nor blame came to spoil this night, one that struck Julien as strange rather than happy. How different, good God, from his last stay of 24 hours in Verrières. "Those fine Parisian manners have found the way to spoil everything, even love," Julien remarked to himself, quite unfairly. He indulged in these reflections while standing in one of the tall mahogany wardrobes into which he had been introduced at the first sounds from the adjoining apartment, which was Madame de la Mole's. Mathilde followed her mother to Mass, the serving women soon left the apartment, and Julien easily made his escape before they returned to finish their work. He mounted a horse and sought out the most isolated spots in the forest of Meudon. He was far more astonished than happy. The kind of felicity that from time to time welled up in his heart was that of the young second lieutenant who, as a consequence of some amazing action, has been promoted on the spot to colonel by his commander-general. He felt he had been lifted to an immense height. Everything that had been above him the night before was beside him now, or else below. Julien's happiness increased as he rode farther and farther away. If there was no tenderness in his heart, it was because Mathilde, in all her behavior with him, however strange it may sound,
had been fulfilling a duty. There had been nothing unexpected for her in all the events of that night, except the wretchedness and shame she experienced, instead of that heavenly bliss of which the novels speak. Could I have been mistaken? Is it possible that I don't love him? She asked herself. Chapter 17. An Old Sword. I now mean to be serious. It is time, since laughter nowadays is deemed too serious, a jest at vice by virtues called a crime. Don Juan, Canto 13. She did not appear at dinner-time. At night she came to the drawing-room for a few minutes, but did not look at Julien. This behavior seemed strange. But, he reflected, I must confess that, except the things these people do every day and which I have seen them do 100 times, I know nothing about the ways of high society. She will give me some good reason for all this. Nevertheless, impelled by the liveliest curiosity, he kept studying the expression on Mathilde's features. He couldn't shut his eyes to the fact that she had a cold and ill-natured look about her. Obviously, it was not the same woman who, the night before, had felt or feigned raptures that were too excessive to be true. The next day, the day after, the same coldness on her side. She never once looked at him. She was not aware of his existence. Devoured by the most intense anxiety, Julien was 1,000 leagues from the feeling of triumph which had exhilarated him on the first day. Could this, by any chance, be a return to virtue? He wondered. But that idea was far too middle-class for the lofty Mathilde. Ordinarily, she takes very little stock in religion, thought Julien. She likes it because it serves the interests of her caste. But might she not, out of simple feminine modesty, be reproaching herself harshly for the irreparable error she has committed? Julien believed he was her first lover. But, he would tell himself at other times, one must admit that there is nothing naive, simple, or tender about any of her conduct. Never have I seen her looking more like a queen who has just stepped down from her throne. Does she despise me? It would be like her to blame herself for what she has done for me, if only because of my low birth. While Julien, filled with prejudices drawn from books and from his recollections of Verrières, was pursuing the chimera of a tender mistress who gives no thought to her own existence once she has made her lover happy, Mathilde's vanity was raging against him. Since she had not been bored during the last 2 months, she no longer dreaded boredom. Thus, though he could not have been the least aware of it, Julien had lost his greatest advantage. So I have given myself a master, Mademoiselle de la Mole kept telling herself, as she walked restlessly about her room. He is the soul of honor, well and good, but if I push his vanity to the limit, he will avenge himself by disclosing the nature of our relations. Such is the unhappy age in which we live, that not even the strangest aberrations are a cure for boredom. Julien was Mathilde's first lover, and in such circumstances, which usually grant a few tender illusions to even the most frigid of hearts, she was a prey to the bitterest speculations. He has immense power over me, since he reigns by terror, and could inflict a terrible punishment if I pushed him to the limit. This thought alone was enough to drive Mademoiselle de la Mole into insulting him, for courage was her prime attribute. Nothing could give her a bit of excitement or cure her of a lingering and ever-recurring boredom, except the notion that she was playing heads or tails with her whole future. After dinner on the third day, since Mademoiselle de la Mole persisted in ignoring him, Julien followed her, obviously against her will, into the billiard-room. Very well, sir. Do you think you have acquired some great authority over me? She said to him with barely restrained anger. Since in opposition to my clearly expressed will, you claim the right to speak to me? How can you be so cruel and so disloyal? Do you realize that no one has ever presumed so far? Nothing could be funnier than the dialogue between these two young lovers. Without realizing it, they were pitted against one another by a feeling of the most intense hatred. Since neither of them was long-suffering by nature, though it must be added that both had the manners of good society, they were soon at the point of notifying one another that they were breaking off forever. I swear eternal secrecy, said Julien. I might even add that I would never speak to you again. were it not that your reputation might suffer from so marked a change."
He bowed respectfully and left. That night he had carried out, with the alacrity of vengeance, what to him seemed a duty. He was a long way from considering himself deeply in love with Mademoiselle de la Mole. Certainly he had not been in love with her 3 days before, when she hid him in the tall mahogany wardrobe. But a swift change took place in his heart the moment he saw that he had broken with her forever. His cruel memory began to recall the slightest details of that night, which in reality had left him so cold. By the second night following their declaration of eternal estrangement, Julien almost went crazy from being forced to admit to himself that he loved Mademoiselle de la Mole. Terrible struggles ensued from this discovery. All his feelings were thrown into confusion. A week later, instead of being arrogant with Monsieur de Croisenois, he felt almost like falling upon his neck and bursting into tears. Getting used to his misery brought him a glimmering of good sense. He made up his mind to leave for Languedoc, packed his trunk, and set out for the posting-house. He felt faint when, after reaching the mail-coach office, he was informed that by an odd chance there was a place for the very next day on the mail for Toulouse. He reserved it and went back to the Hôtel de la Mole to announce his departure to the Marquis. Monsieur de la Mole was out. More dead than alive, Julien went to wait for him in the library. Think how he felt when he discovered Mademoiselle de la Mole there. Seeing him come in, she assumed an ill-natured air, which he could not possibly mistake. Carried away by his unhappiness, thrown off by surprise, Julien was foolish enough to say to her, in the tenderest of tones, and straight from the heart, "So, you don't love me any more?" "I am horrified at having given myself to the first man who came along," said Mathilde, as her eyes filled with tears of rage against herself. "The first man who came along?" Julien shouted, and he leapt toward a medieval sword which hung on the wall as a curiosity. His suffering, which he thought utmost at the instant he had addressed Mademoiselle de la Mole, was augmented 100-fold by the tears of shame he saw her shedding. He would have been the happiest of men if he could have killed her. At that moment, just when he had drawn the sword, with some difficulty, from its ancient scabbard, Mathilde, delighted at so new a sensation, advanced proudly toward him. Her tears had stopped. The thought of the Marquis de la Mole, his benefactor, suddenly crossed Julien's mind. "I kill his daughter?" he said to himself. "How horrible!" He made a move to throw away the sword. "Surely," he thought, "she will burst out laughing at the sight of such a melodramatic gesture." He was indebted to this thought for the recovery of all his self-control. He inspected the blade of the old sword inquisitively, as if searching for a spot of rust. Then he put it back in its scabbard, and with the greatest calm replaced it on the gilded bronze nail from which it hung. This whole sequence, very slow toward the end, lasted a good minute. Mademoiselle de la Mole watched him in astonishment. "Well, I've just missed being killed by my lover," she told herself. This idea carried her back to the finest years in the reign of Charles IX and Henry III. Looking taller than usual, she was standing motionless in front of Julien, who had just replaced the sword. She gazed at him with eyes from which all hatred had vanished. One must admit that she was very attractive at the moment. Certainly no woman ever looked less like a Parisian doll. That tag summed up Julien's chief objection to the city's women. "I am about to relapse into my old weakness for him," thought Mathilde. "If I do, he's bound to think he's my lord and master, especially after a setback and just after I've spoken so harshly to him." She fled. "My God, how beautiful she is," said Julien, watching her run. "There's the woman who flung herself so furiously into my arms less than 2 weeks ago, and that time will never come back. It's my own fault. At the moment of such an extraordinary gesture, so full of promise for me, I was not even responsive. I must admit that I was born with a dull and unlucky nature." The Marquis appeared. Julien hastened to announce his departure. "For where?" asked Monsieur de la Mole. "For Languedoc." "No, if you please, you have been reserved for a higher destiny. If you leave, it will be for the north. I am, even in the military sense of the word, confining you to the house. You will oblige me by never being absent for more than 2 or 3 hours. I may need you from one moment to the next." Incapable of speech, Julien bowed and withdrew, leaving the Marquis highly astonished. He locked himself in his room.
There he was free to exaggerate all the harshness of his lot. So, he thought, I can't even get away. God knows how many days the Marquis will keep me in Paris. Good God, what is to become of me? And not a friend to give me advice. The Abbé Pirard wouldn't let me finish the first sentence. Count Altamira would offer to affiliate me with some conspiracy to take my mind off things. And yet, I am mad. I feel it. I am mad. Who is there to guide me? What's to become of me?
Chapter 18. Cruel Moments. And she admits it. She tells me all about it in the greatest detail. Her beautiful eyes, gazing into mine, proclaim the love she felt for another. Schiller. Entranced, Mademoiselle de la Mole could think of nothing but the happiness of having come so close to being killed. She went so far as to tell herself, "He is worthy of being my master, since he was on the verge of killing me. How many of those good-looking young men in society would have to be fused together to make up one such passionate impulse? One must admit that he looked very handsome when he climbed up on the chair to replace the sword in exactly the same quaint position the decorator had given it. I was not so crazy, after all, to fall in love with him." At that moment, if some decent way of patching things up had presented itself, she would have seized it with pleasure. Julien, double-locked in his room, was a prey to the most violent despair. Among other wild ideas, he thought of throwing himself at her feet. If, instead of keeping out of sight, he had wandered down into the garden and through the hotel, so as to be within range of any opportunity, he might in an instant perhaps have turned his frightful depression into the most intense happiness. But artfulness, the absence of which we reproach in him, would have precluded his sublime impulse to grab the sword, which at the time made him seem so handsome in Mademoiselle de la Mole's eyes. Her caprice, auspicious for Julien, lasted all day. Mathilde envisioned a charming picture of the few great moments during which she had loved him. She missed them. In fact, she mused, in that poor boy's estimate, my passion for him lasted only from 1 o'clock in the morning, when I saw him arrive by the ladder with all his pistols in the side pockets of his coat, until 9 in the morning. It was a quarter of an hour later, while hearing Mass at Saint-Valère, that it first occurred to me that he would think he was my master, and that he might well try to make me obey him, out of terror. After dinner, Mademoiselle de la Mole, far from shunning him, addressed Julien and invited him, so to speak, to follow her into the garden. He obeyed. This test was her undoing. Though not quite aware of it, Mathilde was yielding to a love for him that was beginning to revive. She found the utmost pleasure in walking at his side. Out of curiosity, she kept glancing at those hands which that morning had seized a sword to kill her. And yet, after all that had happened, there could be no return to their old style of conversation. Little by little, Mathilde fell to talking in an intimately confidential tone about the state of her heart. She discovered an uncommon pleasure in that kind of conversation. She went so far as to tell him at great length about the passing fits of enthusiasm she had once felt for Monsieur de Croissenoir, and then for Monsieur de Caylus. "What? Monsieur de Caylus, too?" Julien cried out, and all the bitter jealousy of a cast-off lover blazed out in this remark. Mathilde, judging it in that light, was not offended. She went on torturing Julien by detailing her past emotions, which she did most quaintly and in an accent of the most intimate truth. At a turn in the path, Mathilde's arm brushed Julien's. He could see that what she was describing was uppermost in her mind. He noted sorrowfully that as she spoke she made discoveries about her own heart. The torments of jealousy can go no further. To suspect that a rival is beloved is cruel enough, but to hear about the love he inspires, confessed in detail by the woman one adores, is perhaps the height of suffering. Oh, how he was punished in that instant for those surges of pride which had led him to set himself above the Cayluses and the Croissenoirs. With what deep-seated and heartfelt wretchedness he now exaggerated their smallest advantages. With what burning sincerity he despised himself. To him, Mathilde seemed a creature more than divine. Words cannot express the extent of his admiration. As he strolled at her side, he kept stealing glances at her hands, her arms, her queenly figure. He was ready to fall at her feet, prostrated by love and unhappiness, and cry, "Mercy! This beautiful person, so superior to everyone, and who once loved me, will doubtless fall in love with Monsieur de Caylus very soon." Julien could have no doubt about Mademoiselle de la Mole's sincerity.
The note of truth was too evident in everything she said. So that absolutely nothing should be wanting to his unhappiness, there were moments when, by dint of concentrating on what she had once felt for Monsieur de Caylus, Mathilde came to speak as if she were currently in love with him. To be sure, there was love in her voice. Julien could hear that plainly. If the hollow of his chest had been flooded with molten lead, he would have suffered less. How, having reached such an extreme of suffering, could the poor boy have guessed that it was only because she was speaking to him that Mademoiselle de la Mole took such pleasure in recalling a passing fancy she had once felt for Monsieur de Caylus or Monsieur de Croissenois? Words cannot express Julien's agony. He observed that his ear had become a confidential servant in person. He went on listening to her detailed confessions of a love she had felt for others, in this same alley of sycamores in which a few short days ago he had waited until 1 o'clock should strike to make his way up to her bedroom. The human being cannot withstand a higher degree of suffering. Mathilde did not leave the garden or Julien until after 9:30, after her mother had called her 3 times. "How much worthier is the man I love today than any with whom I was once on the verge of falling in love," she thought, without being precisely aware of it. This cruel intimacy lasted for 1 long week. Mathilde seemed at times to seek out, at others not to avoid, an opportunity to speak with him, and the subject of conversation, to which both seemed to keep returning with a sort of painful pleasure, was the story of what she had felt for other men. She told him about the letters she had written. She recalled her very words. She recited whole sentences to him. Lately she seemed to contemplate Julien with a sort of malignant joy. His pain was a keen delight for her. In it she saw her tyrant's weakness. She might thus permit herself to love him. The reader can see that Julien had no experience, that he had not even read any novels. If he had been a little less clumsy, and had he, with some show of composure, said to this girl, whom he worshipped, and who confided such odd secrets in him, "Admit that though I can't hold a candle to all those gentlemen, it is none the less I whom you love," perhaps she would have been glad to be found out. In any event, success would have depended entirely upon how gracefully Julien expressed this idea, and upon the moment he chose. At any rate, he would have emerged with advantage to himself from a situation that was beginning to seem monotonous to Mathilde. "So you don't love me any more, and I adore you?" Julien, mad with love and grief, said to her one day, after a long walk. This was about the worst blunder he could have made. In the wink of an eye, this statement dashed all the pleasure Mademoiselle de la Mole had found in speaking to him about the state of her heart. He was beginning to wonder, after what had happened, why he did not take offense at her revelations. He was even beginning to imagine, until he made his stupid remark, that perhaps he no longer loved her. "Pride has no doubt killed his love," she was telling herself. "He's not the man to stand by and watch while fellows like Caylus, de Lutz, or Croissenois are chosen over himself, though he admits they are far superior to him. No, I will never see him at my feet again." In days previous, out of the ingenuousness of his misery, Julien used often to praise those gentlemen's illustrious qualities in the warmest terms. He went so far as to exaggerate them to her. This nuance did not escape Mademoiselle de la Mole. She was astonished at it, but could not guess the cause. By praising a rival whom he thought enjoyed her love, Julien's frenzied soul was sympathizing with his happiness. His remark, so frank but so foolish, changed everything in an instant. Now, sure of his love, Mathilde despised him thoroughly. She was strolling with him at the time he made his clumsy remark. She left him, and her last look expressed the most awful contempt. Once back in the drawing-room, she did not look at him again during the whole evening. By the next day, contempt for him filled her whole heart. There was no room left for that impulse which, for a week, had caused her to take such great pleasure in treating Julien as her most intimate friend. Now the sight of him was disagreeable to her. This sensation on Mathilde's part soon turned into disgust. Nothing can express the excessive scorn she felt whenever she caught sight of him. Julien understood nothing of what had gone on in Mathilde's heart, but his clear-sighted vanity made out contempt. He had the good sense to confront her as rarely as possible, and never to look at her. But it was not without mortal anguish that he denied himself, as it were, her presence. He believed he could feel this cause his unhappiness to grow. "This is the limit of what a man's heart can bear," he told himself. He spent all of his time at a little window in the attic of the mansion. The shutter had been carefully closed, and from there he could at least catch sight of Mademoiselle de la Mole whenever she appeared in the garden. Imagine his reaction when, after dinner, he saw her out walking with Monsieur de Caylus, Monsieur de Luz, or such another for whom she had confessed to having once felt a passing fancy. Julien had had no conception of such intense anguish. He was on the point of screaming. That hypocritical soul, in which hypocrisy had reigned so long, was shaken at last from top to bottom. Any thought that did not bear on Mademoiselle de la Mole had become odious to him. He was incapable of writing the simplest letters. "You are mad," the Marquis said to him one morning. Julien, afraid of being found out, spoke of illness and managed to be convincing. Luckily for him, Monsieur de la Mole chaffed him at dinner about his coming trip. Mathilde understood that it might be quite a long one. Julien had already been avoiding her for several days, and the shining young men who had everything that was lacking in this pale, sombre fellow, whom she had once loved, no longer had the power to distract her from her musings. An ordinary girl, she told herself, would have picked out the man she preferred from among those young fellows who attract every eye in a drawing-room. But one of the characteristics of genius is not to drag one's thoughts through the rut that has been worn by the common run. As the companion of a man like Julien, in whom nothing is wanting except wealth, which I have, I should attract attention all the time. I wouldn't go through life unnoticed. Far from living in constant dread of a revolution, like my female cousins, who, for fear of the people, dare not scold a postilion who does a bad job of driving their carriage, I would be sure to play a role, and an important role, since the man I have chosen has character and unlimited ambition. What does he lack? Friends? Money? I will give him all that. In her thoughts, she was treating Julien somewhat as an inferior, whose fortune one intends to make when and how one wishes, and about whose love one does not permit oneself to have the slightest doubt. Chapter 19. The Opera Buffa. Oh, how this spring of love resembleth the uncertain glory of an April day, which now shows all the beauty of the sun, and by a cloud takes all away. Shakespeare. Engrossed in the future, and in the uncommon role she hoped to play, before long Mathilde began to miss even the arid metaphysical discussions she used often to have with Julien. Wearied by such lofty thoughts, sometimes she would also long for the moments of bliss she had known with him. These latter memories did not occur to her without remorse, and at times it was overwhelming. But even if I have slipped, she told herself, it is still praiseworthy in a girl like me not to have forgotten her duties except for a man of worth. People will not say that it was his handsome moustache or his graceful mount on a horse that attracted me, but rather his deep discussions about the future that lies in store for France, his ideas about the likeness that events about to swoop down on us may bear to the revolution of 1688 in England. I have been seduced, she answered the voice of remorse. I am a weak woman, but at least I was not led astray like a mindless doll by an outward show. What I loved in his face was the projection of a great soul. If there is a revolution, why shouldn't Julien Sorel play the part of Roland, and I that of Madame Roland? I prefer that role to Madame de Stael's. Immoral conduct will be a drawback in our century. To be sure, no one will have grounds to blame me for slipping a second time. I should die for shame. Mathilde's reveries were not all so serious, it must be admitted, as the thoughts we have just transcribed. She kept watching Julien on the sly. She saw a charming grace in the least thing he did. There's no doubt, she said to herself, I have managed to squelch any notion in his mind that he has even the smallest claim on me. Besides, the unhappiness and deep passion in the poor boy's look when he spoke to me so naively about his love a week ago in the garden prove it. I must admit that I behaved extraordinarily in getting angry over a statement in which shone so much respect, so much passion. Am I not his wife? What he said was quite natural, and, I must admit, very nice. Julien still loved me after those endless conversations during which I spoke of nothing, and cruelly, I admit, but those trifling, passing fancies which only boredom with the life I lead had inspired in me for those fashionable young men of whom he is so jealous. Ah, if he but knew how little danger there is from that quarter, how sickly they seem to me, all pale copies of one another, compared with him. While she made these reflections, Mathilde, so as not to betray her thoughts to her mother's watchful eye, kept sketching haphazardly on a page of her album. One of the profiles she had just finished, amazed, delighted her. It bore a striking resemblance to Julien. "This is the voice of heaven. Here is one of love's miracles," she said to herself ecstatically. "Unwittingly, I have drawn his portrait." She flew to her room, locked herself in, found some colours, applied herself, and tried in earnest to draw Julien's portrait, but she could not bring it off. The profile set down by chance was still the best likeness. Mathilde was delighted with it. In it she saw proof positive of a great passion. She didn't close her album until very late, and the Marquise sent for her to go to the Italian opera. She had but one idea, to keep an eye out for Julien, and make her mother invite him to go with them. He did not appear. Those ladies had nothing but the run of the mill in their box. During the whole first act of the opera, Mathilde kept dreaming about the man she loved in raptures of the most ardent passion. But in the second act, a maxim of love, sung, it must be admitted, to a melody worthy of Cimarosa, thrilled her to the core. The opera's heroine was singing, "I should be punished for adoring him so. I love him far too much." The moment she heard that sublime cantilena, the world and everything in it vanished for Mathilde. People spoke to her. She did not answer. Her mother scolded. She could scarcely bring herself to look at her. Her ecstasy reached a stage of passion and elation comparable to the most violent emotions Julien had felt for her during the past few days. The divinely graceful cantilena to which the maxim was sung, and which seemed to apply so strikingly to her own position, filled every instant when she was not thinking about Julien himself. That night, thanks to her love of music, she was in the state Madame de Rênal was always in when she thought about Julien. Rational love is doubtless more intelligent than true love, but it knows only brief moments of enthusiasm. It is self-conscious. It judges itself continually. Far from leading thought astray, it is built on thought alone. Back home, whatever Madame de la Mole might say, Mathilde insisted she had a fever, and spent part of the night playing the cantilena on her piano. Over and over she sang the words to the famous aria that had charmed her. "Devo punirmi, sei troppo amai," etc. The outcome of this night of folly was that she believed she had succeeded in getting over her love. This page will harm the poor author in more ways than one. Frigid hearts will accuse him of indecency, yet he would not do the young people who shine in Parisian drawing-rooms the injustice of supposing that anyone among them is susceptible to the mad impulses that are undermining Mathilde's character. That character is altogether imaginary, and in fact imagined well outside the pale of those social customs which guarantee so distinguished a place among all the centuries to the civilization of the 19th. It is not prudence that was wanting in the girls who were the ornament of the balls last winter, nor do I think one can rightly accuse them of being overly contemptuous of a brilliant fortune, horses, fine estates, and all those things which assure a woman an agreeable position in society. Far from being bored by all those advantages, they generally make them the object of their most constant desires, and if there is any passion in their hearts, it is for such things. Nor is it love that guides the careers of young men endowed with some talent, like Julien. They fasten themselves to a coterie with an invincible grip, and when the coterie comes into its own, all the good things of society rain down upon them. Woe to the intellectual who is not allied to a clique. Even his smallest, most dubious success will attract nothing but blame, and lofty virtue will triumph in the act of robbing him. Well, sir, a novel is a mirror being carried down a highway. Sometimes it reflects the azure heavens to your view, sometimes the slime in the puddles along the road. And you will accuse the man who carries the mirror on his back of immorality. His mirror shows you slime, and you blame the mirror.
Rather blame the highway where the puddles stand. Or rather still, blame the inspector of roads who allows the water to stagnate and the puddles to form. Now that we are all agreed that Mathilde's character is impossible in our time, an age no less prudent than virtuous, I will be less concerned about provoking the reader as I get on with my story of that lovable girl's follies. All the next day, she watched for opportunities to confirm her victory over her wild passion. Her chief aim was to be unpleasant to Julien in every way, yet none of his movements escaped her. Julien was too wretched, and above all too disturbed, to see through a tactic prompted by so complex a passion as hers. Still less could he see how auspicious it was for him. He fell victim to it. Never, perhaps, had he been so intensely miserable. His wits had so little control over his actions that if some impatient philosopher had said to him, "Give some thought now as to how you may quickly take advantage of a frame of mind that will soon change in your favor," with the kind of rational love that is to be found in Paris, the same sort of behavior cannot persist for more than 2 days. He would not have understood him. But excitable as he was, Julien had his sense of honor. His first duty was discretion, that he understood. To ask advice, tell the story of his suffering to the first comer, would have been a delight comparable to that of the wretch to whom, as he is crossing a burning desert, heaven sends a mouthful of iced water. He recognized his danger. He dreaded lest he answer the tactless questioner with a stream of tears. He shut himself in his room. He watched Mathilde strolling for a long while in the garden. When she finally left, he went down there. He went over to a rose bush from which she had plucked a flower. The night was dark. He was free to give vent to all his misery, with no fear of being seen. It was plain to him that Mademoiselle de la Mole loved one of those young officers with whom she had just been chatting so gaily. She had loved him, too, but she had discovered how unworthy he was. "And in fact, I'm not worth much," Julien told himself, fully convinced. "On the whole, I am a very dull fellow, very common, very boring to others, unbearable to myself." He was sick to death of all his good qualities, of everything he had once cared for enthusiastically, and in this state of inverted imagination, he undertook to judge life with his imagination. This is the error of a superior man. The idea of suicide occurred to him several times. It seemed a charming notion. He thought of it as a delightful rest. It was the glass of ice water held out to the wretch in the desert who is dying of thirst and heat. "My death will make her even more contemptuous of me," he cried. "What a memory I shall leave!" Fallen into this last abyss of wretchedness, a human being has no resource but courage. Julien did not have the genius to tell himself, "I should take a chance." But while watching Mathilde's bedroom window that night, through the shutters he saw her put out her lamp. He pictured the charming room he had seen, alas, but once in his life. His imagination stopped there. 1 o'clock struck. To hear the sound of the bell and say to himself, "I am going to climb the ladder," took but an instant. This was a stroke of genius. Good reasons came to him in droves. "Could I be more miserable?" he told himself. He ran to the ladder. The gardener had chained it. Filled with superhuman strength, Julien pried open, with the hammer of one of his small pistols, which he broke, a link in the chain that held the ladder. He was master of it in a few minutes, and set it against Mathilde's window. "She's going to be angry, heap scorn on me. What do I care? I will kiss her one last kiss. Then I will go up to my room and kill myself. My lips will have touched her cheek before I die." He flew up the ladder. He knocked at the shutter. After a few seconds, Mathilde heard him. She tried to open to him. The ladder was against the shutter. Julien hung on to the iron hook used to hold it open, and at the risk of hurling himself downward, gave the ladder a violent shake and shifted it a little. Mathilde was able to open the shutter. He flung himself into the room, more dead than alive. "It's you, then," she said, rushing into his arms. Who could describe Julien's intense happiness? Mathilde was almost as great. She spoke out against herself. She denounced herself. "Punish me for my atrocious pride," she said, clasping him in her arms as if to smother him. "You are my master. I am your slave. I should beg your pardon on bended knees, for having tried to rebel? She left his arms to fall at his feet. Still drunk with happiness and love, she told him, "Yes, you are my master. Rule over me forever. Punish your slave harshly if she tries to rebel." Later on, she tore away from his arms, lit the candle, and Julien had all he could do to prevent her from cutting off a whole side of her hair. "I want to remind myself," she told him, "that I am your servant. If ever my abominable pride should lead me astray, show me this hair and tell me, it is no longer a question of love. It is no longer a question of what you feel in your heart at this moment. You have sworn to obey. Obey on your honor." But it is wiser to leave out a description of such heights of felicity and frenzy. Julien's valor was equal to his happiness. "I must leave by the ladder now," he said to Mathilde, when he saw dawn breaking over the distant chimneys to the east beyond the garden. "The sacrifice I am forcing myself to make is worthy of you. I am denying myself a few hours of the most wonderful happiness the human heart can know. I am sacrificing them to your reputation. If you know my heart, you realize what this is costing me. Will you always feel about me as you do now? But your honor has spoken. That is enough. I should tell you that at the time of our first meeting, not all the suspicions pointed to thieves. Monsieur de la Mole has set up a watch in the garden. Monsieur de Croissenois is surrounded by spies. Every move he makes at night is reported." "The poor boy!" Mathilde exclaimed, and burst out laughing. Her mother and a maid were wakened. Suddenly she was being spoken to from behind the door. Julien looked at her. She turned pale as she scolded the maid, but did not even bother to answer her mother. "What if they think to open the window? They will see the ladder," Julien said to her. He clasped her in his arms once more, flung himself onto the ladder, and slid rather than climbed down it. In a moment he was on the ground. 3 seconds later the ladder was under the alley of sycamores, and Mathilde's honor safe. Coming to his senses, Julien found himself all blooded and almost naked. He had hurt himself by letting go, with no thought to what he was doing. Intense happiness had released all of his native energy. At that moment, if 20 men had shown up to attack them single-handed, would have been but one pleasure the more. Fortunately, his military valor was not put to the test. He laid the ladder down in its usual place. He replaced the chain that held it. He did not forget to go back and remove the traces the ladder had left in the bed of exotic flowers under Mathilde's window. As he was moving his hands over the soft loam in the dark to make sure the marks were completely effaced, he felt something fall on his hands. It was a whole side of Mathilde's hair, which she had cut off and thrown down to him. She was at the window. "Look what your servant has sent you," she said to him in a rather loud voice. "It is a token of eternal obedience. I forswear the exercise of reason. Be my master." Vanquished, Julien was on the point of going to get the ladder and of climbing up to her room again. In the end, reason won out. To get back into the house from the garden was not easy. He succeeded in forcing a cellar door. Having got into the house, he was then obliged to break open his own door as quietly as possible. In the confusion, he had left everything behind him in the small bedroom he had just abandoned so hastily, even his key, which was in his coat pocket. "Let's hope," he thought, "that she remembers to hide all those mortal remains." Exhaustion eventually got the better of happiness, and as the sun rose, he fell into a deep sleep. The bell for lunch barely managed to waken him. He appeared in the dining room. A little while later, Mathilde came in. Julien's pride had a moment's bliss when he saw love shining in the eyes of that very beautiful girl to whom everyone paid homage. But his prudence soon had grounds to be alarmed. Under the pretext of having had very little time to do her hair, Mathilde had arranged it in such a way that Julien could see at a glance the whole extent of the sacrifice she had made for him in cutting it the night before. If such a beautiful face could have been spoiled by anything, Mathilde might have succeeded in doing so. A whole side of her beautiful ash-blonde hair had been sheared unevenly to within half an inch of her head. At lunch, Mathilde's behavior was wholly in keeping with this first piece of rashness. One would have said that she was doing all she could to let everyone know about her mad passion for Julien. That day, luckily, Monsieur de la Mole and the Marquise were deeply engrossed in the list of those who were to be promoted to the Cordon Bleu, and on which Monsieur de Chaulnes did not figure. Toward the end of the meal, it occurred to Mathilde, while talking with him, to call Julien "my master." He blushed to the roots of his hair. Whether by chance or purposely, on Madame de la Mole's part, Mathilde was never alone for a minute that day. In the evening, as she passed from the dining-room into the drawing-room, she nevertheless found the right moment to say to Julien, "All my plans have been upset. Do you think this is just a pretext on my part? Mamma has decided that one of her maids is to sleep in my apartment." That day went by like a flash. Julien was at the peak of happiness. By 7 o'clock the next morning, he was at his desk in the library. He hoped Mademoiselle de la Mole would be good enough to appear there. He had written her an interminable letter. He didn't see her until many hours later, at lunch. Her hair was dressed that day with the greatest care. A wonderful art had undertaken to conceal the place where the hair had been cut. She looked at Julien once or twice, but politely, calmly. There was no longer any danger of her calling him "my master." Astonishment took Julien's breath away. Mathilde was taking herself to task for almost everything she had done for him. After mature consideration, she had decided that he was, if not an altogether common fellow, at least not enough above the common to be worth all the strange follies she had committed for his sake. On the whole, she gave scarce a thought to love. That day she was weary of loving. As for Julien, the commotion in his heart was that of a 16-year-old boy. Terrible doubts, astonishment, despair assailed him by turn throughout the lunch, which seemed to last forever. As soon as he could decently rise from the table, he dashed, rather than ran, to the stable, saddled his horse himself, and rode off at a gallop. He was afraid he might dishonor himself by some show of weakness. "I must kill my feelings through sheer physical exhaustion," he thought as he galloped through the forest of Meudon. "What have I done? What have I said to fall so out of favor? I mustn't do anything, not say anything today," he thought on coming back to the house. "Be as dead physically as I am spiritually. Julien is no more. It is his corpse that moves." Chapter 20. The Japanese Vase. At first his heart cannot comprehend the depth of his misery. He is more perplexed than moved. But as reason returns, he becomes aware of the full extent of his misfortune. For him, all of life's pleasures lie blasted. He can feel nothing but the sharp points of despair cutting into him. But why speak of physical suffering? What suffering felt by the body alone is comparable to this? Jean-Paul. The dinner bell was ringing. Julien had just time to dress. He found Mademoiselle de la Mole in the drawing-room. She was appealing earnestly to her brother and Monsieur de Croisenois not to go and spend the evening in Suresnes, at Madame la Maréchale de Fervac's house. It would have been difficult to be more charming or more pleasant to them. After dinner, Messieurs de Lutz, de Caylus, and several of their friends arrived. One would have said that along with the cult of sisterly affection, Mademoiselle de la Mole had taken up that of the most exact propriety. Although the weather was delightful that evening, she insisted on staying out of the garden. She didn't want anyone to leave the vicinity of the easy chair in which Madame de la Mole was stationed. The blue sofa was the center of the group, as in winter. Mathilde bore a grudge against the garden, or at any rate it seemed perfectly boring to her. It was linked with memories of Julien. Unhappiness diminishes intelligence. Our hero was tactless enough to sit down in that little straw-bottomed chair which had once borne witness to such brilliant triumphs. This evening no one spoke to him. His presence went as if unnoticed, or worse. Those of Mademoiselle de la Mole's friends who were seated near him at the end of the sofa pretended in one way or another to turn their backs on him, or at least so he thought. "This is an official disgrace," he told himself. He chose to stay a while and study these people who considered it their right to heap him with disdain. Monsieur de Lutz's uncle held an important post at court, whence it followed that every time a new face joined the circle, that fine officer, his nephew, would situate the following piquant detail near the beginning of his conversation. His uncle had set out for Saint-Cloud at 7 o'clock, and he counted on sleeping there that same night. The conversation would be brought around to this item with every appearance of unpretentiousness, but it never failed to come up. While observing Monsieur de Croisenois with the stern eye of unhappiness, Julien noted the very great influence this kind and likable young man assigned to occult causes, to a point where he would become gloomy and irritable if anyone ascribed an event of any importance to a simple and quite natural cause. "This is the first stage of madness," Julien said to himself. "His character bears a striking resemblance to the Emperor Alexander's, such as Prince Konossov described it to me." During the first year of his stay in Paris, poor Julien, just out of the seminary and dazzled by the accomplishments, so new to him, of all those pleasant young people, could do nothing but admire them. Their true character was only beginning to stand out to his sight. "I am playing a shameful role here," he thought suddenly. The problem was to leave his straw-bottomed chair in some not-too-awkward way. He hunted for an excuse, but he was making new demands on an imagination that was totally occupied elsewhere. He was obliged to fall back on the memory, but his, it must be admitted, was not rich in that kind of resource. The poor boy was still quite raw, so he was perfectly clumsy, and everyone noticed when he rose to leave the drawing-room. Misery was too apparent in all his behaviour. For 3/4 of an hour he had been playing the part of the importunate inferior, for whom no one goes to the trouble of hiding what he thinks. The critical observations he had just made to himself about his rivals kept him, however, from taking his misfortune too tragically. He had the recollection of what had happened 2 nights before to sustain his ego. "Regardless of the 1,000 advantages they have over me," he told himself as he entered the garden alone, "Mathilde has never been to any of them what she deigned to be twice in my life for me." That was the extent of his wisdom. By no means did he understand the character of that unusual person whom chance had recently made mistress absolute of his happiness. He did nothing the next day but ride his horse and himself to death. That evening he made no further attempt to draw near the sofa to which Mathilde remained so loyal. He noted that Count Norbert did not even bother to look at him when he met him in the house. "He must be doing himself a strange violence," thought Julien. "He who is by nature so polite." For Julien, sleep would have been happiness, but in spite of his physical exhaustion, all too alluring memories would begin to invade his whole imagination. He hadn't the wit to see that with his long rides in the woods around Paris, acting only upon himself, and in no wise upon Mathilde's heart or mind, he was leaving the disposition of his fate to chance. It seemed to him that one thing might bring infinite relief to his pain. That was to speak with Mathilde, and yet what did he dare say to her? He was brooding over this question at 7 o'clock in the morning when, all of a sudden, he saw her walk into the library. "I know, sir, that you wish to speak with me." "Good God! Who told you?" "I know. What difference does it make? If you have no honor, you may ruin me, or at least try to do so. But that danger, which is not, I think, a real one, will certainly not keep me from being sincere. I no longer love you, sir. My wild imagination played me false." At this terrible blow, mad with love and grief, Julien tried to justify himself. Nothing could be more absurd. Can one justify oneself for being disliked? But reason no longer had any power over his actions. A blind instinct pushed him to delay her decision about his fate. It seemed to him that so long as he kept talking, all was not lost. Mathilde was not listening to what he had to say. The sound of his voice irritated her. She could not conceive how he had the audacity to interrupt. That morning, the remorse of virtue and that of pride made her equally miserable. She was, as it were, dumbfounded at the thought of having given certain rights over herself to a little abbé, a peasant's son. "It is almost," she would tell herself when she exaggerated her misfortune, "as if after having dreamed about the power, the qualities, and the distinctions of the man whom I should love, I had to reproach myself with a weakness for one of the lackeys." In bold, proud natures, it is only one step from anger with oneself to wrath against others. In such cases, a fit of rage is a keen pleasure. In an instant, Mademoiselle de la Mole had reached the point of showering Julien with tokens of the most withering scorn. She was infinitely witty, and her wit excelled in the art of torturing a person's vanity, and of inflicting the cruelest wounds on it. For the first time in his life, Julien found himself subjected to the onslaught of a superior mind, set against him by the most violent hatred. Far from having the least idea in the world of defending himself at the moment, he came to despise himself. As he listened to her overwhelm him with such cruel marks of scorn, calculated with so much wit to destroy any good opinion he might have of himself, he began to think that Mathilde was right, and that she couldn't say enough. As for her, she took a delightfully arrogant pleasure in thus punishing herself and him for the devotion she had felt a few days earlier. She had no need to invent or consider for the first time the cruel things she was telling him with such great satisfaction. She merely repeated what the counsel in her heart for the party opposed to love had been telling her all week long. Each remark increased Julien's frightful wretchedness 100-fold. He tried to run away. Mademoiselle de la Mole held him by the arm in an authoritative grip. "Please observe," he said to her, "that you are speaking very loudly. They can hear you in the next room." "What of it?" replied Mademoiselle de la Mole haughtily. "Who will dare to say he has heard me? I mean to cure your conceited little self forever of any notions it may have entertained with regard to me." When Julien was able to leave the library, he was so astonished that he felt less miserable. "Well, she doesn't love me any more," he kept repeating aloud, as if to let himself know where he stood. "It seems that she loved me for a week or 10 days, but I will love her all my life. Is it really possible that she meant nothing to me, that I felt nothing for her just a few short days ago?" The pleasures of pride were flooding in upon Mathilde's heart. So she had been able to break off forever. To triumph so completely over such a powerful inclination made her perfectly happy. Now that little gentleman will understand, once and for all, that he has not and never will have any hold over me. She was so happy that, for the moment, she really did not feel any love. After so atrocious, so humiliating a scene, love for anyone less passionate than Julien would have been impossible. Without forgetting for a single instant who she was, Mademoiselle de la Mole had so directed her unpleasant remarks to him, and so calculated them, that they must seem true, even when recalled with a cool and collected mind. The conclusion Julien drew from the first moment of such an astonishing scene was that Mathilde's pride was boundless. He firmly believed that it was all over between them forever, and yet the next day at lunch he was awkward and shy in her presence. This is a fault with which we could not have taxed him up to now. In small as in important matters, he had always known precisely what he ought and wanted to do, and did it. That day, after lunch, after Madame de la Mole asked him to get a seditious yet quite rare tract that her curé had brought her secretly that morning, Julien, as he took it from the console, knocked over an old blue porcelain vase, ugly as it could be. Uttering a cry of distress, Madame de la Mole rose and came over to consider the ruins of her cherished vase at close range. "It was old Japanese porcelain," she said. "It came to me from my great-aunt, the Abbess de Chelles. It was a gift from the Dutch to the Regent, Duke of Orleans, who gave it to his daughter." Mathilde had followed her mother, and was delighted to see the blue vase broken. She thought it horribly ugly. Julien was silent and not too upset. He saw Mademoiselle de la Mole standing very close to him. "That vase," he told her, "is destroyed forever. So it is with a feeling that was once master of my heart. I beg you to accept my apologies for all the foolish things it made me do." And he went out. "Actually, think," commented Madame de la Mole as he was leaving, "that Monsieur Sorel is glad and proud of what he has just done." Her words fell directly on Mathilde's heart. "It's true," she told herself. "My mother has guessed rightly. Those are his sentiments." Only then did her joy over the scene she had made the day before come to an end. "Very well, it's all over," she said to herself with apparent calm. "I have learned a great lesson. My error is frightful, humiliating. It's enough to make me behave for the rest of my life." "Isn't what I said the truth?" Julien was thinking.
Then why does the love I once felt for that mad woman still torment me?
That love, far from dying, as he had hoped, made rapid progress.
She's mad, it's true, he told himself. Is she less adorable for that? Can a girl be prettier? Haven't all the keen pleasures that the most elegant civilization has to offer been united, as if in a competition with one another, in the person of Mademoiselle de la Mole?
Memories of past happiness took hold of Julien, and soon demolished all the work of his reason. Reason must struggle in vain against memories of that sort. Its stern efforts do nothing but enhance their charm. 24 hours after the destruction of the old Japanese vase, Julien was decidedly one of the unhappiest of men. Chapter 21. The Secret Note. Everything I am telling you I saw, and though I might have been deceived while seeing it, rest assured that I am not deceiving you as I tell it. From a letter to the author. The Marquis sent for him. Monsieur de la Mole seemed rejuvenated. His eyes glittered. "Let us talk a bit about your memory. I'm told it's prodigious. Could you learn 4 pages by heart and go and recite them in London, but without changing a word?" The Marquis crumpled the latest daily, ill-temperedly, and tried in vain to dissimulate his very concerned look, one Julien had never seen him wear, not even when it was a question of the de Frilas suit. Julien was already experienced enough to sense that he should appear to be completely taken in by the playful tone in which he was being addressed. "That edition of the Daily may not be very entertaining, but with my lord's permission I shall have the honour of reciting the whole thing to him tomorrow morning." "What? Even the advertisements?" "Accurately, and without a single omission." "Can you give me your word on that?" replied the Marquis, suddenly grave. "Yes, sir. Nothing but the fear of breaking it could trouble my memory." "As a matter of fact, I meant to put that question to you yesterday. I'm not asking you to swear never to repeat what you will hear. I know you too well to do you that injustice. I have answered for you. I am going to take you to a drawing-room where 12 persons will be gathered. You will make notes of what each one says. Don't worry, it won't be a jumbled conversation. Each man will speak in turn. I don't mean to say in an orderly fashion," added the Marquis, resuming the playful, knowing air that was so natural to him. "While we are speaking, you will write some 20 pages. You will return here with me. We will boil down those 20 pages to 4. It is those 4 pages that you will recite to me tomorrow morning instead of the whole edition of the Daily. You will set out immediately afterward. You must go post-haste, like a young man who is travelling for his pleasure. Your aim will be to go unnoticed by everyone. You will come into the presence of a very eminent man. Then you will have to be more clever. It's a question of outwitting his whole entourage. For among his secretaries, his servants, there are men who have sold out to our enemies, and who lie in wait to intercept our agents. You will carry an ordinary letter of introduction. The moment His Excellency looks at you, pull out my watch, this one, which I am lending you for the voyage. Take it. There, that much is done. Give me yours. The Duke himself will be pleased, at your dictation, to write out the 4 pages you will have learned by heart. That done, but no sooner, mark me well, you may, if His Excellency should question you, tell him about the meeting which you are going to attend. Here is something to keep you from getting bored between Paris and the minister's residence. The fact is that there are people who would like nothing better than to take a pot-shot at the Abbé Sorel. In that event, his mission would be finished, and I foresee a long delay, for, my dear fellow, how should we learn of your death? Your zeal could not carry so far as to break the news to us. Now, run out and buy a suit of clothes," continued the Marquis with a serious air. "Dress in the style of 2 years ago. Tonight you ought to look shabby. During the trip, on the contrary, you will be your usual self. Does that surprise you, or have your suspicions hit the mark? Yes, my friend, one of the venerable worthies whom you will hear holding forth tonight is quite capable of sending out a description, thanks to which someone may well give you opium, at the least, one night in some good inn where you will have called for supper." "It would be better," said Julien, "to do 30 leagues extra and not take the direct route. I'm going to Rome, I suppose." The Marquis assumed an air of haughty displeasure, the like of which Julien had not seen on his face since Braille-le-Haut. "That is what you will find out, sir, when I think fit to tell you. I don't like questions."
"That wasn't meant for one," Julien answered effusively. "I swear to you, sir, that I was thinking out loud. I was searching my mind for the safest route."
"Yes, your mind seems to have been very far away. Never forget that an ambassador, especially one of your age, ought not to give the impression of forcing one's confidence." Julien was deeply mortified. He was in the wrong. His self-esteem kept hunting for an excuse and found none. "Observe, then," added Monsieur de la Mole, "that people always appeal from the heart when they have done something foolish." An hour later, Julien was in the Marquis's waiting-room, looking like a subaltern, wearing out-of-date clothes, a cravat of dubious whiteness, and with something of the flunky about his whole appearance. On seeing him, the Marquis burst out laughing, and then only was Julien completely pardoned. "If that young man betrays me," thought the Marquis, "whom shall I trust? And yet when a man acts, he has to trust someone. My son and his illustrious friends of the same kidney have heart and loyalty enough for 100,000. If it came to fighting, they would perish on the steps of the throne. They know how to do everything, except that for which there is a present need. The devil, if I see one among them who could learn 4 pages by heart and go 100 leagues without being tracked down. Norbert would know how to get himself killed, like his forefathers. A raw recruit can do as much." The Marquis lapsed into a profound reverie. "As for getting himself killed," he said with a sigh, "perhaps Sorel will know how to do that as well as he." "Let's get into the carriage," said the Marquis, as though to drive away an importunate idea. "Sir," said Julien, "while they were altering the outfit for me, I memorized the first page of today's daily." The Marquis took the newspaper. Julien recited without mistaking a single word. "Good," thought the Marquis, very much the diplomat that evening. "All this time the young man hasn't noticed the streets we have taken." They walked into a large and rather gloomy drawing-room, partly panelled and partly hung with green velvet. In the middle of the room a glum lackey was finishing setting up a long dinner table, which he then transformed into a work-table by means of a vast green cover all spotted with ink, left over from some ministry. The master of the house was an enormous man whose name was not pronounced. Julien decided that he had the physiognomy and eloquence of a man who is digesting. At a sign from the Marquis, Julien had stayed at the lower end of the table. To give himself something to do, he set to trimming quills. Out of the corner of his eye he counted 7 men in conversation, but Julien saw them only from the back. 2 of them appeared to address Monsieur de la Mole as equals. The others seemed more or less deferential. Another notable entered without being announced. "This is strange," thought Julien. "No one is announced in this drawing-room. Is this a precaution that has been taken in my honor?" All rose to greet the newcomer. He was wearing the same extremely distinguished decorations as 3 other men who were already in the drawing-room. Everyone spoke rather low. In sizing up the newcomer, Julien was limited to whatever he might learn of him from his feature and appearance. He was short and thick-set, with a ruddy complexion and a glittering eye void of any expression other than the viciousness of a boar. Julien's attention was sharply distracted by the almost immediate arrival of an altogether different individual. He was a tall, very thin man, who wore 3 or 4 vests. His gaze was affectionate, his gestures polished. "It's the very look of the old Bishop of Besançon," thought Julien. The man obviously belonged to the church. He looked to be no more than 50 or 55. It was impossible to have a more paternal air. The young Bishop of Agde appeared. He seemed astounded when, as he reviewed those present, his eye fell on Julien. He hadn't spoken a word to him since the ceremony at Braille-le-Haut. His surprised look embarrassed and irritated Julien. "What?" the latter asked himself. "Will knowing a man always turn into a bad thing for me? All those great lords, whom I have never seen before, do not intimidate me in the least, but that young bishop's look chills me to the bone. I must say I am a very odd and unlucky fellow." An extremely dark little man came bursting in a while later, and began speaking at the door. He had a yellow complexion and a rather mad look. Upon the arrival of this merciless talker, groups formed, apparently to avoid the nuisance of having to listen to him. As they turned away from the fireplace, they drew near the lower end of the table, occupied by Julien. He felt more and more abashed, for in the end, try as he would, he could not help but overhear them, and inexperienced as he was, he fully understood the importance of the matters being discussed, with no attempt at concealment, and how much the eminent persons whom he had so conspicuously before his eyes must count on their being kept secret. Already, though as slowly as possible, Julien had trimmed some 20 quills. That resource would soon fail him. To no avail, he sought an order in Monsieur de la Mole's eyes. The Marquis had forgotten him. "What I'm doing is ridiculous," Julien said to himself as he trimmed his quills. "But such mediocre-looking men, entrusted by others or by themselves with such important affairs, are likely to be very touchy. My unfortunate way of looking at people has something inquisitive and not very respectful about it, which would no doubt nettle them. If I definitely look down, I will seem to be gathering in their words." His embarrassment was very great. He was hearing strange things. Chapter 22. The Discussion. "The Republic, for every man today who is willing to sacrifice all for the good of the nation, there are thousands, millions, who are concerned about nothing but their pleasures, their vanity. In Paris, a man is esteemed for his carriage, not for his virtue." Napoleon, Memoria. The footman rushed in, saying, "His Excellence, the Duke of—" "Shut up, you fool," said the Duke as he came in. He said this so well, so majestically, that in spite of himself Julien thought that to know how to show his temper to a lackey must be this great man's sole accomplishment. Julien looked up, then lowered his eyes at once. He had so well guessed the importance of the new arrival that he feared his glance might be an indiscretion. The Duke was a man of 50, dressed like a dandy, who walked on springs. He had a narrow head with a big nose and a curved face, all thrust forward. It would have been difficult to look nobler or more insignificant. His arrival determined the opening of the meeting. Julien was suddenly interrupted in his physiognomical observations by Monsieur de la Mole's voice. "Allow me to introduce to you the Abbé Sorel," the Marquis was saying. "He is endowed with an astonishing memory. It was only an hour ago that I told him about the mission with which he may be honored, and to give a proof of his memory, he has learned the first page of the Daily by heart." "Ah, the news from abroad about that poor N," said the master of the house. He took up the paper eagerly, and giving him a look that was comical in its attempt to seem important, said to Julien, "Speak, sir." There was a deep silence. All eyes were fixed on Julien. He recited so well that at the end of 20 lines the Duke said, "That will do." The little man with the look of a boor sat down. He was the chairman, since, scarcely in his place, he pointed out a card table to Julien, and made him a sign to bring it over. Julien sat down at it with everything he needed for writing. He counted 12 persons seated around the green baize. "Monsieur Sorel," said the Duke, "retire to the next room. You will be sent for." The master of the house assumed a very anxious air and muttered to his neighbour. "The shutters aren't closed. It's no use looking through the window," he shouted stupidly to Julien. "Here I am up to my neck in what is a conspiracy at the very least," thought the latter. "Luckily it is not the kind that leads to the Place de Grève. Even if there were some danger, I owe that much and more to the Marquis. It would be a blessing if I were given a chance to make up for all the sorrow my follies may one day cause him." All the while he was thinking about his follies and his bad luck, he kept looking over the place so as never to forget it. Only then did it occur to him that he had not heard the Marquis tell the cabman the name of the street, and the Marquis had ordered a hackney, something he never did. Julien was left to his reflections for a long while. He was in a drawing-room hung with a red velvet with white gold braids. On the console there was a big ivory crucifix, and on the mantelpiece the book Du Pape by Monsieur de Maistre, gilt-edged and magnificently bound. Julien opened it so as not to appear to be listening. From time to time they spoke very loudly in the next room. Finally the door opened. He was called in. "Consider, gentlemen," the chairman was saying, "that from now on we will be speaking in the Duke of Blank's presence. This gentleman," he said, pointing to Julien, "is a young Levite who is devoted to our holy cause
and who will be able to repeat with ease, thanks to his astonishing memory, even our most inconsequential talk. That gentleman has the floor, he said, indicating the paternal-looking individual who wore 3 or 4 vests. Julien thought it would be more natural to refer to him as the gentleman with the vests. He took some paper and wrote a great deal. Here the author wanted to insert a page of dots. That would be in bad taste, said the editor, and in a piece of writing as frivolous as this, bad taste is death. Politics, replied the author, are a millstone around the neck of literature and will sink it in less than 6 months. Politics in the midst of imaginary concerns is like a pistol shot in the middle of a concert. The noise is ear-splitting without being energetic. It does not harmonize with the sound of any instrument. The politics here will mortally offend one half of the readers and bore the other, who will have found them far more convincing and energetic in the morning paper. If your characters don't talk politics, the editor rejoined, they are not Frenchmen of 1830, and your book is not the mirror you claim it to be. Julien's minutes were 26 pages long. Here is a pale extract of them, for it was necessary as usual to delete the absurdities, the excess of which would have seemed odious or unrealistic to the reader. For instance, the Police Gazette. The man in the vests with the fatherly look, he might have been a bishop, smiled often, and his eyes, surrounded by baggy lids, would assume an odd brilliance and a less irresolute expression than usual. This worthy, who had been asked to speak first before the Duke— but what Duke? Julien asked himself, apparently to set forth the various views and act as Solicitor General, seemed to Julien to lapse into the uncertainty and inconclusiveness for which those magistrates are so often blamed. During the course of the exposition, the Duke even went so far as to reproach him for this. After several moral and indulgently philosophical observations, the man in the vest said, "Noble England, led by a great man, the immortal Pitt, spent 40 billion francs to thwart the revolution. If this assembly will permit me, I shall broach a gloomy idea with a certain frankness. England never really understood that with a man like Bonaparte, especially since there was only a collection of good intentions to oppose him, nothing could be decisive but an attempt on his person." "Ah, still singing the praises of murder," said the master of the house with a worried look. "Spare us your sentimental homilies," shouted the chairman ill-humouredly. His boar's eye shone with a fierce lustre. "Continue," he said to the man in the vests. The chairman's cheeks and forehead had turned crimson. "Today, noble England," the speaker went on, "is crushed. For every Englishman, before he can buy his bread, is obliged to pay the interest on the 40 billion francs that were used against the Jacobins. She no longer has a Pitt." "She has the Duke of Wellington," said a military man, assuming a most important air. "Silence, if you please, gentlemen," shouted the chairman. "If we start arguing again, it will have been useless to call him Monsieur Sorel." "We all know that the gentleman has many ideas," said the Duke with a nettled air, and looking at the interrupter, formerly one of Napoleon's generals. Julien could see that this remark was an allusion to something personal and most offensive. Everybody smiled. The turncoat general seemed beside himself with rage. "Pitt is no more, gentlemen," the speaker went on, with the discouraged look of a man who has given up hope of making his audience listen to reason. "Even if there were a new Pitt in England, you can't hoodwink a nation twice in the same way. That's why a victorious general of Bonaparte could never come to power again," shouted the military heckler. This time neither the chairman nor the Duke dared to flare up, though Julien thought he saw in their eyes that they were itching to do so. They looked down, and the Duke was satisfied to sigh loudly enough to be heard by all. But the speaker had grown short-tempered. "Someone is in a hurry to see me finish," he said heatedly, and altogether putting aside that smiling politeness and carefully guarded language that Julien had taken for the expression of his character. "Someone is in a hurry to see me finish. Someone has not taken the least account of the effort I have been making not to offend anybody's ears, however long they may be. Very well, gentlemen, I will be brief. And I will put it to you in plain language. England hasn't a sou to spare for the good cause. If Pitt himself came back, for all his genius, he couldn't manage to hoax the small English landowners again.
for they know that the short campaign of Waterloo alone cost them 1 billion francs. Since you want plain speaking," added the speaker, growing more and more excited, "I say to you, help yourselves, for England hasn't a guinea for your cause, and if England doesn't pay, Austria, Russia, Prussia, who have courage but no money, cannot mount more than 1 or 2 campaigns against France. One may hope that the young soldiers rallied by Jacobinism will be beaten in the first campaign, in the second, perhaps, but in the third, even at the risk of sounding like a revolutionary to you who know me, I say, in the third you will have to face the soldiers of 1794, who were not the regimented peasants of 1792.
Here the interruption came from 3 or 4 points at once. "Sir," said the chairman to Julien, "go into the next room and make a fair copy of the opening minutes you have taken down." Julien left the room to his great regret. The speaker had just begun to deal with various probabilities that were the subject of his usual meditations. "They're afraid I will laugh at them," he thought. When he was called back, Monsieur de la Mole was saying with a seriousness that to Julien, who knew him, seemed very funny. "Yes, gentlemen, it is about this unfortunate nation in particular that one might ask, shall it be a god, a table, or a bowl?" "It shall be a god," cried the fabulist. "It is to you, gentlemen, that his reply, so noble and so profound, seems to belong. Act on your own initiative, and noble France will reappear almost as our ancestors made her, and as our eyes still saw her before the death of Louis XVI. England, her noble lords at least, loathes vile Jacobinism as much as we do. Without English gold, Austria, Russia, and Prussia cannot fight more than 2 or 3 battles. Will that be enough to bring about a happy occupation, like the one Monsieur de Richelieu wanted so stupidly in 1817? I think not." Here there was an interruption, but smothered by everyone's "shh." Again it came from the old imperial general, who wanted a blue sash and was trying to make himself conspicuous among the drafters of the secret note. "I think not," resumed Monsieur de la Mole, after the tumult. He insisted on the "I" with an insolence that delighted Julien. "Well played," he said to himself, all the while making his pen fly nearly as fast as the Marquis's speech. "With a well-turned phrase, Monsieur de la Mole has wiped out that turncoat's 20 campaigns." "It is not to foreign nations alone," continued the Marquis in the most restrained tone, "that we may be obliged for another military occupation. All those young people who write inflammatory articles for the Globe will furnish you 3,000 or 4,000 young captains, among whom may be found another Kléber, a Hoche, a Jourdain, a Pichegru, but not so well-intentioned." "We didn't have the sense to glorify him," said the chairman. "We ought to have kept his legend alive." "In short, there must be 2 parties in France," Monsieur de la Mole went on. "2 parties, not in name only, but 2 distinct, sharply divided parties. Let us be clear about who is to be crushed. On the one hand, journalists, voters, public opinion, in a word, youth and all who admire it. While youth is being deafened by the sound of its own idle talk, we have the certain advantage of consuming the state budget." Here another interruption. "You, sir," said Monsieur de la Mole to the heckler with wonderful arrogance and ease, "you do not consume, if the word offends you. You devour 40,000 francs, put down to the state budget, and the 80,000 you receive from the civil list. Very well, sir, since you force me to do it, I will go ahead and take you as an example. Like your noble ancestors who followed St. Louis on the Crusades, you ought, for those 120,000 francs, to have at least a regiment to show us, or a company. What am I saying? Half a company, were it only 50 men, but ready to fight and devoted to the good cause, in life as in death. You have nothing but lackeys, of whom, in the event of a revolution, you yourself would be afraid. The throne, the altar, and aristocracy may perish tomorrow, gentlemen, so long as you have not created a force of 500 devoted men in each department. I mean devoted not merely with all the bravery of the French, but with Spanish steadfastness as well. Half of that troop should be made up of our own children, of our nephews, in short, of true gentlemen. Each of them should have at his side not a chattering petit bourgeois ready to don the tricoloured cockade,
if 1815 should repeat itself, but a good, simple, frank peasant like Catalino. Our gentleman will indoctrinate him. He should be his foster brother, if possible. Let each of us sacrifice a fifth of his income to form this devoted little troop of 500 men in every department. Then you may count on a foreign occupation. The foreign soldier will never advance even so far as Dijon, until he is sure of finding 500 friendly soldiers in each department. Foreign kings will not listen to you unless you can tell them that 20,000 gentlemen are ready to take up arms and open the gates of France to them. That is a hard service, you say. Gentlemen, it is the price of our heads. Between the liberty of the press and our life as gentlemen, there is a war to the death. Turn manufacturer, peasant, or take up your gun. Be timid if you will, but don't be stupid. Open your eyes. In the words of the Jacobin song, I say to you, form your battalions. Then some noble Gustavus Adolphus will appear, who, moved by the imminent danger to the monarchical principle, will dash 300 leagues away from his own country and do for you what Gustav did for the Protestant princes. Do you mean to go on talking without acting? In 50 years there will be nothing but presidents of republics in Europe, and not one king. And with those 4 letters, K-I-N-G, priest and gentleman will vanish. I foresee nothing but candidates paying court to mud-bespattered majorities. It is pointless for you to say that at this moment France hasn't a single general of any standing, known to and loved by all, that the army has been organized solely in the interest of throne and altar, that all the veteran troops have been dismissed from it, whereas every Prussian and Austrian regiment can count 50 non-commissioned officers who have been under fire. 200,000 young men in the lower middle class are in love with the idea of war. Enough of these unpleasant truths, said a grave dignitary in a pompous voice, a man who must have been high up in the ecclesiastical hierarchy, for Monsieur de la Mole smiled pleasantly instead of getting angry, which seemed significant to Julien. Enough of these unpleasant truths. Now let us summarize, gentlemen. The man who stands in need of having a gangrenous leg cut off would be ill-advised to tell his surgeon that diseased leg is quite healthy. If you will pardon the expression, gentlemen, the noble Duke of Blank is our surgeon.
There, at last, the cat is out of the bag, said Julien to himself. It is toward Blank that I shall gallop tonight.
Chapter 23. The Clergy, Forests, Liberty. The first law of every creature is self-preservation, that is, survival. You sow hemlock and expect to see grain ripen. Machiavelli. The grave worthy spoke on. One could see that he knew what he was talking about. With a gentle and temperate eloquence that pleased Julien no end, he set forth the following great truths. 1. England hasn't a guinea for our cause. Economy and Hume are all the fashion there. Not even the saints will give us money, and Mr. Brougham would laugh at us. 2. It is impossible to get more than 2 campaigns from the kings of Europe without English gold, and 2 campaigns against the petty bourgeoisie will not suffice. 3. The necessity of forming an armed party in France, without which the monarchies of Europe will not risk even 2 campaigns. The 4th point, which I will make so bold as to propose to you as obvious, is this: the impossibility of forming an armed party in France without the clergy. I say this to you boldly, gentlemen, because I am going to prove it. We must give everything to the clergy, for, busy day and night with its affairs and guided by men of great ability, domiciled far from political storms, 300 leagues beyond your frontier. Ah, Rome, Rome, cried the master of the house. Yes, sir, Rome, replied the cardinal proudly. Regardless of the witticisms more or less clever that were in fashion when you were young, I say straight out that in 1830 only the clergy led by Rome can reach the masses.
50,000 priests will repeat the same words on a day designated by their leaders, and the people, who after all supply the soldiers, will be more deeply touched by the voice of its priests than by all the light verse in the world." This personal allusion provoked a murmur. "The clergy's intelligence is superior to yours," the cardinal went on, raising his voice. "Every step you have taken toward realizing that essential condition, an armed party in France, has been taken by us." Here facts were brought to bear. "Who sent 80,000 rifles into Vendée?" etc., etc. "So long as the clergy is not in possession of its forests, it has nothing. At the first sign of war, the Minister of Finance writes to his agents that no one has any money except the clergy. At heart, France is not devout. She loves war. Whoever gives her one will be doubly popular, for to wage war is to starve the Jesuits, as the common people put it. To wage a war is to deliver those monsters of pride, the French, from the threat of foreign intervention." The cardinal was listened to favorably. "Monsieur de Nerval," he said, "must quit the government. His name irritates the public uselessly." On that remark, everyone rose and spoke at once. "They're going to send me out again," thought Julien, but even the cautious president had forgotten Julien's presence and existence. Every eye was searching for a man whom Julien recognized. It was Monsieur de Nerval, the prime minister, whom he had glimpsed at the Duc de Retz's ball. The disorder was at its height, as the newspapers say when they talk about the chamber. By the end of a good quarter of an hour, things had quieted down a bit. Then Monsieur de Nerval rose to his feet, and assuming the tone of an apostle, "I would not swear to you under oath," he said in a queer voice, "that the ministry means nothing to me. It has been made clear to me, gentlemen, that my name swells the ranks of the Jacobins by turning a great many moderates against us. I should therefore resign voluntarily, but the ways of the Lord are visible to a small number. And," he added, looking at the cardinal, "I have a mission. Heaven has told me, either you shall bear your head to the scaffold, or re-establish the monarchy in France, and reduce the chambers to what the Parliament was under Louis XV. And that, gentlemen, I will do." He left off speaking, sat down, and there was a long silence. "There's a good actor," thought Julien. He always made a mistake in this instance as well, of imputing too much wit to men. Stirred by the debates of such a lively evening, and above all by the sincerity of the discussion, Monsieur de Nerval at that moment believed in his mission. For all his courage, the man had no sense. Midnight struck during the silence that followed upon the ringing declaration, "That I will do." To Julien's ear, the sound of the clock had something stately and baleful about it. He was deeply affected. The discussion resumed in a short while with growing energy, and above all with incredible ingenuousness. "These people will have me poisoned," thought Julien at certain times. "How can they say such things in front of a plebeian?" 2 o'clock was striking, and they were still talking. The master of the house had fallen asleep long ago. Monsieur de la Mole was obliged to ring for fresh candles. Monsieur de Nerval, the minister, had left at 1:45, but not without having studied Julien's face often in a mirror close by him. His departure seemed to have set everyone at ease. While the candles were being changed, "God knows what that man is going to tell the king," whispered the man in vests to his neighbor. "He could make us look ridiculous and spoil our future. You must admit that he has an extraordinary sense of his own importance, even cheek to show his face here. He used to come to this house before he got the ministry, but a portfolio changes everything, overrides all a man's other interests. He should have sensed that." The minister had no more than left when Napoleon's general closed his eyes. Next he spoke of his health, his wounds, consulted his watch, and went away. "I'll bet," said the man in vests, "that the general is running after the minister. He's going to make excuses for being here, and will claim that he's leading us on." When the servants, half asleep, had finished changing the candles, "Let us now take counsel," said the chairman. "Let us have done with trying to convince one another. Let us turn our thoughts to the contents of the note which will be in the hands of our friends abroad within 48 hours. There has been talk about ministers. Now that Monsieur de Nerval has left us, we can say it. What do we care about ministers? We will tell them what to do."
The cardinal showed his approval with a sly smile.
"Nothing is easier, it seems to me, than to sum up our position," said the young Bishop of Agde, with the concentrated and restrained zeal of the most exalted fanaticism. Until then he had kept silent. His eyes, which Julien had been observing, at first gentle and calm, were ablaze after the first hour of discussion. Now his heart brimmed over like lava from Vesuvius. "From 1806 to 1814, England made but one mistake," he said. "That was not to act directly and personally against Napoleon. Once that man had created dukes and chamberlains, once he had restored the throne, the mission God had entrusted to him was over. He was good for nothing but to be sacrificed. The Holy Scriptures teach us in more than one place how to put an end to tyrants."
Here there were several citations in Latin.
"Today, sirs, it is not one man who must be sacrificed. It is Paris. All France copies Paris. What use is it to arm your 500 men to a department, a risky undertaking with which you will never have done? What use to drag France into an affair that concerns only Paris? Paris alone, with its newspapers and drawing-rooms, has done the harm. May the new Babylon perish. We must settle this difference between the altar and Paris once and for all. Such a catastrophe is essential even to the worldly interests of the throne. Why did Paris under Napoleon not dare to breathe? Ask the artillery at Saint-Roch."
It wasn't until 3 in the morning that Julien left with Monsieur de la Mole. The Marquis was ashamed and tired. For the first time when he spoke to Julien, there was a note of entreaty in his voice. He asked him on his word never to reveal the overzealousness, that was his expression, to which chance had made him a witness.
"Don't mention it to our friend abroad, unless he insists a good deal in order to find out who our young hotheads are. What do they care if the state is overthrown? They will be cardinals and will fly to Rome. The rest of us will be slaughtered in our chateaux by the peasants."
The secret note, which the Marquis drafted from the 26 pages of minutes recorded by Julien, was not ready until 5:15.
"I'm dead tired," said the Marquis, "and it shows in this note, which is not very clear toward the end. I am more dissatisfied with it than anything I have ever done in my life. Come, my friend," he added, "go rest for a few hours, and lest someone kidnap you, I'm going to lock you in your room."
The next day the Marquis drove Julien to an isolated chateau a good distance from Paris. There they were greeted by strange hosts, whom Julien judged to be priests. Someone handed him a passport that bore a fictitious name, but stated the real destination of his trip, which he had always pretended not to know. He climbed alone into a calash. The Marquis wasn't in the least worried about his memory. Julien had recited the secret note to him several times, but he was very much afraid that he might be intercepted.
"Above all, try to look like a fop who is travelling to kill time," he said to him in a friendly way as they left the drawing-room. "There may have been more than one false brother at last night's meeting."
The trip was swift and cheerless. Julien was hardly out of the Marquis's sight when he had put the secret note and mission out of his mind and was mulling over Mathilde's scorn. In a village a few leagues beyond Metz, the postmaster came out to tell him that there were no more horses. It was 10 o'clock at night. Julien, deeply annoyed, called for supper. He set to strolling in front of the door and eventually, without being noticed, slipped into the stable-yard. He saw no horses.
"All the same, there was something peculiar about that man," Julien said to himself. "He kept studying me with his big, coarse eyes."
As you can see, he was beginning not to believe exactly everything he was told. He was thinking of slipping away after supper. So as to learn more about the region, he left his room and went down to warm himself at the kitchen fire. What was his joy when he found Il Signor Geronimo, the singer, there. Settled in an armchair that he had moved close to the fire, the Neapolitan was groaning loudly and doing more talking by himself than the 20 German peasants together who stood around him gaping. "These people are ruining me," he cried to Julien.
I have promised to sing tomorrow in mines. Several sovereign princes have come running to hear me. Let's get a breath of air," he added with a significant look.
When they had gone 100 paces down the road and out of hearing, he said to Julien,
"Do you know what's going on? That postmaster's a crook. While I was out walking, I gave a little scamp 20 sous, and he told me all about him. There are more than a dozen horses in a stable at the other end of the village. They are trying to delay some courier."
"Really?" said Julien, looking innocent. Discovering the ruse was only half of it. They still had to get away. That is what Geronimo and his friend couldn't bring off.
"Let's wait until dawn," said the singer eventually. "They are suspicious of us. Perhaps they have designs on you or on me. Who knows? Tomorrow morning we will order a good breakfast. While they are fixing it, we'll go for a walk. We'll make our escape. We'll rent horses and go on to the next post."
"And your baggage?" said Julien, thinking that perhaps Geronimo himself might have been sent to stop him. There was nothing for it but to have supper and go to bed. Julien was still in his first sleep when he woke with a start at the sound of two men talking in his room and not bothering much to keep their voices down. He recognized the postmaster armed with a bull's-eye lantern. His light was aimed at the trunk of the calash which Julien had had carried up to his room. A man at the postmaster's side was rummaging calmly in the open trunk. Julien couldn't make out anything of him but his coat sleeves, which were black and very tight. "That's a cassock," he told himself, and reached quietly for the little pistols he had slipped under his pillow.
"No need to worry about waking him up, father," the postmaster was saying. "The bottle of wine they were served is the one you fixed yourself." "I don't see any sign of papers," replied the priest. "Lots of linen, perfumes, pomades, trifles. He's a modern young man bent on his pleasures. The agent is more likely to be the other one, who puts on an Italian accent."
The men drew closer to Julien in order to search the pockets of his travelling clothes. He was very much tempted to kill them for thieves. He wouldn't have to worry about the consequences. He had a good mind to do it.
"I would be a downright fool," he thought. "I would jeopardize my mission."
His clothes searched.
"This is no diplomat,"
said the priest. He moved away, and it was lucky for him.
"If he touches me in bed, woe to him," Julien was saying to himself. "He might very well come over and stab me, and that's one thing I won't tolerate."
The priest turned his head. Julien half opened his eyes. What was his astonishment? It was the Abbé Castanede. As a matter of fact, although the two men made an effort to speak rather softly, it had seemed to Julien from the first that he recognized one of the voices. He was seized by an inordinate desire to rid the world of its most cowardly knave.
"But my mission,"
he said to himself. The priest and his acolyte went out. A quarter of an hour later, Julien pretended to waken. He called out and woke up the whole house.
"I've been poisoned," he shouted. "I'm suffering horribly."
He needed a pretext to go and help Geronimo. He found him half asphyxiated by the laudanum contained in the wine. Wary of some prank of this sort, Julien had supped on the chocolate he had brought with him from Paris. He couldn't contrive to rouse Geronimo enough to persuade him to leave.
"They could give me the whole kingdom of Naples this minute," the singer kept saying, "and I would not give up the voluptuous pleasure of sleep."
"But the 7 sovereign princes—"
"They can wait."
Julien started out alone, and without further incident reached the vicinity of the great man. He wasted a whole morning soliciting an audience. Luckily, around 4 o'clock, the Duke wanted some fresh air. Julien saw him come out on foot. He was quick to approach him and ask for arms. Standing 6 feet away from the great man, he pulled out the Marquis de la Mole's watch and showed it off affectedly.
"Follow me at a distance,"
the notable said, without looking at him. A quarter of a league from there, the Duke turned abruptly into a little café-house. In a bedroom of this lowest-class inn, Julien had the honor of reciting his 4 pages to the Duke. When he had finished, he was told, "Begin again and go slower." The prince took notes. "Make your way on foot to the next posting-house," he told Julien. "Leave your baggage and your calash here.
Get to Strasbourg as best you can, and on the 22nd of the month, it was now the 10th, be in this same coffee house at noon. Don't leave for another half hour. Silence.
Such were the only words Julien was to hear. They were enough to fill him with the greatest admiration. "This is the way," he told himself. "Important matters are handled. What would this great statesman say if he had heard those wild chatterboxes 3 days ago?" Julien spent 2 days getting to Strasbourg. He thought he would have nothing to do once he got there. He made a wide detour. "If that devil of an Abbé Castanede recognized me, he's not the kind to lose track of me easily. And how he would enjoy making a fool of me and ruining my mission." The Abbé Castanede, the Congregation's chief of police for the whole northern frontier, had fortunately not recognized him, and it never once occurred to the Jesuits of Strasbourg, though very zealous, to keep an eye on Julien, who, with his cross and blue frock coat, looked like any young officer who was very much preoccupied with his own person. Chapter 24. Strasbourg. Infatuation. You have all of love's energy, all its capacity to know suffering. Only its enchanting pleasures, its sweet delights, are beyond your sphere. I could not say as I watched her sleeping, "She is mine alone, with her angelic beauty and sweet frailties. There she is, delivered into my power, such as heaven in its mercy made her to enchant the heart of a man." Schiller. All he could find in his tormented soul was Mathilde, mistress absolute of his happiness, as of his imagination. He needed all of his native energy to keep from sinking into despair. To put his mind to anything not connected with Mademoiselle de la Mole was beyond his power. Ambition, small successes that gratified his vanity, were once enough to distract him from the feelings Madame de Rênal inspired in him. Mathilde had absorbed his whole life. He found her everywhere in his future. Wherever he looked in that future, Julien saw failure. The fellow we knew in Verrières, so presumptuous, so arrogant, had fallen into a fit of ridiculous modesty. 3 days ago he could have killed the Abbé Castanede with pleasure. Yet, in Strasbourg, if a child had picked a quarrel with him, he would have said the child was in the right. As he thought over the rivals, the enemies he had run across in his lifetime, he found in every case that he, Julien, had been wrong. This was so because that powerful imagination, which had once been ceaselessly occupied with painting a future of brilliant successes for him, was now his implacable enemy. The absolute solitude of a traveller's life increased the power of his gloomy imagination. What a treasure a friend would have been! But, Julien asked himself, is there one heart that beats for me? Even if I had a friend, am I not honor bound to eternal silence? He was riding sadly around the outskirts of Kehl. It is a market town on the banks of the Rhine, immortalized by de Saix and Gouvion-Saint-Cyr. A German peasant was showing him the little streams, the roads, the islets in the Rhine which the courage of those great generals has made famous. Guiding his horse with his left hand, Julien held unfolded in his right the superb map that embellishes the memoirs of Field Marshal Saint-Cyr. A gay shout caused him to look up. It was Prince Korasoff, that London friend who, several months ago, had initiated him into the fundamentals of high-class foppery. Faithful to that great art, Korasoff, having arrived the day before in Strasbourg, an hour ago in Kehl, and who had never in his life read a line about the siege of 1796, proceeded to tell Julien all about it. The German peasant stared at him in amazement, for he knew enough French to make out the enormous blunders the prince was committing. Julien's thoughts were 1,000 leagues removed from the peasant's. He kept gazing in astonishment at this handsome young man. He admired the graceful way he rode his horse. "A happy nature," he said to himself. "How well his pants fit, how elegantly his hair is cut. Alas, if I had looked like that, perhaps after having loved me for 3 days, she wouldn't have taken a dislike to me." When the prince had finished his siege of Kehl, he said to Julien, "You have the face of a Trappist. You are overdoing the rule of gravity which I explained to you in London. A gloomy air is not in good form. It's the bored look you want.
If you are sad, it can only mean that you are lacking something. Something didn't work out for you. It is to show oneself inferior. If you are bored, on the contrary, it is because whatever has tried in vain to please you is in itself inferior. You can see then, my dear friend, how seriously you are mistaken. Julien threw an écu to the peasant, who was listening to them open-mouthed. Well done, said the prince. A graceful gesture, a noble disdain. Very good. And he started off at a gallop. Julien followed him, filled with stupid admiration. Ah, if I were like that, she wouldn't have preferred Croissanois to me. The more his reason was offended by the prince's absurd ways, the more he despised himself for not admiring them, and reckoned himself unfortunate not to possess them. That is the way to be, he told himself. Self-disgust can go no further. The prince, finding him decidedly woebegone, said as they were riding back to Strasbourg, See here, my friend, you are poor company. Have you lost all your money, or could you be in love with some little actress? The Russians copy French ways, but always 50 years behind the times. At present they are up to the reign of Louis XV. This bantering about love brought tears to Julien's eyes. Why not consult this very likable man? He asked himself suddenly. Well, yes, my dear friend, he said to the prince. You see me here in Strasbourg, deeply enamored and even cast off. A charming woman who lives in a nearby town has dropped me after 3 days of passion, and the change is killing me. He described to the prince, under assumed names, Mathilde's character and behavior. Stop there, said Korasoff. To give you confidence in your doctor, I am putting an end to your confidences. This young woman's husband enjoys an enormous fortune, or what is more likely, she herself belongs to the highest nobility in the region. She has to have something to be proud about. Julien nodded. He hadn't the heart to speak. Very well, said the prince. Here are 3 rather bitter pills for you to take without delay. 1. Once a day you are to go and call on Madame... What do you call her? Madame de Dubois. What a name, said the prince, bursting out laughing. Ah, pardon me, for you it is sublime. To see Madame de Dubois daily is essential, but above all, do not go and let her see you looking cold and out of sorts. Remember the golden rule of the age. Be the contrary of what is expected. Be exactly as you were a week before she honored you with her favors. Ah, I was at peace then, cried Julien despairingly. I thought I was taking pity on her. The moth gets burned by the candle, continued the prince, a comparison old as the hills. 1, you are to see her every day. 2, you must court some woman in her circle, but without making any show of passion. Do you understand? I will be frank to say that your role is a difficult one. You will be playing a part in a comedy, but if anyone guesses that you are acting, you are done for. She is so clever, and I am not. I'm done for, said Julien mournfully. No, only you are more in love than I thought. Madame de Dubois is very much wrapped up in herself, like all women upon whom heaven has bestowed either too much nobility or too much money. She is always looking at herself instead of you. Consequently, she doesn't know you. During those 2 or 3 fits of love she permitted herself in your favor, by a great effort of the imagination, she saw you as the hero of her dreams, and not as you really are. But what the devil, all of this is elementary, my dear Sorel. You are a downright schoolboy. By Jove, let's go into the shop. Look at that charming black cravat. I'd say it was made by John Anderson on Burlington Street. Do me the pleasure of buying it, and of throwing away that wretched black rope you have around your neck. Now then, said the prince, coming out of the best haberdashery in Strasbourg, what kind of company does Madame de Dubois keep? Good God, what a name! Don't be offended, my dear Sorel, it's just too much for me. To whom shall you make love? To an exemplary prude, the daughter of an immensely rich stocking merchant.
She has the most beautiful eyes in the world, which I find ever so attractive. She no doubt enjoys the highest social position in the region, but in the midst of all her grandeur she blushes to the point of getting flustered if anyone so much as mentions trade or the shop. Unfortunately, her father was one of the best-known tradesmen in Strasbourg.
So, if someone is talking about industry, said the prince, laughing, you can be sure, then, that your beauty will be thinking about herself and taking no account of you, that the ridiculous side of her nature is divine and most helpful. It will keep you from ever losing your head the least bit when you are in the presence of those beautiful eyes. Success is certain.
Julien had in mind the Field Marshal de Fervacques' widow, who came to the Hôtel de la Mole a good deal. She was a beautiful foreigner who had married the Field Marshal a year before his death. She seemed to have no other aim in life than to make everyone forget that she was the daughter of a tradesman, and in order to be someone in Paris, she had set herself at the head of the ranks of virtue. Julien sincerely admired the prince. What wouldn't he have given to have his absurd ways? The conversation between the two friends was endless. Korasoff was overjoyed. Never had a Frenchman listened to him for such a long time. So, the delighted prince told himself, at last I have found the way to make myself heard, by giving lessons to my masters. It's understood, then, he repeated to Julien for the 10th time. Not a hint of passion when you are talking to the young beauty, the Strasbourg stocking dealer's daughter, in Madame de Dubois' presence. On the contrary, burning passion when you write. To read a well-written love letter is the supreme pleasure for a prude. It's a moment's respite. She is not playing a part in a comedy. She dares listen to her heart. Therefore, 2 letters a day. Never, never, said Julien, discouraged. I'd rather be ground up in a mortar than put 3 sentences together. I'm a corpse, my dear friend. Hope nothing further of me. Leave me to die by the side of the road. Who's talking about putting sentences together? In my dressing case I have 6 volumes of love letters in manuscript. There are some for every type of woman. I have some for the most highly virtuous. Didn't Kaliski make love at Richmond Terrace? You know it, 3 leagues out of London. To the prettiest Quakeress in all England? Julien felt less miserable when he left his friend at 2 o'clock in the morning. The next day the prince sent for a copyist, and 2 days later Julien had 53 carefully numbered love letters, all intended for the most sublimely and most cruelly virtuous. If there aren't 54, said the prince, it's because Kaliski was sent packing. But what does it matter to you if you are ill-used by the stocking dealer's daughter, since all you want is to work on Madame de Dubois' feelings? Every day they went horseback riding. The prince was crazy about Julien. Not knowing how to show him his sudden affection, he ended by offering him the hand of one of his cousins, a rich heiress in Moscow. And once married, he added, my influence and that cross you have there will make you colonel in 2 years. But this cross wasn't given by Napoleon. Far from it. What does that matter? Said the prince. Didn't he invent it? It's still the most important one in Europe, by a long shot. Julien was on the point of accepting, but his duty kept calling him back to the great man. On taking leave of Korasoff, he promised to write. He received an answer to the secret note he had brought and sped toward Paris. But he had been alone scarcely 2 days in a row, when the thought of leaving France and Mathilde seemed to him a punishment worse than death. I won't marry the millions Korasoff is offering me, he told himself, but I will follow his advice. After all, the art of seduction is his speciality. He has had nothing else on his mind for the last 15 years, since he's 30 now. You can't say he lacks wit. He's subtle and cunning. But enthusiasm and poetry are impossible in that kind of nature. He's a pander, all the more reason why he should know what he's doing. It has to be done. I'm going to court Madame de Fervacques. She may bore me a little, perhaps, but I will gaze into those beautiful eyes which are so like those that have loved me best in the world. She's a foreigner,
That means a new character to observe. I'm crazy. I'm going to ruin myself. I must follow my friend's advice and not listen to myself. Chapter 25. The Ministry of Virtue. But if I indulge in that pleasure with so much caution and circumspection, it will no longer be a pleasure for me. Lope de Vega. He had no more than returned to Paris when, upon leaving the study of the Marquis de la Mole, who seemed most disconcerted by the dispatches presented to him, our hero rushed off to see Count Altamira. To the distinction of being under a death sentence, that handsome foreigner joined a good deal of gravity, and had the good luck to be religious. These two merits, and, more than anything else, the Count's illustrious name, were quite acceptable to Madame de Fervaques, who saw a great deal of him. Julien confessed to him solemnly that he was smitten with her. Her virtue is of the purest and loftiest kind, albeit a bit Jesuitical and high-flown. There are days when I understand every word she uses, but I can't make out a whole sentence. She often gives me the impression that I don't know French as well as they say I do. There's an acquaintance that will cause your name to be bandied about. It will give you weight in society. But let's go and pay a visit to Bustos, said Count Altamira, who was a stickler for method. He once courted the field marshal's widow. Don Diego Bustos had the matter explained to him at great length, without saying a word, like a lawyer in his office. He had a big, monkish face, a black moustache, matchless gravity, and was, moreover, a good carbonaro. "I understand," he said to Julien eventually. "Has the widow had any lovers, or hasn't she? And consequently, can you have any hope of succeeding? That is the question, which is to say that I, for my part, have failed. Since I got over being offended, I have reached the following conclusions. She is often out of temper, and as you will see shortly, she is quite vindictive. In her, I do not find the choleric temperament, which is that of genius, and casts, as it were, a gloss of passion over all its actions. On the contrary, it is to the phlegmatic and calm temperament of the Dutch that she owes her rare beauty and fresh complexion." Julien was growing impatient with the Spaniard's slowness and imperturbable phlegm. From time to time, in spite of himself, a few monosyllables escaped him. "Do you want to hear what I have to say?" Don Diego Bustos asked him gravely. "Excuse my furrier francese. I am all ears," said Julien. "The widow de Fervaques is consequently much addicted to hating. She persecutes people she has never seen mercilessly. Lawyers and poor devils of writers who have made up songs like Collet, you know, Je la maraude, Deme Marotte, etc." Julien was obliged to sit through a whole recitation. The Spaniard was delighted to sing in French. No one ever heard out that divine song more impatiently. When it was ended, "The widow," said Don Diego Bustos, "had the author of this one sacked. Un jour l'amant au cabaret." Julien dreaded lest he sing this song, too. Bustos was satisfied to analyze it. It was really blasphemous and quite indecent. "When the widow flew into a temper over that song," said Don Diego, "I pointed out that a woman of her rank ought not to read all the trash that is printed. Whatever progress piety and gravity may be making in France, there will always be a literature of the tavern. When Madame de Fervaques had the author's job at 1,800 francs taken away from him, a poor devil on half pension, I told her, 'Take care, you have attacked that rhymester with your weapons. He may well answer you with his rhymes. He will make up a song about virtue. The gilded drawing-rooms will be on your side, but people who like to laugh will repeat his epigrams.' Do you know, sir, what the widow said to me? 'For the Lord's sake, all Paris might see me walk to martyrdom.
That would be a noble sight in France. The people would learn to respect equality. It would be the happiest day of my life. Never were her eyes more beautiful."
"And they are magnificent," cried Julien.
"I can see you're in love. So," continued Don Diego Bustos solemnly, "she hasn't the choleric disposition which runs to vengeance. If she enjoys doing harm to others, therefore, it is because she is unhappy herself. I suspect some inner woe. Could this be the prude who has tired of her game?" The Spaniard gazed at him in silence for a good minute. "That's the whole question," he added gravely, "and therein you may find some grounds for hope. I give it a good deal of thought during the 2 years I offered myself as her very humble servant. Your whole future, you who are in love, sir, hinges on that great problem. Is this a prude who is weary of her trade and ill-natured because she is unhappy?" "Or else," said Altamira, finally coming out of his deep silence, "could it be, as I have told you 20 times, purely and simply a case of French vanity? It is her father's memory, the well-known cloth merchant, that is the source of unhappiness for this naturally cold and gloomy character. Only one thing could make her happy, that is to live in Toledo and be tormented every day by a confessor who would show her hell gaping wide." As Julien was taking his leave, "Altamira tells me that you are one of us," said Don Diego still more gravely. "One day you will help us to win back our liberty. So I mean to help you in this little diversion. It would be a good thing if you knew the widow's style. Here are 4 letters in her hand."
"I'm going to copy them," cried Julien, "and bring them back to you."
"And you will never breathe a word about what we have said?"
"Never, on my honor,"
cried Julien. "May God help you, then," added the Spaniard. And he accompanied Julien and Altamira in silence as far as the staircase. This scene cheered up our hero somewhat. He was on the verge of smiling.
"Here is the devout Altamira," he said to himself, "helping me in an adulterous scheme."
Throughout all of Don Diego Bustos's solemn conversation, Julien had been attentive to the hours struck by the Hotel d'Allegri's clock. Dinner time was nearing, so he was going to see Mathilde again. He went home and dressed with great care.
"First blunder,"
he told himself as he went down the stairs.
"The prince's prescription must be followed to the letter."
He went back to his room and put on the plainest kind of travelling suit.
"Now," he said to himself, "we must concentrate on our looks."
It was only 5:30, and dinner was at 6. He took a notion to go down to the drawing-room, which he found empty. At the sight of the blue sofa, he fell to his knees and kissed the spot where Mathilde rested her arm. He shed tears, his cheeks were burning.
"I must wear out this stupid sensibility," he told himself angrily. "It will give me away."
He picked up a newspaper for appearance's sake, and went 3 or 4 times from the drawing-room into the garden. Trembling, and only when he was well hidden by a huge oak, did Julien dare to look up at Mademoiselle de la Mole's window. It was hermetically sealed. He was on the point of fainting, and stood leaning against the oak for a long while. Then, with faltering steps, he went to have a look at the gardener's ladder. The link he had once forced, under circumstances, alas, so different, had not been repaired. Carried away by a mad impulse, Julien pressed it to his lips. After having wandered for a long while between drawing-room and garden, Julien felt horribly tired. This was an initial success that pleased him greatly.
"My eyes will look dull and not give me away."
Gradually the guests arrived in the drawing-room. Never once did the door open without throwing Julien's heart into a state of deadly commotion. They sat down to table. Eventually Mademoiselle de la Mole appeared, still faithful to her habit of making people wait. She blushed a great deal when she saw Julien. She hadn't been informed of his arrival. Following Prince Korosov's recommendation, Julien looked at her hands. They were trembling. More troubled himself by this discovery than words can say, he was rather glad to seem merely tired. Monsieur de la Mole sang his praises. The Marquise addressed him an instant later to inquire about his tired look. Julien kept telling himself every minute, "I mustn't stare at Mademoiselle de la Mole, but I shouldn't avoid her eyes either. I should appear to be as I really was a week before things went wrong." He had reason to be satisfied with his success and stayed on in the drawing-room. Attentive for the first time to the mistress of the house, he made every effort to make the men in her circle talk and keep the conversation alive. His courtesy was rewarded. Around 8 o'clock, Madame de Fervaques was announced. Julien stole away and soon reappeared, dressed with the greatest care. Madame de la Mole was infinitely grateful to him for this mark of respect, and tried to show how pleased she was by telling Madame de Fervaques about his trip. Julien situated himself close to the window in such a way that Mathilde should not catch sight of his eyes. Seated thus, and following all the rules of the art, he treated Madame de Fervaques as an object of the most dumbfounded admiration. The first of the 53 letters of which the Prince Korasoff had made him a gift opened with a tirade about that very sentiment. The widow announced that she was going to the Opera Buffa. Julien rushed to it. He found the Chevalier de Beauvoisis there, who took him into the gentleman of the Privy Chamber's box, right next to that of Madame de Fervaques. Julien gazed at her constantly. "It is essential," he told himself as he returned to the house, "that I keep a diary of this siege, otherwise I will forget my attacks." He forced himself to write 2 or 3 pages on this boring subject, and while doing so, marvellous to say, almost succeeded in not thinking about Mademoiselle de la Mole. Mathilde had all but forgotten him during his trip. "After all, he is nothing but a common fellow," she kept thinking. "His name will always remind me of the greatest stain on my life. I must return in good faith to conventional notions about modesty and honor. A woman has everything to lose if she forgets them." She let it be known that she was at last willing to allow the arrangement with the Marquis de Croisenoir, ready for such a long time, to be concluded. He was wild with joy. He would have been astonished indeed if anyone had told him that resignation was at the base of Mathilde's change of heart, which had made him so proud. Mademoiselle de la Mole's ideas changed completely when she saw Julien. "In truth, that man is my husband," she kept telling herself. "If I am to return in good faith to common notions about chastity, it is obviously he whom I should marry." She expected importunate advances, woe-begone looks on Julien's part. She was preparing her answer, for he would no doubt on rising from the dinner-table try to say a few words to her. Far from that, he remained staunchly behind in the drawing-room. Not even his eyes turned toward the garden. God knows what it cost him. "It's better to have this out right away," thought Mademoiselle de la Mole. She went into the garden alone. Julien did not appear. Mathilde happened to walk close by the French windows. She saw him very busily engaged in describing to Madame de Fervaques the ruined old castles that crown the sloping banks of the Rhine and give them such character. He was beginning to handle the kind of sentimental and picturesque language that passes for wit in certain drawing-rooms pretty well. Prince Korasoff would have been proud of him had he been in Paris. That evening went exactly as he had predicted. He would have approved the line of conduct Julien held to in the days following. As the result of an intrigue among the members of the inner sanctum of the government, several blue sashes were to be distributed. Madame de Fervaques was insistent that her great-uncle be made a Knight of the Order. The Marquis de la Mole was making the same claim for his father-in-law. They joined forces, and the widow came almost daily to the Hôtel de la Mole. It was from her Julien learned that the Marquis was about to become a minister. He had offered the Camarilla a most ingenious plan for wrecking the Charter, without any repercussions in 3 years' time. Julien might hope for a diocese if Monsieur de la Mole got a ministry, but to his eyes all of those momentous concerns were as if covered with a veil. His imagination was no longer capable of perceiving them, except vaguely and, so to speak, in the distance. The terrible wretchedness that was making an obsessed man of him showed him all of life's concerns in the light of his relationship with Mademoiselle de la Mole. He calculated that after 5 or 6 years of careful attention, he would succeed in making her love him again. This very cool head had fallen, as we can see, into a state of total irrationality. Of all the qualities that had distinguished him before, nothing remained but a little firmness. Faithful to the letter about observing the line of conduct laid down by Prince Korasoff, he would post himself close to Madame de Fervac's armchair every evening, but he couldn't find a word to say. The demands he made upon himself to appear cured in Mathilde's sight used up all his strength of his soul. He sat in the widow's presence like a creature barely alive. Even his eyes, as in cases of extreme physical suffering, had lost all their fire. Since Madame de la Mole's way of seeing things was never more than a pale copy of the views of a husband who might well make her duchess, for several days she had been praising Julien's talent to the skies. Chapter 26. Platonic Love. There also was, of course, in Adeline that calm patrician polish in the address which ne'er can pass the equinoctial line of anything which nature would express. Just as a mandarin finds nothing fine, at least this manner suffers not to guess that anything he views can greatly please. Don Juan, Canto 13, stanza 34.
This whole family's way of looking at things is a bit mad, the widow said to herself. They're crazy about their young abbé, and he doesn't know how to do anything but listen. True, he has fine eyes.
Julien, for his part, found the widow's comportment a nearly perfect example of that patrician calm which is instinct with an exact politeness and, even more, the impossibility of any strong emotion. Any impulsive movement, a lack of self-possession, would have scandalized Madame de Fervaques almost as much as a want of majesty in one's attitude toward one's inferiors. To her, the least show of sensibility seemed a kind of mental intoxication, for which one ought to blush, and very prejudicial to everything a woman of high rank owes to herself. Her great delight was to talk about the King's Last Hunt, her favorite book, the Memoirs du Duc de Saint-Simon, especially the genealogical part. Julien knew which spot in the drawing-room, according to the disposition of the lights, best suited Madame de Fervacques' type of beauty. He was always there early, but always took great care to turn his chair in such a way as not to catch sight of Mathilde. Astonished at his constancy in hiding from her, she left the blue sofa one evening and came to work at a little table next to the widow's armchair. Julien saw her fairly close up, from under Madame de Fervacques' hat. Those eyes upon which his fate depended frightened him at first at such close range, then jolted him out of his usual listlessness. He talked, and very well. He was addressing the widow, but his sole aim was to work on Mathilde's feelings. He became so excited that at a certain point Madame de Fervacques could no longer understand what he was saying. This was all to the good. If it had occurred to Julien to add a few phrases from German mysticity, or high religiosity, or Jesuitism, the widow would have ranked him then and there among the superior men called upon to regenerate the age.
Since he has the bad taste, Mademoiselle de la Mole said to herself, to talk to Madame de Fervacques for such a long time, and so fervently, I will not listen to him any more. She kept her word for the rest of the evening, though it was not easy. At midnight, when she took the candlestick from her mother to accompany her to her bedroom, Madame de la Mole stopped on the staircase to deliver a long eulogy of Julien. In the end, Mathilde was thoroughly irritated. She couldn't sleep. One thought calmed her. A fellow I despise can still pass for a man of great worth in the widow's estimation. As for Julien, he had acted. He was less miserable. His gaze happened to fall on the Russia leather portfolio wherein Prince Korasoff had enclosed the 53 love letters, of which he had made him a present. Julien saw a note at the bottom of the first. Letter number 1 is to be sent a week after the first meeting. I'm late, cried Julien. It's a long time since I started seeing Madame de Fervacques. Immediately he set about transcribing this first love letter. It was a homily filled with stock phrases about virtue and a deadly bore. Julien had the good luck to fall asleep over the second page. Several hours later, the broad sun caught him sound asleep at his table. One of the most painful moments in his life was that during which, every morning upon awakening, he informed himself of his wretchedness. That day he was almost laughing by the time he finished copying his letter. Is it possible, he asked himself, that there really was a young man who wrote like that?
He counted several sentences that ran to 9 lines. At the bottom of the original he saw a penciled note. These letters are to be delivered personally, on horseback, black ruff, blue frock coat. One should hand the letter to the porter with a contrite air, deep melancholy in one's gaze. If one happens to see a chambermaid, one wipes one's eyes furtively. Say a few words to the chambermaid. This was all carried out to the letter.
What I am doing is bold indeed, thought Julien as he left the Hôtel de Fervaques. But so much the worse for Korasoff, daring to write to such a famous prude. I will be treated to the utmost contempt, and nothing could amuse me more. That is, after all, the only comedy to which I can still respond. Yes, to cover that hateful creature I call me with ridicule would be amusing. If I followed my own inclination, I would commit some crime just to take my mind off things. For a month, the happiest moments in Julien's life had been those during which he put his horse back in the stable. Korasoff had expressly forbidden him, under any pretext whatsoever, to look at the mistress who had forsaken him. But the hoof-beat of the horse she knew so well, Julien's way of knocking on the stable door with his crop to call a groom, would sometimes attract Mathilde behind her window curtain. The muslin was so thin that Julien could see through it. By looking in a certain way from under the brim of his hat, he could catch a glimpse of Mathilde's figure without seeing her eyes. "It follows," he said to himself, "that she can't see mine, and that is not the same thing as looking at her." That evening, Madame de Fervaques behaved toward him exactly as if she had not received the mystical and religious philosophical dissertation that in the morning he had handed her porter so melancholically. The evening before, chance had revealed to Julien the means of being eloquent, so he again situated himself in such a way as to see Mathilde's eyes. She, on the other hand, a minute after the widow's arrival, left the blue sofa, that is, deserted her circle. Monsieur de Croisenois appeared to be dismayed at this latest caprice. His visible anguish took the sting out of Julien's own suffering. This unforeseen event made Julien talk like an angel, and as self-conceit will slip even into hearts that serve as a temple for the most august virtue, the widow said to herself, as she climbed back into her carriage, "Madame de la Mole is right. That young priest is distinguished. During the first few days my presence must have made him shy. To tell the truth, the people one meets in that house are decidedly frivolous. I see nothing there but virtues helped along by old age, and that once stood very much in need of time's chilling hand. That young man must have seen the difference. He writes well, but I greatly fear that the request he makes in his letter for me to enlighten him with my counsel may be, after all, prompted by a feeling of which he is unaware. Yet, how many conversions have begun in the same way? What makes me hopeful about this one is the difference between his style and that of other young men whose letters I have had occasion to see. It is impossible not to recognize that there is unction, deep seriousness, and a great deal of conviction in this young Levite's prose. He must have Massillon's gentle virtue." Chapter 27. The best positions in the church. Service, ability, worth, nonsense. Join a clique. Télémaque. Thus, for the first time, the idea of a diocese was associated with Julien in the mind of a woman who, sooner or later, was to distribute the finest positions in the Church of France. This advantage would scarcely have interested Julien. At that moment his thoughts could not have risen to anything beyond his present misery. Everything added to it. For example, the sight of his bedroom had become unbearable. At night, when he returned to it with his candlestick, every piece of furniture, every small ornament, seemed to take on a voice for the purpose of informing him acidly of some new detail of his misfortune. "Today I've been sentenced to hard labor," he told himself as he entered his room, with a sprightliness he had not felt for a long time. "Let's hope the second letter will be as boring as the first." It was, even more so. What he was copying seemed so ridiculous that he was soon transcribing it line by line, without a thought to the sense of it. "It is even more turgid than the documents for the Treaty of Munster that my professor of diplomacy had me copy in London." It was only then that he remembered Madame de Fervaques' letters, the originals of which he had forgotten to return to the grave Spaniard, Don Diego Bustos.
He got them out. They were really almost as amphigoric as those of the young Russian lord. Their vagueness was total. The intention was to say everything and nothing. "This is the Aeolian harp of style," thought Julien. "Amidst all these lofty thoughts about non-being, death, the infinite, etc., I see nothing genuine except a disgusting fear of ridicule." The above monologue, which we have abridged, occurred daily for 2 weeks in a row, falling asleep while copying a sort of commentary on Revelations, delivering his letter the next day with a melancholy look, putting the horse back in the stable in hopes of catching sight of Mathilde's dress, working, putting in an appearance at the opera in the evening whenever Madame de Fervaques didn't come to the Hôtel de la Mole. Such were the monotonous events of Julien's life. It was more interesting when Madame de Fervaques came to see the Marquise. Then he could catch a glimpse of Mathilde's eyes from under the brim of the widow's hat, and he would wax eloquent. His quaint and sentimental periods were beginning to take a turn that was both more striking and more elegant. He realized full well that what he was saying must seem absurd to Mathilde, but he was trying to impress her with elegant diction. "The more what I say is false, the more I ought to please her," Julien thought, and then with really abominable cheek he overdid certain aspects of nature. He very soon became aware that if he was not to appear common in the widow's eyes, he must above all refrain from simple and reasonable ideas. He went on in this vein, or cut short his amplifications, according to whether he read success or indifference in the eyes of the two great ladies whom it was essential to please. On the whole, his life was less horrible now than when his days had been spent in idleness. "Well," he said to himself one night, "here I am transcribing the 15th of these abominable dissertations. The first 14 have been faithfully delivered to the widow's Swiss guard. I shall have the honor of filling all the pigeonholes in her desk, and yet she treats me exactly as if I were not writing. What is her object? Could it be that my perseverance bores her as much as it does me? I must say that Russian Korosov's friend, who was in love with the beautiful Richmond Quakeress, was a devil of a fellow in his day. He's as tiresome as they come." Like all ordinary mortals whom chance has placed in full view of a great general's manoeuvres, Julien understood nothing of the attack executed by the young Russian against the stern English girl's heart. The first 40 letters were designed merely to win pardon for making so bold as to write. It was necessary first to have that sweet person, who was perhaps infinitely bored, contract the habit of receiving letters which were a little less insipid, perhaps, than her daily life. One morning Julien was handed a letter. He recognized Madame de Fervaques' coat of arms, and broke the seal with an eagerness that would have seemed quite impossible for him a few days earlier. It was simply an invitation to dinner. Julien hurried to look at Prince Korosov's instructions. Unfortunately, the young Russian had tried to imitate Dora's light touch, where he should have been simple and intelligible. Julien could not guess what pose he was to assume at the widow's dinner. The drawing-room was of the greatest magnificence, gilded like the gallery of Diana in the Tuileries, with pictures painted in oil in the panelling. There were light spots in those paintings. Later, Julien was informed that the mistress of the house thought the subjects indecent, and had had the pictures corrected. This moral century, he thought. In the drawing-room, he noticed 3 of the notables who had been at the drafting of the secret note. One of them, the Lord Bishop of Blank, the widow's uncle, had all the church positions at his disposal, and so everyone said he couldn't say no to his niece. "What a big step I have taken," Julien said to himself with a melancholy smile, "and how little it means to me. Here I am dining with the famous Bishop of Blank." The dinner was mediocre, and the conversation trying. "It's the dinner table of a bad novel," thought Julien. "Here, all the greatest questions to which men have turned their thoughts are boldly attacked, and after you have listened for 3 minutes, you wonder which will win out, the speaker's bombast or his disgusting ignorance." The reader has no doubt forgotten that little man of letters named Tombeau, the academician's nephew and a future professor, who, with his base slander, seemed to have been hired to poison the Hôtel de la Mole's drawing-room. From this little man, Julien had his first inkling that it might very well be that Madame de Fervaques, though not answering his letters, looked indulgently upon the sentiment that dictated them. Monsieur Tombeau's black soul was torn in two whenever he thought about Julien's success.
But on the other hand, since a worthy man cannot, any more than a fool, be in two places at once, if Sorel becomes the sublime widow's lover, the future professor kept telling himself, she will find some advantageous position for him in the church, and I shall be rid of him at the Hôtel de la Mole. The Abbé Pirard also treated Julien to long sermons about his popularity at the Hôtel de Fervaques. There was sectarian jealousy between the austere Jansenist and the virtuous widow's Jesuitical drawing-room, where all were regenerative and monarchist. Chapter 28. Manon Lescaut. Now, once he was fully convinced of the prior's stupidity, of his asininity, he got on quite well by calling black white and white black. Lichtenberg. The Russian's instructions forbade imperatively that one ever contradict by word of mouth the lady to whom one was writing. One was not, for any reason whatsoever, to depart from the role of ecstatic admirer. The letters always started from that assumption. One evening at the opera, in Madame de Fervaques' loge, Julien praised the ballet Manon Lescaut to the skies. His only reason for going on so was that he found it perfectly insignificant. The widow said the ballet was much inferior to the Abbé Prévost's novel. What? Thought Julien, astonished and amused. A woman of such lofty virtue can speak highly of a novel? 2 or 3 times a week Madame de Fervaques made a profession of the most thorough contempt for writers who, by means of their shabby works, tried to corrupt a younger generation that was, alas, only too prone to errors of the senses. In that category of the immoral and dangerous, Manon Lescaut, pursued the widow, occupies, so they say, one of the first ranks. In it, the weaknesses and well-deserved agonies of a very criminal heart are, so they say, depicted with a truthfulness of some depth, which did not prevent your Napoleon from declaring at Sainte-Hélène that it is a novel written for lackeys. That remark roused Julien to all his old alertness. Someone has been trying to harm me in the widow's estimation. Someone must have told her about my enthusiasm for Napoleon. That information has nettled her enough to make her give in to the temptation of letting me know it. This discovery entertained him all evening and made him entertaining. As he was taking leave of the widow in the lobby of the opera, "Remember, sir," she said to him, "that one must not love Bonaparte when one loves me. One may, at the most, accept him as a necessary evil imposed by Providence. Besides, that man did not have a mind flexible enough to appreciate the masterpieces." "When one loves me," Julien repeated to himself. "That means nothing, or it means everything. Such are the secrets of language in which we poor provincials are deficient." He thought a great deal about Madame de Rênal as he copied an endless letter destined for the widow. "How does it happen," she asked him the next day with an air of indifference which he found poorly played, "that you speak to me of London and of Richmond in a letter you wrote last night, so it seems, after coming out of the opera?" Julien was quite embarrassed. He had copied line for line without a thought to what he was writing, and had obviously forgotten to substitute Paris and Saint-Cloud for London and Richmond in the original. He began 2 or 3 sentences, but with no possibility of finishing them. He felt himself on the verge of giving in to a giggle. At last, while hunting for his words, he came upon this idea. "Uplifted by the most sublime of discussions about the greatest concerns of the human soul, my mind, as I wrote you, may well have wandered. I am making an impression," he told himself, "that will allow me to forego the boredom of the rest of the evening." He left the Hôtel de Fervaques at a run. That night, when he had another look at the original of the letter copied the night before, he came very quickly to the fateful lines where the young Russian spoke of London and Richmond. Julien was astonished indeed to find this letter almost tender. It was the contrast between the apparent frivolity of his conversation and the sublime and almost apocalyptic depth of his letters that had distinguished him. The widow especially liked the length of his sentences. "This isn't the choppy style made fashionable by Voltaire, that immoral man." Although our hero did all in his power to banish every kind of good sense from his conversation, it still had an anti-royalist and impious colouring that did not escape Madame de Fervaques. Surrounded by personages who were eminently moral, but who often didn't have one idea in an evening,
The lady was deeply impressed by anything that looked like a novelty, but at the same time she thought she owed it to herself to take offence at it. She called any failure to do so keeping the imprint of a frivolous age. But such drawing-rooms are not worth the visit unless one is soliciting something. All the boredom of the dull life Julien was leading is no doubt shared by the reader. These are the wastelands of our journey. During the time usurped from Julien's life by the Fervaques episode, Mademoiselle de la Mole had to force herself not to think about him. Her heart was a prey to the most violent conflict. Sometimes she flattered herself that she despised the gloomy young man, but for all that, his conversation captivated her. What astonished her most was his perfect falseness. He never said a word to the widow, but it was a lie, or at least an abominable disguise for his true opinion, which Mathilde knew perfectly well on almost every subject. His Machiavellianism impressed her. Such depth, she would tell herself. What a difference between him and the pompous boobies or common crooks, such as Monsieur Tombeau, who talks the same language. Nevertheless, Julien had some awful days. It was only to fulfill the most painful of duties that he appeared daily in the widow's drawing-room. His effort to play a part used up whatever strength of soul remained to him. Many times at night, as he crossed the huge courtyard of the Hôtel de Fervaques, he managed to keep from sinking into despair only by force of character and by reasoning with himself. I conquered despair in the seminary, he would tell himself, and yet what an awful prospect I had before me then. I was either making or marring my fortune, but in any case I saw myself obliged to live on intimate terms for a whole lifetime with the most despicable and disgusting company on earth. The following spring, just 11 short months afterwards, I was probably the happiest young man of my age. But all too often these fine arguments were unavailing against the terrible reality. Every day he saw Mathilde at lunch and at dinner. From the numerous letters Monsieur de la Mole dictated to him, he knew that she was on the eve of marrying Monsieur de Croisenois. That amiable young man was already showing up twice a day at the Hôtel de la Mole. The jealous eye of a forsaken lover did not miss a single move he made. When he thought he had seen Mademoiselle de la Mole treating her intended kindly, upon returning to his room, Julien could not help but gaze at his pistols lovingly. Ah, wouldn't I be better off, he kept telling himself, to pick the initials out of my linen and go into some lonely forest 20 leagues from Paris and put an end to this abominable life. I would be a stranger in the vicinity. My death would go unreported for 2 weeks, and who would give a thought to me after that? This argument was quite reasonable, but the next day Mathilde's arm, glimpsed between the sleeve of her dress and her glove, was enough to plunge our young philosopher into memories which, though cruel, nevertheless bound him to life. Very well, he would say to himself at those times, I will follow that Russian policy to the hilt. How will it all end? As for the widow, once I have copied out those 53 letters, I won't, to be sure, write her any more. As for Mathilde, either these painful 6 weeks of shamming will not have the least effect on her anger, or they will win me a moment's reconciliation. Good God, I should die of happiness. He was powerless to finish his thought. When, after a long reverie, he managed to pick up the thread of this thought again, he would say to himself, So I should win one day of happiness, after which her harsh treatment, founded, alas, on my inability to please her, would begin all over again, and I would have nothing to fall back on. I would be lost, ruined, forever. With the character she has, what guarantee can she give me? Alas, my want of talent explains everything. My manners must be very inelegant, my way of speaking heavy and monotonous. Good God, why am I? Chapter 29. Boredom. To sacrifice oneself to one's passions, granted, but to passions one doesn't feel. Oh, dreary 19th century. Giraudet. After reading Julien's long letters with no pleasure at first, Madame de Fervaques began to take an interest in them. But one thing distressed her. What a pity Monsieur Sorel is not a full-fledged priest. It would be possible to admit him into a kind of intimacy. What with that cross and those almost civilian clothes, a woman would be exposed to cruel questions. And what could she say? She left her thought unfinished. Some malicious lady friend might suppose, and even spread the story, that he was some little second cousin,
my father's relation, some shopkeeper decorated by the National Guard.
Until she met Julien, Madame de Fervac's greatest pleasure had been to write the word Maréchal before her name. After that, a sickly parvenue vanity, which took offence at everything, fought against her initial interest.
It would be so easy for me, the widow kept telling herself, to make him vicar general of some diocese near Paris. But Monsieur Sorel with nothing after it, and Monsieur de la Mole secretary at that. It's discouraging.
For the first time, this soul, which dreaded everything, was touched by an interest that had nothing to do with her pretensions to rank and social superiority. Her old doorkeeper noted that whenever he brought a letter from that handsome young man who looked so sad, the distracted and annoyed look the widow was always careful to put on when any of her household came near her was sure to vanish. The boredom inherent in a way of life whose only aim is to make an impression on the public, when at the bottom of her heart the person takes no real pleasure in that kind of success, became so intolerable since she had begun to think about Julien, that if the chambermaids were not to be ill-used all day long, it was enough if the widow had spent an hour with that unusual young man the evening before. His growing prestige was able to withstand anonymous and very adroitly composed letters. In vain, little Tombeau furnished Messieurs de Lutz, de Croissanois, de Caylus with 2 or 3 astute pieces of slander, which those gentlemen took pleasure in spreading about without concerning themselves overly much about the truth of the accusations. The widow, whose temperament was not made to bear up against such unrefined methods, would tell Mathilde about her misgivings, and was always reassured. One day, after having asked 3 times if there were any letters, Madame de Fervaques suddenly resolved to answer Julien. It was a victory for boredom. At the second letter, the widow was almost stopped by the unseemliness of writing such a commonplace address in her own hand. To Monsieur Sorel, care of the Marquis de la Mole. That evening she told Julien very coldly, "You must bring some envelopes with your address on them." "Here am I, set up as her lover and valet," thought Julien, and he bowed, amusing himself by imitating Arsène, the Marquis's old valet. The same evening he brought her some envelopes, and the next day, very early, he received a 3rd letter. He read 5 or 6 lines at the beginning and 2 or 3 near the end. There were 4 pages in a small, closely written hand. Little by little, she took the pleasant habit of writing almost every day. Julien would answer with faithful copies of the Russian letters, and, such is the advantage of the high-flown style, Madame de Fervaques was not in the least surprised that there was so little connection between his replies and her letters. How her pride would have been irritated if little Tombeau, who had appointed himself the voluntary spy of Julien's proceedings, had been in a position to inform her that all those letters, unopened, were thrown haphazardly into Julien's drawer. One morning, the doorkeeper, paying no attention to the widow's coat of arms, brought one of her letters to him in the library. Mathilde ran into the man and saw the letter with the address in Julien's hand. She entered the library as the doorkeeper was leaving. The letter was still on the edge of the table. Busy writing, Julien had not put it in his drawer. "This is something I will not endure," cried Mathilde, seizing the letter. "You have forgotten me altogether, I who am your wife. Your conduct is atrocious, sir." At these words, her pride, astonished at the frightful impropriety of the step she had just taken, made her choke. She burst into tears, and before long it appeared to Julien that she couldn't breathe. Surprised, confused, Julien was hardly in a way to make out everything wonderful and lucky that this scene implied for him. He helped Mathilde to sit down. She all but abandoned herself in his arms. The first instant he noticed this impulse was one of extreme joy. In the second, he thought of Korasoff. "I may ruin everything by a single word." His arms grew stiff, so painful was the effort his policy forced him to make. "I must not even allow myself to press that lovely, supple body against my heart, or she will scorn and abuse me. What a horrible character she has!" As he cursed Mathilde's character, he loved her 100 times the more for it. It seemed to him that he held a queen in his arms. Julien's impassive coldness doubled the pangs of wounded pride that were rending Mademoiselle de la Mole's heart. She was far from having the self-control necessary to try and guess from his eyes
what he felt about her at the moment. She could not bring herself to look at him. She trembled lest she meet with an expression of contempt. Sitting motionless on the library sofa, her head turned away from Julien, she was a prey to the keenest suffering that pride and love can inflict on a human heart. What an atrocious situation she had got herself into.
It was reserved for me, wretch that I am, to see my most indecent advances repulsed. And repulsed by whom?
Added her pride, wild with suffering.
Repulsed by one of my father's servants. This is something I will not tolerate,
she said aloud. Rising to her feet furiously, she opened the drawer of Julien's table, which was 2 paces away. She stood as if frozen with horror upon finding 8 or 10 unopened letters in it, each in every respect like the one the doorkeeper had just brought up. In all the addresses she recognized Julien's writing more or less disguised.
"So,"
she shouted beside herself,
"not only are you in good terms with her, you despise her as well. You, a nobody, to scorn the Field Marshal de Fervac's widow. Ah, forgive me, my dear,"
she added, throwing herself at his knees.
"Scorn me if you wish, but love me. I cannot live any longer without your love."
And she fell to the floor in a dead faint.
"There she is at my feet, that haughty woman,"
Julien said to himself. Chapter 30. A Box at the Opera. As the blackest sky foretells the heaviest tempest. Don Juan, Canto 1, stanza 73. Amidst all these intense emotions, Julien was more astonished than happy. Mathilde's abuse brought home to him the wisdom of the Russian's policy. Speak little, act little. Therein lies my only salvation. He picked up Mathilde and, without a word, put her back on the sofa. Gradually, tears got the better of her. To keep herself in countenance, she took Madame de Fervac's letters in her hands. She broke the seals slowly. She gave a nervous, quite noticeable start when she recognized the widow's writing. She kept turning over the sheets of those letters without reading them. Most were 6 pages long.
"At least answer me,"
said Mathilde at length, in the most supplicating voice, but not daring to look at Julien.
"You know very well that I am proud. That misfortune is due to my position, and even to my nature, I admit. So, Madame de Fervac has stolen your heart from me. Has she made all the sacrifices for you to which this fatal love betrayed me?"
A gloomy silence was Julien's only response.
"By what right," he thought, "is she asking me to commit an indiscretion unworthy an honorable man?"
Mathilde tried to read the letters. Tearful eyes made this impossible. She had been wretched for a month, but that haughty soul was still far from admitting her feelings to herself. Chance alone had brought about this explosion. For a moment, jealousy and love had got the best of pride. She was seated on the divan very close to Julien. He looked at her hair and her alabaster neck. For a moment he forgot everything he owed himself. He put his arm around her waist and almost clasped her to his chest. She turned her head toward him slowly. He was astonished at the great suffering in her eyes, such that he could find no trace of their usual expression. Julien felt his strength ebbing away, so mortally painful was the act of courage which he was imposing upon himself.
"In a little while, those eyes will show nothing but the coldest disdain," Julien said to himself. "If I let myself be swept away by the happiness of loving her."
Meanwhile, in a faint voice and in sentences that she had barely the strength to finish, she kept assuring him how sorry she was for a behavior that had been prompted by overweening pride.
"I have my pride, too,"
Julien said to her in a barely distinct voice, and his features showed the extreme limit of physical exhaustion. Mathilde turned toward him sharply. To hear his voice was a bliss, the hope of which she had all but foregone. In that moment she remembered her haughtiness only to curse it. She would have liked to find some unusual, some incredible way of proving the extent to which she adored him and detested herself.
"It is probably because of your pride," Julien went on, "that you honored me briefly. It is certainly because of my brave firmness, which is fitting in a man, that you respect me at the moment. I could be in love with the Field Marshal's widow."
Mathilde shuddered. Her eyes took on a strange expression. She was about to hear her sentence pronounced.
This reaction was by no means lost on Julien. He felt his courage weakening. "Ah," he said to himself, listening to the sound of the empty words his mouth was shaping as he would to a strange noise. "If only I could cover those pale cheeks with kisses, and you not feel them." "I might be in love with the widow," he continued, and his voice kept getting feebler. "But certainly I have had no proof positive of her interest in me." Mathilde stared at him. He bore up under her look. He hoped at least that his expression had not betrayed him. He felt pierced with love to the heart's core. Never had he worshipped her to that point. He was nearly as much out of his head as Mathilde. If she had had enough self-possession and the heart to manipulate him, he would have fallen at her feet, forswearing all his foolish comedy. He still had enough strength to go on talking. "Ah, Korosoff," he cried inwardly, "you should be here. How I need a word of advice to guide me." During that time his voice was saying, "For want of any other sentiment, gratitude alone would be enough to make me feel an attachment for the widow. She has been kind to me. She has comforted me when I was despised. I am free, of course, not to have unlimited faith in certain appearances. Extremely flattering, no doubt, but perhaps, too, not very durable." "Ah, great God!" cried Mathilde. "Well, then, what guarantee will you give me?" replied Julien in a sharp, firm tone of voice, and seeming for an instant to drop the careful forms of diplomacy. "What guarantee? What God will assure me that the position to which you seem willing to restore me at the moment will hold for more than 2 days?" "My boundless love and unhappiness if you no longer love me," she said to him, taking his hands and turning to face him. The violent movement she made had shifted her cape a little. Julien caught a glimpse of her lovely shoulders. Her slightly mussed hair brought back a delightful memory. He was about to give in. "A careless word," he told himself, "and that long succession of days spent in despair will begin all over again. Madame de Rênal used to find reasons for following the dictates of her heart. This girl from high society will not let her heart be moved until she has proven to herself with good reasons that it ought to be." He perceived this truth in a wink, and in the wink of an eye he also recovered his courage. He withdrew his hands, which Mathilde held clasped in her own, and with pointed respect moved a little way from her. A man's courage can do no more. Next he busied himself with gathering up all of Madame de Fervac's letters, which were scattered over the divan, and with an appearance of the utmost courtesy, cruel at such a moment, he added, "Mademoiselle de la Mole will please be so good as to allow me to consider this matter further." He left the room quickly, and she heard him closing all the doors in succession. "The monster wasn't the least bit upset," she said to herself. "But what am I saying? Monster. He is wise, prudent, kind. It is I who have done more wrong than anyone could imagine." This frame of mind persisted. Mathilde was almost happy that day, for she was all love. One would have thought that her heart had never been shaken by pride, and such pride. She shuddered with horror when, that evening in the drawing-room, a footman announced Madame de Fervac. To her ear the man's voice was sinister. She couldn't bear the sight of the widow and moved away from her very shortly. Julien, anything but elated by his painful victory, dreaded that his own looks might give him away, and had not dined at the Hôtel de la Mole. His love and his happiness increased as rapidly as the moment of battle receded. He was already at the stage of blaming himself. "How could I have resisted her?" he said to himself. "What if she no longer loves me? That proud heart could change in a minute, and there's no denying that I treated her horribly." That evening he realized that he must absolutely show up in Madame de Fervac's loge at the Opera Bouffant. She had invited him expressly. Mathilde would not fail to hear about his presence or his impolite absence. Notwithstanding the obviousness of this argument, he didn't have the strength, at the beginning of the evening, to plunge into society. By talking, he would lose half of his bliss. 10 o'clock was striking. He simply had to make an appearance. Fortunately, he found the widow's box full of women. He was relegated to a seat near the door, where he was completely hidden by a hat. This position saved him from making a fool of himself. the divine accents of Caroline's despair in the Matrimonio Segreto, set his tears to flowing. Madame de Fervaques saw those tears. They made such a contrast with the virile steadiness of his usual expression that the great lady's soul, surfeited a long time before with everything that is most corrosive about upstart pride, was touched. What little remained to her of a womanly heart prompted her to speak. She wanted to enjoy the sound of her own voice at the moment. "Have you seen the de la Mole, ladies?" she asked him. "They're in the third tier." At that instant Julien leaned, impolitely enough, out of the box. He saw Mathilde. Her eyes were glistening with tears. "But this isn't their day for the opera," thought Julien. "Such eagerness!" Mathilde had induced her mother to go to the Opera Bouffe, despite the unsuitableness of the location of the box, which one of the household flatterers had pressed upon them. She wanted to see if Julien would spend the evening with the widow. Chapter 31. Frighten her. That, then, is the great miracle of your civilization. You have turned love into a routine affair. Banal. Julien rushed to Madame de la Mole's box. The first thing that crossed his sight was Mathilde's tear-filled eyes. She was weeping without stint. There was no one there but inconsequential people, the lady friend who had lent the box, and some men of her acquaintance. Mathilde put her hand on Julien's. She seemed to have lost all fear of her mother. Almost choked with weeping, she said but one word to him. "Guarantees." "Let me at least keep from talking to her," thought Julien, deeply moved himself, and hiding his eyes as best he could with his hand, under the pretext that in the third tier of boxes the chandelier was blinding. "If I speak, she can no longer have any doubts about the depth of my feelings. My voice will betray me. All may yet be lost." His conflict was far more painful than in the morning. His heart had had time enough to be affected. He was afraid he might give Mathilde reason to think that she had triumphed. So, drunk with love and pleasure, he took it upon himself not to speak. That, in my opinion, is one of his finest traits. A fellow capable of such self-control may go far. Si fata sinon. Mademoiselle de la Mole insisted on bringing Julien back to the house. Fortunately, it was pouring, but the Marquise made him sit facing her, spoke to him constantly, and prevented him from saying a word to her daughter. One might have thought that the Marquise was looking out for Julien's happiness. No longer afraid of ruining everything through the violence of his emotion, he gave in to it extravagantly. Dare I mention that upon returning to his room, Julien threw himself down on his knees and covered the love letters Prince Korasoff had given him with kisses? "Oh, great man, how can I ever repay you?" he shouted in his folly. Little by little, some of his composure returned. He compared himself with a general who has just half won a great battle. "My advantage is certain, immense," he told himself. "But what will tomorrow bring? All may be lost in a moment." On a passionate impulse, he opened the Memoire dictée à Sainte-Hélène by Napoleon, and for 2 long hours forced himself to read. But only his eyes read. No matter, he kept forcing himself. Throughout this odd session, his head and heart, having risen to the level of the loftiest considerations, worked on unbeknownst to him. "Her heart is very different from Madame de Rênal's," he kept telling himself. But he went no further. "Frighten her!" he shouted all of a sudden, throwing away the book. "The enemy will obey you only in so much as he is afraid of you, and after that will not dare to show contempt." Drunk with joy, he set to pacing his little room. To tell the truth, his present happiness owed more to pride than to love. "Frighten her," he went on repeating proudly, and he had reason to be proud. "Even in her happiest moments, Madame de Rênal always doubted that my love was as great as hers. But in this case, there is a demon to be subdued, and subdue I must." He knew very well that by 8 the next morning Mathilde would be in the library. He did not appear until 9 o'clock, and though he was burning with love, his head commanded his heart. Hardly a minute went by without his saying to himself, "Always keep her preoccupied with that great doubt. Does he love me?" Her brilliant position,
the flattery of all who speak to her, incline her to reassure herself a bit too quickly. He found her pale, calm, seated on the divan, but to all appearances incapable of a single movement. She held out her hand to him. "Dear, I have offended you, it's true. Are you angry with me?" Julien was not prepared for such simplicity in her tone. He was on the verge of betraying himself. "You want guarantees, my dear," she added after a silence that she hoped would be broken. "That is only right. Carry me off. Let us set out for London. I will be ruined forever, dishonored." She had the courage to take her hand out of Julien's to cover her eyes with it. All of her sentence about feminine modesty and reserve had returned to that heart. "Very well. Dishonor me," she said at length with a sigh. "That is a guarantee." "Yesterday I was happy because I had the courage to be strict with myself," thought Julien. After a brief silence, he was enough master of his heart to say icily, "Once on the road to London, once you are dishonored, as you put it, what assurance have I that you will love me, that my presence in the post-chaise will not seem a nuisance to you? I am not a monster. To ruin your reputation would be just one calamity the more for me. It is not your position in society that stands in our way. It is unfortunately your character. Can you yourself be sure that you will love me for one whole week?" "Ah, let her love me for a week, only a week," Julien murmured to himself, "and I will die of happiness. What does the future matter to me? What does life matter? And that divine happiness could begin this instant if I wished. It depends on me alone." Mathilde saw he was thoughtful. "So, I am altogether unworthy of you," she said, taking his hand. Julien kissed her, but in that instant the iron hand of duty clutched his heart. "If she sees how much I adore her, I will lose her." And before he stepped out of her arms, he had again assumed all the stern dignity that becomes a man. On that day and the days following, he was able to hide his immense happiness. There were moments when he even went so far as to refuse himself the pleasure of folding her in his arms. At other times he would be carried away by a delirious joy, no matter what his better judgment might say. It was in the garden, near a bower of honeysuckle arranged to screen the ladder, that he had been accustomed to post himself in order to watch Mathilde shudder and weep over her fickleness. A huge oak grew close by, and its trunk hid him from prying eyes. As he strolled with Mathilde by this same spot, which reminded him so vividly of his great unhappiness, the contrast between his past despair and his present felicity was too much for him. Tears flooded his eyes, and raising his beloved's hand to his lips, "This is the spot where I kept alive by thinking of you. From here I watched those shutters. I waited hours on end for the happy moment when I should see this hand open them." His moment of weakness was total. He painted for her in the truest colors, such as one does not invent, the depths of his despair at the time. Short interjections bore witness to the present happiness which had put an end to his atrocious suffering. "Good God, what am I doing?" Julien said to himself, coming around all of a sudden. "I'm ruining everything." Greatly alarmed, he thought he already saw love beginning to fade in Mademoiselle de la Mole's eyes. This was an illusion, but Julien's color changed rapidly. His whole face turned deadly pale. His eyes grew dull for an instant. Then a haughtiness tinged with malice succeeded an expression of the truest and most unreserved love. "What is the matter with you, my dear?" asked Mathilde tenderly and anxiously. "I'm lying," said Julien angrily, "and I'm lying to you. I hate myself for it, and yet God knows I think highly enough of you not to lie. You love me, you are devoted to me, and I have no need of making pretty speeches to please you." "Great God! Were all those charming things you have been telling me for the past 2 minutes nothing but pretty speeches?" "I blame myself bitterly for it, dear friend. I made all that up for a woman who was once in love with me and who bored me. It's the flaw in my character. I am the first to condemn myself for it. Forgive me." Bitter tears flowed down Mathilde's cheeks. "Whenever I am forced to reflect for a moment by some little thing that has offended me," Julien went on, "my execrable memory, which I am cursing right now, offers me a way out, and
I abuse it.
Without knowing it, then, could I have done something to displease you?
Said Mathilde with charming simplicity.
One day, I remember, as you passed by this honeysuckle, you picked a flower. Monsieur de Lutz took it from you, and you let him keep it. I was 2 feet away.
Monsieur de Lutz, that's impossible,
replied Mathilde, with the haughty air that was so natural to her.
I don't do that sort of thing.
I am certain,
Julien retorted sharply.
Very well, it's true, my dear,
said Mathilde, looking down sadly. She knew positively that for many months now she had not permitted Monsieur de Lutz any such liberty. Julien gazed at her with ineffable tenderness.
No,
he told himself, she doesn't love me any the less. She reproached him that evening, laughingly, with his taste for Madame de Fervaques.
A bourgeois in love with a social climber. Hearts of that kind are probably the only ones my Julien can't drive crazy. She has made a regular dandy out of you,
she said, toying with his hair. During the time he thought Mathilde despised him, Julien had become one of the best-dressed men in Paris. Yet he had an advantage over other men of that type. Once his dress was complete, he gave it no further thought. One thing galled Mathilde. Julien went right on copying the Russian's letters and sending them to the widow. Chapter 32. The Tiger. Alas, why these things and not others? Beaumarchais. An English traveller tells a story about living on familiar terms with a tiger. He had raised it and would fondle it, but on his table he always kept a loaded pistol. Julien never gave in to his inordinate happiness, except at those times when Mathilde could not read the expression of it in his eyes. Conscientiously, he fulfilled his duty of saying something harsh to her every now and then. Whenever Mathilde's gentleness, which he noted with astonishment, and her extravagant devotion were about to deprive him of his self-control, he had the heart to leave her abruptly. For the first time, Mathilde loved. Life, which had always dragged on at a snail's pace for her, now flew. Nevertheless, since pride had inevitably to show itself in some way, she insisted on exposing herself boldly to all the risks love might make her run. It was Julien who was the careful one, and it was only when danger was involved that she would not yield to his will. Yet, submissive and almost humble with him, she was all the more arrogant toward everyone in the house who came near her, family or valets. In the drawing-room at night, in the midst of 60 people, she would call Julien over to talk with him in particular, and for a long while. One evening, as little Tombeau was settling down beside them, she asked him to go to the library and fetch the volume of Smollett in which the Revolution of 1688 is discussed. And, since he hesitated, "There's no hurry," she added with an expression of insulting arrogance that did Julien's heart good. "Did you see the look on that little monster's face?" he asked her. "His uncle has 10 or 12 years' service in this drawing-room. Otherwise I'd have him turned out this minute." Her behavior towards Messieurs de Croissenois, de Lutz, etc., though perfectly polite as to form, was scarcely less provoking. Mathilde reproached herself keenly for all the confidences she had once made to Julien, and all the more since she didn't dare confess to him that she had exaggerated the almost entirely innocent tokens of interest of which those gentlemen had been the object. Despite her finest resolutions, her womanly pride stopped her every day from telling Julien, "It is only because I was talking to you that I enjoyed describing my momentary weakness when Monsieur de Croissenois, putting his hand on the marble table, happened to brush mine, and I didn't take it away." Now, one of those gentlemen had only to speak to her for a few minutes, and she would discover that she had a question to ask Julien, and would use that as a pretext to keep him close by her. She discovered that she was pregnant, and informed Julien delightedly. "Now can you doubt me? Isn't this a guarantee? I am your wife forever." This announcement left Julien astounded. He was on the verge of forgetting his first rule of conduct. How could I be deliberately cold and offensive to this poor girl who is ruining herself for me? If she looked a bit unwell, even on days when the awful voice of wisdom made itself heard, he could no longer find the heart to address her with one of those cruel remarks, so indispensable, according to his experiences, if their love was to last. "I mean to write to my father," Mathilde said to him one day. "He is more than a father to me. He's a friend.
As such, I consider it unworthy of you and of me to try to deceive him, even for a minute." "Good God, what are you going to do?" said Julien, alarmed. "My duty," she answered, her eyes shining with joy. She considered herself more high-minded than her lover. "But he will drive me away in disgrace." "That is his right. We must respect it. I will take your arm, and we will leave by the main gate in broad daylight."
Amazed, Julien begged her to put off doing anything for a week.
"I must," she replied. "Honour speaks. I have seen my duty. I must follow it this very instant."
"Well, then, I order you to put it off," said Julien finally. "Your honour is safe. I am your husband. The situation will be altered for both of us by this momentous step. What's more, I am within my rights. Today is Tuesday. Next Tuesday is the Duc de Retz's day at home. That night, when Monsieur de la Mole returns, the doorkeeper will hand him the fatal letter. He thinks of nothing but making a duchess of you, I'm certain. Imagine how wretched he will be."
"You mean to say, imagine his revenge?"
"I am capable of taking pity on my benefactor, of feeling awfully sorry to hurt him, but I am not afraid, and never shall be, of anyone." Mathilde submitted. This was the first time since she had announced her condition to Julien that he had spoken to her with authority. Never had he loved her so much. It was with happiness that the tender side of his nature seized upon the pretext of Mathilde's state to excuse himself from making cruel remarks to her. The thought of the avowal to be made to Monsieur de la Mole disturbed him profoundly. Would he be separated from Mathilde? However sorrowful she might be to see him go, a month after his departure, would she give a thought to him? He was almost equally horrified to think of the just reproaches the Marquis might level at him. That night he confessed to Mathilde this second cause of his distress, and later, led astray by love, he made an avowal of the first as well. She changed colour.
"Really," she said to him, 6 months away from me would be a calamity for you?"
"Immense. The only one in the world that I look upon with terror." Mathilde was happy indeed. Julien had played his part with such application that he had succeeded in making her think that, of the two, she was the more loving. The fateful Tuesday came around very quickly. Returning home at midnight, the Marquis found the letter, which was addressed in such a way that he would open it himself, and only when there were no witnesses about.
"Father, all the social ties that bound us have been broken. None remain but those of nature. After my husband, you are and always will be the person dearest to me. My eyes keep filling with tears. I keep thinking of the pain I am causing you. But if my shame is not to become public, and if I am to leave you time enough to deliberate and to act, I cannot defer the confession I owe you any longer. If your affection for me, which I know to be very great, will grant me a small pension, I will go and settle down wherever you wish, in Switzerland, for example, with my husband. His name is so humble that no one will recognize Madame Sorel as your daughter, the daughter-in-law of a carpenter in Verrières. There, you have the name that has been so hard for me to write. For Julien's sake, I dread your wrath, to all appearances so well justified. I will never be a duchess, father, but I knew that when I gave him my love. For it is I who loved first, it is I who seduced him. From you and from our ancestors, I have inherited too lofty a soul for my attention to be attracted by anything that is or strikes me as vulgar. It was to no avail that, with an aim to please you, I considered Monsieur de Croissenois. Why did you set true worth before my eyes? You yourself said to me, when I returned from Hyères, that young Sorel is the only person who knows how to amuse me. The poor boy is just as sorry as I am, if that is possible, for the distress this letter is causing you. I cannot prevent your being angry as a father, but love me always as a friend. Julien has always respected me. If he talked with me from time to time, it was only because of his profound gratitude to you, for his natural loftiness would incline him never to reply, except formally, to anyone who was so far above him. He has a keen and innate sense of the difference between social positions. It was I confess it blushingly to my best friend, and never shall such a confession be made to anyone else. It was I who one day in the garden squeezed his arm. After 24 hours, why should you be angry with him? My offense is irreparable. If you insist, assurances of his deep respect and of his sorrow over having displeased you will be conveyed to you through me. You would never see him, but I would go and join him wherever he wished. That is his right,
That is my duty. He is the father of my child. If your generosity will grant us an income of 6,000 francs to live on, I will accept it gratefully. Otherwise, Julien plans to settle in Besançon, where he will take up the profession of teaching Latin and literature. However lowly the position from which he starts, I am certain he will rise. With him I have no fear of remaining unknown. If there is a revolution, I am sure he will play an important part. Can you say as much for any of those who have asked for my hand? They have fine estates. I cannot see in that circumstance alone cause for admiration. My Julien could achieve a high position even under the present regime, if he had 1,000,000 and my father's patronage. Mathilde, knowing the Marquis was a man who acted on first impulses, had written 8 pages. "What is to be done?" Julien asked himself as he walked in the garden at midnight, while Monsieur de la Mole read the letter. "Where lies, first, my duty, second, my interest? My debt to him is immense. Without him I would have been a conniving subaltern, but not conniving enough to escape being hated and persecuted by the others. He made me a man of the world. As a result, the crooked deals I shall have to pull will be 1 fewer, 2 less ignoble. That is worth more than if he had given me 1,000,000. I am obliged to him for this cross, and the semblance of diplomatic service which have set me apart from the crowd. If he took up his pen to prescribe my conduct, what would he write?" Julien was suddenly interrupted by Monsieur de la Mole's old valet. "The Marquis wants to see you at once, dressed or not," the valet added in a low voice as he walked to Julien's side. "The Marquis is furious. Watch your step." Chapter 33. The Torments of Weakness. In cutting this diamond, a bungling workman robbed it of some of its brightest sparkle. In the Middle Ages, what am I saying? Even under Richelieu, a Frenchman had the strength to will. Mirabeau. Julien found the Marquis in a rage. For the first time in his life, perhaps, that lord behaved vulgarly. He heaped Julien with all the abuse that came to his mouth. Our hero was astonished, angered, but his gratitude was not shaken in the least. Think how many fine plans, long cherished in his most private thoughts, the poor man has seen come to nothing, ruined in an instant. But I owe him an answer. My silence will only increase his wrath. The answer was supplied by the role of Tartuffe. "I am no angel. I have served you well. You have paid me generously. I was grateful, but I am 22 years old. No one in this house understood me but you and that kind person." "Monster!" shouted the Marquis. "Kind! The day you discovered she was kind, you should have fled from the house." "I tried to. At the time I asked your permission to go to Languedoc." Weary of pacing furiously about and broken by sorrow, the Marquis flung himself into an armchair. Julien heard him murmuring to himself, "This is not a wicked man." "No, I have never been so with you," cried Julien, falling to his knees. But he was extremely ashamed of this gesture and rose quickly. The Marquis was really unhinged. At the sight of this movement, he began again to heap Julien with atrocious insults, worthy of a cabman. Perhaps the novelty of these curses was a relief to him. "What? My daughter's name will be Madame Sorel? What? My daughter won't be a duchess?" Every time those two thoughts presented themselves so clearly, Monsieur de la Mole was in torment and had no control over his feelings. Julien feared a beating. In his intervals of lucidity, when the Marquis was beginning to get used to his calamity, the reproaches he addressed to Julien were reasonable enough. "You should have left the house, sir," he kept telling him. "It was your duty to leave. You are the lowest of the low." Julien went over to the table and wrote, "For a long time my life has been unbearable to me. I am putting an end to it. I beg the Marquis to accept, please, these assurances of my boundless gratitude, and my apology for the inconvenience my death in his house may cause him." "Will the Marquis be pleased to glance at this paper?" "Kill me," said Julien, "or have me killed by your valet. It is 1 o'clock in the morning. I am going for a walk in the garden toward the back wall." "Go to the devil!" the Marquis shouted to him as he was going out. "I understand," thought Julien.
He wouldn't mind if I spared his valet the trouble of my death. Let him kill me himself, fair enough. That is the satisfaction I am offering him. But, by Jove, as for me, I enjoy living. I have obligations to my son."
This idea, appearing distinctly to his imagination for the first time, engrossed him entirely after the first few minutes of the walk, which had been given over to a new sense of danger. This altogether new concern made a careful man of him. "I need advice as to how I should act with that impetuous man. He's out of his senses, no telling what he might do. Fouquet is too far off. Besides, he could never understand the feelings of a man like the Marquis. Count Altamira, can I be sure of his eternal silence? My asking for advice must not be a step that will only make matters worse. Alas, there is no one left but that gloomy Abbé Pirard. His mind has been shrunken by Jansenism. A rascally Jesuit would know the ways of the world and be more help to me. Monsieur Pirard is apt to beat me at the mere mention of the crime." The spirit of Tartuffe came to Julien's rescue. "Very well, I will go and confess myself to him." Such was the last resolution he made in the garden. After having walked 2 full hours, he had stopped thinking about the possibility of being surprised by a shot. Sleep was getting the best of him. Very early next morning, Julien was several leagues out of Paris and knocking at the stern Jansenist's door. To his great astonishment, he found that the abbé was not overly surprised at his secret. "Perhaps I am somewhat to blame," the abbé remarked to himself, more worried than irritated. "I thought I had guessed that affair. My affection for you, unhappy child, kept me from warning her father." "What is he going to do?" Julien asked him sharply. He loved the abbé at that moment, and a scene would have been very painful to him. "I see 3 alternatives," Julien went on. "1, Monsieur de la Mole may have me put to death," and he told the abbé about the suicide note he had left with the Marquis. 2, have me filled with holes by Count Norbert, who would challenge me to a duel. "You would accept?" said the abbé, furious and rising to his feet. "You don't let me finish. Certainly I would never fire on my benefactor's son. 3, he could send me away. If he tells me, go to Edinburgh, to New York, I will obey. Then they would be able to hide Mademoiselle de la Mole's condition, but I would never stand for their doing away with my son. Have no doubts about it. That's the first thing that corrupt man will think of." Back in Paris, Mathilde was desperate. She had seen her father around 7 o'clock. He had shown her Julien's letter. She dreaded lest he consider it noble to put an end to his life. "And without my permission," she said to herself, in an agony born of rage. "If he is dead, I shall die," she told her father. "It is you who would be the cause of his death. You would rejoice over it, perhaps, but I swear by his shade that I would first put on mourning, and then I would go out in public as the widow Sorel. I would send out my own death notices. You may count on that. You will find me neither irresolute nor cowardly." Her love was turning into madness. For his part, Monsieur de la Mole was dumbfounded. He began to take a more rational view of things. At lunchtime, Mathilde did not appear at all. The Marquis was relieved of an immense weight, and above all flattered when he realized that she had said nothing to her mother. Around noon, Julien arrived. One could hear his horse's hoofs ringing in the courtyard. He dismounted. Mathilde sent for him and threw herself into his arms, almost in sight of her chambermaid. Julien was not very grateful for this outburst of feeling. He had emerged from his long conference with the Abbé Pirard very diplomatic and calculating. His imagination had been dampened by a reckoning of possibilities. Tears in her eyes, Mathilde informed him that she had seen his suicide note. "My father might change his mind. Do me the pleasure of leaving this instant for Villequier. Get back on your horse. Leave the house before they get up from the table." Since Julien did not alter his cold, astonished look one jot, she had a fit of weeping. "Let me manage our affairs," she cried out in a passion as she hugged him. "You know very well that I do not part from you willingly. Write to me under cover of my chambermaid. Make sure the address is in a strange hand. I will write you volumes. Farewell. Flee." Her last words hurt Julien's pride. He obeyed none the less. "It's inevitable," he was thinking, "that even in their best moments those people find some way to offend me." Monsieur de la Mole did not have the heart to behave like a typical father. Mathilde firmly resisted all of his wise schemes. She would never consent to enter into negotiations on any basis other than the following.
She would be Madame Sorel, and would live in poverty with her husband in Switzerland or in her father's house in Paris. She thrust the idea of a clandestine delivery violently aside. Thence would arise the possibility of slander and of disgrace for me. 2 months after our marriage, I will go on a trip with my husband, and it will be easy for us to imply that my son was born at the proper time. Greeted at first by outbursts of rage, her firmness eventually caused the Marquis some misgivings. In a moment of compassion, he said to his daughter, "Here, this is a certificate for an annuity of 10,000 francs. Send it to your Julien, and let him be quick to make it impossible for me to take it back." To obey Mathilde, with whose love of command he was well acquainted, Julien had ridden 40 useless leagues. He was in Villequier, settling accounts with the tenant farmers. The Marquis's gift was the occasion of his return. He went to ask sanctuary of the Abbé Pirard, who, during his absence, had become Mathilde's most useful ally. Every time the Abbé was questioned by the Marquis, he would prove to him that any course other than a public marriage would be a crime in the eyes of God. "And happily," the Abbé would add, "worldly wisdom is in agreement with religion on this point. Could one count for a minute, given Mademoiselle de la Mole's impetuous character, on a secrecy she had not imposed upon herself? If the straightforward course of a public marriage is not followed, society will busy itself with this strange misalliance for a much longer time. Everything should be spelled out at once without the least mystery, real or apparent." "It's true," said the Marquis, pensive. "If that plan were followed, after 3 days any talk about the marriage would sound like the ruminations of a man who has no ideas of his own. They could take advantage of some sweeping anti-Jacobin decree by the government and slip away incognito afterwards." 2 or 3 of Monsieur de la Mole's friends thought as the Abbé Pirard did. In their opinion, the great obstacle was Mathilde's resolute character. But despite so many fine arguments, in his heart the Marquis could not get used to the idea of renouncing all hope of a stool for his daughter. His memory and his imagination were stocked with all sorts of tricks and duplicity that had been possible in his youth. To yield to necessity, to stand in fear of the law, seemed to him absurd and dishonorable for a man of his rank. He was paying dearly for all those bewitching dreams about his cherished daughter's future in which he had indulged himself for the past 10 years. "Who could have foreseen it?" he said to himself. "A girl with such a lofty character, so intelligent, prouder than I of the name she bears, whose hand was requested of me in advance by the most illustrious names in France. Better throw caution to the wind. This is an age that confounds all distinctions. We are marching toward chaos." Chapter 34. A Man of Spirit. The prefect, plodding along on his horse, said to himself, "Why shouldn't I become a minister, president of the council, a duke? Here's how I'd wage war. By that means I would put all the innovators in irons." The Globe. No argument can break the hold of 10 years of pleasant dreaming. The Marquis felt that it was unreasonable to be angry, yet could not bring himself to pardon. "If this Julien could only die by accident," he sometimes said to himself. It was thus that his afflicted imagination found some relief by pursuing the most absurd chimeras. They paralyzed the influence of the Abbé Pirard's sound reasoning. A month went by without the negotiations advancing a single step. In this family matter, as in politics, the Marquis kept having brilliant insights, over which he would be enthusiastic for 3 days on end. At such times a plan of action would displease him, because it was backed by sound arguments. But no argument whatsoever could find favor in his eyes, unless it supported his pet plan to some degree. For 3 days he would labor with all the fire and enthusiasm of a poet to bring things to a certain pass. Next day he would be totally indifferent. At first Julien was disconcerted by the Marquis's delay, but after a few weeks he began to guess that Monsieur de la Mole had, in this matter, no fixed plan. Madame de la Mole and the whole house believed that Julien was travelling in the provinces for the management of the estates. He was hidden in the Abbé Pirard's rectory, and saw Mathilde almost daily. As for her, every morning she would go and spend an hour with her father, but sometimes they went whole weeks without a word about that which was uppermost in their thoughts. I have no desire to know where that man is, the Marquis said to her one day. Send him this letter.
Mathilde read. The estates in Languedoc bring in 20,600 francs yearly. I am giving 10,600 francs of this to my daughter, and 10,000 to Monsieur Julien Sorel. I am, of course, deeding the estates themselves. Tell the notary to draw up 2 separate deeds of gift and to bring them to me tomorrow, after which no further relations between us. Ah, sir, is this what I should have expected? The Marquis de la Mole.
I thank you very much, said Mathilde gaily. We are going to move into the Chateau d'Aiguillon between Agen and Marmande. They say the country there is as beautiful as Italy.
This gift surprised Julien extremely. He was no longer the stern, cold man we have known. His son's future took up all of his thoughts in advance. This fortune, unexpected and quite considerable for one so poor, made him an ambitious man. He saw himself with 36,000 francs a year, as much his wife's as his own. As for Mathilde, all her feelings were concentrated on her adoration of her husband, for it was thus in her pride that she always referred to Julien. Her sole ambition was to have her marriage recognized. She spent all her time congratulating herself on the great wisdom she had shown in casting her lot with a superior man. Personal worth was all the fashion in her mind. Almost continual absence, a multiplicity of business affairs, little time to talk about love, all helped to consummate the good effect of the wise policy Julien had contrived some time ago. Mathilde finally grew impatient at seeing so little of the man she had come to love genuinely. In a moment of ill humour, she wrote to her father, and began her letter as in Othello.
That I prefer Julien to the enjoyment society has to offer the Marquis de la Mole's daughter is clear enough from my choice. Those pleasures of attention and petty gratifications of vanity mean nothing to me. It is almost 6 weeks now that I have been separated from my husband. That is long enough to show you my respect. Some time before next Thursday, I will leave the paternal roof. Your kindness has made us rich. No one but the Honourable Abbé Pirard knows my secret. I will go to his house. He will marry us, and an hour after the ceremony we will be on our way to Languedoc, never to set foot in Paris again, except by your order. But what cuts me to the heart is that all this will be turned into a racy anecdote about me, about you. Might not the silly public's epigrams force our excellent Norbert to pick a quarrel with Julien? In that event I'd have no power over him, I know. We should see the insurgent plebeian in him come to the fore. I beseech you on bended knees, O father, come to my wedding in Monsieur Pirard's church next Thursday. The point of the malicious anecdote will be blunted. The life of your only son and that of my husband will be safe, etc., etc. The Marquis was thrown into a strange state of perplexity by this letter. So, at last, he was going to have to take a stand. All his little habits, all of his everyday friends had lost their influence over him. In these strange circumstances, his main character traits, stamped upon him by the events of his youth, reasserted all their power. The trials of the emigration had made him a man of imagination. After having enjoyed a huge fortune and all the distinctions of the court for 2 years, he had been subjected by 1790 to the frightful ordeals of the emigration. That hard school had worked a change in the heart of the 22-year-old man. The truth is that he had merely pitched his tent in the midst of his present riches. He was not dominated by them. But the very imagination which preserved his heart from the gangrene of gold had made him a prey to an insane passion to see his daughter embellished with a fine title. During the 6 weeks just elapsed, impelled at one point by a whim, the Marquis had decided to make Julien rich. Poverty seemed disgraceful, a dishonour to himself, Monsieur de la Mole, and unthinkable in his daughter's husband. He poured out his money. The next day, his imagination taking another tack, it seemed to him that Julien was about to understand the mute language of his generosity with money, would change his name, exile himself to America, write Mathilde that he was dead to her. Monsieur de la Mole supposed the letter written, studied the effect on his daughter's personality. The day on which he was roused from these short-lived dreams by Mathilde's real letter, and after having thought for a long time about killing Julien, or of having him put out of the way,
He was dreaming of building a brilliant fortune for him. He had him taking the name of one of his estates. And why shouldn't he pass on his own peerage to Julien? The Duc de Chaulnes, his father-in-law, had spoken to him several times, since his only son had been killed in Spain, of his desire to make over his own title to Norbert. There's no denying that Julien has an uncommon aptitude for business, daring, and perhaps even brilliance, the Marquis was saying to himself. But deep down in that character I see something appalling. That is the impression he makes on everyone, so there is something to it. The harder it was to put his finger on this real thing, the more the old Marquis's fanciful mind was appalled. My daughter put it very shrewdly the other day, in a letter omitted here. Julien hasn't affiliated himself with a single drawing-room, with any coterie. He has not tried to line up any backing against me, not the smallest resource, in the event I forsake him. But is this due to his ignorance of the present state of society? 2 or 3 times I have told him there is no real and profitable candidacy except that of the drawing-rooms. No, he hasn't the adroit and wily talent of an attorney-general who wastes not a minute nor an opportunity. His character is not at all in the style of Louis XI. And yet I have heard him utter the harshest maxims against generosity. I can't make him out. Could it be that he repeats those maxims to himself as a dam against his own strong feelings? In any case, one thing is clear. He can't bear contempt. That is the hold I have over him. He has no religious awe of high birth. He doesn't respect us instinctively. That's a fault. But still, the soul of a seminarist ought not to find anything unbearable except the want of pleasures and of money. Very different. He can't stand contempt at any price. Hard pressed by his daughter's letter, Monsieur de la Mole saw the necessity of making up his mind. In short, here is the great question. Did Julien's audacity push him so far as to undertake to woo my daughter because he knows I love her more than anything else in the world, and that I have an income of 300,000 francs? Mathilde maintains the contrary. No, my Julien, this is a score on which I will not allow myself to have any illusions. Was there true love in all this, unforeseen, or else a vulgar desire to rise to a fine position? Mathilde is far-sighted. She sensed right off that this suspicion could ruin him in my estimation, whence her avowal that it was she who took it upon herself to fall in love with him first. But how could a girl with such a haughty character forget herself so far as to make physical advances? Squeeze his arm in the garden one evening? Disgusting! As if she didn't have 100 less indecent ways of letting him know that she meant to distinguish him. He who excuses himself accuses himself. I mistrust Mathilde. That day the Marquis's reasoning was more conclusive than usual. Nevertheless, habit won out. He resolved to bide his time and write to his daughter. But they wrote from one side of the house to the other. Monsieur de la Mole dared not talk things over with his daughter and stand up to her. He was afraid of bringing the whole matter to a close with a hasty decision. Take care not to commit some new piece of folly. Here is a lieutenant's commission in the Hussars for the Chevalier Julien Sorel de la Vernay. You see what I am doing for him. Do not oppose me. Do not question me. Be sure that he leaves within 24 hours and makes himself known in Strasbourg, where his regiment is. Here is a draft on my banker. I expect obedience. Mathilde's love and joy were boundless. She meant to profit from her victory, and so answered on the spot. Monsieur de la Vernay would be at your feet, overcome with gratitude, if he were aware of everything you have been pleased to do for him. But in the midst of this generosity, my father has forgotten me. Your daughter's honor is in danger. The wrong step might cause an eternal blotch, one that an income of 60,000 francs could never erase. I will not send the commission to Monsieur de la Vernay unless you give me your word that some time within the next month my marriage will be celebrated in public at Villequier. Shortly after that period, which I beg you not to exceed, your daughter will be unable to appear in public, except under the name of Madame de la Vernay. How I thank you, Papa dear, for saving me from the name Sorel, etc., etc. The answer was unexpected. Obey, or I will retract everything.
Tremble, rash girl. I don't know yet what manner of man your Julien may be, and you know less about him than I. See that he leaves for Strasbourg, and that he toes the line. I shall let my will be known in 2 weeks.
So firm a reply astonished Mathilde. I don't know Julien? That statement plunged her into a reverie, which ended very shortly in the most charming suppositions, but she took them for the truth. My Julien's spirit has not put on the shabby little uniform of the drawing-rooms, and my father doesn't believe in his superiority precisely because of that which proves it. In any event, if I don't obey this crotchet, I foresee the possibility of a public scene. A scandal will lower my position in society, and might make me less attractive to Julien. After the scandal, poverty for 10 years, and the folly of choosing a husband for his worth cannot escape ridicule except through the most brilliant opulence. If I live far away from my father, at his age he may forget me. Norbert will marry a clever, likable woman. The old Louis XIV was captivated by the Duchess of Burgundy. She decided to obey, but was careful not to impart her father's letter to Julien. That wild nature might decide to do something rash. That night, when she told Julien that he was a lieutenant in the Hussars, his joy knew no bounds. The reader can judge it from the ambition he had shown all of his life, and from the passionate fondness he now felt for his son. The change in his name struck him with astonishment. After all, he thought, my novel is finished, and the credit is due to me alone. I was able to make that monster of pride fall in love with me, he added, looking at Mathilde. Her father can't live without her, nor she without me. Chapter 35. A Storm. O Lord, grant me mediocrity. Mirabeau. His thoughts were elsewhere. He but half responded to the lavish tenderness she showed him. He remained mute and gloomy. Never had he seemed so great, so adorable in Mathilde's eyes. She was apprehensive lest some nicety of his pride should prompt him to spoil everything. Every morning, almost, she would see the Abbé Pirard arriving at the house. Could Julien have made out something of her father's intentions through him? Might not the Marquis himself have written to him on the spur of the moment? After such great good luck, how was she to explain Julien's stern look? She dared not question him. She dared not. She, Mathilde. From that moment on, there was something undefinable, something unforeseen, something like terror in the way she felt about Julien. This frigid heart felt all the passion an individual can know who has been raised amidst that excessive civilization which Paris admires. Early the next morning, Julien was at the Abbé Pirard's rectory. Post horses pulled into the courtyard with a dilapidated chaise rented from the nearby post. "That kind of set-up will no longer do," said the stern abbé to him grudgingly. "Here are 20,000 francs, of which Monsieur de la Mole is making you a present. He stipulates that you spend it within the year, but taking care to expose yourself to as little ridicule as possible." In such a big sum, tossed to a young man, the priest could see nothing but an opportunity to sin. The Marquis adds, "Monsieur Julien de la Vernay will have received this money from his father, whom it is unnecessary to designate otherwise. Monsieur de la Vernay will perhaps deem it fitting to make a gift to Monsieur Sorel, the carpenter in Verrières, who looked after him during his childhood." "I can take care of that part of the bargain," the priest added. "I have finally persuaded Monsieur de la Mole to come to terms with that Abbé de Frilair, such a Jesuit. His influence is definitely too much for us. Implicit recognition of your high birth by that man who governs Besançon will be one of the unstated conditions of the agreement." Julien could not contain his joy any longer. He embraced the abbé. He considered himself acknowledged. "For shame," said Monsieur Pirard, pushing him away. "What means this worldly vanity? As for Sorel and his sons, I will offer them an annual pension of 500 francs in my name, to be paid to each of them, so long as I am satisfied with their conduct." Julien had already turned cold and distant. He gave thanks, but in very vague terms that committed him to nothing. "Is it really possible that I am the natural son of some great lord exiled to our mountains by that terrible Napoleon?" This idea seemed to him less and less far-fetched by the minute. "My hatred for my father must be a proof
I am no longer a monster."
A few days after this monologue, the 15th Regiment of Hussars, one of the most splendid in the army, was drawn up in battle order on Strasbourg's parade ground. The Chevalier de la Vernaye was mounted on the finest horse in Alsace, one that had cost him 6,000 francs. He had qualified as a lieutenant without ever having been a second lieutenant, except on the muster roll of some regiment he had never heard of. His impassive air, his severe and almost wicked look, his pallor, his unalterable coolness, made a reputation for him at the outset. A while later, his impeccable courtesy and reserve, his skill with pistol and sword, which he demonstrated without too much affectation, discouraged any idea of joking aloud at his expense. After wavering for 5 or 6 days, public opinion in the regiment declared itself in his favour. "That young man has everything," said the facetious old officers, "except youth." From Strasbourg, Julien wrote to Monsieur Chelin, the former parish priest of Verrières, who was now on the verge of extreme old age. "By now you will have learned, with joy I am certain, about the events that have disposed my family to make me rich. Here are 500 francs, which I beg you to distribute, without any fuss or mention of my name, to those who are so wretchedly poor as I was in the past, and whom you are doubtless helping now as you once helped me." Julien was drunk with ambition, not with vanity. Nevertheless, he paid a good deal of attention to appearances. His horses, his uniforms, his servant's livery were all kept up with a correctness that would have done credit to the punctiliousness of a great English lord. Lieutenant for barely 2 days, and through a favour, he had already calculated that in order to be commander-in-chief of an army by 30 at the latest, like all the great generals, he would have to be more than lieutenant at 23. He had thoughts for nothing but glory and his son. It was in the middle of a rapture of the most unbridled ambition that he was taken aback by a young footman from the Hôtel de la Mole who came as a messenger. "All is lost," Mathilde wrote. "Hurry back as fast as you can. Give up everything. Desert if you have to. As soon as you get here, wait for me in a hackney near the little garden door at number blank in Blank Street. I will come out and talk to you. Perhaps I can take you into the garden. All is lost irretrievably, I fear. Count on me. You will find me staunch and devoted in adversity. I love you." In a few minutes, Julien had obtained a leave from his colonel and left Strasbourg at a gallop, but the terrible anxiety that was devouring him made it impossible to continue travelling by this means beyond Metz. He flung himself into a post-chaise, and with almost incredible speed he arrived at the designated spot, near the little garden door of the Hôtel de la Mole. That door opened, and in the same instant Mathilde, forgetting what people might say, rushed into his arms. Fortunately, it was only 5 in the morning, and the street was still deserted. "All is lost. My father, dreading my tears, left Thursday night. For where? No one knows. Here is his letter. Read it." And she climbed into the hackney with Julien. "I could pardon him everything, except his scheme to seduce you because you are rich. That, unlucky girl, is the awful truth. I give you my word of honour that I will never consent to your marrying that man. I will guarantee him an income of £10,000 if he is willing to live far away, beyond the frontiers of France, or better still, in America. Read the letter I have received in reply to my request for information. The shameless man himself urged me to write to Madame de Rênal. I will never read a line from you concerning that fellow. I have a horror of Paris and of you. I advise you to cover up that which must happen with the greatest secrecy. Sincerely disavow a base man, and you will win back a father." "Where is the letter from Madame de Rênal?" Julien asked coldly. "Here. I didn't mean to show it to you until I had prepared you for it. What I owe to the sacred cause of religion and morality obliges me, sir, to take the painful step of addressing you. A law which cannot be ignored commands me to harm my fellow man, but only to the end of avoiding a greater wrong. The anguish I feel must give way to my sense of duty. It is only too true, sir, that the conduct of the person in question, about which you have asked for the whole truth, may well have seemed inexplicable or even honourable. The party in question may have considered it proper to hide or disguise some of the facts.
Prudence as well as religion called for this. But that conduct with which you desire to be acquainted was, in fact, most blameworthy, and more so than I can say. Poor and covetous, it was by means of the most consummate hypocrisy, and through the seduction of a weak, unhappy woman, that man sought to further himself and become somebody. It is part of my painful duty to add that I am forced to think that Monsieur J. has no religious principles whatsoever. In all good conscience, I am constrained to believe that one of his methods for getting on in a household is to attempt to seduce the woman who has the most influence in it. Clothed in an appearance of disinterestedness, and with phrases taken from novels, his great and sole object is to gain control over the master of the house and his fortune. He leaves behind him misery and everlasting regret, etc., etc. This extremely long letter, half obliterated by tears, was certainly Madame de Rênal's hand. It was even written with more care than usual. "I can't blame Monsieur de la Mole," said Julien, after having finished it. "He is just and wise. What father would give his cherished daughter to such a man? Goodbye." Julien jumped down from the hackney and ran to his post-chaise, waiting at the end of the street. Mathilde, whom he seemed to have forgotten, took a few steps to follow him, but the staring merchants who kept coming to the doors of their shops, and to whom she was known, forced her to dash back into the garden. Julien set out for Verrières. During the fast trip, he couldn't write to Mathilde as he had planned. His hand on the paper could do nothing but scrawl. He reached Verrières on a Sunday morning. He went into the shop of the local gunsmith, who heaped him with congratulations on his recent good fortune. It was the talk of the region. Julien had a hard time making him understand that he wanted a brace of pistols. At his request, the gunsmith loaded them. The 3 bells was sounding. That is a well-known signal in French villages which, after the various morning chimes, announces that Mass is about to begin. Julien entered Verrières' new church. All the high windows in the edifice were veiled with crimson hangings. Julien stood a few paces behind Madame de Rênal's pew. She appeared to be praying fervently. The sight of that woman who had loved him so made Julien's arm tremble to such an extent that at first it was impossible for him to carry out his plan. "I can't do it," he kept telling himself. "I am physically unable." At that moment, the young priest who was officiating at the Mass rang the bell for the Elevation. Madame de Rênal lowered her head, which for an instant was almost entirely hidden by the folds of her shawl. Now, Julien could not recognize her so easily. He fired a shot and missed. He fired a second shot. She fell. Chapter 36. Sordid Details. Expect no show of weakness on my part. I have avenged myself. I deserve to die, and here I am. Pray for my soul. Schiller. Julien stood motionless. He saw nothing. When he had somewhat recovered his senses, he noted that all the faithful were running out of the church. The priest had left the altar. Slowly, Julien began to follow some of the women, who screamed as they went. One, trying to get out faster than the others, pushed him roughly. He fell. His feet got tangled in a chair, overturned by the crowd. As he rose, he felt his neck being squeezed. A gendarme in full uniform was arresting him. Automatically, Julien tried to reach for his small pistols, but a second gendarme pinned his arms. He was led off to prison. He was taken into a room. His wrists were shackled. He was left alone. The door was double-locked behind him. All this was done very quickly, and he was unconscious of it. "By George, the game's up," he said aloud as he came to. "Yes, in 2 weeks, the guillotine, or else kill myself between now and then." He could reason no further. His head felt as if it had been pressed violently. He looked to see whether someone was holding it. A few moments later, he fell into a deep sleep. Madame de Rênal was not fatally wounded. The first bullet had pierced her hat. As she was turning around, the second shot went off. The bullet hit her shoulder, but, amazingly enough, had ricocheted off the shoulder blade, which it nevertheless broke, toward a Gothic pillar, from which it chipped a huge splinter. When, after a long and painful bandaging, the surgeon, a solemn man, said to Madame de Rênal,
I am as sure of your life as I am of my own."
She was deeply grieved. For a long time she had sincerely wished to die. The letter she had written to Monsieur de la Mole, a duty imposed upon her by her present confessor, came as the final blow to this creature weakened by a too constant affliction. That affliction was Julien's absence. She herself called it remorse. The director of her conscience, a virtuous and fervent young clergyman newly arrived from Dijon, was not deceived. Thought Madame de Rênal, perhaps God will pardon me for rejoicing over my death. She didn't dare to add, and to die by Julien's hand is the height of bliss. She was no more than rid of the surgeon's presence and of the crowd of friends who had come running, when she called for Elisa, her maid. "The jailer," she said to her, blushing a great deal, "is a cruel man. He will no doubt mistreat him, supposing that he will be doing me a favour. I can't bear the thought of it. Couldn't you go, as if on your own account, and hand the jailer this little package, which contains a few louis? You are to say that religion does not allow him to mistreat him. Above all, he must not go and talk about this gift of money." Julien was indebted to the circumstance to which we have just alluded for the jailer of Verrières' humanity. It was still Monsieur Noirot, that perfect officer of the law, who, as we have seen, had been thrown into such a funk by Monsieur Appert's presence. A judge appeared in the prison. "I have committed murder with premeditation," Julien said to him. "I bought 2 pistols and had them loaded at such and such a gunsmith's shop. Article 1342 of the Penal Code is explicit. I deserve the death penalty, and I expect it." Incapable of understanding such frankness, the mean-spirited judge tried to cross-examine him, in the hopes of making the accused cut his own throat. "But can't you see," Julien said to him with a smile, "that I am incriminating myself as much as you wish? Go, sir. You will not lose the game you are stalking. You will have the pleasure of convicting me." "I still have one tiresome duty to perform," thought Julien. "I must write to Mademoiselle de la Mole." "I have had my revenge," he wrote her. "Unfortunately, my name will appear in the papers, and I cannot slip out of this world incognito. I beg your pardon. I shall die in 2 months. My revenge was atrocious as the pain of being separated from you. From this moment on, I forbid myself to write or to pronounce your name. Never speak of me, not even to my son. Silence is the only way to honor me. For the herd, I will be a common murderer. Allow me to speak the truth in this hour of death. You will forget me. This great catastrophe, about which I advise you never to breathe a word to a living soul, will exhaust for several years everything I see in your character that is romantic and overly adventurous. You were born to live with the heroes of the Middle Ages. At this juncture, show their strength of character. See to it that what must come to pass is done in secret and without compromising you. You must use an assumed name and not confide in anyone. If you absolutely must have a friend's help, I bequeath you the Abbé Pirard. Speak to no one else, especially not to people of your own class, the de Lutzes, the Caylus. A year after my death, marry Monsieur de Croisenois. I beg you, as your husband, I order you to do it. Never write to me, I will not reply. Far less evil than Iago, so it seems to me. Like him, I say, from this time forth I never will speak word. Henceforth I will neither speak nor write. You have had my last words, as well as the last of my adoration. J.S. It was after sending off this letter that Julien, somewhat recovered, felt thoroughly wretched for the first time. One by one, each of his ambitious hopes was to be uprooted from his heart by that great phrase, "I must die." Death in itself did not seem horrible to him. His life had been one long preparation for calamity, and he had never tried to put out of mind that which is considered the worst of all. "What, then," he said to himself, "if in 60 days I had to fight a duel with a man who was an expert fencer? Would I be so pusillanimous as to think about it all the time, my heart filled with terror?" He spent more than an hour examining himself in this light. When he had seen clearly into his soul, and the truth appeared before his eyes as solidly as one of the pillars in his prison, he gave some thought to remorse. Why should I have any? I have been abominably insulted. I have killed, I deserve to die, but that's all. I will die after having settled my account with humanity. I leave no unsatisfied obligations behind me.
I am not owing to anyone. There is nothing shameful about my death, except the means. That alone, it's true, will more than suffice to disgrace me in the eyes of Verrières bourgeoisie. But from an intellectual point of view, what could be more despicable than their attitude? I still have one way to win their respect. That is to throw gold pieces to the crowd as I go to my execution. My memory, associated in their minds with gold, will glitter. After this spell of reasoning, the truth of which seemed obvious in a minute, Julien said to himself, I have nothing left to do on earth, and fell into a deep sleep. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, the jailer, bringing in his supper, woke him up. What are they saying in Verrières? Monsieur Julien, the oath I took before the crucifix at the royal court the day I was sworn into office obliges me to keep silent. He said nothing more, but stayed on. The spectacle of such vulgar hypocrisy amused Julien. I should, he thought, make him wait a long time for the 5 francs he's asking for his conscience. When the jailer saw the meal finished with no attempt at bribery forthcoming, the friendship I bear you, Monsieur Julien, he said with a false, gentle air, forces me to speak, even though they say it's contrary to the interests of justice, since it could help you to set up your defense. Monsieur Julien, who is a decent fellow, will be glad to know that Madame de Rênal is better. What? She isn't dead? Cried Julien, rising from the table, beside himself. What? You didn't know? Said the jailer with a stupid look, which soon turned into one of happy greed. It would be only right if Monsieur gave something to the surgeon, who, according to law and justice, ought not to have talked. But to please Monsieur, I went to his house, and he told me everything. So the wound was not fatal, said Julien, out of patience, and advancing toward him. You will swear to that on your life? The jailer, a giant 6 feet tall, was frightened and shrank back toward the door. Julien saw that he had taken the wrong road to reach the truth. He sat down again and threw a Napoleon to Monsieur Noirot. As the man's story proved to Julien that Madame de Rênal's wound was not mortal, he felt himself being overcome by tears. Get out, he said to him brusquely. The jailer obeyed. The door was scarcely closed when Julien cried, Great God, she's not dead! And weeping hot tears, he fell to his knees. In that supreme moment he was a believer. What did the hypocrisy of priests matter? Could it take anything away from the truth and sublimity of the idea of God? Only then did Julien begin to repent for the crime committed. By a coincidence that saved him from despair, in the very same instant, the state of physical irritation and near madness into which he had been plunged ever since his departure from Paris for Verrières came to an end. His tears were prompted by a generous impulse. He had no illusions about the sentence that awaited him. She will live, then, he kept telling himself. She will live to pardon me and to love me. Very late the next morning, the jailer woke him and said, You must be a tough one, Monsieur Julien. I've been here twice, but didn't have the heart to waken you. Here are 2 bottles of first-rate wine sent by Monsieur Maslon, our parish priest. What? Is that rascal still here? Asked Julien. Yes, monsieur, replied the jailer, lowering his voice. But don't talk so loud, it might do you harm. Julien laughed heartily. As matters stand, my friend, you're the only one who could do me harm. If you stopped being kind and humane, you will be well paid, said Julien, breaking off and resuming his lordly air. This manner was instantly justified by the gift of a coin. Monsieur Noirot recounted anew and in the greatest detail everything he had learned about Madame de Rênal, but he didn't so much as mention Mademoiselle Elise's visit. The man was as low and obsequious as he could be. An idea crossed Julien's mind. This shapeless giant probably earns no more than 300 or 400 francs a year, since his prison is far from crowded. I can guarantee him 10,000 if he is willing to escape with me to Switzerland. The hard part of it is to convince him of my good faith. The thought of the long confabulation he would have to have with such a vile creature filled Julien with disgust. He thought about something else. That night it was already too late. A post-chaise came to get him at midnight. He enjoyed the company of the gendarmes, his travelling companions. In the morning, when he arrived at the prison of Besançon, the authorities were kind enough to quarter him in the upper story of a Gothic donjon. He judged the architecture to be early 14th century. He admired its grace and piquant lightness. Through a narrow gap between two walls at the end of a deep courtyard, he had a view of a superb landscape. The next day there was an interrogation, after which he was left alone for several days. His heart was at peace. To him his case was simple as it could be. I meant to kill. I deserve to be killed. He did not brood over this conclusion, the trial, the nuisance of appearing in public, the defense. He considered all of these so many petty inconveniences, boring rituals. It would be time enough to think about them on the day itself. The idea of the moment of death scarcely gave him pause either. I will think about it after the trial. Life was not boring for him. He saw everything from a new angle. His ambition was gone. He rarely thought about Mademoiselle de la Mole. Remorse preoccupied him a great deal, and often showed him a vision of Madame de Rênal, especially during the silence of the night, in that high donjon broken only by the shriek of the osprey. He thanked heaven that he had not wounded her fatally. An astonishing thing, he said to himself. I thought that with her letter to Monsieur de la Mole she had ruined my future happiness forever. Yet, less than 2 weeks from the date of that letter, I don't give a hang for anything that concerned me then. An income of 2,000 or 3,000 francs to live quietly in a mountain country like Vergy. I was happy then. I wasn't aware of my own happiness. At other times he would rise from his chair with a start. If I had wounded Madame de Rênal fatally, I would have killed myself. I need to be certain I would have, so as not to loathe myself. Kill myself, that is the great question, he thought. Those judges are such sticklers for form, so dead set against the poor defendant. They would hang the best citizens in town to get a cross. I could escape from their clutches, their insults in bad French, which the local papers will call eloquence. But I may have 5 or 6 weeks, more or less, to live. Kill myself? By George, no, he said to himself a few days later. Napoleon went on living. Besides, life is pleasant. This place is quiet. There are no bores here, he added, laughing. Not one. And he set to making a note of the books he wished to have sent down from Paris. Chapter 37. A Donjon. The Tomb of a Friend. Stern. He heard a racket in the corridor. Usually no one came up to his cell at that hour. The osprey flew off with a shriek. The door opened, and the venerable Father Chélan, trembling all over and leaning on a cane, threw himself into his arms. Ah, good God, is it possible, my child? Monster, I should say. The good old man couldn't utter another word. Julien was afraid he might fall. He was obliged to lead him over to a chair. The hand of time had lain heavily on this man who was once so energetic. To Julien he seemed no more than a shadow of himself. When he had caught his breath, I received your letter from Strasbourg only the day before yesterday, with your 500 francs for the poor of Verrières. It was brought to me up on the mountain at Liverou, where I have retired to my nephew Jean's house. Yesterday I heard about the catastrophe. Oh, heavens! Is it possible? The old man had stopped weeping. He looked as if he were void of thought, and added mechanically, You will need your 500 francs. I brought them back to you. I need to see you, Father, cried Julien, deeply moved. Besides, I have money. But he couldn't get another sensible remark out of him. From time to time, Monsieur Chélan shed a few tears, which rolled silently down his cheeks. Then he would gaze at Julien, and seemed to be stunned at seeing him take his hands and raise them to his lips. That countenance so lively before, which had once expressed the most noble sentiments so energetically, did not again put by its apathetic look. After a while, some sort of peasant came to get the old man. You mustn't make him talk too much and tire him out, he said to Julien, who gathered that this was the nephew. This apparition left Julien plunged in a mood of bitter unhappiness that checked his tears. The world seemed sad and comfortless to him. He felt that his heart was frozen in his chest. That instant was the bitterest he had known since his crime. He had just seen death in all its ugliness. Every one of his illusions about generosity and greatness of soul was dissipated like a cloud before a storm. This frightful mood lasted several hours. After mental poisoning, physical antidotes are in order, and champagne. But Julien would have considered himself cowardly to have recourse to it. Toward the end of a horrible day, all of it spent pacing his narrow turret, he cried out, "What a fool I am! The sight of that poor old man shouldn't have thrown me into this awful fit of depression, unless I was to die of old age like everyone else. But a quick death in the prime of life will save me from that same pitiful decrepitude." Yet, whatever arguments he might advance, Julien was moved, like a faint-hearted creature, and consequently miserable over his visit. All the roughness and grandeur of his character, his Roman virtue, had left him. Death loomed at him from a greater height, and seemed less easy. "That will be my thermometer," he said to himself. "Tonight I am 10 degrees below the courage I need to make me equal to the guillotine. This morning I had that courage, but what does that matter, provided it comes back at the right time?" This idea of a thermometer amused him, and in the end diverted his thoughts. The next morning, when he woke up, he felt ashamed of the previous day. My happiness, my peace of mind are at stake. He was almost resolved to write the Attorney General and request that no one be allowed to see him. What about Fouquet, he thought. If he should take it upon himself to come to Besançon, how hurt he would be. It was 2 months, perhaps, since he had thought of Fouquet. I was a great fool in Strasbourg. I never thought further than the collar of my suit. Memories of Fouquet preoccupied him a good deal and left him more deeply affected than ever. He paced nervously. Now I am definitely 20 degrees below the death level. If this weakness gets worse, I will do better to kill myself. What joy for the Abbé Maslons and the Valenods if I die like a cur. Fouquet arrived. That good, simple man was wild with grief. His only idea, if it could be called that, was to sell everything he owned, bribe the jailer, and rescue Julien. He talked to him for a long time about Monsieur de Lavalette's escape. "You have hurt my feelings," Julien said to him. "Monsieur de Lavalette was innocent. I am guilty. Unintentionally, you have reminded me of the difference." "But do you mean it? What? You would sell everything?" said Julien, suddenly becoming watchful and mistrustful again. Delighted to see his friend responding at last to the idea uppermost in his mind, Fouquet gave him a detailed account, within 100 francs, more or less, of what he could get for each of his properties. What a sublime gesture for a provincial landowner, thought Julien. How much saving, the result of how much petty haggling that used to make me blush when I watched him do it. He is willing to sacrifice for me. None of those handsome young men I saw at the Hôtel de la Mole who read René would ever do anything so ridiculous, excepting those who are very young, whose wealth is inherited, and who, above all, do not know the value of money. Which of those fine Parisians would be capable of such a sacrifice? All of Fouquet's mistakes in French, all his low-class ways, vanished. Julien threw himself into his arms. Never have the provinces, when compared with Paris, received a finer tribute. Overjoyed at the momentary enthusiasm he saw in his friend's eyes, Fouquet took it as an assent to escape. This glimpse of the sublime restored to Julien all the strength that Monsieur Chelin's apparition had taken from him. He was still quite young, but in my opinion this was a fine plant. Instead of progressing from soft-heartedness to wiliness, like the majority of men, with age he would have come into an easily touched benevolence. He would have got over his crazy mistrustfulness. But what good are these vain predictions? The interrogations were becoming more frequent, despite the efforts Julien made, all of which were meant to shorten the process. He kept repeating every day, "I took a life, or in any case I tried to, and with premeditation." But the judge was a stickler for form. Julien's statements did not shorten the interrogations in the least. The judge was put on his mettle. Julien didn't know that they had meant to transfer him to an awful dungeon, and that it was thanks to Fouquet's efforts that he was left in his pretty room 180 steps above the ground. The Abbé de Frilair was one among several important men who had commissioned Fouquet to supply them with firewood. The good merchant had managed to see the all-powerful vicar-general himself. To his ineffable delight, Monsieur de Frilair informed him that, touched by Julien's good qualities and the services he had once rendered the seminary, he planned to commend him to the judges. Fouquet glimpsed a hope of saving his friend, and as he left, bowing to the ground, begged the vicar-general to dole out a sum of 10 louis in masses to be said for the accused's acquittal. Fouquet was strangely mistaken. Monsieur de Frilair was not another Valenod. He refused, and even sought to make the good peasant understand that he would do better to keep his money. Seeing that it would be impossible to make himself clear without being imprudent, he advised him to give that sum in alms for the poor prisoners, who in fact wanted for everything. "That Julien is a strange fellow. What he did is inexplicable," thought Monsieur de Frilair, "and nothing should be so for me. It might be possible to make a martyr of him. In any case, I mean to get to the bottom of this affair, and I may perhaps find an opportunity to frighten that Madame de Rênal, who has no respect for us, and in her heart detests me. I may even happen upon the means, through this affair, for a splendid reconciliation with Monsieur de la Mole, who has a weakness for the little seminarist." The settlement of the lawsuit had been signed a few weeks earlier, and the Abbé Pirard had left Besançon, but not without having spoken of Julien's mysterious birth, on the very day the wretch had attempted to kill Madame de Rênal in Verrières church. Julien saw but one more disagreeable event standing between him and death. It was his father's visit. He consulted Fouquet about the idea of writing to the Attorney General in order to be spared all visits. This horror of the sight of a father, and at such a time, shocked the honest bourgeois wood-dealer's heart profoundly. He believed he understood why so many people hated his friend with a passion. Out of respect for his misfortune, he kept his feelings hidden. "At any rate," he answered coldly, "the regulations for solitary confinement would not apply to your father." Chapter 38. A powerful man. There is such mystery about her ways, such elegance in her figure. Who can she be? Schiller. The doors of the donjon were opened very early the next day. Julien awoke with a start. "Ah, good God," he thought, "here's my father. What a disagreeable scene." At the same instant, a woman dressed as a peasant rushed into his arms and hugged him convulsively. He could hardly recognize her. It was Mademoiselle de la Mole. "Naughty man, it's only from your letter that I learned where you were. Until I reached Verrières, I knew nothing about what you call your crime, which is no more than a noble vengeance, and reveals the loftiness of the heart beating in its breast." Despite his bias against Mademoiselle de la Mole, which, it must be added, he did not clearly acknowledge to himself, Julien found her pretty indeed. How was it possible not to see a noble and disinterested sentiment in all her conduct and speech, far superior to anything a mean and common soul would have dared? He believed he had fallen in love again with a queen, and gave in to his enchantment. After a short while, he said to her with rare nobility of locution and of thought, "The future has stood out quite clearly to my view. After my death, I had you remarried to Monsieur de Croisenois, who would have married a widow. That charming widow's noble but somewhat romantic heart, astonished and converted to the cult of vulgar prudence by a singular, tragic, and for her momentous event, had deigned to recognize the very real worth of the young Marquis. You would resign yourself to the kind of happiness everyone knows, respect, wealth, high position. But, dear Mathilde, your coming to Besançon, if anyone suspects it, will deal a mortal blow to Monsieur de la Mole, and that is something for which I could never pardon myself. I have already caused him so much grief. The academician will say that he has warmed a serpent in his bosom." "I must admit that I hardly expected so much cold logic, so much worry about the future," said Mademoiselle de la Mole, half angrily. "My chambermaid, who is almost as cautious as you are, got a passport for herself, and I came down here post-haste under the name of Madame Michelet." "Madame Michelet was able to get in to see me as easily as all that?" "Ah, you are still a superior man, he whom I have singled out. First, I offered 100 francs to a judge's secretary, who maintained that I couldn't possibly get into the turret. After pocketing the money, the good man made me wait, raised objections. I thought he meant to cheat me." She paused. "Well," said Julien. "Don't be angry, Julien, dear," she said, kissing him. "I was obliged to give my name to the secretary, who took me for a young working girl from Paris, in love with handsome Julien. In fact, those are his words. I swore to him that I am your wife, and I will have permission to visit you every day." "That does it," thought Julien. "I couldn't stop her. But after all, Monsieur de la Mole is such a great lord that public opinion will have no trouble finding an excuse for the young colonel who is going to marry this lovely widow. My death will smooth over everything."
and he abandoned himself joyously to his love for Mathilde. It was madness, greatness of soul, everything that is most uncommon. She seriously proposed committing suicide with him. After these first raptures, and when she had surfeited herself with the happiness of seeing Julien, a lively curiosity seized her all of a sudden. She was studying her lover, whom she found very superior to anything she had imagined. Boniface de la Mole seemed to have returned from the dead, but more heroic. Mathilde saw the best lawyers in the region, whom she offended by offering them gold too bluntly, but in the end they accepted it. She promptly came to the conclusion that in cases that were doubtful or of far-reaching consequence, everything depended in Besançon upon the Abbé de Frilair. Under the humble name of Madame Michelet, she had first met with insurmountable difficulties in her efforts to see the all-powerful congreganist, but rumors about a beautiful young milliner, who was madly in love and had come to Besançon from Paris to comfort the young Abbé Julien Sorel, spread throughout the town. Mathilde went about the streets of Besançon on foot, alone. She was hoping not to be recognized. In any case, she did not think it would be entirely unavailing to her case if she made a great impression on the common people. In her folly, she dreamed of inciting them to revolt and rescue Julien as he walked to his death. Mademoiselle de la Mole believed she was dressed simply and as a sorrowful woman ought to be. She was, and attracted everyone's notice. In Besançon, she had become the object of everyone's attention, when, after a week of soliciting, she obtained an audience with Monsieur de Frilair. However great her courage, the idea of an influential congreganist and that of profound and circumspect villainy were so closely linked in her mind, she trembled as she rang the bell at the bishopric. She was hardly able to walk by the time she reached the staircase leading to the first vicar-general's apartment. The solitude of the episcopal palace gave her a chill. If I sit down in an armchair, that chair might seize my arms. I would vanish. To whom could my maid go to inquire about me? The captain of the police would take good care to do nothing. I am all alone in this city. After her first look at the apartment, Mademoiselle de la Mole felt reassured. In the first place, it was a footman in very elegant livery who had opened to her. The drawing-room in which she was left to wait displayed that subtle and delicate luxury, so different from gross magnificence, which is not to be found even in Paris, except in the best houses. As soon as she caught sight of Monsieur de Frilair, who was coming towards her and looking paternal, all her notions about horrible crimes vanished. In his handsome face, she did not find even a trace of that energetic and rather savage virtue to which Parisian society has such an aversion. The half-smile that animated the features of this priest, who had all Besançon under his thumb, betokened a man of good society, a learned prelate, a skilful administrator. Mathilde thought she was in Paris. It took Monsieur de Frilair no more than a few minutes to bring Mathilde around to admitting that she was the daughter of his powerful adversary, the Marquis de la Mole. "I am not, in fact, Madame Michelet," she said, assuming again all of her haughty bearing, "and I don't very much mind admitting it, since I have come to consult you, sir, about the possibility of arranging Monsieur de la Vernay's escape. In the first place, he is guilty of nothing more than rashness. The woman he fired upon is in good health. In the second place, for the purpose of bribing the subalterns, I can put up 50,000 francs at once, and pledge my word for twice as much. And finally, there is no limit to what I and my family will do out of gratitude for the man who saved Monsieur de la Vernay." Monsieur de Frilair seemed astonished at the name. Mathilde showed him several letters from the Minister of War addressed to Monsieur Julien Sorel de la Vernay. "You can see, sir, that my father has taken charge of his career. It's a very simple matter. I married him secretly, and my father wanted him to be a high-ranking officer before he announced the marriage, which is a rather odd one for a La Mole." Mathilde noted that his expression of kindness and of gentle gaiety vanished quickly as Monsieur de Frilair came upon these important discoveries. Shrewdness, mixed with profound guile, showed in his face. The Abbé had his doubts. He reread the official document slowly. "How am I to make use of these strange confidences?" he wondered. "Here am I, suddenly on an intimate footing with a friend of the famous Field Marshal de Fervac's widow, almighty niece of the Lord Bishop of Blanc, by whom one is made bishop in France.
An opportunity I always thought of as far in the future has presented itself without warning. This business could lead me to the object of all my desires." At first Mathilde was frightened by the rapid change in the countenance of this very powerful man, with whom she found herself alone in an isolated apartment. "But after all," she said to herself shortly, "wouldn't it have been the worst luck not to have made any impression at all on this cold egoist, this priest sated with power and pleasure?" Dazzled by the short and unforeseen path to the episcopate which was opening up before his eyes, and astonished at Mathilde's genius, Monsieur de Frilair was thrown off his guard momentarily. Mademoiselle de la Mole saw him, ambitious and eager to the point of nervous trembling, almost at her feet. "It's all clear now," she thought. "He thinks that nothing is impossible for Madame de Fervac's lady friend." Despite a still quite painful feeling of jealousy, she had the courage to explain that Julien was the widow's intimate friend, and used to see Monseigneur the Bishop of Blanc at her house almost every day. "If they made up the jury panel of 36 from among the notable inhabitants of the department by drawing lots 4 or 5 times," said the Vicar-General, with the keen look of ambition and stressing his words, "I should consider myself unlucky indeed if I couldn't count 8 or 10 friends in each list, and the most intelligent of the bunch. I would almost always have the majority on my side, and even more than that if I wanted a conviction. You see, mademoiselle, it's the easiest thing in the world for me to grant absolution." The abbé broke off suddenly, as if astonished at the sound of his own words. He was admitting things the laity should never hear. But Mathilde was dumbfounded in turn when he informed her that what astonished and most interested Besançon society about Julien's strange case was that he had once inspired a great passion in Madame de Rênal, and had for a long time shared it. Monsieur de Frilair could easily perceive the extreme agitation his account was producing. "I have my revenge," he thought. "Here at last is the way to lead this determined little woman by the nose. I was shaking for fear I couldn't bring it off." Her look of distinction, and of not being easy to manage, doubled the charm of the rare beauty he saw almost supplicant before him. He recovered all his self-possession, and did not hesitate a second to twist the dagger in her heart. "I wouldn't be at all surprised," he said to her in a light tone, "if we should learn that Monsieur Sorel fired the 2 shots at that woman, once so beloved, out of jealousy. She is far from unattractive, and lately she had been seeing a good deal of a certain Abbé Marquinot from Dijon, a kind of Jansenist without any morals, like all of them." Leisurely, voluptuously, Monsieur de Frilair tortured the pretty girl's heart, whose secret he had stumbled on. "Why," he asked, fixing his hot eyes on Mathilde, "would Monsieur Sorel have chosen the church, if not because at that very moment his rival was celebrating Mass in it? Everyone allows that the lucky man whom you are protecting is ever so intelligent and even more far-sighted. What could have been easier than to hide himself in Monsieur de Rênal's garden, which he knows so well? There, almost certain of not being seen, caught, or suspected, he could have done away with the woman of whom he was jealous." This line of reasoning, apparently so well-founded, was all it took to drive Mathilde frantic. That spirit, lofty yet imbued with the cold cautiousness which in polite circles passes for a true expression of the human heart, was not capable of readily understanding the kind of joy that may come of throwing caution to the wind, one that can be so keen for a passionate nature. In the upper classes of Parisian society, in which Mathilde lived, passion is rarely able to slough off prudence. It's from the 6th floor that people throw themselves out the window. At last the Abbé de Frilair was sure of his hold. He gave Mathilde to understand, he was no doubt lying, that he could do as he pleased with the district attorney in charge of prosecuting the case against Julien. Once the 36 jurors for the session had been designated by lot, he would approach at least 30 of them directly and personally. If Mathilde had not seemed so pretty to Monsieur de Frilair, he would not have spoken so plainly until the 5th or 6th interview. Chapter 39. Intrigue. March the 31st, 1676. He that endeavoured to kill his sister in our house had before killed a man, and it had cost his father 500 écus to get him off, by their secret distribution gaining the favour of the councillors. Locke. Journey through France. On leaving the bishopric, Mathilde rushed to dispatch a messenger to Madame de Fervaques. The fear of compromising herself did not hold her back for a second. She implored her rival to obtain a letter from Monsieur de Frilair, written entirely in the Lord Bishop of Blank's hand. She went so far as to beg her to hurry down to Besançon herself. Coming from a proud, jealous soul, this gesture was heroic. Taking Fouquet's advice, she had the good sense not to say anything to Julien about her activities. Her presence upset him enough without that. A more decent man at the approach of death than he had been in the course of his life, he felt guilty not only about Monsieur de la Mole, but with regard to Mathilde as well. "What?" he would say to himself. "At times I'm absent-minded and even bored in her presence. She is ruining herself for me, and this is how I reward her. Could it be that I really am a wicked man?" This question would have troubled him very little when he was ambitious. In those days, failure was the only shame, in his opinion. His bad conscience with regard to Mathilde was all the more pronounced since, at the moment, he inspired her with the most extraordinary, the wildest passion. She could talk of nothing but the strange sacrifices she would make in order to save him. Elated by feelings of which she was proud, and that had prevailed over her arrogance, she was unwilling to let an instant of her life go by without using it for some extraordinary effort. The oddest schemes, the riskiest for herself, filled up her long talks with Julien. Well paid, the jailers let her have the run of the prison. Mathilde's notions did not stop at the sacrifice of her reputation. It mattered little to her if she let all society know about her condition. To fling herself on her knees in front of the king's carriage going at a gallop, to attract the sovereign's attention at the risk of being run over 1,000 times, and beg for Julien's pardon, was among the lesser chimeras entertained by this inflamed and courageous imagination. With friends who stood close to the throne, she was sure of being admitted to the reserved areas of the Park of Saint-Cloud. Julien felt that he was hardly worth such devotion. To tell the truth, he was weary of heroism. He would have responded to a simple, naive, and almost shy affection, whereas Mathilde's haughty spirit could never forego the idea of a public. Amidst all her anguish, all her fears for the life of this lover, whom she did not wish to survive, she had, so Julien felt, a secret need to astonish the public by the immoderateness of her love and the sublimity of her undertakings. Julien was annoyed with himself for not feeling touched by all this heroism. What would have been his reaction had he known of all the mad schemes with which Mathilde had overwhelmed the good Fouquet's devoted but eminently rational and narrow mind? Fouquet couldn't quite say what was wrong with Mathilde's devotion, for he too would have sacrificed his whole fortune and exposed his life to the greatest danger to save Julien. He was stupefied at the quantity of gold Mathilde tossed around. In the first few days, the sums spent in this manner filled him with respect, for he had all of the provincial's veneration for money. Before long, he discovered that Mademoiselle de la Mole's plans changed frequently, and to his great relief, found the word to censure disposition he found so tiresome. She was changeable. From this epithet to stubborn, the greatest anathema in the province is but a step. "It's odd," Julien said to himself one day as Mathilde was leaving the prison, "that a passion so strong, and of which I am the object, should leave me so indifferent. I adored her 2 months ago. I read somewhere that as death approaches a man loses all interest, but it's terrible to feel ungrateful and not to be able to change. Does that make me an egoist?" He took himself to task on that score, in the most humiliating terms. In his heart, ambition was dead. Another passion had risen from its ashes. He called it remorse for having attacked Madame de Rênal. He was, in fact, head over heels in love with her. He felt a strange happiness when, left absolutely alone and with no fear of being interrupted, he could give himself up entirely to the memory of happy days he had spent in Verrières or at Vergy. The slightest incidents of those days too quickly flown, held an irresistible charm and freshness for him. He never thought about his successes in Paris. They bored him. Out of jealousy, Mathilde half-guessed his state of mind, which was becoming more pronounced every day. She was fully aware that she had to compete against his love of solitude. Sometimes she would utter Madame de Rênal's name in terror. She would see Julien shiver. Henceforth her passion knew no bounds or restraint. "If he dies, I die after him," she kept telling herself, in all possible good faith. What would the Paris drawing-room say if they saw a lover condemned to die, worshipped to that extent by a girl of my rank? To find like sentiments, you have to go back to the age of heroes. It was love affairs of this kind that set hearts to beating in the reign of Charles IX and of Henry III. In the midst of her most intense raptures, when she was holding Julien's head against her heart, "What," she would say to herself in horror, "can this charming head be doomed to fall? Very well," she would add, inflamed with a heroism that was not devoid of happiness. "These lips which are pressed against this beautiful hair will be cold less than 24 hours later." Memories of those moments of heroism and of terrible delight held her in an invincible grasp. The notion of suicide, so engrossing in itself, but up to now so remote from that lofty mind, made its way into her thoughts, soon to reign there with absolute power. "No, my ancestors' blood did not cool off as it came down to me," Mathilde told herself proudly. "I have a favour to ask," her lover said to her one day. "Put your child out to nurse in Verrières. Madame de Rênal will keep an eye on the nurse." "What you are asking me is hard indeed," and Mathilde turned pale. "Yes, it is, and I beg your pardon 1,000 times," cried Julien, coming out of his reverie and folding her in his arms. After having dried her tears, he returned to his idea, but more adroitly this time. He first gave the conversation a gloomy, philosophical turn. He spoke of that future which would so soon be closed to him. "You must agree, my dear, that a passion is accidental in life, but an accident that happens only to superior souls. The death of my son would in fact be a blessing to your family's pride. That is the conclusion your servants will draw. Neglect will be the lot of this child of sorrow and shame. I hope that at a time which I do not wish to specify, but which nevertheless I have the courage to foresee, you will obey my last instructions. You will marry the Marquis de Croissenois." "What? Dishonoured as I am?" "Dishonour cannot fix itself to a name like yours. You will be thought of as a widow, a madman's widow, and that is all. I will go so far as to say that, not having money for its motive, my crime will not be considered in the least dishonourable. Perhaps by then some philosophical legislator will have persuaded his prejudiced contemporaries to abolish capital punishment. Then some friendly voice will mention me as an example. Look, Mademoiselle de la Mole's first husband was mad, but not evil. He was not a criminal. It was absurd to cut off his head. Then my memory will be infamous no more, that is, not after a certain time. Your position in society, your fortune, and if I may say so, your genius, will make it possible for Monsieur de Croissenois, once he's your husband, to play a part to which he could not have aspired all by himself. He has nothing but birth and bravery, and those qualities by themselves, which made up the accomplished man in 1729, are out of date a century later, and lead to nothing but pretensions. It takes more than that if a man is to set himself at the head of French youth. Whatever the political party into which you push your husband, you will bring to it the benefit of a strong and enterprising character. You may take the place once held by the Chevreuses and the Longuevilles during the Fronde. But by that time, my dear, the heavenly fire that burns in you now will have waned a bit. If you will allow me to say so," he added after a good many other preparatory remarks, 15 years from now, you will look back on the love you felt for me as a folly, pardonable, but nonetheless a folly." He stopped suddenly and began to muse. He found himself face to face again with an idea that was very offensive to Mathilde. "In 15 years, Madame de Rênal will worship my son, and you will have forgotten him." Chapter 40. Peace. It is because I was mad then that I am wise now. O philosopher, you who see only the immediate, how short are your views? Your eye is incapable of following the subterranean work of the passions. Goethe. Their talk was cut short by an interrogation, followed by a conference with the lawyer in charge of the defense. Those were the only absolutely disagreeable moments in a life full of negligence and tender dreaming. "It was murder, and murder with premeditation," said Julien to the judge as well as the lawyer. "I'm sorry, gentlemen," he added with a smile, "but this reduces your task to almost nothing." After all, Julien reflected, when he had succeeded in ridding himself of those two creatures, I must be brave, and conspicuously braver than those two. They think of this ill-fated duel as the crowning evil, as the king of frights, but I shall not concern myself seriously about it until the day of the trial. That is because I have known a greater misfortune, continued Julien, philosophizing to himself. I suffered far more during my first trip to Strasbourg, when I thought Mathilde had thrown me over. And to think how passionately I desired this total intimacy, which leaves me so cold today. In fact, I am happier alone than when that beautiful girl is sharing my solitude. His lawyer, a man of rules and formalities, thought he was crazy, and, like the public, was convinced that jealousy had shoved the gun into his hand. One day he ventured to let Julien know that this allegation, true or false, would make an excellent plea for the defense. But in the wink of an eye the accused became his incisive and passionate self once more. "On your life, sir," shouted Julien furiously, "remember never to utter that abominable lie again." For a moment the cautious lawyer was afraid of being murdered. He was getting his plea for the defense ready, since the decisive moment was rapidly drawing near. Besançon and the whole department talked of nothing but the famous case. Julien was ignorant of this detail. He had requested that no one speak to him ever about that sort of thing. The same day, at their first remark, Julien had silenced Fouquet and Mathilde, who had tried to inform him of certain public rumours, very liable, they felt, to give grounds for hope. "Leave me to my ideal existence. Your pestering, your little accounts of real life, all more or less offensive to me, would pull me down from the heavens. A man dies as best he can. As for me, I want to face death in my own way. What do I care what the public thinks? My connection with it will be cut off sharply enough. For pity's sake, say no more about those people. It's bad enough to be exposed to such rabble as the prosecutor and my lawyer." "So," he said to himself, "it appears that I am destined to die dreaming, and nobody like myself, sure of being forgotten after 2 weeks, would be a fool indeed to go along with this farce. It's odd all the same that I never learned the art of enjoying life until I saw the end of it so close." He spent these last days out walking on the narrow, flat roof of the donjon, smoking the excellent cigars for which Mathilde had sent a courier to Holland, and unaware that his appearance was awaited daily by all the telescopes in the city. His mind was at Vergy. He never spoke of Madame de Rênal to Fouquet, but 2 or 3 times his friend told him that she was recovering rapidly, and those words resounded in his heart. Though Julien's mind was almost always in the land of ideas, Mathilde, concerned with realities, as befits an aristocratic heart, had been able to further the intimacy of the direct correspondence between Madame de Fervaques and Monsieur de Frilair to such a point that already the great word diocese had been pronounced. The venerable prelate in charge of church appointments had added in a postile to one of his niece's letters, "That poor Sorel is impulsive and nothing worse. I hope he will be restored to us." At the sight of these lines, Monsieur de Frilair was beside himself with joy. He had no doubts about saving Julien. "Without that Jacobin law which requires an endless list of jurors on the panel, and which has no real aim other than to strip the well-born of all their influence," he was saying to Mathilde on the eve of the drawing for the session's 36 jurors, "I could answer for the verdict. I got the Curé N. acquitted." It was with pleasure the next day that Monsieur de Frilair recognized 5 congreganists from Besançon among the names drawn from the urn, and among the out-of-towners those of Messieurs Valenod, de Moirot, de Cholin. "I can answer right now for those 8 jurors," he told Mathilde. "The first 5 are tools. Valenod is my agent. Moirot owes me everything. De Cholin is an imbecile who is afraid of his own shadow." The newspapers spread the jurors' names throughout the department, and Madame de Rênal, to her husband's ineffable terror, resolved to go to Besançon. The best Monsieur de Rênal could do was to extract a promise from her that she would keep to her bed, and so avoid the unpleasantness of being called as a witness. "You don't understand my position," the ex-mayor of Verrières kept telling her. "I am now a liberal by defection, as they say. There's no doubt but that rascal Valenod and Monsieur de Frilair can easily get the Attorney General and the judges to do anything they please that will go against me." Madame de Rênal submitted to her husband's order willingly. "If I appeared at the assize court," she told herself, "it would look as if I were asking for revenge." Despite all the promises of discretion she made to her confessor and to her husband, she had no more than arrived at Besançon when she wrote to each of the 36 jurors in her own hand, "I will not appear at all on the day of the trial, sir, because my presence might be prejudicial to Monsieur Sorel's case. I desire only one thing in the world, and passionately, that he be saved. Have no doubts about it. The horrible thought that an innocent man had been led to his death because of me would poison the rest of my life, and no doubt shorten it. How could you condemn him to death when I am still alive? No, without a doubt, society has no right to take a life, especially that of an individual like Julien Sorel. Everyone in Verrières has known him to have moments of aberration. That poor young man has powerful enemies, yet even among his enemies, and how many he has, who questions his wonderful talents and his profound learning? This is no ordinary fellow you are about to judge, sir. For close to 18 months we all knew him to be pious, well-behaved, diligent. But 2 or 3 times a year he was seized by a fit of melancholy that verged on derangement. The whole town of Verrières, all our neighbours at Vergy, where we spent the summer months, my whole family, the sub-prefect himself, will do justice to his exemplary piety. He knows all of the Holy Bible by heart. Would an ungodly man have applied himself for years to learn the Holy Book? My sons will have the honour of presenting you with this letter. They are children. Be so good as to examine them, sir. They will give you any details about the poor young man that might still be needed to convince you that it would be barbarous to condemn him. Far from avenging me, you would be signing my death warrant. What argument can his enemies oppose to this fact? My wound, which was the result of one of those moments of derangement that even my children used to notice in their tutor, is so far from dangerous that after less than 2 months it has allowed me to post from Verrières to Besançon. If I learn, sir, that you feel a moment's hesitation about saving a man whose guilt is so slight from the barbarity of the law, I will leave my bed, to which I am confined solely by my husband's orders, and go and throw myself at your feet. Find that premeditation was not established, sir, and you will not have the blood of an innocent man on your conscience," etc., etc. Chapter 41. The Verdict. The district will long remember that famous trial. Interest in the defendant caused a general stir because his crime was astonishing, yet not atrocious. And even if it had been, he was such a handsome young man. His great good fortune, so soon ended, aroused even more pity. Would they convict him? Asked the women of their male acquaintances, and one saw them turn pale as they waited for the answer. Sainte-Beuve. Finally dawned the day so much dreaded by Madame de Rênal and Mathilde. The strange look of the city increased their terror twofold, and left not even Fouquet's staunch heart untouched. The whole province had come running to Besançon to see the outcome of this romantic trial. As of several days ago, no rooms were to be had in the inns. The presiding judge of the assize court was beset with requests for tickets. Every lady in the city wanted to attend the trial. Julien's portrait was being hawked about the streets, etc., etc. Mathilde had kept in reserve for this supreme moment a letter written entirely in the hand of his lordship, the Bishop of Blank. That prelate, who directed the Church of France and made bishops, had deigned to ask for Julien's acquittal. On the eve of the trial, Mathilde took this letter to the almighty Vicar General. At the end of the interview, when she burst into tears as she was leaving, "I can answer for the jury's verdict," Monsieur de Frilair almost moved himself, and coming out from behind his diplomatic reserve at last, said to her, "Among the 12 persons in charge of determining whether your protégé's crime has been established, and especially whether it was premeditated, I can count on 6 friends who are devoted to my career, and I made it plain that it is up to them to put me in the bishop's palace. Baron Valenod, the mayor of Verrières, who owes me his office, can do what he likes with two of his subordinates, Messieurs de Moirot and de Cholin. To tell the truth, the drawing has given us two very unorthodox jurors for this business. Yet, though ultra-liberal, they abide by my orders on important occasions, and they have been urged to vote like Monsieur de Valenod. I have learned that a sixth juror, a manufacturer, an immensely rich and talkative liberal, aspires secretly to a contract for supplying the War Ministry, and would not, I dare say, want to offend me. He has been told that Monsieur de Valenod has my last word on the matter.
"And who is this Monsieur Valenod?"
Mathilde asked uneasily. "If you knew him, you could have no doubts about our success. He is an audacious, impudent, coarse speaker, a born leader of fools. 1814 took him out of the gutter, and I am going to make a prefect of him. He's likely to beat the other jurors if they won't vote his way." Mathilde felt somewhat reassured. Another discussion lay ahead of her that evening, so as not to prolong a disagreeable scene, the outcome of which, in his opinion, was already decided. Julien had made up his mind not to take the floor.
"My lawyer will do the talking. That's more than enough," he told Mathilde.
"I will be made a spectacle before my enemies only too long as it is.
Those provincials were offended by my sudden wealth, for which I am obliged to you, and believe me, there is not one among them who does not wish for my conviction, though he may blubber like a fool when they take me out to die." "They want to see you humiliated. That is only too true," answered Mathilde. "But I don't think they are in the least cruel. My presence in Besançon, and the sight of my suffering, have aroused the interest of all the women. Your good looks will do the rest. If you speak a few words before the judges, the whole audience will be on your side," etc., etc. The next morning at 9, when Julien came down from his prison to go into the trial room of the courthouse, the gendarmes had a great deal of trouble making a way through the huge crowd that had crammed into the courtyard. Julien had slept well. He was quite calm, and felt nothing more than a philosophical pity for the envious crowd which, without cruelty, would soon be applauding his death sentence. He was surprised indeed when, held up for a quarter of an hour in the midst of the crowd, he was forced to acknowledge that his presence evoked a feeling of tender pity in the public. He did not hear a single disparaging remark. "These provincials are not so spiteful as I thought," he said to himself. Upon entering the courtroom, he was struck by the elegance of the architecture. It was true Gothic, with a host of small, pretty columns, carved in the stone with the greatest care. He thought he was in England. But his attention was soon engrossed by a dozen or 15 pretty women who, sitting opposite the dock, filled up the 3 balconies over the judges and the jury. On turning around toward the public, he saw that the circular gallery which projects out over the amphitheatre was filled with women. Most of them were young and seemed to him very pretty. Their eyes were shining and full of concern. In the rest of the room the crowd was huge. People were struggling at the doors, and the guards could not obtain silence. When all the eyes that had been searching for Julien remarked his presence, then saw him take the slightly elevated seat reserved for the accused, he was greeted with a murmur of astonishment and tender interest. That day you would have said that he wasn't 20 years old. He was dressed simply, but with perfect grace. His hair and forehead were charming. Mathilde had insisted on presiding over his toilet herself. Julien's pallor was extreme. Hardly seated on the bench, from all sides he heard, "God, how young he is! But he's only a boy. He's much better looking than his picture." "Defendant," the gendarme seated on his right said to him, "see those 6 ladies sitting in the balcony?" The gendarme pointed to a small gallery jutting out over that part of the amphitheatre where the jurors sat. "That one is the prefect's wife," continued the gendarme. "Beside her, the Marquise de M. That one likes you. I heard her talking with the examining magistrate. Next comes Madame Derville." "Madame Derville!"
exclaimed Julien, and his forehead flushed a vivid red.
"When she leaves here, she will write to Madame de Rênal," he thought.
He knew nothing of Madame de Rênal's arrival in Besançon. The witnesses were examined. This took several hours. At the first words of the case for the prosecution, pronounced by the district attorney, 2 of those ladies seated in the little balcony directly facing Julien burst into tears.
"Madame Derville is not so easily moved," thought Julien.
Yet he noted that she was very red. The Advocate General was running to pathos in bad French over the barbarity of the crime committed. Julien noted that Madame Derville's neighbours looked as if they disapproved of him thoroughly. Several jurors, obviously acquaintances of these ladies, spoke to them and seemed to reassure them.
That can only be taken as a good omen, thought Julien.
Up to then he had felt nothing but unalloyed contempt for all the men at the trial. The district attorney's shabby eloquence increased his feeling of disgust, but Julien's coldness gradually gave way before such marked interest, the object of which was plainly himself. He was pleased with his lawyer's resolute bearing.
"No fancy speeches,"
he whispered to him as he was about to take the floor. "All the bombast pilfered from Bossuet that has been trotted out and used against you has helped your cause," said the lawyer. In effect, he spoke barely 5 minutes before most of the women had their handkerchiefs out. Encouraged, the lawyer addressed the jury in extremely bold terms. Julien shivered. He felt that he was on the point of tears.
Great God, what would my enemies say?
He was about to give in to feelings that were getting the best of him when, fortunately, he happened to catch an insolent stare from the Baron de Vallonneau.
"The cur's eyes are blazing," he said to himself. "What a triumph for that base soul! If my crime had led to nothing but this, I should curse it. God knows what he'll say to Madame de Rênal about me at parties next winter."
This idea cancelled all others. Not long after, his train of thought was broken by the public's murmur of approval. His lawyer had just finished his plea for the defence. Julien remembered that it was proper to shake his hand. Time had passed swiftly. Refreshments were brought in for the lawyer and the accused. It was only then that Julien was struck by one detail. Not a single woman had left the hearing to go to dinner. "By George, I'm dying of hunger," said the lawyer. "And you?"
"So am I,"
answered Julien. "Look, there's the prefect's wife having her dinner too," the lawyer said, pointing to the small balcony. "Buck up, it's going fine." The session resumed. While the presiding judge was summing up, midnight struck. He was forced to break off. Amidst the silence of universal anxiety, the clock bell's reverberation filled the room.
"Here begins the last of my days,"
thought Julien. Before long, he was ablaze with the idea of duty. Up to then, he had dominated his feelings and kept his resolution not to speak. But when the presiding judge of the assize court asked him if he had anything to say, he rose. Before him he saw Madame Derville's eyes, which in that light seemed very shiny.
Could she by chance be weeping? He wondered. "Gentlemen of the jury, a horror of contempt, which I thought I might defy at the moment of death, prompts me to speak. Gentlemen, I do not have the honor of belonging to your class. In me you see a peasant in revolt against the baseness of his lot. I am not asking for mercy," Julien went on, steadying his voice. "I have no illusions. Death awaits me. It will be just. I had the heart to make an attempt on the life of a woman who is worthy of every kind of respect and homage. Madame de Rênal had been like a mother to me. My crime is abominable, and it was premeditated. So, gentlemen of the jury, I deserve to die. Yet even if I were less guilty, I see men here who, not to be stopped by any consideration of mercy that my youth might deserve, would like to punish through me and discourage forever a whole class of young men who, born to an inferior position in society and, so to speak, oppressed by poverty, have had the luck to obtain a good education and the audacity to mingle with what the rich in their pride call society. That, gentlemen, is my crime, and it will be punished all the more severely because I am not, in fact, being judged by my peers. In the jury box I see no wealthy peasant, only outraged burghers." For 20 minutes Julien went on in this vein. He said everything he had on his chest. The district attorney, who aspired to the aristocracy's favour, kept jumping up in his chair, but in spite of the somewhat abstract turn Julien had given the discussion, all the women were bursting into tears. Madame Derville herself had a handkerchief over her eyes. Before closing, Julien returned to the idea of premeditation, to his repentance, to his respect, to the filial and boundless adoration that, in happier times, he had felt for Madame de Rênal. Madame Derville gave a scream and fainted. 1 o'clock was striking when the jurors retired to their room. Not a single woman had given up her place. Several men had tears in their eyes. The conversations were at first very lively, but little by little, the jurors' decision being slow to come, the general weariness began to cast a calm over the assembly. It was a solemn moment. The lights sparkled brilliantly. Very tired, Julien heard people near him debating as to whether this delay was a good or a bad sign.
He noted with pleasure that everyone was for him. The jury did not come in, and yet no woman had left the room. 2 o'clock had just struck, when a great stirring became audible. The little door to the jury room opened. The Baron de Valenod advanced at a grave and theatrical pace. He was followed by all the jurors. He coughed, then declared that by his soul and conscience the unanimous finding of the jury was that Julien Sorel was guilty of murder, and of murder with premeditation. This verdict carried the death penalty. It was pronounced a minute later. Julien looked at his watch and remembered Monsieur de Lavalette. It was 2:15. "Today is Friday," he thought. "Yes, but this is a happy day for Valenod, who condemned me. I am too closely watched for Mathilde to be able to save me as Madame de Lavalette did. So in 3 days, at this same hour, I will know what to believe about the great perhaps." At that moment, he heard a scream and was called back to the things of this world. The women around him were sobbing. He saw that every face was turned toward a little gallery contrived in the capital of a Gothic pilaster. Later, he learned that Mathilde had been hiding there. Since the scream was not repeated, everyone went back to looking at Julien, for whom the gendarmes were trying to make a way through the crowd. "Let's try not to give that crook Valenod anything to laugh about," thought Julien. With what a grieved and humbugging look he pronounced the verdict, which carries a death sentence, while that poor man presiding over the assize, even though he's been a judge for years, had tears in his eyes when he sentenced me. What joy for Valenod to have his revenge for our old rivalry over Madame de Rênal. So I will never see her again. It's all over. A last farewell is impossible for us, I'm sure. How happy I would have been to tell her how much I detest my crime." He spoke only these words: "I find I have been justly condemned." Chapter 42. After bringing Julien back to the prison, the guards put him in a cell reserved for the condemned. He, who usually noted even the smallest details, was totally unaware that he had not been made to climb back up to his donjon. He was imagining what he would say to Madame de Rênal if at the last minute he had the good luck to see her. He expected her to interrupt him, and with his first remark he meant to make clear to her the full extent of his contrition. After such a deed, how could I convince her that I love her alone? After all, I did try to kill her, whether out of ambition or out of love for Mathilde. Getting into bed, he discovered that the sheets were made of coarse linen. The scales fell from his eyes. "Ah, I'm in the dungeon," he told himself. "As a condemned man. It's only right. Count Altamira was telling me that on the eve of his death, Danton said in his gruff voice, 'It's odd, but the verb to guillotine cannot be conjugated in all its tenses. You can say, I will be guillotined, you shall be guillotined, but you cannot say, I have been guillotined.'" "Why not?" Julien went on. "If there is another life. My faith, if I meet the God of the Christians, I'm done for. He's a despot, and as such filled with thoughts of vengeance. His Bible speaks of nothing but terrible punishments. I have never loved him. I have never been willing to believe that anyone could love him sincerely. He is merciless." And Julien recalled several passages in the Bible. "He will punish me in some horrible way. But if I should see Fenelon's God, perhaps he would say to me, 'A great deal will be forgiven you, for you have loved a great deal.' Have I loved such a great deal? Ah, I love Madame de Rênal, but my conduct was atrocious. In her case, as in others, I forsook simple and modest worth for all that glitters. And yet, what prospects I had! Colonel in the Hussars, had we gone to war, secretary of a legation in peacetime. After that, ambassador, for I would soon know the ropes, and even if I were a downright fool, would the Marquis de la Mole's son-in-law have to worry about competition? All my blunders would be pardoned, or rather set down as accomplishments. A man of accomplishments enjoying the best life has to offer, in Vienna or in London. Not quite, sir. You are to be guillotined in 3 days. Julien laughed heartily over this flash of his own wit. Really, a man has 2 persons in him, he reflected. Who the devil thought up that sly remark? As a matter of fact, yes, my friend, to be guillotined in 3 days, he answered his interrupter. Monsieur de Cholin will rent a window, going halves with the Abbé Maslon. Well then, which of those 2 worthies will cheat the other out of the price of that window? This passage from Rotrou's Wenceslas came to him all of a sudden. Ladislas, my soul is ready. The king, Ladislas's father. So is the scaffold. Betake your head there. Fine answer, he thought, and fell asleep. Someone woke him in the morning by holding him tightly. What, already? Said Julien, opening a haggard eye. He thought he was in the executioner's hands. It was Mathilde. Luckily she didn't understand me. This observation restored his self-possession. He found Mathilde changed, as if by 6 months of illness. Really, she was not recognizable. That unspeakable Frilair has betrayed me, she said, wringing her hands. Rage kept her from weeping. Wasn't I fine yesterday when I took the floor? Replied Julien. I was improvising, and for the first time in my life. True, it may well be the last. At that moment, Julien was playing on Mathilde's character with all the coolness of a skilful pianist at the keyboard. I lack the advantage of an illustrious birth, it's true, he added, but Mathilde's great heart has raised her lover to her own level. Do you think Boniface de la Mole handled himself any better in front of his judges? That day Mathilde was tender without affectation, like a poor girl who lives on the 6th floor, but she couldn't get him to speak in less high-flown language. He was paying her back, unwittingly, for the torment she had often inflicted on him. No one knows the source of the Nile, Julien was saying to himself. It has never been granted the eye of man to see the king of rivers in the state of a simple stream, and so no human eye shall see Julien weak, because in the first place he is not. But my heart is easily moved. The most commonplace remark, if it rings true, can affect my voice, and even cause my tears to flow. How many times have the hard-hearted despised me for that flaw? They thought I was begging for mercy. That is something I must never allow. They say that at the foot of the gallows, Danton was moved to tears by the memory of his wife. But Danton had put strength into a nation of idlers and kept the enemy from reaching Paris. I alone know what I might have done. In the eyes of the world, I am at best a might-have-been. If Madame de Rênal were here in my dungeon instead of Mathilde, would I be able to control myself? The excessiveness of my contrition and of my despair would be taken by Valenod and all the patricians of the region for an ignoble fear of death. They are so proud, those faint hearts whose wealth sets them above temptation. You see what it means, Messieurs de Moirod and de Cholin, who have just sentenced me to death, would say. To be born a carpenter's son. A man may become educated, clever, but the heart, one cannot learn to have a stout heart. That holds for even this poor Mathilde, who is weeping now, or rather who cannot weep any more, he said, looking at her reddened eyes. And he clasped her in his arms. The sight of genuine suffering made him forget his syllogism. She may have wept all night, he told himself, but with what shame she will look back on all this one day. She will think of herself as having been led astray, in her tender youth, by a plebeian's lowly way of thinking. Croissenois is weak enough to marry her, and by Jove he will do well. She will make him play a role. By that right a spirit firm and far-seeing in its plans has over the dull spirit of vulgar humans. Here's a funny thing. Now that I must die, all the verses I ever learned in my life keep coming back to me. That must be a sign of decadence. Mathilde kept repeating to him in a dull voice, He's there in the next room. Finally Julien paid attention to what she was saying. Her voice is feeble, he thought, but all of that domineering character is still in her tone. She's lowered her voice to keep from getting angry. Who is in there? He asked her gently. The lawyer, to have you sign your appeal. I will not appeal. What? You won't appeal? She said, getting to her feet, her eyes sparkling with anger. And why not, if you please? Because at this moment I feel I have the courage to die without making too big a fool of myself. And who can say whether in 2 months, after a long stay in this damp dungeon, I will be so well disposed? I foresee visits from priests, from my father. Nothing on earth could be more disagreeable. I'd rather die. This unexpected contrariness roused all the haughtiness in Mathilde's character. She had not been able to see the Abbé de Frilair before the hour when the cells in Besançon's prison were unlocked. Her fury came down on Julien. She adored him, and for a full quarter of an hour he recognized in her imprecations against his character, in her misgiving about having loved him,
all of that haughty spirit which had once heaped him with such cutting abuse in the library at the Hôtel de la Mole. "Heaven owed it to the glory of your house to see to it that you were born a man," he said to her. "But as for me," he thought, "I would be a great fool to go on living 2 more months in this disgusting hole, a butt for every infamous and humiliating insult the aristocratic faction can think up, and for my sole comfort the curses of this mad woman. Well, the morning after next I shall fight a duel with a man known for his coolness and his remarkable skill." "Remarkable indeed," said his Mephistophelian voice. "He never misses." "Good enough. So be it. Fine and dandy." Mathilde was still carrying on. "By George, no," he said to himself. "I will not appeal." This resolution taken, he lapsed into a reverie. "The postman will bring the newspaper at 6 as usual when he makes his rounds. At 8 o'clock, after Monsieur de Rênal has read it, Elisa will come in on tiptoes and lay it on her bed. Later she will wake up. All of a sudden, as she reads, she will be upset. Her pretty hand will tremble. She will read down to these words, 'At 10:05, he was no more.' She will weep bitterly, I know her. The fact that I meant to kill her will count for nothing. She will forget everything, and the person whose life I tried to take will be the only one who will weep sincerely over my death. Ah, this is the antithesis," he thought, and for the quarter of an hour more that the scene Mathilde was making endured, he thought only of Madame de Rênal. In spite of himself, and though often replying to what Mathilde said to him, he couldn't take his mind off his memory of the bedroom in Verrières. He saw the Besançon Gazette on the orange taffeta coverlet. He saw that very white hand clutching it convulsively. He saw Madame de Rênal weeping. He followed the course of each tear down that lovely face. Unable to do anything herself, Mademoiselle de la Mole called in the lawyer. As luck would have it, he had been a captain in the Italian campaign of 1796, during which he had fought at Manuel's side. For form's sake, he opposed the condemned man's resolution vigorously. Julien, wishing to treat him respectfully, enumerated all his reasons. "By Jove, that's one way of looking at it," Monsieur Felix Vanneau, the lawyer, ended by telling him. "But you have 3 full days to appeal, and it is my duty to come back every day. If a volcano should erupt under this prison within the next 2 months, you would be saved. You could die of a sickness," he said, looking Julien in the eye. Julien shook his head. "I thank you. You are a good man. I will think it over." And when Mathilde finally left with the lawyer, he felt much more affection for the latter than for her. Chapter 43. An hour later, when he was sleeping soundly, he was roused by tears he felt running over his hand. "Ah, it's Mathilde again," he thought half-wakefully. "True to her strategy, she has come to attack my resolution with tender sentiments." Bored by the prospect of a new scene in the pathetic style, he kept his eyes closed. Belphegor's lines, when he is running away from his wife, crossed his mind. He heard a strange sigh. He opened his eyes. It was Madame de Rênal. "Ah, I see you once more before I die. Is this an illusion?" he cried, throwing himself at her feet. "Forgive me, madam. I am nothing but a murderer in your eyes," he said immediately upon recovering himself. "Sir, I have come to beg you to appeal. I know you don't want to—" Her sobs were choking her. She couldn't speak. "Be so good as to pardon me." "If you wish me to pardon you," she said, rising and throwing herself into his arms, "appeal your death sentence right away." Julien was covering her with kisses. "Will you come to see me every day during these 2 months?" "I swear I will. Every day unless my husband forbids it." "I'll sign," cried Julien. "What? You forgive me? Is it possible?" He clasped her in his arms. He was wild. She gave a little scream. "It's nothing," she told him. "You hurt me." "Your shoulder!" Julien cried, bursting into tears. He stood up a little and covered her hand with kisses of flame. "Who could have guessed it would be like this the last time I saw you? In your room in Verrières?" "Who could have guessed at the time that I would write that unspeakable letter to Monsieur de la Mole? You know that I've always loved you, that I have never loved anyone but you." "Is it really possible?" cried Madame de Rênal, ecstatic in turn.
She bent over Julien, who was at her knees, and for a long time they wept in silence. Never before in his life had Julien known such a moment. A good while later, when they were able to speak, Madame de Rênal said, "And young Madame Michelet, or rather Mademoiselle de la Mole, for I am really beginning to believe that strange story?"
"It's true only in appearance," answered Julien. "She is my wife, but she does not rule in my heart."
Though interrupting one another 100 times, they managed with great difficulty to tell one another what each did not know. The letters sent to Monsieur de la Mole had been written by the young priest, who directed Madame de Rênal's conscience, and afterwards copied by her. "What a horrible thing religion has made me do," she said. "And even then I softened the most awful passages in that letter." Julien's raptures and his happiness proved to her how fully he pardoned her. Never had he been so madly in love. "I think I am pious," Madame de Rênal said to him in the course of the conversation. "I sincerely believe in God. I believe, too, and it has even been proved to me, that the crime I am committing is horrible, and yet as soon as I saw you, even after you had fired at me twice with a pistol—" And at this point, in spite of her, Julien covered her with kisses. "Let me be," she continued. "I want to discuss this with you, lest I forget. As soon as I see you, all thought of duty vanishes. I am nothing but love for you, or rather the word love is too feeble. I feel for you what I ought to feel for God alone, a mixture of respect, love, obedience. To tell the truth, I don't know what it is you inspire in me. Should you tell me to stab the jailer, the crime would be committed before I had thought about it. Explain that to me distinctly before I leave you. I want to see clearly into my own soul, for in 2 months we must part." "By the way, must we part?" she said to him with a smile.
"I take back my promise," cried Julien, getting up. "I will not appeal my death sentence if by poison, knife, pistol, carbon gas, or by any other means whatsoever, you attempt to end or shorten your life."
Madame de Rênal's expression changed all at once. The most vivid tenderness gave way to a deep reverie. "If we should die right now," she said to him at length.
"Who knows what we might find in the other life?" replied Julien. "Perhaps torment, perhaps nothing at all.
Can't we spend 2 months together in some delightful way? 2 months, that's a good many days. Shall I ever have been so happy?" "No, you shall never have been so happy."
"Never," repeated Julien rapturously. "And I am talking to you as I talk to myself. God keep me from exaggerating."
"To speak so is to command me," she said with a timid and melancholy smile.
"Very well, then. You swear by the love you bear me never to make an attempt on your life by any means, whether direct or indirect. Remember," he added, "that you must live for my son, whom Mathilde will turn over to lackeys once she is the Marquise de Croisenois."
"I swear," she replied coldly. "But I insist on leaving with your appeal, written in your own hand and signed. I myself will go to the Attorney General."
"Take care. You will compromise yourself."
"After having gone so far as to visit you in prison, I will always be, in Besançon and in all Franche-Comté, a heroine of anecdotes," she said, looking deeply grieved. "The limits of strict modesty have been crossed. I am a woman without honor. True, it was for you."
Her voice was so sad that Julien embraced her, with a happiness entirely new to him. It was no longer the intoxication of love, it was utmost gratitude he felt. He had just become aware, for the first time, of the full extent of the sacrifice she had made for him. Some charitable soul, no doubt, informed Monsieur de Rênal about the long visits his wife was making to Julien's prison. For at the end of 3 days he sent her his carriage, with the express order to return at once to Verrières. This cruel separation started the day off badly for Julien. 2 or 3 hours later he was advised that a certain priest, a schemer who had, nevertheless, not been able to make his way among the Jesuits of Besançon, had stationed himself that morning in the street, outside the prison gate. It was raining heavily, and this man was trying to play the martyr. Julien was in a bad mood, and this bit of nonsense depressed him. He had already refused to see the priest that morning, but the man had taken it into his head to confess Julien and make a reputation for himself among the young women of Besançon, with all the confidences he would claim to have received. He kept declaring in a loud voice that he was going to spend the day and the night at the prison gate. "God has sent me to move the heart of this new apostate." The common people, always interested in a scene, were beginning to flock. "Yes, my brethren," he was telling them, "I will spend the day here and the night, as well as every day and every night following. The Holy Ghost has spoken to me. I have a mission from on high. It is my duty to save young Sorel's soul. Join with me in prayer," etc., etc. Julien had a horror of scandal and of anything that might draw attention to himself. He thought of seizing the moment to make his escape from the world incognito. Yet he still had some hope of seeing Madame de Rênal again, and he was hopelessly in love. The prison gate was situated on one of the busiest streets. The thought of that muddy priest drawing a crowd and making a scandal tortured his soul. "No doubt about it, he repeats my name every minute." That moment was more painful than death. He called 2 or 3 times at hourly intervals for the turnkey, who was devoted to him, and sent him out to see if the priest was still at the prison gate. "Sir, he's on both knees in the mud," the turnkey told him every time. "He's praying out loud and saying litanies for your soul." "Impertinent man," thought Julien. At that moment, in effect, he heard a muffled humming. It was the people responding to the litanies. To crown his annoyance, he saw the turnkey himself move his lips, repeating the Latin phrases. "People are beginning to say," added the turnkey, "that you must be hard-hearted indeed to refuse the help of that holy man." "Oh, my native land, how barbaric you still are!" cried Julien, drunk with rage. And he went on, thinking out loud and taking no account of the turnkey's presence. "That man wants an article in the newspaper, and now he's sure to get it. Ah, damned provincials! In Paris I wouldn't be subjected to all these harassments. There the charlatanism is more subtle." "Show in that holy priest," he said eventually to the turnkey, sweat pouring down his forehead. The turnkey made the sign of the cross and went out joyfully. That holy priest turned out to be horribly ugly. He was even dirtier. The cold rain increased the gloom and dampness of the dungeon. The priest tried to embrace Julien and began to work up his emotion as he spoke to him. The lowest kind of hypocrisy was all too obvious. Never in his life had Julien been so angry. A quarter of an hour after the priest's entrance, Julien considered himself an absolute coward. For the first time, death seemed horrible to him. He kept thinking about the state of putrefaction his body would be in 2 days after the execution, etc., etc. He was about to give himself away by some sign of weakness, or throw himself on the priest and strangle him with his chain, when it occurred to him to ask the holy man to go and say a good 40-franc mass for him that same day. Since it was close to noon, the priest took off. Chapter 44. As soon as he was gone, Julien wept a good deal, and wept about dying. He told himself eventually that if Madame de Rênal were in Besançon, he would confess this weakness to her. At the moment he most regretted that adored woman's absence, he heard Mathilde's footsteps. "The worst thing about being in prison," he thought, "is that you can't shut your door to anyone." No matter what Mathilde said, it only irritated him. She told him that on the day of the trial, Monsieur de Valedneau, having his appointment as prefect in his pocket, had dared to defy Monsieur de Frilair and indulge himself in the pleasure of condemning Julien to death. "Whatever did your friend have in mind," Monsieur de Frilair had just said to her, "to arouse and then attack the petty pride of that bourgeois aristocracy? Why talk about caste? He showed them what they had to do in their own political interest. Those boobies hadn't given it a thought and were ready to weep. That business about caste blinded them to the horror of condemning a man to death. You must admit that Monsieur Sorel is very green in such matters. If we don't manage to save him by an appeal for mercy, his death will be a kind of suicide." Mathilde took no pains to conceal from Julien what she herself did not yet suspect, namely, that the Abbé de Frilair, seeing Julien as a lost man, believed it would further his own ends if he aspired to become his successor. Almost beside himself with impotent rage and vexation, Julien said to Mathilde, "Go hear a mass for me, and leave me a minute's peace."
Already very jealous of Madame de Rênal's visits, and having just learned about her departure, Mathilde understood the cause of Julien's ill temper and burst into tears. Her suffering was real. Julien could see that, but was all the more irritated. He felt a crying need for solitude, and how was he to get it? After having tried every argument to soften him, Mathilde finally left, but in almost the same instant Fouquet appeared. "I need to be alone," he told his faithful friend, and since he saw him hesitating, "I'm drawing up my appeal for mercy. Another thing, do me a favor. Never talk to me about death. If I need to have some particular thing done that day, let me be the first to mention it." When Julien had at last obtained the solitude he wanted, he felt lower in spirits and more cowardly than ever. The little strength remaining to that enfeebled soul had been exhausted by the effort to hide his state from Mademoiselle de la Mole and Fouquet. Toward nightfall, a thought comforted him. If this morning, when death looked so ugly to me, I had been notified for the execution, the public's eye would have been a goad to glory. Perhaps my bearing would have been somewhat stiff, like that of a timid fop entering a drawing-room. A few discerning individuals, if there are any among these provincials, might have guessed my faint-heartedness, but no one would have seen it. He felt delivered to some extent from his wretchedness. "I am a coward right now," he kept chanting to himself, "but no one will ever know it." An event almost more unpleasant awaited him the next morning. For a long time his father had been promising a visit. That day, before Julien woke, the white-haired old carpenter showed up in his cell. Julien felt weak. He was expecting the most disagreeable kind of reproaches. To make this painful sensation complete, that morning he was feeling keenly remorseful about not loving his father. "Chance has set us close together on earth," he was saying to himself while the turnkey was tidying up the cell, "and we have done one another just about as much harm as possible. He's come here at the time of my death to give me the last blow." The old man's harsh reproaches began as soon as they were alone. Julien couldn't hold back his tears. "What a shameful weakness," he told himself in a rage. "Everywhere he goes he'll exaggerate my want of courage. What a triumph for the Valenods and all those shabby hypocrites who rule over Verrières. They are mighty big in France. They enjoy all the social advantages. Up to now I could at least tell myself, they get the money, it's true, and all the honours are heaped on them. But I have nobility of heart. But here is a witness everyone will believe, and one who will assure the whole town of Verrières, exaggerating all the while, that I was weak in the face of death. I will be made out to have been cowardly in the face of an ordeal that anyone can understand." Julien was close to despair. He didn't know how to get rid of his father, and to sham in such a way as to deceive the shrewd old man was, for the moment, altogether beyond his powers. His mind was running swiftly over all the possibilities. "I've saved up money," he cried out suddenly. This inspired remark transformed both the old man's countenance and Julien's position. "What shall I do with it?" Julien went on more calmly. The effect he had produced took away all his feeling of inferiority. The old carpenter was burning with a desire not to let this money, part of which it appeared Julien meant to leave to his brothers, get away from him. He spoke for a long time and vehemently. Julien chose to be facetious. "Very well, since the Lord has inspired me to make my will, I will leave 1,000 francs to each of my brothers and the rest to you." "Good, good," said the old man. "What's left is due me, but since God in his mercy has touched your heart, and if you mean to die like a good Christian, you ought to pay your debts. There's still the cost of your food and your education, which I advanced, and to which you haven't given a thought." "That's a father's love for you," Julien kept repeating, heartsick, when he was finally alone. Soon the jailer appeared. "Sir, after the grandparents' visit I always bring my guests a bottle of champagne. It comes a little high, 6 francs a bottle, but it cheers the heart." "Bring 3 glasses," Julien told him with childish eagerness, "and show in 2 of those prisoners I hear walking in the corridor." The jailer led in 2 repeaters who were waiting to go back to the penitentiary. They were 2 gay scoundrels and really quite remarkable for their cunning, courage, and self-possession. "If you give me 20 francs, one of them said to Julien,
I will tell you my life story in detail. It's first-rate."
"Are you going to tell me a pack of lies?" said Julien.
"Not at all," he answered. "My friend here, who's jealous of my 20 francs, will peach on me if I don't tell the truth."
His story was abominable. It showed a brave heart with one abiding passion left, the love of money. After they were gone, Julien was not the same man. All his anger against himself had vanished. His cruel suffering, envenomed by faint-heartedness, to which he had been a prey since Madame de Rênal's departure, had turned into melancholy. If I had been less the dupe of appearances, I would have seen that the drawing-rooms of Paris are filled with respectable men like my father, or clever rascals like these convicts. They're right. The men who frequent those drawing-rooms never waken in the morning to that agonizing thought, "How will I get my dinner?" They boast about their honesty, and if called upon for jury duty, proudly convict the man who stole a silver fork and spoon because he was faint with hunger. But where there's a court, and once it's a question of losing or winning a portfolio, my upright gentlemen from the drawing-room will stoop to crimes that are identical with those which the necessity of dining inspired these two convicts to commit. There is no such thing as natural rights. That idea is a piece of time-honoured nonsense, well worthy of the prosecutor who went after me the other day, and whose ancestor got rich on one of Louis XIV's confiscations. A right does not exist unless there is a law to forbid one's doing such and such a thing under penalty. Before there were laws, nothing was natural except the lion's strength, or the need of the creature who was hungry, who was cold, in a word, need. No, the men society honours are nothing but crooks lucky enough not to get caught red-handed. The prosecutor unleashed by society against me owes his wealth to a swindle. I attempted murder, and I have been justly condemned. But with the exception of that one act, Valeno, who convicted me, is 100 times more harmful to society. Well, then, Julien went on sadly, but without anger, in spite of his greed, my father is better than all those men. He never loved me, and I have just filled his cup to overflowing by shaming him with a dishonourable death. That dread of wanting for money, that exaggerated view of man's wickedness which is called avarice, makes him see a prodigious source of comfort and security in the sum of 300 or 400 louis that I may leave him. Some Sunday after dinner he will show off his gold to all the envious in Verrières. At that price, his look will say, who among you would not be delighted to have a son guillotined? This philosophy might be true, but was such as to make a man wish for death. So passed 5 long days. He was courteous and gentle with Mathilde, who we could see was exasperated by the most intense jealousy. One night Julien was thinking seriously of doing away with himself. His mind was unstrung by the deep depression into which Madame de Rênal's departure had plunged him. Nothing gave him pleasure any more, neither in real life or in his imagination. Want of exercise was beginning to tell on his health, and to give him the weak, excitable character of a young German student. He was losing that male arrogance which, with an energetic oath, repulses certain indecent thoughts by which the minds of the unhappy are assailed. I have loved truth. Where is it? Hypocrisy is everywhere, or at least charlatanism, even in the most virtuous, even in the greatest men. And his lips took on an expression of disgust. No, man cannot trust in man. While she was taking up a collection for her poor orphans, Madame de Blanc told me that such and such a prince had just given 10 louis. A lie. But what am I saying? Napoleon at Sainte-Hélène. His proclamation in favor of the King of Rome, pure charlatanism. Great God, if such a man, and what's more at a time when misfortune ought to have reminded him sternly of his duty, can lower himself to charlatanism, what can you expect from the rest of the species? Where lies truth? In religion. Yes, he added with a bitter smile of the most utter contempt. In the mouths of the Maslons, the de Frilaires, the Castaneds. Perhaps in true Christianity, where the priests would not be paid, any more than the apostles were. But St. Paul was paid with the pleasure of commanding, of speaking, of being talked about. Ah, if only there were a true religion! Fool that I am! I see a Gothic cathedral, venerable windows, and my feeble heart conjures up the priest in those windows. My soul would understand him.
My soul needs him, but all I ever find is a conceited ass with dirty hair, another chevalier de Beauvoisis accepting the good manners. But a true priest, a Massillon, a Fenelon, Massillon consecrated Dubois. The Memoirs de Saint-Simon have spoiled Fenelon for me. But in short, a true priest. Then all loving souls would have a rallying point in the world. We would not be isolated. That good priest would talk to us about God. But what God? Not the one in the Bible, a cruel little despot thirsty for vengeance, but the God of Voltaire, just, good, infinite. He was shaken by his memories of that Bible which he knew by heart. But how could anyone, where 2 or 3 are gathered together, believe in the great name God, seeing the frightful abuse our priests make of it? To live in isolation, what torment! "I'm losing my mind and being unjust," Julien said to himself, striking his forehead. "I am isolated here in this dungeon, but I didn't live in isolation on the earth. I held to the powerful idea of duty. The duty I prescribed for myself, whether wrongly or rightly, has been like the trunk of a stout tree which I could cling to during the storm. I wavered, I was shaken. After all, I am only a man. But I was not swept away. It's the damp air in this dungeon that makes me think about isolation. But why be hypocritical while I'm damning hypocrisy? It isn't death, nor the dungeon, nor the damp air. It's Madame de Rênal's absence that is getting me down. If, to see her in Verrières, I was forced to live for weeks on end, hidden in the cellar of her house, would I complain? The influence of my contemporaries has won out," he said aloud with a bitter laugh. "Even when I am talking to myself alone, and 2 steps from death, I am still hypocritical. Oh, 19th century! A hunter fires his rifle in a forest. His prey falls. He rushes to seize it. His boot runs into an ant-hill 2 feet high, destroys the ants' habitation, scatters the ants and their eggs far and wide. The most philosophical among those ants will never be able to comprehend that huge, black, appalling body, the hunter's boot, which has penetrated their abode with incredible speed, and which was preceded by a dreadful noise accompanied by a sheaf of reddish fire. So life, death, eternity are simple matters for anyone who has faculties huge enough to comprehend them. A day-fly is born at 9 in the morning, during the long summer days, to die at 5 in the evening. How could it understand the word night? Give it 5 hours more, it will see and understand what night is. Likewise, I shall die at 23. Give me 5 more years of life to live with Madame de Rênal." And he set to laughing like Mephistopheles. "What madness to go on discussing these great questions! 1, I am as hypocritical as if there were someone here to listen to me. 2, I am forgetting to live and to love when I have so few days left to live. Alas, Madame de Rênal is absent. Perhaps her husband will not let her come back to Besançon and go on disgracing herself. That is what isolates me, and not the absence of a just, good, omnipotent God, who is not wicked and thirsty for vengeance. Ah, if only he existed! Alas, I would fall at his feet. I deserved to die, I would tell him. But, great God, good God, long-suffering God, give me back the one I love." The night was far advanced. After Julien had had an hour or 2 of peaceful sleep, Fouquet arrived. Julien felt strong and resolute, like a man who sees clearly into his soul. Chapter 45. The last chapter. "I won't play poor Father Chasse-Bernard the dirty trick of sending for him," he said to Fouquet. "He wouldn't be able to eat for 3 days. But try to find me a Jansenist, some friend of Monsieur Pirard, who is above intrigue." Fouquet had been waiting impatiently for this opening. Julien acquitted himself decently of all that is owing to public opinion in the provinces. Thanks to the Abbé de Frilair, and despite his poor choice of a confessor, Julien in his cell was the protégé of the Congregation. If he had been more politic,
he might have managed his escape. But the bad air in the cell was having its effect. His reasoning power was falling off. Yet this made him all the happier about Madame de Renal's return.
"My first duty is to you," she said, kissing him. "I ran away from Verrières."
Julien had no false pride where she was concerned. He told her all about his moments of weakness. She was kind and charming. No sooner had she left the prison that evening than she sent for the priest who had fastened himself to Julien as to a prey to come to her aunt's house, since all he wanted was to get himself accredited among the young women in Besançon's high society. Madame de Renal had no trouble persuading him to go and make a novena at the Abbey of Bray-le-Haut. Words cannot describe the madness and extravagance of Julien's love. By dint of gold, and by using and abusing the influence of her aunt, a rich woman well known for her piety, Madame de Renal got permission to see him twice a day. Hearing of this excited Mathilde's jealousy to the point of frenzy. Monsieur de Frilair had admitted to her that for all his influence he could not flout convention so far as to obtain permission for her to visit her friend more than once daily. Mathilde had Madame de Renal followed in order to know every move she made. Monsieur de Frilair exhausted all the resources of a very astute mind, trying to prove that Julien was unworthy of her. Amidst all these torments, she loved him but the more, and made a horrible scene almost every day. Julien wished with all his might to behave honourably, right to the end, toward this poor girl whom he had compromised so strangely. But his unbridled love for Madame de Renal would win out every time. When, by means of unconvincing arguments, he was not able to persuade Mathilde that her rival's visits were innocent, he told himself, "The end of the play must be very near. That's an excuse for not being able to hide my feelings any better." Mademoiselle de la Mole learned of the Marquis de Croissenois' death. Monsieur de Taillet, that very rich man, had taken the liberty of making some unpleasant remarks about Mathilde's disappearance. Monsieur de Croissenois went to his house to persuade him to retract them. Monsieur de Taillet showed him anonymous letters, addressed to himself, and filled with details arranged in such a way that it was impossible for the Marquis not to have an inkling of the truth. Monsieur de Taillet went so far as to make a number of indelicate jokes. Drunk with rage and despair, Monsieur de Croissenois exacted reparations so heavy that the millionaire preferred a duel. Stupidity triumphed, and one of the men in Paris most worthy of being loved met his death at less than 24 years of age. This death made a strange and sickly impression on Julien's weakened spirit. "Poor Croissenois," he said to Mathilde, "was really quite a reasonable man, and behaved very decently toward us. He must have hated me that time you behaved so recklessly in your mother's drawing-room, and had every right to pick a quarrel with me, for the hatred that follows upon a woman's scorn is usually furious." Monsieur de Croissenois' death altered all of Julien's plans for Mathilde's future. He spent several days proving to her that she ought to accept Monsieur de Lutz's hand. "He's a timid, not overly Jesuitic man," he kept telling her, "who will no doubt present himself as a candidate, more sullenly ambitious and steadier than poor Croissenois, and with no dukedom in his family. He won't scruple to marry Julien Sorel's widow." "A widow who despises the grand passion," replied Mathilde coldly, "for she has lived to see her lover prefer another woman to her after only 6 months, and a woman who is the cause of all their misery." "You are unfair. Madame de Renal's visits will provide the lawyer in Paris who's handling my appeal for mercy with an unusual angle. He will picture the murderer as honored by the kind attentions of his victim. That might have a good effect, and one day you may see me as the hero in some melodrama," etc., etc. A raging jealousy impossible to avenge, unremittent and hopeless misery, for even supposing Julien was saved, how was she to win back his heart? And the shame and pain of loving this unfaithful man more than ever had plunged Mademoiselle de la Mole into a dejected silence. Nor could Monsieur de Frilair's eager attention, any more than Fouquet's rough frankness, avail to bring her out of it. As for Julien, accepting those moments usurped by Mathilde's presence, he lived on love and gave scarce a thought to the future. By a strange effect of that passion, when it is very great and nothing feigned, Madame de Renal all but shared his jauntiness and gentle gaiety.
In the old days, Julien said to her, when I might have been so happy during our walks in the wood at Vergy, a wild ambition would drag my soul off to imaginary countries, instead of pressing this lovely arm against my heart when it lay so close to my lips. I would let the future steal me away from you. I was too busy with the countless battles I would have to wage in order to build a colossal fortune. Yes, I might have died without knowing what happiness is had you not come to see me in this prison. 2 incidents came to trouble this quiet life. Julien's confessor, albeit a thoroughgoing Jansenist, was not proof against one of the Jesuits' schemes, and unwittingly became their tool. He came to tell Julien one day that lest he fall into the dreadful sin of suicide, he should do everything possible to win a pardon. Now, since the clergy had a great deal of influence at the Ministry of Justice in Paris, an easy way offered itself. He should have a spectacular conversion. "Spectacular," repeated Julien. "Ah, I've caught you at it too, Father, playing the game like a missionary." "Your age," the Jansenist went on gravely, "the appealing face with which Providence has favored you, even the motive of your crime, which remains inexplicable, the heroic efforts Mademoiselle de la Mole has lavished on your cause, in a word, everything, including the amazing friendship your victim has shown you, has contributed to make you the hero of Besançon's young women. They have neglected everything for you, even politics. Your conversion would resound in their hearts and leave a deep impression. You have it in your power to render a major service to religion. And should I hesitate for the frivolous reason that the Jesuits would follow the same path on a like occasion? If I did then, even through this particular case, which has escaped their rapacity, they would still be doing harm. Let it not be so. The tears your conversion will cause to flow will wipe out the corrosive effect of 10 editions of Voltaire's godless works." "And what shall I have left?" Julien answered coldly. "If I despise myself, I used to be ambitious. I don't blame myself for that. I acted then according to the standards of the time. Now I just live from day to day. But generally speaking, I know I'd be thoroughly miserable if I lent myself to some piece of cowardice." The other incident, which was painful to Julien in quite a different way, was created by Madame de Renard. I don't know which scheming lady friend had succeeded in convincing that very timid, naive soul that it was her duty to go to Saint-Cloud and throw herself at King Charles X's feet. In her imagination, she had already made the sacrifice of parting from Julien, and after such an effort, the unpleasantness of making a spectacle of herself, which at any other time would have seemed worse than death, was as nothing in her eyes. "I will go to the king. I will admit openly that you are my lover. The life of a man, and of a man like Julien, ought to prevail over every other consideration. I will say it was out of jealousy that you made an attempt on my life. There are many examples of poor young people who have been saved in similar cases by the humanity of the jury, or that of the king. I will stop seeing you. I will have my door closed to you, and I will surely kill myself the next day, out of despair, unless you swear not to take any step that will make a public spectacle of both of us. This idea of going to Paris isn't yours. Tell me the name of the scheming woman who suggested it. Let us be happy during the few days of this short life. Let us hide our existence. My crime is only too obvious. Mademoiselle de la Mole has all kinds of influence in Paris. Believe me, she is doing everything humanly possible. Here, in this province, I have all the rich and influential citizens against me. Your gesture would sour even more those wealthy and, above all, conservative men for whom life is so easy. Let us not make laughing-stocks of ourselves for the Maslons, the Valenods, and 1,000 better men." The bad air of the dungeon was becoming unbearable to Julien. Luckily, on the day it was announced to him that he must die, a brilliant sun gladdened all nature, and Julien was in a brave mood. For him to walk in the open air was a delightful sensation, like a stroll ashore for the voyager who has been at sea for a long time. "Come now, everything is going fine," he told himself. "I don't feel the slightest want of courage." Never had that head been more poetical than at the moment it was about to fall.
the sweetest times he had known in the woods at Vergy, came crowding back into his mind, and with an extreme vividness. Everything went smoothly, decently, and without the least affectation on Julien's part. 2 days before, he had said to Fouquet, "What state I'll be in I can't say. This dungeon, so damp, so ugly, gives me such bouts of fever that sometimes I don't know where I am. But as for fear, no, they won't see me turn pale." He had made arrangements in advance so that on the morning of the last day Fouquet would carry off Mathilde and Madame de Rênal. "Take them away in the same carriage," he had told him. "See to it that the post-horses keep moving at a gallop. Either they will fall into one another's arms or show a deadly hatred for one another. In either case, those poor women will be somewhat distracted from their terrible grief." Julien had exacted from Madame de Rênal an oath that she would live to care for Mathilde's son. "Who knows? Perhaps we still have sensations after death," he said to Fouquet one day. "I should rather like to rest, since rest is the word, in that small cave on the tall mountain that looks down on Verrières. Many's the time, I've told you about it, when I had withdrawn at night into that cave, and was looking out over the richest provinces of France in the distance, that ambition would fire my heart. In those days it was my only passion. In short, that cave is dear to me, and there's no denying that the way it is situated is enough to make a philosopher envious. Very well, those good congreganists of Besançon will do anything for money. If you go about it the right way, they will sell you my mortal remains." Fouquet succeeded in this mournful transaction. He was spending the night alone in his room with his friend's body, when to his great surprise he saw Mathilde enter. A few hours earlier he had left her 10 leagues out of Besançon. Her look and her eyes were wild. "I want to see him," she said. Fouquet hadn't the heart to speak or to rise. He pointed to a big blue cloak on the floor. What remained of Julien was wrapped up in it. She dropped to her knees. The memory of Boniface de la Mole and Marguerite de Navarre gave her, no doubt, a superhuman courage. Her trembling hands undid the cloak. Fouquet turned his head. He heard Mathilde walk hurriedly about the room. She lit several candles. By the time Fouquet had the strength to look at her, she had set Julien's head on a little marble table, and was kissing it on the brow. Mathilde followed her lover to the tomb he had chosen for himself. A great number of priests escorted the coffin, and unbeknownst to everyone, alone in her carriage draped with black, she bore on her lap the head of the man she had loved so dearly. Having thus arrived at a spot near the peak of one of the tall mountains in the Jura range in the middle of the night, 20 priests said a mass for the dead in the small cave, magnificently illuminated by countless tapers. All the inhabitants of the small mountain villages through which the procession passed had followed it, attracted by the strangeness of this ceremony. Mathilde appeared in their midst in a long mourning dress, and at the end of the service had several thousand 5-franc pieces thrown to them. Having stayed behind with Fouquet, she insisted on burying her lover's head with her own hands. Fouquet nearly went mad with grief over this. Through Mathilde's good offices, the rough cave was ornamented at great expense with marbles carved in Italy. Madame de Rênal kept her promise. She made no attempt whatsoever on her life, but 3 days after Julien, she died while embracing her children. The bad thing about the reign of public opinion, which it must be added procures liberty, is that it meddles with that which is none of its business, for instance, private life. Hence America's and England's gloominess. To avoid infringing upon any private life, the author has invented a small town, Verrières, and when he needed a bishop, a jury, an assize court, he situated them all in Besançon, where he has never been.
This concludes the reading of The Red and the Black by Stendhal. Alternate. This concludes the reading of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, originally published in 1830, Translation copyright 1970 by Lloyd C. Parks. This book was read by David Case. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with New American Library, a member of Penguin Group, USA, Incorporated, and was produced in 2010 by Blackstone Audio, Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio, Inc. If you would like to obtain a complete catalog of our titles or our monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. Or visit our website at www.blackstoneaudio.com. Thank you.